Chapter 1. A New Choice. The eldest daughter has been designated to enter the royal palace. My lord, you cannot show favoritism by sending the fifth daughter in her stead. Lin Yao gazed at her mother, who was valiantly advocating on her behalf, her heart swelling with emotion. Her mother, who had fallen out of favor and endured a bleak existence within the household, would tirelessly fight for her, even at the cost of her own well-being. Zhao, what nonsense are you speaking? This royal residence is no ordinary household. Yao can barely recognize a few characters. How could the prince possibly take notice of her? If she were to enter, she would undoubtedly suffer. My Shu, on the other hand, is well versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The prince would surely be fond of her. The speaker, Chun, was a delicate and astute woman, favored by Lin the Elder. This is not about becoming a princess, it is merely to serve the prince. What need is there for such refined skills? Knowing how to attend to someone is sufficient, Zhao retorted loudly. The eldest daughter of the Lin family was indeed the designated princess. However, the prince had never shown interest in her, which prompted the eldest daughter to wish for a half-sister to be sent in her place. The prince, devoted to a monastic life, was indifferent to women. Should he ever break his vows and father a child, it would elevate their status immensely. Thus, Chen's own daughter, Lin Shu, sought to replace Lin Yao. But Zhao would not yield, insisting that her daughter was the one chosen by the eldest. Zhao's fierce demeanor seemed to intimidate Chun, who recoiled into Lin's embrace, pleading, "My lord, please say something." Very well, if Yao is truly to go, this headstrong girl may provoke the prince's ire and bring us great trouble. I think it will be better for Shu to go instead, Lin declared. Chen's face lit up with triumph. Enraged, Zhao attempted to confront Lin. "My lord, how can you be so biased? Yao is also your own daughter." Startled, Lin took a step back. Lin Yao hurriedly clutched Zhao tightly. "Mother, I do not wish to go to the royal palace. Let Shu go instead." In her previous life, her mother had fought fiercely for this opportunity, only to face dire consequences. She was beaten severely, and Chun had deliberately withheld medical help, leaving her mother barely alive but crippled. Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears. "It is all my fault for being powerless, unable to protect the opportunity meant for you." "Father, mother, I believe it is better for Yao to go," said a young girl who had just arrived, none other than the pampered fifth daughter of the Lin family, Lin Shu. Yao possesses skin as fair as snow and a figure most alluring, perfectly suited to captivate a man. "Is this not what the elder sister desires?" Lin Shu remarked, her tone dripping with mockery. Her words held a grain of truth. She stood in a simple dress, her hair gathered loosely, her delicate face imbued with an innocent charm, her figure curvaceous, captivating all who beheld her. "Sure, don't be so thoughtless. This is a matter that could affect your entire future," Chun urged anxiously. "Mother, I will not enter the royal palace. I wish to marry Gu Yulan," Lin Shu declared. "Gu Yulan, your father's former student? His family merely farms, lacking any official title. Why would you wish to marry him?" Lin Shu protested. "Mother, do not look down on him in the future. Gu Yulan will surely achieve noble rank." In that moment, Lin Yao realized that Lin Shu, like herself, had been reborn in their previous lives. Lin Shu had taken Lin Yao's place as a concubine in the royal palace, while Lin Yao was promised to Gu Yulan as his wife. The prince, a legitimate son, had been wise from a young age and was destined to be crowned as heir. However, a monk who had come to bless the emperor proclaimed that the prince had a connection to the divine. From that moment on, the prince experienced a sudden epiphany and sought the monastic path. Had it not been for the empress' desperate pleas, he would have renounced the world entirely. To sway him from his austere path, the empress surrounded him with numerous women, yet the prince remained steadfast, his heart untouched, even by the legitimate princess. In a fit of desperation, the empress pressured the princess, who, with no other recourse, sought assistance from her family to send her younger sister into the palace. Ambitiously, Lin Shu entered the royal residence, hoping to bear the prince's firstborn son and thereby secure her ascendancy. However, upon her arrival, she quickly realized her naivety. She forsook her years of genteel upbringing, resorting to various means of seduction. Yet even when she stood before the prince unclothed, he remained unmoved. On one occasion, her attempts infuriated him, resulting in a severe punishment. Terrified, She ceased her advances and lived as a virtual widow for 5 years. Her brashness offended many, who took pleasure in tormenting her. Her life became a grim affair, and in her solitude, she resorted to an affair with a servant, which ultimately led to her demise at their hands, her body discarded in a mass grave. In stark contrast, Lin Yao thrived after marrying Gu Yulan. Their union was harmonious, and the following year, he achieved academic success. His diligence shone during a corruption scandal, catching the emperor's attention, and he was swiftly promoted to the cabinet at a young age, eventually ascending to the position of chief minister. Lin Yao became renowned as the chief minister's wife, and Gu Yulan, in his devotion to her, refused to take concubines, making her the envy of many women in the capital. The day Lin Shu met her tragic end coincided with Lin Yao's son's first birthday celebration, attended by numerous dignitaries. Lin Shu harbored resentment, feeling that her life had been usurped by Lin Yao, whom she deemed unworthy. In this new life, she vowed to reclaim all that was rightfully hers. Lin Yao, the royal palace is a den of wolves. Go and enjoy yourself. I shall marry my Gulang. Lin Shu whispered triumphantly in Lin Yao's ear. Lin Yao smiled. Did she truly believe Gu Yulan was a worthy match? Sure. Are you truly unwilling to enter the royal palace? Chun persisted, still reluctant to concede. Lin Shu nodded firmly. I refuse to marry a heartless prince. Mother, you cannot fathom how terrifying he is. Chun sighed in resignation. Let us leave matters as they are for now. As for your marriage to Gu Yulan, I shall speak with you further about it. Chun took Lin Shu by the hand and departed. Lin Yao returned to her modest quarters with Zhao, which, though quaint, were dilapidated, resembling the quarters of a servant. The two women handled nearly all tasks themselves, aided only by a loyal servant. Zhao, weary of oppression, longed for her daughter to secure a prosperous marriage and ascend the social ladder. Fortunately, that wretched Lin Shu has lost her mind and will not seize your chance to enter the royal palace. Zhao sighed in relief. However, what does she mean by claiming that Gu Yulan will achieve noble rank? Lin Yao chuckled. Perhaps she has truly lost her wits. Indeed, the Gu family was likely more vicious than the royal palace. Reflecting on her previous life spent in the Gu household sent chills down her spine. She had endured harsh treatment from her mother-in-law, though Gu Yulan had been kind. He studied diligently, leaving all household responsibilities upon her shoulders, prompting her to open a tofu shop. Due to her beauty, many men frequented her establishment, some even behaving inappropriately, while their wives accused her of being a seductress. She was burdened by the need to earn money, care for her mother-in-law, and manage Gu Yulan's affairs, leaving her utterly exhausted. Fortunately, a year later, Gu Yulan achieved recognition. The corruption case, though seemingly his triumph, had been orchestrated with Lin Yao's discreet guidance. Gu Yulan gained the emperor's favor, and Lin Yao hoped she had finally triumphed. However, she was blindsided when a courtesan arrived at their door with a child. It was then that Lin Yao discovered Gu Yulan had long maintained a mistress. In his desire to accommodate her, Gu Yulan had secretly drugged Lin Yao, leading to her infertility. Despite her efforts to prevent the mistress from entering their lives, she was compelled to raise the child. Eventually, Gu Yulan, swayed by the mistress, became embroiled in a treasonous plot, resulting in his family's execution. After a lifetime of toil, she was left with such a dismal fate. In this lifetime, she wished to sever all ties with the Gu family. If Lin Shu desired to go, she was free to do so. Chapter 2. A successful marriage arrangement. The following day, Lin Yao went to the storeroom to collect her allowances. The storeroom staff, hesitant to make a decision, stated they would consult with Madame Chen. The Lin family, once renowned for their ancestral contributions, had been granted the title of duke. However, each successive generation had diminished in merit. In this generation, Lin Laoi and his brothers had achieved little in their official capacities, becoming engrossed instead in internal strife, each vying for the title of duke. After much contention, they were left with Lin Laoi, the illegitimate son, who unexpectedly inherited the title. Lacking significant talent, Lin Laoi held a nominal position at court, yet he was particularly sensitive to any insinuation of his worthlessness. Madame Chen understood this well and thus endeavored to win Lin Laoi's favor. Madame Lin, in poor health, devoted her days to piety, neglecting the affairs of the household. Consequently, the management of the Lin estate fell into the hands of Madame Chen, a concubine. The rivalry between the Zhao family and Madame Chen meant that in recent years, Zhao and her daughter Lin Yao had found themselves at the mercy of Madame Chun, who manipulated them at will. Lin Yao's clothing was tattered and had been mended repeatedly over the past 5 or 6 years, with only a single servant attending to her. Zhao had expressed her dissatisfaction, lamenting that her daughter, of noble blood, lived in conditions worse than a servant. After confronting the Duke, Zhao received a set of new garments. However, the very next day, Lin Yao was falsely accused of theft, resulting in a beating that stained the new clothes with blood, while Zhao narrowly escaped being sold off. Lin Yao pleaded fervently for her mother's safety, and that night, the mother and daughter wept in each other's arms, resigning themselves to their fate. In the Duke's household, favoritism determined one's worth, rendering fairness an elusive concept. The years they endured were truly unbearable. After a while, Madame Chen finally arrived, her demeanor dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, fourth miss, do not presume that becoming a concubine for the prince elevates your status. Our eldest daughter has failed to attract the prince's eye. What makes you think he would take an interest in you? A mere temptress." Madame Chun's jealousy was palpable. Despite her disdainful words, her own daughter, Shu, refused to enter the prince's palace, which vexed her greatly. "Your words hold some truth, yet whether one is favored is another matter entirely. After all, entering the prince's residence necessitates a certain decorum. Clad as you are, you would only bring shame to the Duke's household and reflect poorly on your elder sister," replied Lin Yao, her tone calm and composed. Madame Chen's countenance darkened at this retort. The impudent girl dared to challenge her. Her gaze roamed over Lin Yao, noting that despite her tattered attire, there was an undeniable allure about her. With a delicate oval face, smooth and rosy skin, eyes sparkling with innocence, and a figure that was both slender and curvaceous, she indeed possessed an enchanting quality. Were she to find herself in the brothel, she might very well become the star attraction. However, in their noble family, the emphasis was on the grace and poise of a well-bred lady. It dawned on Madame Chen that enticing the prince was akin to the very activities of a brothel. It was no wonder that the eldest daughter had taken a liking to this girl. After all, her own daughter was raised to be a lady of high standing. Sending her to engage in such pursuits would be a gross misallocation of her upbringing. With this realization, Madame Chun felt a semblance of balance return to her thoughts. She forced a smile and instructed the storeroom. "Indeed, let us provide fourth miss with some allowances, so that she may present herself with dignity." The storeroom then handed Lin Yao 5 taels of silver. Lin Yao, however, did not respond. "And what can these 5 taels of silver accomplish? It is hardly enough to cover a decent outfit. Give the fourth young lady 10 taels instead." Chen gritted her teeth. "And there's also the matter of headpieces and jewelry," Lin Yao replied with a smile. Chen's anger began to rise. "How much do you want?" 500 taels. Lin Yao stated a figure. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Fuming, "You little wretch, have you lost your mind? If you refuse to part with this money, I will have no face to enter the Wang residence. Perhaps it would be better for Sister Shuo to go instead," Lin Yao declared. Chen thought to herself that if she didn't go, it was no loss. She would rather have her own daughter take the chance. "Mother, give it to her." Lin Shu's anxious voice came from behind. "I have no intention of entering the Wang residence." She eagerly anticipated Lin Yao experiencing the same hardships she had in her past life, hoping she would not interfere with her budding romance with Gu Yulan. Chun, begrudgingly reluctant, watched as Lin Shu hurried into the storeroom, retrieving 500 taels for Lin Yao. Lin Yao, holding the banknotes, felt a sense of satisfaction. When she looked up, she met Chen's venomous gaze, clearly scheming something malicious. "Aunt, should you dare to vent your anger on my mother, if she suffers even a scratch, I shall assassinate the prince in the Wang residence and demand the entire Duke's household be buried with me." The prince, he was the beloved son of the empress, and the Lin family was a declining household. Should anything happen to the prince, the Lin family would face utter ruin. Chen's face displayed shock, not expecting this usually docile concubine daughter to reveal such ferocity. "Aunt, treat my mother well. Once I gain the prince's favor, I shall repay you." Lin Yao smiled, bowed slightly to Chun, and turned to leave. Chun, infuriated, stomped her foot in frustration. Lin Shu followed closely behind. "Lin Yao, don't be delusional. Do you truly believe the prince would break his vows for you? Do you have any idea how many women the empress has sent to him? All types are included. What do you think you are?" Lin Shu taunted, relishing the thought of Lin Yao enduring the same suffering she had. This wretched girl believed she was destined for a life of luxury. How naive. "Since my elder sister specifically requested I go, I must possess some exceptional qualities," she mused. "As for Sister Shu, father had once intended to betroth me to Gu Yulan. I have investigated him. His mother is quite harsh, and he has a courtesan. Impossible. Do not slander him. Lin Shu interrupted angrily, glancing back to ensure her mother could not hear, then sighed in relief. Gu Yulan is exceptionally talented and possesses integrity. He would never have a mistress. Just wait. Gu Yulan will surely excel in his studies next year, and in a few years, he will become the prime minister, and I shall be the prime minister's wife. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Perhaps you should heed your mother's advice and reconsider. Lin Yao continued to persuade. You shall not obstruct my path to becoming a noble consort. Soon, I will marry Gu Lang. Lin Shu shoved Lin Yao aside and turned to leave. Lin Yao watched her retreating figure, a smile slowly forming on her lips. She was certainly not offering a kind reminder to Lin Shu. Lin Shu had already set her heart on Gu Yulan. No words from Lin Yao would change that. From Lin Shu's demeanor, it is evident that she has yet to persuade Chen Shi. Although Chen Shi holds the status of a concubine, her aspirations soar high, believing her daughter to be no less than a legitimate one. Even if she cannot enter the royal residence, she believes her daughter should marry into a prominent family, rather than an uncertain future with a poor scholar. Hence, she is unlikely to acquiesce. Upon hearing Lin Yao's words, Lin Shu will undoubtedly become anxious, resorting to extreme measures to compel Chen Shi's consent. Consequently, the prospect of Lin Shu's union with Gu Yulan becomes more assured. Indeed, in the following days, Lin Shu resorted to fasting as a form of coercion. Yet, Chen Shi remained steadfast in her refusal. In an audacious move, Lin Shu directly seduced Gu Yulan, consummating their union. In desperation, Mr. Lin could only hastily select a date for Lin Shu and Gu Yulan's wedding. This affair quickly spread, turning the Lin family into a subject of ridicule. However, Lin Shu remained unfazed, confident that once she becomes the first minister's wife, all will laud her foresight and discernment. Chapter 3. The pressure of the royal residence. The day of Lin Shu and Gu Yulan's wedding coincided with Lin Yao's entry into the royal residence. The front courtyard was bustling with excitement, while the back courtyard was eerily quiet. Lin Yao divided the silver she received from the Chun family into two portions, one to purchase clothing and jewelry for herself, keeping a portion for personal use, and the other reserved for her mother. My dear daughter, you are heading to the royal residence, which is far grander than the Duke's mansion. You will certainly need money for expenses and arrangements. Save it well. Mother, I have saved some. This portion is for you, to use when necessary. I have no need for it. Take it back, or I shall be upset. Mother, this money is not solely for you. It is also my safety net. Should I find it difficult to stay in the royal residence, you can assist me. Lin Yao coaxed and pouted until her mother finally agreed to keep the money. Zhao. Her mother gazed at Lin Yao with reddened eyes. Once you leave, we do not know when we will meet again. Perhaps I will earn the prince's favor and bring you to stay with me in the royal residence. Then, no one will dare to bully us. And we can eat and wear whatever we desire. Lin Yao said with a smile. Zhao nodded, her heart filled with hope. It was a beautiful thought that she dared not even imagine. After bidding farewell, Lin Yao instructed the only maid in the courtyard, Xia Xiang, to take good care of her mother before heading to the back courtyard. There, a sedan chair awaited her, sent by the royal residence. As Lin Yao settled into the sedan chair, it swayed gently toward the royal residence. Upon arrival, they entered through the back courtyard, which was considerably larger than the Lin residence, winding and intricate. Lin Yao peeked outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of opulence accompanied by an oppressive atmosphere. After some time, they finally reached the inner courtyard. A matron, her tone devoid of emotion, instructed, "Follow me to meet the princess." Lin Yao recognized her as Matron Rong, who had previously served the late lady of the house, known for her ruthless demeanor that instilled fear among the household. Lin Yao disembarked from the chair and followed Matron Rong deeper into the residence. After navigating through several courtyards and passing through two more doors, they finally arrived at the inner sanctum. Lin Yao's gaze was immediately drawn to a regal and elegant woman, the princess, who was also the eldest daughter of the Duke's residence. This marriage arrangement had initially been intended for Lin Sivon. It was said that the empress had sent numerous women to the prince, each varying in appearance and stature. Yet the prince remained unmoved, his resolve seemingly unshakable. In a state of urgency, the empress consulted a revered Taoist priest for guidance. The priest provided a solution: to find a girl with an identical birth date and time to marry into the royal residence, which would break the prince's stubbornness. Soon, the birth dates of noble women from across the capital were submitted to the empress, among which only Lin Sivon's matched perfectly. Thus, this magnificent opportunity fell upon Lin Sivon. garnering envy from many and elevating Lin's family status. However, was this truly a blessing for Lin Si? She had once caught a glimpse of her aloof elder sister, gazing tenderly at a piece of calligraphy, a soft smile gracing her lips. She caught a glimpse of her elder sister shedding tears secretly on the day of her marriage. Lin Yao had been raised in the courtyard since childhood, unlike Lin Shu, who could attend private school, and she had little interaction with Lin Si, hence their unfamiliarity. In her memory, her elder sister was a noble lady, reserved and distant, exuding an air of grace. Upon their reunion, she appeared even more formidable. Lin Yao swallowed the words that rose to her throat and instead addressed her as Your Highness. Bow down. Lin Sivan's voice was frigid. Lin Yao was taken aback. What? Did you not hear? The princess commands you to kneel, the imposing maid, Granny Rong, asserted. With no choice, Lin Yao knelt. This was the royal residence, where rules must be adhered to. The princess's word was law, and she was to remain in that position for as long as commanded. Failure to comply would result in further punishments. Granny Rong continued her reprimand, brandishing a whip, her intent unmistakable. Should Lin Yao falter, she would face the lash. Was this a means to establish dominance? Once within the palace, there were no longer sisters. The princess was the sovereign, and she was merely a concubine. Her life rested in the hands of another, subject to whims and capable of being extinguished without a second thought. Time dragged painfully on as Lin Yao gritted her teeth. Enduring. She was unsure how long had passed, but her limbs trembled from exertion, sweat trickling down her brow. Meanwhile, Lin Sivan leisurely sipped her tea. At that moment, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, is there something you require of me? Upon noticing Lin Yao, the guard hesitated, swallowing hard. Lin Sivan followed his gaze, directing her attention to Lin Yao. The perspiration on Lin Yao's face made her features appear even paler, her lips tightly pressed together, creating a pitiful visage that only heightened the guard's predatory instincts. Her ample bosom and curvaceous form, coupled with her slender waist, made her seem fragile, as if she could break with a mere touch. Truly, a rare beauty. Observing the guard's reaction, Lin Sivan felt reassured in her decision. This guard, among many, was naive and inexperienced in matters of intimacy, appearing wooden in the presence of women. Yet, before Lin Yao, he suddenly awakened. It's all right, you may leave. Lin Sivan dismissed him. The guard, bewildered, nodded, yes. He turned to exit but could not resist casting one last glance at Lin Yao, feeling an inexplicable stir within him. As if something unspoken lingered just beyond reach. He inhaled deeply before finally departing. Lin Sivan slowly set her teacup down before speaking again. You may rise. Lin Yao exhaled in relief. Her limbs weak, she collapsed onto the ground. Her soft, yielding form was captivating, even drawing the attention of Granny Rong. Granny Rong approached, assisting Lin Yao to her feet and guiding her to a chair. Fourth sister, my actions were not meant to intentionally trouble you. The princess spoke gently. Lin Yao wiped the sweat from her face, her gaze at the princess tinged with incredulity. This hardly constitutes trouble. What then is true hardship? My predicament is not dissimilar to that of fourth sister. Yesterday, upon entering the palace, I knelt for 2 full hours at the queen's behest. The princess's tone was devoid of emotion, yet her brow bore the weight of profound sorrow. Why? The princess smiled coldly. Fourth sister. It appears you remain unaware of the predicament that both you and I face. Lin Yao truly did not comprehend. She harbored no ambition and never fancied herself capable of enticing the prince to break his vows, thereby soaring to an elevated status. Moreover, with Lin Shu's past experiences weighing heavily on her, she dared not act recklessly. Her sole desire was to live a discreet life, avoiding entanglements with others, seeking an opportunity to leave the residence and lead a stable life with her mother. However, at this moment, she realized the complexity of the situation was far beyond her expectations. The emperor could not possibly appoint a prince without heirs as the crown prince. And with the prince's prolonged adherence to his vows and mounting pressure from the court officials, the emperor's patience was waning. The concubine's son, Prince Duan, was astute and capable. Possessing a gentle disposition, the emperor already harbored intentions to establish him as the crown prince. When I first married into the royal household, the empress held high hopes for me, yet 6 months had elapsed, and the prince had scarcely acknowledged my presence. The empress was greatly displeased and constantly sought excuses to chastise me. She granted me a 2-month reprieve, warning that if the prince did not break his vows by then, I would likely meet my end by a silken cord. Lin Yao's complexion turned ashen, a chill spreading within her heart. Suddenly, she recalled that in her previous life, the princess had passed away unexpectedly. Could it be that it was not a mere illness? Fourth sister, I find myself with no way out. I can only hope for your salvation." The princess regarded Lin Yao as if she were the last lifeline. Lin Yao found the notion absurd. What others could not achieve. Could she? What was she to be considered? The princess yearned for her to rescue her, but who would come to her aid? A sense of inexplicable panic surged within Lin Yao. "Princess, the prince is wholly devoted to his faith. How could I persuade him to break his vows?" "Fourth sister, that is not my concern. However, should I perish, I will certainly take you down with me. And what a concubine, Zhao. If something were to happen to you, do you believe she would survive in the Lin household? Despite my mother's devoutness, if I were to meet with misfortune, she would not hesitate to sever concubine Zhao's flesh piece by piece." Lin Yao's face turned pale once more. On this scorching day, she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, nearly drowning her in despair. Her mother abhorred suffering. She had yet to afford her mother any comforts and could not allow her to endure hardship on her behalf. Chapter 4. Temptation? She gave it a try. Lin Yao felt her legs weaken, supported by the elderly matron as she proceeded to a courtyard, adjacent to the princess's quarters. This would also be Lin Yao's future residence. "Madam Yao should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, you shall attend to the prince," the matron instructed, summoning 2 young maidservants to serve Lin Yao. One was named Xiao Tao, the other Xiaozhu. Neither of them seemed particularly diligent. Over the past 6 months, they had encountered many women like Lin Yao, arriving with great expectations, only to depart swiftly. They all arrived with confidence, believing they would soon soar like a phoenix. But within days, they would anger the prince and be expelled from the estate. There were even those with more tragic fates. This new Madame Yu was likely no different from the others, though the maidservants were not particularly warm. It was a far cry from the Lin family. She enjoyed warm meals, wore comfortable clothing, and the maidservants even fetched hot water for her washing. Life here was truly pleasant, if only she did not have to seduce the prince. As Lin Yao lay in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Throughout the night, her mind was filled with thoughts. Initially, she felt fear and despair, perceiving the prince's residence as a den of wolves and tigers. However, she later reflected on her previous life, where she had navigated a chaotic situation to rise to the position of the prime minister's wife. Had it not been for her shattered heart, her desire for mutual destruction would not have led to the downfall of the Gu family. In this life, her lethargic mindset made acceptance difficult. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had not truly reached a dead end. The prince, devoted to Buddhism and indifferent to women, had never been tested. How could she know if she could not draw him into the mortal realm, indulging in earthly pleasures? Perhaps it was worth lowering her pride to give it a try. With this thought, Lin Yao found some peace and eventually succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, the newlywed couple, Gu Yulan and Lin Shu, faced their own challenges. On the previous day, during their wedding, Lin Shu felt somewhat discontent. Firstly, the Gu family was more dilapidated than she had anticipated. Secondly, the relatives were quite crude, attempting to provoke her with their rural ways. After she rejected their advances, her mother-in-law responded with veiled sarcasm, insinuating that she should be more accommodating. Gu Yulan comforted her, yet he held a certain disdain. His initial interest was in Lin Jia's 4th daughter, whose figure was truly captivating. After a single encounter, he found himself unable to eat or think of anything else, even dreaming of her. However, the 4th daughter had been indifferent, while the 5th daughter was much more enthusiastic, even coming forward willingly. Thus, he acquiesced. It was evident she was the one pursuing him. Why should she act aloof? Nevertheless, he bore with it, considering she was the beloved daughter of his tutor. Gu Yulan showered Lin Shu with affection, and soon they found themselves entangled. As dawn broke, Gu Yulan, who typically rose early to study, showed no inclination to do so today. Even during his father's mourning period, he had never been idle. Yet today, with the warmth of Lin Shu beside him, he suddenly lacked the desire to rise. "Oh, let us rest a little longer. After all, my husband, you are so capable, surely you will excel next year." Just then, a hazy memory flashed through Gu Yulan's mind, an unseen woman urging him to rise, reminding him that 10 years of hard study had led to this moment of potential success, warning him against laziness. "My lord, those scholars who have toiled for a decade in the cold embrace of study cannot compare to you. Natural talent surpasses hard work. With your innate gifts, you are destined to attain high office in the future," Lin Shu continued. Gu Yulan shook his head, attempting to dispel those nebulous fragments from his mind. Lin Shu often praised him as a scholar of great promise, certain that he would one day achieve noble rank. Gu Yulan, already possessing a lofty self-esteem, felt even more elevated by her flattery. He believed that he need not exert himself excessively with his intellect. The top honors in the imperial examinations would come effortlessly. Thus, Gu Yulan comfortably reclined once more at the residence of the king of Yu. Lin Yao woke only at midday. Upon calling out, a maid named Xiaoju entered. This Xiaoju was deft and skilled in the art of women's cosmetics. "Madam, you are truly beautiful," she exclaimed while gazing at Lin Yao's reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, Xiaoju thought that this Madame Yao might indeed capture the heart of the prince. She was simply too stunning. Her eyes seemed to possess an innate ability to enchant, even stirring emotions within another woman like herself. Further down, her admirable figure was enough to set pulses racing. Lin Yao smiled lightly, responding, "It is your skill." She then slipped some silver into Xiaoju's hand. "Could you share some insights about the prince with me?" With a lively demeanor, Xiaoju recounted. The prince resides in a courtyard known as Wuzhu Courtyard. The main hall is actually arranged as a Buddhist temple, where the prince spends his days reading Buddhist texts and practicing the path of enlightenment. Over the years, numerous women have been sent to Wuzhu Courtyard by the emperor, the empress, and the princess consort. Yet, without exception, the prince has not touched any of them. They come and go, and as for the room where you stay, it has been occupied by over a dozen individuals. The servants who attended them were numerous as well, but none matched your beauty or temperament. Lin Yao chuckled softly. "Have you ever seen the prince?" Xiaoju shook her head. "I have been in the manor for 3 years and have never seen the prince. However, I have encountered his attendant, Chang Feng, who has served him for nearly a decade. He is now the only one who can approach the prince. If one could cultivate a good relationship with Chang Feng." In the afternoon, Lin Yao carried a box of pastries as she left her courtyard, making her way toward Wuzhu Courtyard. As she walked, she was suddenly stopped by an elderly woman who appeared somewhat familiar. Lin Yao had seen her in the princess consort's courtyard the previous day. The old woman pressed a sachet into Lin Yao's hand. "Madame Yao, this is from the princess consort. The prince has a fondness for this fragrance." Lin Yao accepted the sachet graciously, saying, "Please extend my thanks to the princess consort." The old woman departed without returning to the princess consort's courtyard, instead taking a winding path into another courtyard. Within that courtyard resided a woman of ordinary appearance but adorned in luxurious attire. This woman was the empress's niece, named Lin Shu, who harbored affections for the king of Yu and yearned to marry him. Unfortunately, the prince was entirely devoted to the Buddhist path, and her parents, concerned for her well-being, had always opposed the union. Later, when news spread of a daughter from the Lin family entering the royal household as a consort, Lin Shu was driven to despair. In a fit of desperation, she ultimately forced the issue and became a secondary consort within the king of Yu's estate. She harbored an intense loathing for Lin Sivan, feeling that Lin had usurped her rightful place. Just yesterday, she learned that Lin Sivan's sister had entered the royal residence and was nothing short of a complete seductress. "My lady, the fragrance pouch has been given to that Lady Yao, and she harbors no suspicion," the old woman replied with a submissive demeanor. "The prince detests that scent. Upon catching a whiff, he goes into a frenzy. She is doomed." Lin Shu scoffed. "The prince belongs to me, and only I can bear his child. That Lin family harlot dares to vie with me? What a delusion." Chapter 5, The Flower on the Heights. She yearns to pluck. Lin Yao arrived outside Wuzhu Yuan, carrying a food box. The door of Wuzhu Yuan was firmly shut, standing in stark contrast to the opulence of the estate, much like a temple amidst a bustling marketplace. Inside resided an individual of utmost nobility, exalted and sacred, untouched by the mundane world. Yet here she was, about to trespass upon this sanctity. A surge of anxiety coursed through her. She was adept in business, skilled in financial management, and well-versed in the intricacies of human relations. A lover of literature with diverse interests, yet she had never engaged in the art of seducing men. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the grand door of Wuzhu Yuan. The door opened to reveal a handsome youth, casually chewing on a blade of grass, exuding a somewhat carefree demeanor. "Another one?" He rolled his eyes and then glanced at the food box in Lin Yao's hands, disdain evident in his tone. "What is this?" "My lord has no appetite." "Your flattery is misplaced." Lin Yao regarded him, finding him to be precisely as described by Xiaoju. It was Chang Feng. She extended the food box towards him. Chang Feng refused to take it. "You want me to deliver this? Your courage is quite lacking. With such timidness, how do you expect to entice the prince? I suggest you return home swiftly." "These are pastries from Jiang'an," Lin Yao replied. Chang Feng paused, taken aback. "For me? This is a new tactic." In her previous life, Lin Yao had accompanied Gu Yulan to Jiang'an, where he had a fondness for its pastries. She had learned to make them, and the pastry chef had insisted on keeping her, only realizing her identity as the prime minister's wife afterwards, lamenting her departure. "Madam is skilled, the prime minister is fortunate." Fortunate? She later discovered that the pastries she had crafted had merely found their way to the belly of his concubine. Reflecting on her attempts to please Gu Yulan now seemed rather foolish. Nevertheless, she had indeed acquired the skill. Upon learning that Chong Feng hailed from Jiang'an, she prepared these pastries. Chong Feng opened the food box, revealing the delicacies exquisitely reminiscent of her memories. He picked one up and took a bite. "How does it taste?" Lin Yao inquired. Chong Feng, with a nonchalant tone, replied, "Mediocre." Yet, his hands quickly stuffed several pieces into his mouth. Noticing Lin Yao's amused expression, he awkwardly clarified, "I didn't discern the flavor at first. After trying 3 pieces, I realized it truly is rather average." Lin Yao's smile deepened. "Are you trying to curry favor with me?" Chong Feng scrutinized her. "Indeed, you are quite favored by the prince. Pleasing you could be advantageous for me." His candidness left Chong Feng somewhat astonished. "I shall not assist you," he declared. Moments later, Chong Feng suddenly spoke again. "Why do you carry an odd scent?" Lin Yao, sensing something amiss, swiftly retrieved a fragrant sachet from her bosom. "Is there a problem with this scent?" Chong Feng frowned. "Ah, this fragrance, are you courting death?" "The prince despises it. Dispose of it immediately." The boy's seriousness indicated he was not jesting. Lin Yao hastily discarded it, a cold sweat breaking out. Had it not been for Chang Feng's warning, she would have entered unawares, only to be met with disdain, a truly hellish beginning. The princess and she shared the same fate. She should not wish her harm. Thus, was that old woman merely acting on someone else's orders? Lin Yao cast a glance at Chong Feng, who had just claimed he would not assist her. Had he not already done so? Lin Yao dispelled the scent that clung to her and inquired, "Where is the prince?" "The prince is in the Buddhist hall. My lord has yet to be ordained, but he is akin to an enlightened monk. No matter how beautiful you are, in his eyes, you resemble nothing more than a mere skeleton. Thus, I advise you to refrain from your endeavors." "Thank you, Chong Feng, for your guidance." "But I have no choice," Lin Yao replied, revealing a bitter expression. "Ah, then you may go, but keep it quiet. The prince does not favor commotion." Lin Yao proceeded in the direction indicated by Chong Feng, her heart racing as she drew nearer. Upon reaching the Buddhist hall, she was enveloped by the soothing aroma of sandalwood incense. The door stood ajar, and cautiously, she stepped inside. Instantly, her gaze fell upon a man seated on a meditation cushion, reciting scriptures, and she found herself momentarily entranced. Clad in black, he sat upright, his long, inky hair cascading freely, held back by a simple cord. His features were strikingly handsome, with a prominent nose and sharp, defined contours, an appearance that exuded both aggression and an ethereal coolness, akin to a snow-capped mountain's white lotus, seemingly unattainable. His garments draped carelessly, hinting at the muscles beneath. A surge of desire welled within Lin Yao. He was so frigid, so proud, she yearned to pull him down from his pedestal, to immerse him in the pleasures of the mortal realm. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and turned his gaze upon her. Those eyes were chilling, devoid of any warmth. Lin Yao remained silent, refraining from revealing her skin or attempting to seduce him. Instead, she sat quietly, contemplating the scriptures. An avid reader, she found this particular text to be fascinating. She maintained her composure, yet the Prince of Yu cast her an inquisitive glance, sensing her peculiarity. As evening approached, Lin Yao finally rose. The Prince of Yu observed her once more. Was she truly departing just like that? Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she stumbled to the ground with a soft gasp. The princess' expression turned cold, realizing that this woman, while seemingly patient, employed the same tactics as others. Feigning a fall and adopting a fragile demeanor, she sought his assistance. His lips pressed tightly together in distaste. When he looked up again, he saw her rising unsteadily and limping away without lingering. The Prince of Yu was taken aback. As soon as Lin Yao exited the courtyard, a smile crept across her face. She may not excel at seducing men, but she was adept at reading their intentions. Other women, upon entering, would undoubtedly rush to showcase their charms, vying for the princess' attention. She deliberately chose to be different, thus piquing his curiosity. She recalled a tale that suggested the beginnings of love often stemmed from curiosity. An iceberg cannot thaw in a day. She could only gently pry open a crack in his defenses. Seducing a man required the same patience as conducting business, gradual and unhurried. News of Lin Yao lingering in the secluded courtyard spread rapidly throughout the royal residence. Previously, those sent to see the prince rarely lasted more than a moment before being dismissed. The princess, who was dining at the time, halted her movements as she absorbed the information. She cast a glance at the reliable Matron Rong standing beside her, a confidant brought from her maternal home. "Matron Rong, have I made the right decision in this endeavor?" Lin Sivon expressed her excitement. Matron Rong nodded affirmatively. "Your Highness is indeed astute. There is always a way out of dire situations. However, while she spoke reassuringly, her heart was laden with concern. Remaining in that courtyard for even a moment longer felt like an eternity away from favor. Her young mistress was truly pushed to the brink. "Matron Rong, please serve me another bowl of rice," she requested, for since her marriage into the royal household, her spirits had never been so elevated, awakening a sudden appetite. Matron Rong, too, felt a surge of joy. "Very well, I shall fetch it at once." Meanwhile, in another courtyard, Lin Shu was infuriated, shattering several teacups in her rage. That little wretch had not only escaped expulsion but lingered far longer than expected. This enraged her to no end. The news of this incident even reached the ears of the empress in the palace. The empress frowned, then self-deprecatingly smiled. "Is it truly so trivial that they seek to amuse me with such matters?" Her heart felt as though it were withering away. She found herself unable to contend with the Buddha, nor could she rival the favored consort Wang, with whom she had battled for the better part of her life. Chapter 6. Her subtle thoughts spark his curiosity. Lin Yao returned to her courtyard, appearing calm on the surface, yet her heart burned with fervor. Having lived 2 lives, she had always adapted to circumstances. As a woman destined to marry, she was merely a fallen noble's illegitimate daughter, and among her limited choices, Gu Yulan was the most suitable. Now that she was married, she wished to live well. Thus she dedicated herself to earning money and urged Gu Yulan to achieve academic success. It was said that a couple should resonate in harmony. So she endeavored to please Gu Yulan with small acts. All of this was driven by circumstance, rather than genuine affection. However, after her encounter with Prince Yu today, a sudden obsession took root within her. She yearned to strip away his dark robe, to see the coldness in his eyes transformed by desire. Yet, this lofty flower was indeed difficult to pluck. She would take her time. The following day, Lin Yao prepared pastries and left a note for Xiaoju to deliver to the princess before heading to Juyuan. She knocked on the door and handed the food box to Changfeng. "I am quite tired of this. Can we not have something new?" Changfeng grumbled as he opened the box, only to be momentarily stunned. Indeed, there was a new variety. Did this woman possess the ability to read his mind? The pastries were shaped like little rabbits and pigs. Changfeng found himself at a loss for words, wondering if she considered him a child. Nevertheless, they were rather adorable. Lin Yao made her way to the Buddhist hall with familiarity. Prince Yu sat cross-legged on the cushion from the previous day, his eyes closed, his demeanor cold. Lin Yu quietly took a seat nearby, perusing and copying Buddhist scriptures. She was serene, her presence almost negligible. Yet, Prince Yu had an inkling that she was concocting some scheme. "Your Highness, may I pose a question regarding the scriptures?" Lin Yao approached him. To inquire about the scriptures? Was she genuinely studying them? "Your Highness, does the world possess permanence or impermanence?" Lin Yao asked. This question was quite simple, with an answer readily found in the scriptures. Thus, while she appeared earnest, she had not absorbed a single word. "Why do you not speak, Your Highness?" Lin Yao queried, only to realize with sudden clarity that perhaps the prince did not know the answer either. Prince Yu felt a flicker of irritation. What did she mean by him not knowing? After years of Buddhist practice, if he were ignorant of this, would it not mean he was practicing false Buddhism? He was merely engaged in silent meditation, beyond words. Lin Yao turned her head, unable to suppress a smile. She was deliberately testing his limits, provoking him with her words. Indeed, she caught a glimpse of embarrassment and annoyance on his cold visage. This aloof prince was rather easy to tease. At noon, Changfeng brought in the food box, filled with light dishes, small portions yet varied. Prince Yu took a few bites before setting it down. "Your Highness, I am quite hungry. May I have the remainder?" Lin Yao asked eagerly. Prince Yu pressed his lips together, remaining silent, even avoiding her gaze. "The Buddha teaches us not to waste," Lin Yao continued. Prince Yu finally glanced at her, his eyes reflecting annoyance, as if questioning when the Buddha had ever said such a thing. Lin Yao maintained her feigned innocence. "Your Highness is practicing silent meditation, which essentially means you have consented," Changfeng interjected. Lin Yao immediately revealed a joyful smile, expressing her gratitude to the prince. Prince Yu cast a fleeting glance at Changfeng, pondering when he had ever given his consent. How audacious of this woman to have even ensnared her own personal servant. It was only in the evening that Lin Yao took her leave. Prince Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, yet felt an unsettling stir within his heart. Consequently, he pinned a note and handed it to Changfeng. "Not allowing her to enter?" Changfeng inquired, bewildered. The agreement between the prince and the queen dictated that while the prince could ignore the women sent to him, he was obliged to permit them entry. Yet, now it seemed the prince was poised to breach this gentleman's agreement. However, Prince Yu could not have anticipated that Lin Yao would once again appear before him the following day. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her delicate face flushed, and she was catching her breath, her chest rising and falling. since the prince barred me from the main entrance. I had no choice but to crawl through the dog hole. Little did I expect a dog to be lurking outside, chasing me for quite a distance. Though thankfully I was not bitten, Prince Yu was taken aback. She had entered through the dog hole, and she was proud of it? Why does the prince not permit me entry? Could it be that my presence has stirred something within the prince? It appears his heart is not as resolute as he would have me believe, Lin Yao mused. Prince Yu pressed his lips together, contemptuous of the notion. He signaled to Chan Feng, instructing her to allow Lin Yao entry the next day. Oh dear, what has happened here? He remarked, noticing a tear in Lin Yao's attire. From his vantage point, he could discern the crimson undergarment peeking through. If only that garment were to be lifted. Prince Yu felt an uncontrollable surge of thoughts. His expression shifted as he abruptly quelled his emotions and averted his gaze. Cha Feng, fetch me some needle and thread, he commanded. Upon entering the adjacent room, Lin Yao displayed a cunning smile, testing the prince's boundaries with each step she took. Despite her current state, the prince had yet to dismiss her. There was indeed something unique about the way he regarded her. She felt emboldened to take a further step. Once Lin Yao had mended her clothing, she emerged, selecting a sutra from the bookshelf to peruse. The pages of the sutra were somewhat worn and the text faded. After studying it for a time, she tucked a folded note within its pages and returned it to its place. At lunch, Lin Yao naturally took a seat at the table. Cha Feng presented 2 bowls of rice, and Lin Yao picked up one to eat. Noticing Prince Yu's unwavering gaze upon her, she quickly encouraged, Your Highness, do partake. Do not stand on ceremony. Prince Yu was astounded. He had never encountered someone so unabashed. After their meal, Lin Yao resumed her reading of the morning's book. Departing only as evening fell, Prince Yu scrutinized the book on the shelf, wondering what could possibly captivate her attention so thoroughly. Suddenly rising, he retrieved the book and opened its cover. It was an exceedingly common sutra, one he had memorized completely. No wonder she found it appealing. As he flipped through the pages, he soon discovered a folded piece of paper nestled within. With pursed lips, he carefully unfolded the note. As she discerned the contents of the paper, her face suddenly flushed crimson. It was an image of a beautiful woman, clad in a white gown. Reclining gracefully against a railing, her figure alluringly contoured and subtly revealed. Beneath her almond-shaped eyes, a vibrant little mole adorned her visage, and her glance was captivating, ensnaring the heart. It was none other than Lin Yao. The Prince of Yu felt as though his hand had been scalded, and he cast the paper aside. Yet, the image lingered in his mind, refusing to disperse. The following day, Chan Feng noticed that his master remained silent, still immersed in his vow of silence. He was filled with confusion. The previous silence had been prompted by the anger evoked by the last woman sent to him. The prince, realizing his fury, had deemed himself unworthy and thus imposed upon himself a 7-day penance. Today marked the 8th day, and having committed no new transgressions, he wondered why he continued to impose this punishment upon himself. Lin Yao stepped outside, carrying a food box, her mind preoccupied with her actions from the day before. The allure of the unattainable stirred an insatiable longing within her. She pondered whether the aloof Prince of Yu felt similarly restless. Suddenly, an approaching matron rudely knocked the food box from her grasp, sending it crashing to the ground. Before Lin Yao could utter a word, another matron seized her hair, grasping her upper body and dragging her away. Lin Yao attempted to resist, but the matron possessed formidable strength, rendering her struggles futile. She was struck twice by another matron, the blow stinging her cheeks and causing a dull roar in her head, overshadowing the pain of being dragged along the ground. After being pulled a considerable distance, she was thrust into a courtyard and unceremoniously cast upon the ground. Just as Lin Yao attempted to rise, a foot suddenly pressed down upon her hand, grinding with such force that it felt as though it might shatter her. The agony was excruciating, causing cold sweat to beat upon her brow. When she lifted her gaze, she was met with a familiar face, an old acquaintance from her past life, Lin Shu. Chapter 7. The Malevolent Concubine in Her Previous Life. Lin Sivon entered the royal residence but met an untimely demise after merely a year, succumbing to a sudden illness. Conversely, Lin Shu, being the niece of the empress, and with the prince devotedly pursuing a monastic life, became the de facto authority within the palace. Lin Shu, possessing a petty nature, found herself at odds with the proud Lin Shu from the very outset of her arrival. While the princess was still alive, Lin Shu refrained from excessive cruelty. However, following the princess's sudden death, Lin Shu subjected Lin Shu to relentless torment, forcing her into menial tasks and physically assaulting her at will. In desperation, Lin Shu sought solace with a stable hand, hoping to elope. Ultimately, she was captured by Lin Shu, brutally beaten to death, and discarded in a mass grave. In her past life, Lin Yao had crossed paths with Lin Shu on several occasions. The latter was either seen brutalizing servants or mistreating common folk, leading Lin Yao to perceive her as exceptionally malevolent. Little did Lin Yao anticipate that she would one day find herself ensnared by Su Yanshu. The feeling of being humiliated and powerless, akin to an ant, was profoundly distressing. She could not resign herself to such a fate. "Who do you think you are?" "The prince awaits my service," Lin Yao proclaimed loudly. An elderly woman struck her across the face. Lin Yao glared at the woman, recognizing her as the same one who had bestowed a sachet upon her that day. It dawned on her that Su Yanshu had orchestrated the entire incident to harm her. "Stop pretending. The prince has not touched you. You are nothing. I could easily dispose of you here, and no one would care about your fate," Su Yanshu sneered disdainfully. "The prince has indeed touched me. You have harmed me, and he will not let you go. Should the empress learn that you have murdered the prince's woman, do you believe you will survive?" Lin Yao retorted, her voice ringing with conviction. Su Yanshu, recalling Lin Yao's frequent visits to the prince, felt a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. The mere possibility ignited a firestorm of anxiety within her. "Investigate. Has she lost her virtue?" Two women approached, brazenly attempting to strip Lin Yao of her garments in broad daylight. "How dare you lay hands on the prince's woman? Someone come!" Lin Yao cried out. Yet, despite her desperate pleas, the servants remained unresponsive. Her clothes were forcibly removed, her hair disheveled, leaving her in a state of utter disgrace. Lin Yao collapsed, an overwhelming sense of humiliation giving rise to a deep-seated hatred. She vowed to repay Su Yanshu for this affront. After a while, the elderly woman reported something to Su Yanshu, who sighed in relief, a wicked delight swelling within her. "I told you. How could the prince possibly be enamored with such a vulgar woman? This wretch is doomed." Su Yanshu crouched before Lin Yao, delivering another slap. "You vile creature. Still daring to deceive. How could the prince ever take a liking to someone as lowly as you?" Grasping Lin Yao's chin, she forced her to look up. Even in her battered state, Lin Yao's face retained an alluring charm. Su Yanshu's long nails pierced Lin Yao's tender, swollen skin, drawing blood, which brought her a perverse satisfaction. "No, this is not enough. Bring forth the medicinal concoction," Su Yanshu commanded. Soon, an old woman brought a bowl of medicine. Su Yanshu pinched Lin Yao's chin, intent on forcing it down her throat. Lin Yao tightly sealed her lips, fully aware of the bitter taste. It was a sterilization concoction. In her previous life, it had rendered her barren. That was one thing, but in this life, it was absolutely unacceptable. This time, her only path lay in seducing Prince Yu and bearing a child to escape this manipulated fate. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through Lin Yao, and she abruptly shoved Su Yanshu aside. The medicinal brew splattered all over Su Yanshu, who let out a shriek, prompting the two old women to rush to her aid. Seizing the moment, Lin Yao scrambled to her feet and dashed toward the courtyard's exit. Yet, after just a few steps, she collided with someone rushing towards her. "Yao, do not be afraid." A gentle voice resonated above her. Lin Yao paused, collapsing into Lin Sivan's embrace. Lin Sivan shielded Lin Yao, her expression impassive as she addressed Su Yanshu. "What is the meaning of this, Lady Su?" Unfazed, Su Yanshu retorted, "The princess has arrived? This servant lacks decorum, and I summoned her solely to impart the proper manners. Yao is my sister. I shall instruct her myself." Lin Sivan, cradling Lin Yao, attempted to exit. Yet, with a mere glance, Su Yanshu signaled her servants to block their path. Lin Sivan's expression hardened. "Lady Su, what is the meaning of this? Do you choose to disregard my words?" Su Yanshu scoffed. "Do not attempt to put on airs. You are nothing of consequence. This estate heeds my command. Princess, you must either leave this wretched girl behind, or I shall inform the Empress Dowager of your indiscretions in bringing such individuals to the prince's side. You know the consequences." Lin Sivan's countenance darkened considerably. She harbored a profound fear of the Empress, the chilling palace, the cold-faced maids, and the unseen yet excruciating punishments. Yet, leaving Lin Yu behind would undoubtedly lead to dire repercussions. Lin Yao was the one she had summoned, her sister, and her only hope. She could not abandon her. "Sister, leave her with me. Once I have taught her properly, I will return her to you," Lin Sivan implored. Su Yanshu's calculating gaze swept over Lin Yao. Lin Sivan tightened her hold on Lin Yao, unwilling to yield. "Sister, are you suggesting you wish to endure the same punishment as her?" Su Yanshu commanded one of the women beside her with a glance, and the woman advanced menacingly towards Lin Sivan. "Lady Su, I too wish to remain and learn from you, but the prince requires my service." Lin Yao spoke with difficulty. Su Yanshu laughed derisively. "Do not feign innocence. You present yourself to the prince daily, yet he shows no interest in you. If I were to eliminate you, he would relish the peace." Just as Su Yanshu's words hung in the air, a figure strode into the courtyard, inquiring, "Where is Lady Yao?" Lin Shu was taken aback at the sight of the newcomer. Chafeng? Greetings, Lady Su. Chafeng acknowledged, turning to Lin Yao, his brow furrowed. What has happened here? Lin Shu's heart raced with anxiety. Chafeng was the prince's most trusted servant, loyal only to him. His visit to Lin Yao signifies that the prince seeks her. Could it be that the prince has truly developed feelings for this wretched woman? Chapter 8. A subtle seduction. Concubine. Come with me to see the prince, Lin Yao suggested. Lin Shu looked at Lin Yao with suspicion, uncertain of her intentions. The prince is concerned for me. Upon seeing my current state, he will surely punish the true instigator. You should accompany me, lest the prince send someone to apprehend you. Lin Yao remarked with a faint casualness. Lin Shu's face paled instantly. How could the prince punish this lowly concubine because of you? Lin Shu exclaimed loudly, her volume betraying her insecurity. Indeed, it is merely the prince's compassionate nature that prevents him from seeking bloodshed. I shall have to whisper sweetly into his ear, so that whenever he thinks of Su concubine, he associates her with a venomous and jealous woman, Lin Yao continued. Lin Shu was nearly driven to fury. How dare this wretched woman presume to stand above her? Nonetheless, Lin Shu, being the niece of the empress, remained untouchable in her current situation. She could only utter words to irritate Lin Yao, ensuring her restless nights. Those within the royal residence were astute, aware of who had won the prince's favor and who held the highest esteem. No one dared to obstruct Lin Yao any longer. Lin Sivon assisted Lin Yao out of the courtyard. Once outside, Lin Yao turned to Chafeng, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Chafeng. Chafeng frowned, surveying her numerous injuries. You were usually quite clever. How did you allow yourself to be so mistreated? Lin Yu sighed in resignation. A mad dog bites indiscriminately. Chafeng, at a loss for words, turned to leave, deliberately raising his voice as he departed. Recover well before you see the prince. Understood. I wouldn't want the prince to be troubled, Lin Yao replied. Chafeng walked away. Lin Sivon and Granny Rong helped Lin Yao back to her quarters. Lin Yao bore many wounds, particularly on her face. Lin Sivon retrieved her cherished ointment and tended to Lin Yao's injuries, assisting her in changing her garments. Once everything was in order, Lin Sivon finally posed the question that had been on her mind. Yaoer, have you truly won the prince's affection? Lin Sivon's eyes sparkled with hope. Moments earlier, as she fiercely defended Lin Yao, it had reminded Lin Yao of her mother. From that instant, she regarded Lin Sivon as family. Lin Yao wished to bring her joy. However, she shook her head. That is likely not the prince's intention, but rather Changfeng's. Although young, Changfeng has matured into a perceptive individual during his time in the royal residence, by the side of Prince Yu. His failure to mention the prince seeks her was merely Lin Yao taking advantage of the situation. Should the truth emerge, Changfeng could easily distance himself from the matter. Lin Yao, in her quest for self-preservation, found herself without choices. She held no illusions about Prince Yu coming to her rescue. Her initial hope rested solely on Changfeng. Every day at a set time, Lin Yao would arrive at Wujuyuan, where Changfeng would await her at the entrance. When she was beaten, she had wagered on whether Changfeng would come looking for her upon realizing her absence. Fortunately, her gamble paid off. Changfeng saved her, and his words would surely ease her days within the royal residence. However, falsehoods would eventually be unveiled. To firmly establish herself within the palace, she would need to genuinely earn Prince Yu's favor. As for Lin Shu, upon hearing that Lin Yao had not immediately gone to Wujuyuan, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she goes tomorrow, the injury will appear less daunting, and the prince will likely temper his anger. The thought of the prince's unusual affection for that wretched woman filled Lin Shu with a seething resentment. The following day, Lin Yao gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her elder sister had applied the finest ointment to her face, and now the swelling had subsided. Only the skin pierced by nails remained a vivid red. Knowing she was to meet the prince, Xiaoju suggested, Madam, allow me to apply some powder. It will nearly conceal the injury. There's no need, Lin Yao replied. At that moment, she appeared her best. Her face was no longer swollen, and though marred by the wound, it exuded a pitiable charm. No matter how devoted to Buddhism the prince may be, he was, at his core, still a man, and men are inclined to feel compassion for the vulnerable. Dressed in a simple white garment that cinched at the waist, she accentuated her slender figure, enhancing her graceful allure. Her hair was loosely tied, with a few strands cascading down. In prestigious families, women typically styled their hair with meticulous care, while this relaxed manner hinted at a more bohemian spirit. In her past life, Lin Yao had constrained herself, embodying the poised demeanor expected of a noble woman, gaining a notable reputation in the capital. However, this life was different. She had come to seduce. How so? Lin Yao glanced at Xiaoju with a playful glint in her eyes. Unable to resist, Xiaoju swallowed hard. Madam, you are truly beautiful, Just looking at you makes my heart flutter. The young maid's cheeks flushed, clearly sincere in her admiration. Lin Yao was pleased by this, clutching a cloth bag as she stepped outside. This time, the door to the courtyard stood open, and Chang Feng leaned against the doorframe, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Lin Yao handed the cloth bag to him. "You are attempting to curry favor with me again. What is this?" he asked, accepting it. "Shoes. I noticed yours are worn out." Chang Feng lowered his gaze to inspect his shoes, which were not only old but also torn, though the damage was discreet enough that he had overlooked it. "Do you like them, little Chang Feng?" His expression darkened. "Do not call me that." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I intentionally mentioned your injury to the prince yesterday, and he didn't even flinch. It seems your efforts have been in vain lately." "Perhaps he does care. You just haven't noticed," she countered. "How could that be? I have been by the princess' side for 10 years. Lin Yao remained undeterred. "If Prince Yu were truly so easily seduced, why would women be paraded before him one by one? I will strive to become your mistress soon," she declared with a smile as she walked toward the courtyard. Chang Feng rolled his eyes. Such grand aspirations. He glanced again at the shoes in his hand. The prince treated him well, yet the last one to concern himself with whether he was fed or warm had been his mother. Well, if she truly became his mistress, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad after all. Upon entering the Buddhist hall, Lin Yao immediately spotted the man. This time, he was not in meditation but standing before the bookshelf, a sutra in hand. As he stood, Lin Yao realized just how tall he was, his shoulders broad, making her feel particularly petite in his presence. His arms were robust, clad in a thin black fabric that barely concealed the rippling muscles beneath. Exuding an aura of strength that left Lin Yao unconvinced of her safety, she imagined that those coarse hands could easily encircle her waist with lethal intent. The thought of such rough hands gripping her waist lingered in her mind. Her skin was fair and delicate, easily bruised with the slightest pressure. As Lin Yao indulged in her musings, her gaze met the man's calm, untroubled eyes. The king of Yu fixed his gaze upon her face, noting her beauty. Her petite visage was striking, yet the vivid scar marred her allure. The one responsible for that injury. A surge of anger welled within him, but he quickly suppressed it. Lin Yao gracefully approached and in a sweet voice inquired, "Your Highness, a few days ago I discovered that my portrait had gone missing. Have you seen it?" The king's expression remained unchanged, though his lips tightened. Just that one question drew his attention to Lin Yao, and he wondered if, stripped of her garments, she would resemble the figure in the painting. The king felt a stirring within, but quickly reined it in. He scrutinized her eyes, attempting to discern any pretense, yet she appeared utterly innocent, as if her sole desire was to recover her portrait. The king raised his foot and handed her the book containing the image. Lin Yao accepted it eagerly, flipping through the pages until she found the portrait. A smile of delight illuminated her face. "I found it." Suddenly, she leaned closer, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloping the king. "Your Highness, did you not take a look at it?" Her voice was soft and almost playful. In that moment, the king recalled the content of the portrait and felt an involuntary swallow, his throat tightening. Strangely compelled, he shook his head. "Didn't he see it?" Lin Yao teased. "Your Highness has missed out on a splendid opportunity." With a mischievous smile, she tucked the portrait into her bosom. After that, whenever Lin Yao attempted to engage him in conversation, the king remained as unresponsive as a statue. As noon approached, she asked, "Your Highness, do you find me somewhat bothersome?" The king seemed oblivious, engrossed in his meal. "Why not gift this to me, and I promise to trouble you no more." Lin Yao held up a prayer bead. The king instinctively glanced at the beads adorning his wrist. One had fallen during a prior incident, leaving him with an incomplete set, and here she had found it. Was it fate that intertwined their paths? "Your Highness, what do you say?" Lin Yao pressed on. The king snapped back to reality. If she ceased her visits, he would be left in peace. Quite agreeable. He nodded in acquiescence. Lin Yao, clutching the prayer bead, departed with a cheerful demeanor. The king watched her retreating figure, pondering her words. Never to return? Upon reflection, an unexpected emptiness settled within him, though he remained unaware of it. Chapter 9. Her Survival Tactics. The fox assuming the tigress might, Lin Yao departed from the unfettered courtyard and deliberately strolled through the royal residence, encountering Lin Shu in the garden. Upon seeing Lin Yao's alluring demeanor, Lin Shu felt a surge of irritation. "You wretched woman, so resilient. After being beaten so severely yesterday, you can still venture out to seduce others today," she scoffed. Lin Yu smiled and replied, "I owe my gratitude to the side consort for my injuries. The prince saw my plight and was particularly moved. Rewarding me with this, she produced a string of Buddhist beads that hung around her neck. Originally, these were worn by the prince himself, and he specifically gifted one to me. How sentimental he was, holding my hand affectionately and bestowing this bead upon me. wishing for my safety and prosperity and for me to be free from schemers. Lin Yao vividly recounted the moment, and Lin Shu, as if witnessing it herself, became nearly infuriated. In a fit of rage, Lin Shu retreated to her own quarters, smashing everything within reach, before approaching a small vessel. The vessel had a single opening, just large enough to insert a finger. As she extended her hand, a flicker of pain crossed her face, as though something were gnawing at her. Once her finger was inside, the vessel drew out her blood. Once this love vessel is nurtured, the prince will break his vows and indulge in clandestine pleasures with me. Lin Yao, your triumph will be short-lived, Lin Shu raved. Lin Yao, with the Buddhist bead in hand, wandered through the royal residence. Word of the princess gift had spread throughout the court, and it would soon reach the ears of the empress. For a time, her and Lin Sivan's lives in the palace would be somewhat more agreeable. In the afternoon, Lin Yao visited Lin Sivan, who appeared to be in good spirits. Her complexion noticeably brighter. Yaoer, the prince truly rewarded you with a Buddhist bead? Lin Sivan inquired. Leaning closer to Lin Sivan's ear, Lin Yao whispered. I shamelessly begged for it, embellishing the tale to provoke Lin Shu further. This is merely the beginning. Her good days are yet to come. Lin Sivan couldn't help but poke Lin Yao's forehead, astonished that her fourth sister could be so mischievous. In her recollection, Lin Yao had always been gentle and unassuming, lacking in ambition and presence. Yet, having interacted with her now, Lin Sivan realized she was astute and resourceful, unlike any aristocratic maiden she had encountered before, vibrant and striking. She began to ponder whether bringing her into the royal court would prove a hindrance to her. However, unbeknownst to Lin Sivan, Lin Yao's meekness in the Lin household stemmed from her inability to contend or compete. With her father favoring the Qin family, she, as a concubine's daughter, had no support. Should she attempt to assert herself, she would only face harsher opposition from the Qin family. It was only through weakness that she could safeguard her own interests. At that moment, old matron Rong hurried in, exclaiming, Princess, a decree from the palace has arrived. The empress wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Lin Sivan's expression drastically changed, paling significantly. Lin Yao observed her demeanor, sensing her profound fear of the matriarch of the harem. Clearly, she had not been spared from the empress's relentless machinations during this time. The intrigues of the palace were evidently far more formidable than those within the inner chambers of their home. Sister, Lin Yao called out with concern. Lin Sivan regained her composure and managed a faint smile. It's nothing. The empress likely has something to discuss with me. I shall return shortly. After Lin Sivan departed, Lin Yao felt an inexplicable weight pressing upon her chest, a burden that refused to dissipate. Everyone claimed that the young lady had soared to great heights. Yet little did they know the struggle she endured. Granny Rong sighed deeply. The last time the young lady returned, she bore no injuries yet spent several days bedridden, tormented by nightmares. The old servant feared that the young lady could not withstand such torment for much longer. Casting a glance at Lin Yao, Granny Rong felt fortunate that the fourth young lady had come. In recent days, the young lady's spirits had improved considerably. Fourth young lady, please do not blame her. She truly has no way out, Granny Rong said, tears brimming in her eyes. In Lin Yao's memory, Granny Rong was the most capable servant by the side of the madam, efficient in her duties and seemingly fierce, instilling fear in the household staff. Never had Lin Yao witnessed such sorrowful tears from her. It was evident that life in the Wang residence was indeed arduous. When night fell, Lin Sivan finally returned. Upon entering, her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Granny Rong was there to catch her. The old servant helped Lin Sivan to the bedside. Is the princess feeling unwell? Granny Rong inquired anxiously. Lin Sivan shook her head but reached out her hand towards Lin Yao. Without hesitation, Lin Yao extended her hand, allowing Lin Sivan to grip it tightly. After a while, Lin Sivan finally composed herself and suddenly broke into a smile. Yaoer, the empress did not punish me. She granted me permission to return home. Lin Sivan's voice was tinged with excitement. When I entered, I was nearly terrified, but to my surprise, she spoke gently and asked if I missed my family since it had been so long since my last visit. Apart from the time I just married the prince, she has never shown me such kindness. It felt surreal. Lin Sivan recognized that this was all thanks to Lin Yao. The prince's affection for Yaoer must have reached the ears of the empress. If the prince truly broke the rules for Yaoer, it was beyond her imagination. Yaoer, you shall accompany me back to the Lin residence tomorrow, Lin Sivan declared. Lin Yao's heart leapt with joy. Returning to the Lin residence meant she would see her mother. Her mother must have missed her dearly. The sisters, in high spirits, had much to share. Thus, Lin Yao stayed in the princess's quarters for the night. After washing up and donning her undergarments, she nestled into bed. The sisters lay close together, and Lin Sivon felt that her younger sister, despite her slender arms and legs, had filled out in all the right places, making her embrace particularly comforting. As they chatted, the conversation grew deeper. Eldest sister, if you had not married into the royal family, whom would you have wished to marry? Surely, you must have someone you like? Lin Yao asked curiously. She believed her elder sister must have someone in her heart, yet she wondered which young man had captured her sister's affections. Lin Sivon hesitated, taken aback by Lin Yao's directness, as a figure flashed through her mind, leaving her with a sense of longing. He is a wonderful person, but alas, we are fated to be apart, Lin Sivon replied softly. In truth, he had already expressed his intentions to propose, yet the day before the imperial decree for my betrothal was issued. Lin Sivon often pondered why she had not proposed earlier or why the imperial edict had not arrived a day later. Had either occurred, her fate would have been entirely different. Yet alas, there are no what-ifs. Her destiny was irrevocably bound within the confines of this grand estate. Gradually descending into despair without respite, she dared not indulge in further fantasies. Her sole desire was to survive. Yaoer, I apologize for dragging you into this. Lin Sivon felt an overwhelming guilt, believing she had ensnared her friend in a perilous situation. However, for Lin Yao, the circumstances might not be so dire. It provided her with a convenient excuse to avoid marrying Du Yulan. Moreover, the Prince of Yu possessed an appearance that perfectly aligned with her tastes. For him, it was poison. For herself, it was honey. United in sisterhood, they would undoubtedly thrive within the royal residence. Lin Yao's tone grew resolute, and she vowed to live well. The following morning, Lin Yao rose early. The scars on her face had faded slightly, yet remained conspicuous. She requested Xiaoju to assist her in concealing them, ensuring they were less noticeable. Deliberately, she adorned herself in resplendent garments, and the reflection in the mirror revealed a radiant visage, suggesting she was faring well in the royal household. Her elder sister had also taken great care in her appearance, appearing exceptionally striking. The two sisters boarded the carriage together, en route to the Lin residence. Midway through their journey, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Chapter 10. The romantic history of her elder sister from the conversation between the coachman and a bystander. It became evident that someone was standing dazed in the middle of the road, almost struck by the carriage. Have your eyes failed you, scholar? This is a royal carriage. Are you courting death? Lin Sivon lifted the curtain to gaze outside, her expression suddenly changing. Lin Yao hurriedly joined her, observing the coachman reprimanding a young man. He was a scholar, clutching a book in his arms, clad in a faded, patched long gown, and his hair was neatly tied back, despite his unkempt attire. His face was strikingly handsome. The scholar appeared indifferent to the coachman's tirade and cast a glance towards the carriage. When Lin Yao's gaze met his, she sensed he was searching for someone, and his face struck a chord of familiarity. Turning her attention back to her elder sister's lost expression, Lin Yao suddenly realized something. It's nothing. We were not frightened, so let us forget this incident and not delay our return to the Lin residence, she suggested. With this, the coachman ceased to trouble the scholar. Nevertheless, the young man continued to fixate on the carriage, not looking at Lin Yao, but rather peering through the curtain as if seeking someone else. After the carriage had traveled a distance, Lin Yao lifted the curtain once more, only to find the scholar still gazing intently, his demeanor remarkably persistent. Elder sister, is that the one you admire? Lin Yao whispered. Lin Sivon's countenance remained composed, yet her grip on her sleeve tightened, and upon hearing the question, she slowly nodded. Her eyes reflected longing intertwined with profound helplessness. Lin Yao let out a gentle sigh. Judging by the scholar's attire, he was evidently a man of humble means. Just the previous night, her elder sister had mentioned that if her beloved had proposed sooner, perhaps fate would have been altered. Indeed, despite the Lin family's current decline, they were still of marquesial lineage, and Lin Sivon was a legitimate daughter. The disparity in their social standings was too vast. Even if the scholar were to propose, the Lin family would likely refuse. Thus, even in the absence of Prince Yu, her sister's chances of being with the scholar were slim. His name was Yu Tang. He had lost his father in childhood, and in recent years, his mother had also passed away. He now served as a disciple of her father. Lin Sivon recounted softly, on that day, the heir of the Minho family came to visit my father, and he beckoned me to observe from behind the screen, intending to discuss a potential match. Yet, I was instantly captivated by Yu Tang, who stood behind him, clad in a faded long gown, with an upright posture. His character and demeanor were no less admirable than the heir's. From that moment on, I could not help but pay attention to him. Our paths crossed multiple times, and gradually, I found myself smitten, silently pledging our hearts to one another. She was the legitimate daughter of a duke's household and had never before acted so boldly. Reflecting on the past, Lin Sivon wore a wistful smile. However, Lin Yao's focus was entirely on the name Yu Tang. No wonder she found the scholar familiar. She had encountered him in her previous life. In the upcoming imperial examination, Gu Yulan would triumph, securing the second place. While the top scholar would be none other than Yu Tang. Yu Tang's remarkable appearance, coupled with his unmarried status, made him a prime candidate sought after by the influential families. Among them, Madame Zhao and the Liang Marquis were notably prominent. Madame Zhao was the younger sister of the current favored consort, and when Prince Duan was elevated to crown prince, Madame Zhao's status rose significantly. She had a daughter who had fallen head over heels for Yu Tang, fervently desiring to wed him. Yu Tang, having attained fame and success with the assistance of influential patrons, seemed destined to rise effortlessly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he rejected Madame Zhao's advances, claiming his heart belonged to another. However, despite his professed affections, he made no attempts to propose to any other family. This led Madame Zhao to believe that Yu Tang was deliberately evading her, igniting a simmering resentment within her. While the emperor was still in power, Yu Tang's exceptional talents earned him a place in the cabinet. At that time, Gu Yulan often lamented how Yu Tang overshadowed him in every endeavor. Lin Yao, recognizing Yu Tang's capabilities, concluded that it would be wiser to forge an alliance rather than remain adversaries. She sought to cultivate his favor, hoping to strengthen the bond between him and Gu Yulan. However, despite his promising career and the emperor's patronage, Yu Tang remained unmarried, solitary, and without even a concubine. He lived with integrity, free from corruption or nepotism, rendering him an enigma to those who wished to approach him. Subsequently, with the ascension of the new emperor, Madame Zhao, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yu Tang, finally seized her opportunity for retribution. Ironically, the virtuous Yu Tang was ultimately accused of embezzlement, stripped of his official position, and banished to the frontier, a cruel twist of fate for a man destined for greatness. In her previous life, Lin Yao had often wondered about the identity of Yu Tang's beloved, and now his fervent gaze resurfaced in her mind. There was no need for conjecture. They were two deeply affectionate souls, yet fate conspired to keep them apart, a lamentable circumstance indeed. At that moment, the carriage came to an abrupt halt as they arrived at the Lin residence. The reception was grand, with Duke Lin accompanied by his numerous offspring and concubines, all eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon entering, Lin Sivon was met with a flurry of respectful bows. While Duke Lin's face beamed with delight as he inquired about trivial matters concerning the royal household, mere formalities that scarcely acknowledged Lin Yao's presence. Lin Yao scanned the crowd, her brow furrowing as she failed to spot her mother. "Where is my mother?" she inquired directly. "Who knows where she has gone to hide and slack off?" Duke Lin replied curtly. Lin Yao sensed something amiss. Her elder sister's return would surely prompt their mother to appear, even if there was the slightest chance of her return. Without hesitation, Lin Yao turned and headed towards the back courtyard. "This unruly girl is becoming increasingly disrespectful," Duke Lin muttered through gritted teeth. "Your Highness, has Yao caused you any trouble?" Chen Shi feigned concern. Shua mentioned that the prince is devoted to piety and shuns women. Lin Yao will soon find herself neglected and perhaps even reprimanded once she enters the royal residence. I suspect Lin Sivon, being kind-hearted, brought this unruly girl back with her. Chen Shi was eager to hear tales of Lin Yao's misfortunes, regretting her decision to relinquish the opportunity to enter the palace. Yao is wise and sensible. She will surely catch the prince's attention. "Just yesterday, I visited the empress, who inquired about Yao and praised her," Lin Sivon remarked. At this, Duke Lin's expression faltered, while Chen Shi's countenance darkened significantly. How could that be? I refused to believe it. As Lin Yao made her way to the back courtyard, the path felt longer than ever. Why wasn't her mother coming out? Was something amiss? Were those people taking advantage of her absence to bully her mother? Her mind was a whirlwind of anxiety as she rushed forward. Suddenly, she collided with a fleeting figure. "Miss? Is that truly you? Am I not dreaming?" Xiao Xiang clutched Lin Yao's hand tightly. "Miss, please save my aunt. She is on the brink of death." Chapter 11. Someone bullied her mother. Lin Yao hurried towards her mother's courtyard. Along the way, she gathered from Xia Xiang's tearful words what had transpired. Her mother had inexplicably endured 30 lashes, and Chen Shi had refused to summon a doctor for her. Lin Yao recalled her previous life when her mother had faced a similar fate. In desperation, she had crawled out of the doghouse to fetch a doctor. However, the physician arrived too late. Although her mother's life was spared, her legs were rendered useless. Without her legs, life became akin to that of a beast. Lin Yao could hardly fathom the life her mother endured after she married into the Gu family. She had strived to encourage Gu Yulan to excel in his studies, hoping that his success would elevate their status, thus preventing the Lin family from belittling her mother. Yet, her mother ultimately did not survive that year. Xia Xiang was dismissed, and her mother starved to death without a morsel of food. Later, she orchestrated the downfall of the Lin family, leading to Chen Shi's destitution. Revenge was achieved, but her mother could never be brought back to life. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the courtyard. Lin Yao pushed the door open, only to be greeted by a nauseating stench of blood. Her mother lay on the bed, covered with a quilt. Upon seeing Lin Yao, a flicker of joy crossed her pale face, and she managed to smile. Yao has returned. Mother overslept and did not come to greet you. Lin Yu lifted the quilt, revealing her mother's mangled legs. Tears welled in her eyes. It's nothing, my child, just a minor injury. Oh dear, do not cry. Her mother reassured her. Mother, I will fetch a doctor, Lin Yao declared, rushing to the front courtyard where Lord Lin was conversing with Lin Sivan. While Chen Shi sat by, seemingly embodying the role of the matriarch of the Lin family, Lin Yao marched up to Chen Shi. Speaking each word with conviction, summon a doctor for my mother. Chen Shi frowned, responding with blatant falsehood. Yao, do not create a scene. Your mother's legs have already been seen by a doctor. Which doctor? No one has treated my mother's wounds. Lin Yao exclaimed loudly. How dare you speak to your elders like that? You, young lady, are becoming increasingly unruly. Do not think that just because you have entered the Wang family, you are above reproach, Lord Lin scolded, showing no concern for Aunt Zhao's plight and attempting to reprimand Lin Yao. It was Lin Sivan who intervened. Addressing the elderly servant beside her, go outside and fetch a doctor quickly. The servant complied promptly and hurried away. Lin Yao felt a surge of rage. Her eyes ablaze as she glared at Chen Shi and Lord Lin, enunciating each word. If anything happens to my mother, I will see you both buried alongside her. I say, you insolent girl. Lord Lin was furious, ready to chastise her again. Lin Sivan quickly halted him. Father, Yao is merely worried about Aunt. Please do not scold her. At last, Lord Lin fell silent. Lin Sivan took Lin Yao's hand. Do not worry, everything will be all right. Aunt will be fine. Yet Lin Yao's heart was filled with trepidation, fearing a repetition of her past life. Soon, a doctor arrived. Lin Yao anxiously observed as the physician took her mother's pulse. Once the examination was complete, she could hardly contain herself, asking, Doctor, how is my mother? The injury has affected the muscles and bones, but there is still time to treat it. Some flesh has begun to decay and must be scraped away, the doctor replied. Lin Yao let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, her mother's legs could still be saved. However, she continued to endure immense suffering. Her mother was terrified of pain. As the doctor scraped away the necrotic flesh, Lin Yao tightly embraced her mother, listening to her mother's anguished cries, feeling as though her heart was being torn apart. Waves of pain washing over her. In her mind, she envisioned inflicting countless torments upon the person responsible for her mother's suffering. By the time the doctor had tended to the wounds, her mother had long since succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Lin Yao remained steadfastly by her bedside, motionless. Lin Sivan let out a soft sigh, instructing the old maid, Rong, to stay behind and assist, before taking her leave. Lin Yao firmly grasped her mother's hand, fearful that if she loosened her grip, her mother would vanish from her life. The agony of losing her mother was a torment she could not bear to experience a second time. The following day, Zhao Shi awakened, her complexion significantly improved. Mother, why do they treat you this way? Lin Yao inquired. In her previous life, it was because her mother had fiercely fought to secure her opportunity to enter the royal residence, which had provoked her father's wrath, resulting in a severe beating. She had been punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall, with only Xia Xiang, a solitary maid, in the courtyard. Chen Shi had refused to allow her to summon a physician. Nor could she see Lin Yao. Thus, precious time was wasted, leading to the crippling of her legs. Yet, in this lifetime, it was Lin Shu who had voluntarily relinquished her opportunity. Her mother had not angered her father. Why then would she still be subjected to violence? Zhao Shi opened her mouth, seemingly reluctant to speak. Under Lin Yao's persistent gaze, she finally revealed, They claim that I have illicit relations with the servants. Yao, I have not. They are slandering me. Zhao Shi recounted the events of the past few days. A new servant had been introduced to the Lin household, responsible for procurement, who, upon encountering Zhao Shi, began to harass her. Despite her efforts to evade his advances, he remained undeterred, even sneaking into the courtyard at night, intent on forcing himself upon her. Zhao Shi, hailing from a military family, though a concubine's daughter, possessed some martial skills and was furious enough to beat the servant nearly to death. Initially, she thought the matter would end there. However, the next day, Chen Shi had someone drag her away. With the master present, that servant publicly accused her of seducing him. Moreover, other servants joined in to corroborate, asserting that Zhao Shi was generally indiscreet, often pestering that servant. Zhao Shi found herself at a loss for words, while Master Lin, infuriated, threatened to have her executed. Chen Shi, feigning concern, eventually had Zhao Shi given 30 lashes and thrown back into the courtyard. Zhao Shi's life was already difficult, and now she bore the stigma of being a wanton woman. Overwhelmed by despair, she nearly took her own life. Ultimately, thoughts of Lin Yao restrained her from acting on that impulse. She had yet to witness her daughter achieve greatness, nor see her daughter bear children. The thought of dying without fulfilling these hopes was unbearable. Tears streamed down Zhao Shi's face as she spoke. Lin Yao, shaken, felt relieved that her mother had not chosen the path of despair, and grateful that she had returned just in time. Gently, Lin Yao wiped away the tears on her mother's face. Mother, leave this matter to me. I shall restore your honor. Zhao Shi hastily grasped her hand. Yao, let this matter rest. Do not involve yourself in trouble. Your father favors Chen Shi. He believes whatever she says. I fear that you may seek justice but instead face further hardship. Mother, the prince dotes on me. I have his support. I am no longer the Lin Yao who was once at the mercy of others. Lin Yao said with a smile. Zhao was taken aback. You mean the prince dotes on you? Indeed, the prince treats me exceedingly well. We share our meals together, and he, concerned that I might not be satiated, deliberately eats very little. In truth, it is merely that Prince Yu has a small appetite. He even gifted me a prayer bead, wishing for my safety, though it was actually Lin Yao's boldness that earned it. Regardless of the reality, under the artful manipulation of words, the listener is led to believe that Prince Yu is infatuated with Lin Yao. This is what one might call a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger, a dog leveraging the strength of its master. Bah, she is certainly no dog. Zhao's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Good, good. My daughter is destined for greatness, no longer to endure suffering and humiliation. Mother, please rest well. I shall seek justice for you, Lin Yao declared before departing the courtyard. Chapter 12. Leveraging influence. Lin Yao made her way directly to the main hall, where Lord Lin was receiving guests. Upon seeing her, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, What brings you here? Father, Lin Yao replied coldly, as a duke, how can you indulge your concubine in wrongfully accusing others? If there is turmoil within the household, how can there be peace in the realm? What will others think of you if this gets out? You speak nonsense. Someone, seize her, he commanded, turning to his guests. My daughter has lost her wits, pay her no mind. 2 servants approached to drag Lin Yao away, but she easily shrugged them off. Father, do you truly think you can conceal the truth? Are you not afraid that I will take this matter to Prince Yu and seek justice? At this, even the guests were drawn to the conversation. Prince Yu, the heir apparent, held immense prestige. Lord Lin, feeling uneasy, stammered, Prince Yu. How could he concern himself with such trivial matters? Very well, even if he does not intervene, I shall petition the officials at the Dali Temple for assistance. Nonsense. Lord Tang is the minister of the Dali Temple, Lord Lin retorted. Lin Yao glanced at the guest, realizing he was none other than Lord Tang of the Dali Temple. Ah, so it is Lord Tang. I have long heard of your remarkable judgment and unwavering integrity. It is a pleasure to meet you today, Lin Yao remarked. Lord Tang, flattered by her praise, responded, Lord Lin, your daughter may indeed have a grievance. Perhaps you should heed her words? Forced to address the matter, Lord Lin asked, What injustice has your mother suffered? We have ample evidence and witnesses. Father, summon Qin and those servants from yesterday. I wish to conduct a thorough examination once more. Lin Yao insisted. Though annoyed by his daughter's apparent lack of understanding, Lord Lin had no choice but to acquiesce under Lord Tang's watchful gaze. Very well. Summon Qin and the servants from yesterday. Wishing to keep family matters private, he suggested to Lord Tang, My dear brother, seeing as I have pressing matters, perhaps we can discuss this further tomorrow? Father, Lord Tang is the minister of the Dali Temple, known for his integrity and candor. Shouldn't he remain as a witness? Lin Yao pressed on. Understanding that her father would be less inclined to shield Qin with an outsider present, she seized the opportunity. Moreover, Lord Tang, having regretted missing out on the gossip, found Lin Yao's words quite agreeable and settled back down in his seat, finding her increasingly likable. Before long, Qin arrived, followed closely by the implicated Li De and several servants who would testify on his behalf. Lin Yao narrowed her eyes at Li De, recognizing him as a familiar face from her past. Suddenly, it dawned on her why Qin had allied herself with him to slander her mother. Li De was, in fact, the beloved younger brother of Gu Yulan's mother, the prized son of the Li family. Li De was nothing but a scoundrel, notoriously idle. spending his days leeching off the Li family and squandering any money he obtained on frivolous pleasures. Consequently, no one wished to marry their daughters to him, leaving him an old bachelor with no prospects. In her previous life, Lin Yao had married into the Gu family, and Li De had become a burden to her. Not only did he frequently harass her, but he also pilfered the earnings she made selling tofu. To make matters worse, the Li family indulged him, and whenever she protested, they would throw a tantrum. Thinking back on these unsavory relatives of Gu Yulan, Lin Yao couldn't help but shiver at the memories. Fortunately, I have never married Gu Yulan in this lifetime, allowing me to steer clear of such extraordinary individuals. Had Lin Shu been wed into the Gu family, naturally, Li Du would have sought to entangle himself with her. It is likely that the Li family pressured their daughter-in-law to create troubles for Lin Shu, prompting Lin Shu to turn to her maternal family and bring someone into the Lin residence. Li De, emboldened by his connection to Lin Shu and Qin Shi, considered himself a half-master of the Lin estate and displayed considerable arrogance, even setting his sights on her mother. After receiving a thrashing from her mother, Li De undoubtedly returned in a fit, leading the Li family to harass Lin Shu. Lin Shu, weary of the incessant troubles, passed the burden on to her mother. Thus, the scenario unfolded where she falsely accused her mother, tarnishing her reputation to appease Li Da's anger. In truth, the reality aligned closely with Lin Yao's suspicions. Qin Shi's actions were driven by her own selfish motives. She valued wealth above all else, and Lin Yao's demand for 1,000 taels felt like a painful loss to her. With her resentment brewing, she sought to unleash it upon Zhao Shi. As the mistress of the Lin family's back courtyard, this matter was trivial for her. Just as Zhao Shi faced the brink of death, she recalled Lin Yao's previous threats upon entering the Wang residence and inexplicably felt a twinge of fear, ultimately deciding to spare Zhao Shi's life. Initially believing the matter would pass without consequence, she was taken aback when Lin Yao returned, claiming to have won the favor of the prince and demanding a re-examination of the incident. Li De, you assert that Zhao Shi seduced you. Pray tell, what do you think Zhao Shi saw in you? Lin Yao questioned. It must be my handsome appearance, Li De replied with unwarranted confidence. Minister Tang glanced at Li Da's short stature and unappealing visage, stifling a laugh. Lin Yao directed her gaze at the servants who had conspired to provide false testimony. Did you all witness my mother entangled with Li Da? The servants furtively glanced at Qin Shi before sheepishly nodding. You would do well to refrain from lying. Minister Tang is the vice minister of the Dali Temple, possessing the ability to discern truth from falsehood. Are you aware of the consequences of falsely accusing another? The punishment is death by beating and exposure of the corpse in the wilderness. Lin Yao's voice was cold and imposing. Minister Tang interjected. It's not quite that severe. However, this girl lies without a flicker of an eye. Had he not been well versed in the law, he might have almost believed her. She certainly wields a measure of intimidation. The servants exchanged apprehensive glances with Minister Tang, their unease growing. If you speak honestly, you may redeem yourselves and receive leniency, Minister Tang encouraged. Upon hearing this, the servants hastily proclaimed, we, the servants, did not see Aunt Zhao seducing Li Da. Rather, it was Li Da who entangled himself with Aunt Zhao. Lin Yao inquired, then why did you lie? Minister Tang added, indeed, why lie? Reveal the mastermind behind this, and you shall not be pursued. The servants stole glances at Qin Shi, too intimidated to speak. Enough, enough. It is clear that Zhao Shi has been wronged. Let this matter end here, declared Lin's father. Qin Shi visibly exhaled in relief. Lin Yao, however, felt a chill in her heart. In truth, her father had likely already surmised that Qin Shi had framed her mother. Yet, he remained indifferent. What did it matter if her mother perished? What significance did her mother's tarnished reputation hold? He cared for nothing but to protect Qin Shi. Nevertheless, today, Lin Yao was determined to pursue the truth relentlessly. Lord Tang, is there such a method of adjudication? To cease midway? Lord Tang shook his head. To adjudicate is to see it through to the end. The innocent must be exonerated, while the guilty must face their just punishment. Lin Yao provocatively remarked, Father, are you so fearful of continuing the inquiry because the mastermind is you? My mother has toiled for you all these years. Why would you wish harm upon her? Mr. Lin was taken aback, realizing how scandalous such an accusation would be. To insinuate that his concubine was seducing others was utterly absurd. Mr. Lin hastily protested, I am not. I have not. Continue the investigation and unearth the one behind this. Speak quickly. Who has instigated you? Chapter 13. The prince's naivety. It was Lady Qin. The timid one was compelled to speak. The others, upon witnessing this, also directed their accusations towards Qin. Qin's complexion instantly drained of color. Lady Qin, As the steward of the Lin residence, you have always exercised your authority to bully both my mother and me. Yet, to think you would go so far as to tarnish her reputation, are you seeking her demise? Lin Yao questioned fiercely. Were it not for the presence of outsiders, Old Master Lin would undoubtedly have defended Qin. Now, with witnesses present, the spread of this scandal would tarnish his own reputation, while Old Master Lin unconditionally favored Qin. He was even more concerned about his own standing. He hastily rose and delivered a slap to Qin. I entrusted you with the management of the Lin residence. Is this how you oversee it? Qin, of course, wept pitifully, claiming to have been deceived by Li, feigning a desire to throw herself against the pillar. Old Master Lin shot a glance at his servant, who promptly rushed to restrain Qin, transforming the scene into a farce. Lin Yao silently observed, then inquired, Father, how do you intend to handle this? Beat Li severely and expel him from the residence. As for Qin, she can no longer serve as steward. Let her receive 30 strokes of the rod. Upon hearing 30 strokes, Qin collapsed to the ground, pretending to faint. Why has the lady fainted? I hope nothing is amiss. Although Qin had bullied both Lin Yao and her mother, Lin Yao still wished for no harm to come to her. With an expression of feigned surprise, Lin Yao hurried to Qin's side and accidentally stepped on her hand. Qin immediately let out a shriek. The lady is fine, thank goodness. Lin Yao sighed in relief. With no means left to feign unconsciousness, Qin was dragged away by the servants to receive her punishment. As Lord Tang saw that the spectacle had reached its conclusion, he rose languidly and took his leave from Old Master Lin. Listening to Qin's cries of distress as she received her punishment, Lin Yao felt a weight lift from her heart. Lin Yao relayed the outcome to Lady Zhao, who felt a surge of vindication. For years, it was Qin who had tormented her, while the master unconditionally favored Qin without discerning right from wrong. This was the first instance of Qin facing retribution. It was all thanks to her daughter's favored status with the prince. Yaoer, you must serve the prince well at the palace, Lady Zhao advised earnestly. Lin Yao nodded. Mother, do not worry, the prince dotes on me. Lin Yao wished to remain at the Lin residence a while longer to care for her mother. However, as this visit was already an exception, extending her stay further would be inappropriate. As she prepared to depart, Lin Yao still felt uneasy, fearing that Qin might stir up more trouble. Yaoer, I have spoken with my mother, and the ever-watchful Granny Su will keep an eye on Aunt Zhao. Lin Sivan reassured her. Only then did Lin Yao feel somewhat relieved, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, elder sister. If you truly wish to thank me, then secure the prince's favor soon, Lin Sivan said, patting Lin Yao's hand. Lin Yao's heart felt heavy. Everything she possessed had been obtained through deception. Should others discover that the prince hardly acknowledged her, the favors would be rescinded and the bullying would intensify. Thus, she must ensure the prince broke his resolve for her sake. Having endured 30 strokes, Qin finally understood the arduous nature of such punishment. As long as she remains favored, the authority of the steward will eventually revert to her. However, the beating she endured was undeniably severe. She lay in bed, writhing in pain, harboring an intense hatred for Lin Yao and the Zhao family, wishing for their demise. Ironically, she heard that Lin Yao had won the prince's affections, and even her father had instructed her not to bully Zhao any further, leaving her to suppress her resentment. Mother, why did you beat Li De and send him away? Don't you know my mother-in-law caused trouble first thing this morning, making me wash clothes? Lin Shu complained upon entering. Her husband was kind and considerate, but her mother-in-law and an array of ignorant relatives were insufferable. As Qin moved, a sharp pain struck her, prompting a pained gasp. Only then did Lin Shu realize her mother was injured. Mother, what happened? Did you fall? I received 30 lashes, Qin replied irritably. All because of that scoundrel Li De he have been driven out? She recounted the events of the morning. Lin Shu was taken aback to learn that Lin Yao was behind the turmoil, and that Lin Yao had indeed captured the prince's favor. This was unfathomable. In her memory, that man had been cold and indifferent, completely unresponsive to her overtures, despite her beauty and alluring figure, when she stood before him unclad. He had displayed a look of disgust and callously ordered his attendant to throw her out. How could such a man possibly be enamored with Lin Yao, that mundane woman? Mother, Lin Yao must be lying. She is nothing but a deceiver, and her ruse will eventually be exposed, Lin Shu asserted confidently. Mother, Gu Lang will excel in the imperial examinations next year. He will rise to prominence and become the prime minister. At that time, you will be the mother-in-law of the prime minister. We shall walk with pride in the capital, and none shall look down upon us. The more Lin Shu contemplated this, the more elated she became. However, Qin was less optimistic. Mother, I intend to sell that shop on East Street, Lin Shu announced. The shop had been Qin dowry for Lin Shu, and she was perplexed. Isn't the business thriving? Why sell it? Gu Lang needs money for books, and Shu Xiu requires funds for various expenses. I wish to sell it to support him, Lin Shu explained. Moreover, if I provide the funds, my mother-in-law will have to cater to my needs and will no longer dare to order me around. Chen Shi found this plan increasingly dubious. Could a poor scholar who even needed his wife's financial support truly ascend to the position of prime minister? And with such an eccentric mother-in-law, would her daughter's dowry not be entirely depleted? Sure, are you truly certain your fiancé can pass the examinations? Remember, your dowry is your safeguard. Do not allow it to be squandered, Chen Shi advised earnestly. Lin Shu, however, was infuriated. Mother, Gu Lang will undoubtedly succeed in his studies next year, even achieving the second highest rank. Just wait and see. And let me make it clear, the dowry is mine, and I shall do as I please. Lin Shu longed for the day when Gu Lang would triumph, to show all skeptics, including her mother, what he could achieve. In a fit of anger, Lin Shu stormed out. Chen Shi, incensed, coughed, aggravating her injuries, nearly causing her to faint. Later, Lin Ya returned to the royal residence and took a rest. The following morning, she ventured to the Wujuyuan. As she entered the courtyard, she beheld Prince Yu seated on a mat, rhythmically striking a wooden fish. The man stood tall, his eyes tightly shut, and his complexion was cool and untainted by the mundane world. After a moment, Prince Yu opened his eyes and caught sight of her, displaying a hint of surprise. Was the prince about to inquire why she had returned once more? Lin Ya remarked, I am aware that your highness finds my presence bothersome. I too wish to refrain from coming, yet my longing for you is overwhelming. I have tossed and turned through sleepless nights, and after enduring a day of restraint, I could no longer suppress my desire to see you. As the Buddha teaches, when one can endure no longer, there is no need to endure further. Noticing the veins on Prince Yu's forehead pulse slightly, she could not help but smile silently. Lin Ya discovered the joy of being audacious. As long as she maintained her boldness, others were powerless against her. Furthermore, teasing the stoic prince was delightful. Unable to contain his frustration, Prince Yu rose, seized a brush, and inscribed a few characters with a flourish. The Buddha never said that. Lin Ya feigned surprise, exclaiming, Did he truly not? I sincerely apologize, O Buddha. It is entirely my fault for my limited reading. Surely, in your boundless compassion, you would not hold this against me. Prince Yu could only respond with a silent exasperation, turning his back to Lin Ya. I shall neither listen nor look. She chuckled at his retreating figure. This prince, at times, exhibited a rather childish demeanor, resorting to such pettiness as turning his back on her in anger. Chapter 14. The lies must be unveiled despite the circumstances. She had not driven him away, which spoke to her uniqueness. Yet, that was insufficient. She yearned for his touch, desired him to gradually remove her garments, to see the coolness in his gaze ignite with longing. How could she advance further? Lin Ya did not anticipate that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Chang Feng had stepped out on an errand, and the servant bringing lunch was replaced by another. Lin Yao inquired of the servant, Where did you originally serve? The servant, with a submissive demeanor, replied, I was also at the service of the prince, but as he needed no attendance, I was relegated to menial tasks. Lin Yao sensed something amiss. If he was merely running errands, why did his hands bear calluses, reminiscent of one accustomed to wielding blades? As the servant spoke, he opened the food box. In the next instant, he produced a dagger, its silver glint flashing as he lunged toward Prince Yu. Beware, your highness, Lin Yao cried, rushing to position herself before the prince. In a heartbeat, she felt a sharp pain pierce her side. Instantly, the assailant was hurled away, and Prince Yu's figure interposed itself between her and the attacker. The assassin was agile, yet the prince's prowess was unparalleled. After a brief exchange, he subdued the foe. Blood trickled from the assassin's lips, his visage turning a shade of purple as he succumbed to poison. Once the threat was neutralized, Prince Yu turned his attention to Lin Yao, his brow furrowed. He had previously believed her to be merely a silver-tongued flatterer, claiming affection without sincerity. Yet, witnessing her unhesitatingly shield him from danger, he pondered if her feelings were genuine. As for Lin Yao, she had already discerned the servant's odd behavior and was acutely aware of the prince's formidable skills. Her act of interception had been deliberate. The dagger had pierced a non-fatal area beneath her arm, a shallow wound. Nevertheless, with her adept performance, it would appear grave. Your highness, am I destined to perish? Lin Yao feigned, clutching her chest as if in agony. The pretense was so exaggerated that she nearly felt nauseous. Prince Yu turned to leave, but in the next moment, he felt a tug at his pant leg. Are you off to fetch a physician? By the time one arrives, I may have bled out, she lamented. Do you possess any hemostatic remedies? Prince Yu scrutinized the location of her injury, his brow furrowing in concern. Clearly, he had such remedies. Yet the location of her wound would necessitate contact. Your Highness, saving a life is worth more than erecting a grand pagoda. Please, grant me your aid. Moreover, with your unwavering compassion and detachment, I stand before you as mere bones. What do you fear? Or perhaps, has your desire for me stirred? Impossible, Prince Yu retorted, turning sharply. When he emerged again, he held a hemostatic ointment. Meanwhile, Lin Yao had found a comfortable position, reclining languidly. Half kneeling before Lin Yao, Prince Yu appeared momentarily at a loss. Your Highness, please untie my belt, she implored, her voice sultry, her eyes sparkling with allure. Reminiscent of a beguiling enchantress tempting a reclusive monk. The Prince Yu unfastened her belt. Lin Yao appeared somewhat uncomfortable, shifting her body slightly. The prince's hand brushed against a soft area, and the thought of grasping and kneading it surged through him, causing his mind to erupt in a storm of desire. His ears flushed crimson as he hurriedly suppressed those peculiar thoughts, silently reciting the Heart Sutra. He swiftly tended to the wound. It was minor, with little blood, and soon the bleeding ceased. Meanwhile, the palace guards arrived, dispersing the assassins. One guard looked at Lin Yao with concern. Madam Yao, are you unharmed? Lin Yao did not recognize him, but recalled his voice from the day she first entered the palace when he had come to report to the princess. Thank you. I am fine. The guard understood it was time for him to leave. Some individuals were beyond his reach, yet his gaze lingered on her, yearning for just one more glance. At that moment, he felt a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Following the direction of the stare, he found it belonged to the prince. Dread coursed through him, and he turned to depart, his steps faltering. After the guard left, Lin Yao feigned discomfort for a while longer. Your Highness, my injury is not severe, it is of no concern. Please do not worry and focus on your meditation. She seemed to wince, as if her wound was aggravated. In the past, the prince would have regarded her as clever and talkative, but witnessing her selfless act of shielding him from harm had altered his perception. The prince found himself somewhat convinced. Once Lin Yao had finished her performance, she exited the unrestrained courtyard. Before she could return to her quarters, she encountered Lin Shu, who had come to witness the spectacle, and Lin Si, who was anxious for her well-being. Yao, are you all right? Lin Si asked with concern. Lin Yao shook her head. That assassin was truly incompetent. Why didn't he stab you through? Lin Shu remarked with irritation. I was protecting the prince from the blade. Does consort Su wish for the prince to be harmed? Lin Yao retorted sharply. Lin Shu's expression darkened, momentarily rendering her speechless. Though the prince's body was unharmed, his heart was wounded. You cannot fathom how alarmed he was when he saw me injured. His eyes reflected a pain that seemed to suggest he had been the one hurt, Lin Yao said with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Shu was exasperated. Enchantress. This woman is nothing but an enchantress. Upon returning to her quarters, Lin Shu walked straight to the altar, gritting her teeth as she reached inside. To nourish the spirit with blood, depleting one's vitality, is permissible only once a day, not multiple times, the maidservant attending her hastily advised. I must ensure the prince is with me soon. I cannot allow anyone else to get ahead. Lin Shu declared through clenched teeth, her determination bordering on madness. She was resolute in her intent to eliminate that wretched Lin Yao. Lin Yao returned to her chamber. The injury was neither trivial nor severe, given that it had broken the skin. The princess had commanded a physician to attend to Lin Yao, administering medicine and bandaging the wound. Xiaoju diligently prepared herbal remedies and assisted in bathing her. Xiaoju, you are so devoted. Do you truly treat her as your mistress? Lin Yao remarked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and unable to sleep soundly. In her half-slumber, she heard voices from outside. The speaker was Xiao Tao, who, in contrast to the attentive Xiaoju, appeared rather languid. We are but servants, and only by following a good master can we enjoy a prosperous life. When our master rises in power, so too do we stand tall. Yet, it is imperative to choose the right master. Do you truly believe she is capable? I find Lady Yao to be exceptional. Very well, the choice is yours. Do not toil in vain only to end up empty-handed. I shall return to my business. Lin Yao succumbed to slumber, and upon awakening, daylight had arrived. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Lin Si seated anxiously by her bedside. Does the wound still ache? Lin Si inquired with concern. Much better. Do not fret, Lin Yao replied, observing her sister's troubled expression. Elder sister, has something occurred? A mysterious noble guest has arrived at the Wang residence, Lin Si responded, her demeanor betraying a hint of panic as she wrung her hands together. It is someone from the palace. I wonder if I shall be summoned shortly? The only person capable of unsettling Lin Sivon in such a manner could only be the Empress. Lin Yao lay perfectly still, as if resting in a coffin, exuding an air of serene composure. She had been proclaiming that the prince adored her, relying on the information gap, convinced that those around her could not verify her claims with Wang Yu. Now, with the Empress herself arriving to converse with Wang Yu, the truth would inevitably reveal that the prince was not as she had asserted, caring for her and showering her with affection. It was all over. Her web of deceit was on the verge of unraveling. Chapter 15. Punishment for the concubine draped in a black cloak and adorned with a veil. The noblewoman entered the Buddhist hall. Upon her entrance, a middle-aged woman followed closely behind, removing the veil from her head. A visage of regal splendor emerged, exuding an innate aura of nobility and grace. She was none other than the Empress Xie. The matron who had assisted her with the veil retreated to the doorway, leaving only mother and son within the hall. The Empress gazed at the man kneeling upon the mat. Since her arrival, his expression remained impassive, devoid of joy or sorrow, desire or need. This lifeless demeanor irritated her. How could her son, so exceptional and proud, have suddenly transformed into this? Why did the heavens treat her so unjustly? She felt anguish, regret, and a tinge of resentment. They were so close to that esteemed position, yet he had abruptly turned away. Did he comprehend the implications of his choice? After years of rivalry with concubine Wang, if the position of heir were to fall into the hands of Prince Duan, what future would remain for her? She yearned for her son's cold countenance to be touched by the worldly desires, whether for power or for women. Suppressing her rising agitation, the Empress softly inquired, "Tingyu, has the assassin harmed you?" Prince Yu produced paper and brush, inscribing 2 characters, "No harm. I have implored His Majesty to thoroughly investigate this matter and have recommended the Minister of Justice to look into it. Do you know whom His Majesty ultimately selected?" Prince Yu remained unresponsive. The Empress continued, "His Majesty has chosen Wang Fu. The attempt on your life was clearly orchestrated by those of the Wang family. Yet His Majesty has ordered them to investigate the affair. This is blatant favoritism. His Majesty has already shown his bias towards the Wang family. Tingyu, our time is running short. Once His Majesty formally establishes Zhao Tingduan as the crown prince, it will be too late." Prince Yu still did not react. The Empress's eyes reddened with fury. Indeed, he showed no concern. His heart was consumed only by that wretched Buddha. She struggled to contain her rage, yearning to shatter that statue. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she pressed on, "Do you not care for your mother, nor for that young lady from the Lin family? Do you truly believe that if our Xie family is ruined and you, Prince Yu, are lost, she will find any refuge? Her family is a den of wolves and tigers. There is no escape for her, nor for her kin." As the Empress spoke, her gaze was unwavering upon Prince Yu. Yet his expression remained unchanged. Her heart sank deeper and deeper, plummeting to the abyss, only to be ignited by a surge of wrath. Turning on her heel, she stormed out of the Buddhist hall. Upon her exit, Matron Yu hurried forward to replace the veil upon her head. "I have been deceived." The Empress's voice quivered with suppressed fury. "I truly believe that Ting Yu had developed feelings for the lady from the Lin family and had shown her favor. I was curious what made her so special that she could elicit such an exception from him. Now it seems she is indeed remarkable, remarkably audacious. She has deceived both the Wang household and me." Matron Yu gasped, taken aback by the young lady's audacity. It was well known that to mock the Empress came at a cost far beyond her means to bear. The Empress spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her eyes bore the glint of menace. The scorching sun blazed overhead as Lin Yao knelt on the ground, with Lin Sivon prostrating before her. It seemed that Lin Sivon sensed impending calamity, her body trembling incessantly as if she might faint at any moment. After a brief wait, Lin Yao caught sight of a pair of feet approaching her. They paused momentarily in front of her. The boots were exquisitely crafted, adorned with phoenix motifs, unmistakably signifying their owner's noble status. The footsteps continued forward, echoing ominously, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. "Princess Yu, enter. I have matters to discuss with you," the Empress commanded. "Yes," Lin Sivon replied, her voice quaking as she struggled to rise from the ground and slowly made her way inside. No one acknowledged Lin Yao. She had prepared her clever retorts, yet was afforded no opportunity to voice them. Anxiety gnawed at her. What could her elder sister be summoned for? How would the Empress treat her? Before long, Lin Yao was startled by the sounds of anguished cries emanating from within. The wails were muffled, yet it was evident that they were desperately suppressed. Nevertheless, the pain was unbearable, eliciting uncontrollable cries. Lin Yao could not endure the sounds any longer. After all, this predicament was her fault. Lin Sivon was suffering in her stead. Determined, Lin Yao rose to her feet. The door was tightly shut, guarded by two stern-faced matrons. Gritting her teeth, she approached the entrance. The matrons barred her way. The empress is reprimanding the princess. Please wait here, miss, one matron stated expressionlessly. I must see the empress. I have something to say, Lin Yao insisted. The matrons remained unmoved. This old servant only obeys the empress's orders. Miss, you should return to kneeling. One matron forcefully pressed Lin Yao back down. The cries of Lin Sivon grew increasingly agonized, reaching a point of sheer desperation, her strength waning. The empress seemed intent on taking Lin Sivon's life. Lin Yao lifted her gaze sharply towards the matron restraining her. Matron Shi, you have a daughter whom your husband sold. You have been searching for her. I know where she is. In a previous life, by a stroke of fate, Lin Yao had encountered the matron's daughter. Though she had not wished to invoke memories of her past life, as it could invite misfortune, she felt she had no other recourse. She could not bear to witness Lin Sivon being tortured to death, especially not due to her own actions. Upon hearing Lin Yao's words, Matron Chi's expression shifted, revealing her inner turmoil. It was peculiar. She had merely entrusted others to seek her daughter discreetly. How could Lin Yao, a lady of the inner court, possibly know of her plight? Matron Chi, I beseech you to allow me to see the empress. I will reveal the whereabouts of your daughter, Lin Yao urged. Your daughter bears a dark red birthmark on her shoulder, does she not? Could it be that she truly possessed such knowledge? A flicker of conflict crossed Matron Chi's eyes, clearly aware that defying the empress's orders could lead to dire consequences. She faced the prospect of severe punishment or even death. Yet, her longing to uncover her daughter's fate was insatiable. She thought of it day and night, yearning to reunite with her child. Even the faintest glimmer of hope was enough. Granny Chi gritted her teeth and nodded. She released her grip and assisted Lin Yao in rising, making her way toward the door. Another matron intercepted her. Chi Shu, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Defying the empress's orders carries dire consequences. Granny Chi clenched her teeth and nodded, pleading, Sister Yun, I implore you to assist me. I shall bear all the repercussions. Matron Yun scrutinized Granny Chi for a moment before coldly replying, if you seek death, I cannot intervene. She then stepped aside. Granny Chi pushed open the tightly shut door, and Lin Yao rushed inside. Upon entering, she was met with a strange odor, and her elder sister lay weakly on the ground, her face as pale as a ghost, barely clinging to life. Lin Yao, are you here to take her place? A voice, commanding and regal, echoed. Lin Yao looked up to see a figure of nobility seated there, half in light and half in shadow, with a voice as calm as it was deadly. Mother, it is my fault. I deserve punishment. Lin Sivon's frail and trembling voice emerged. Lin Yao, you must leave. Tears streamed down Lin Yao's face in an instant. Chapter 16. She valued life over dignity, Your Majesty. I am willing to take the place of the princess, Lin Yao declared, her voice resonating with determination. Only then did the empress regard Lin Yao with a direct gaze. Observing her kneeling there, her exquisite face flushed with urgency, appearing both pitiful and striking, and her figure was indeed exceptional. What a pity. Princess, you may return and rest, the empress spoke. Elder Yu assisted Lin Sivon, who stood like a wilted flower, unable to maintain her stance. Your Majesty. Lin Sivon attempted to speak. Elder Yu swiftly covered her mouth, leaving Lin Sivon to convey her sorrow and concern through her eyes, fixed upon Lin Yao. Lin Yao managed a reassuring smile despite her pale complexion. Lin Sivon was led out, the door closing behind them. Your Majesty, the prince treats me differently. I may have upset him, yet he has not expelled me. Moreover, he gifted me these prayer beads, Lin Yao exclaimed, hastily revealing the beads in her hands, hoping to persuade the higher authority to spare her. The empress's expression remained unfazed. If you wish to take the punishment in my stead, let us commence. Lin Yao's heart sank. Her attempts at justification were met with disbelief. Elder Yu approached Lin Yao, her demeanor kind yet firm. I must begin now. Please endure, young lady. In Elder Yu's hand, a silver needle glinted ominously as it pierced the area just above Lin Yao's collarbone. In that moment, Lin Yao comprehended her elder sister's profound fear and despair. The pain was excruciating, penetrating her very bones, unrelenting. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such agony. She gritted her teeth. Yet a cry of anguish escaped her lips. Before she could gather her wits, the second needle followed swiftly, bringing her to the brink of convulsions. Each moment of torment was unbearable. She yearned to crash her head against a pillar to escape the suffering. Lin Yao forced herself to look up, only to find the regal woman gracefully sipping tea. She realized the empress desired her demise. If this continued, she would soon perish from the pain. She could not die. She had fought so hard for a second chance at life, she could not allow it to end so abruptly. What would become of her mother if she were gone? Your Majesty, she struggled to articulate, to die this way seems rather wasteful. I possess a method of dying that serves a purpose. Would you care to hear it? In the princess's chamber, Lin Sivon lay upon the bed, her complexion pallid, seemingly still recovering from the recent torment. Nanny Rong entered with a bowl of medicinal soup. Miss, please drink this ginseng broth. Lin Sivon seemed to be suspended in a breath, and Nanny Rong feared she might not draw another. Yaoer. Lin Sivon refused to drink. Fourth lady, your fortune will surely guide you through this peril. Nanny Rong encouraged gently. Lin Sivon shook her head with difficulty. The Empress seeks Yaoer's life. I am the one who has brought her harm. Nanny Rong sighed softly. Fourth lady should not have deceived the Empress. I had no choice. I shall not drink the ginseng broth. If anything befalls Yaoer, I doubt I shall survive. Lin Sivon lamented. The queen shall not spare her. Had she known this would come to pass, she would never have allowed Lin Yao to enter the royal residence, thereby adding another life to the toll. Lin Sivon's beautiful eyes were now clouded with despair. You should take a sip. It might ease your discomfort. Madame Rong continued to persuade. Yaoer must be suffering 100 times more than I am, Lin Sivon replied. Madame Rong understood her young mistress. Though she appeared restrained and gentle, her nature was quite stubborn. Once she had made up her mind, no amount of persuasion could change it. If her mistress could not survive, neither could this old servant. The two of them fell into a heavy silence, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Yet, Madame Rong held on to a flicker of hope. What if, just perhaps, Miss Yao had a way to reclaim her life from the queen's grasp? As Lin Sivon counted the passage of time, her complexion grew increasingly pale, and she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them once more, she struggled to rise. I wish to leave a letter for mother. Madame Rong quickly fetched paper and ink, and Lin Sivon, despite the pain, began to write. Just then, the door was suddenly thrust open. Lin Sivon and Madame Rong turned to see a look of surprise spread across Lin Sivon's face. There stood Yuma, supporting Lin Yao as she entered. Lin Yao was still alive. Though she appeared so weak that a mere breeze could sweep her away, she was, at the very least, alive. Oh, I am so tired. Eldest sister, may I borrow a patch of ground to lie down? Madame Rong hurried forward to take Lin Yao from Yuma, helping her recline on the couch. Yuma said nothing and turned to leave. Lin Yao sprawled out, wholly unconcerned with her appearance, seeking comfort in whatever way she could. As she glanced at Lin Sivon, lying there, something struck her as amusing, and she couldn't help but laugh. After all, the two of them were young ladies of a noble family, yet here they were, reduced to lying as if lifeless. It was quite humorous. Lin Sivon felt a twinge of helplessness. Her fourth sister was indeed carefree, able to find laughter even in such dire circumstances. Madame Rong, please give Yaoer some ginseng soup. Lin Sivon instructed. Madame Rong held the ginseng soup, feeding Lin Yao a couple of spoonfuls, and Lin Yao immediately felt much better. Is it too much? Eldest sister, would you like a few sips as well? Madame Rong, concerned for Lin Sivon's health, quickly turned to feed her as well. This time, Lin Sivon did not refuse. After both sisters had consumed the ginseng soup, they began to recover. Only then did Lin Sivon inquire, Yaoer, how is it that the queen is willing to spare you? Lin Yao replied, because I made a wager with her. This bed is entirely to her benefit, with no harm at all, and she can enjoy the spectacle. Lin Sivon was struck by her sister's audacity. She herself trembled before the queen, her words faltering, yet here was Yaoer, bargaining even at the brink of death. Lin Sivon found herself admiring her fourth sister. What wager? She pressed on. Sister, have you heard of the spring elixir known as February Spring? Lin Yao asked. Lin Sivon's expression shifted slightly. She had not known of it before entering the royal residence. This was a potent aphrodisiac. A proud woman, determined to win the heart of the prince, had consumed this potion to serve him, only to find the prince unmoved, resulting in her tragic demise, blood streaming from her 7 orifices. Lin Sivon recalled her dire predicament, a chill creeping into her heart. Suddenly, a thought struck her, intensifying her sense of cold. Yaoer, you wish to? Yes, I shall take this medicine and seek out the prince, to see if he might show mercy upon my life. If I must perish, so be it. But should I survive, the empress shall have her desires fulfilled. This was the notion of a death that makes full use of one's circumstances, a concept that stirred the empress's interest. Once more, Lin Sivon envisioned the tragic death of that woman. Her visage seemed to transform into Lin Yao's, sending a shiver through her. To die at the hands of the empress, preserving dignity, was one thing, but to meet such an end and become the subject of ridicule, only to be pointed at in the aftermath, was another. Lin Yao discerned Lin Sivan's thoughts. I am aware that my chances of survival are but 1 in 10,000, yet even that slender possibility is worth wagering. Lin Yao's voice was soft, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Above all, she yearned for life itself, even more than for dignity. Chapter 17. The crisis at the royal residence. The Empress, showing her tender concern for me, urged me to rest a while longer before taking my medicine. Lin Yao found a more comfortable position to lie in, feeling increasingly serene. The lunch was bountiful, prepared personally by old Madame Rong. Lin Yao had heard of old Madame Rong's past. She hailed from a renowned family of chefs, possessing unparalleled culinary skills. Alas, her father chose to pass the family legacy to his son, whose culinary talents were rather mediocre. Eventually, the family name suffered a decline, burdened with debts, and they sought to sell her off as a concubine to a wealthy merchant. Enduring torment at the hands of the legitimate wife, she finally became pregnant, only to suffer a miscarriage, losing her ability to bear children. Cast out from her household, her family even contemplated selling her to a man who had killed his wife. In a twist of fate, she preemptively sold herself to the Lin family. Lin Sivan diligently served her with food, and soon her belly was swollen with the meal. Lin Yao felt as though she was enjoying her last supper. Contemplating this, she voiced her thoughts aloud. Lin Sivan's expression darkened. What do you mean by last supper? Do not speak such ominous words. Lin Yao tugged at her sleeve playfully. I am merely jesting. Yet Rong's cooking is so exquisite, I wish to savor it daily. Though it may tire the elder. Old Madame Rong chuckled. The old servant is not weary. I take delight in it. After finishing her meal, Lin Yao continued to recline, her pain diminishing somewhat. The palace's secret techniques were indeed remarkable. When she proposed that suggestion, she had been on the verge of death. Yet the Empress had ordered Nurse Yu to administer a needle, restoring her life. After lying down for half a day, she found herself able to leap and dance. By evening, Lin Yao arose, tidying herself impeccably, appearing radiant and beautiful. The reflection in the mirror revealed a woman with a plump face, alluring brows, and a vibrant charm that even captivated Lin Yao herself. Surely, Prince Yu would be equally enchanted, unless he were not a man at all. Lin Sivan and old Madame Rong watched her depart, aware that the young and spirited prince might keep her occupied throughout the night, and she would not return until the following day. Lin Yao sighed helplessly, as if she had truly tasted the prince's allure, and added, for tomorrow's lunch, I wish to eat the dishes prepared by Aunt Rong. Lin Sivan smiled in agreement. Yet once Lin Yao had distanced herself, concern clouded her features. In the unrestrained courtyard, Lin Yao felt as though she had returned after an eternity of absence. She paused her steps, donning a charming smile once more as she entered the Buddhist hall. The scent of sandalwood enveloped her. Prince Yu sat cross-legged, his expression cold and aloof. Lin Yao felt a mix of irritation and amusement. She had been on edge because of him, facing punishment, while he remained unperturbed, reciting scriptures and meditating. How frustrating it was. She wished that one day he would develop feelings for her, lying submissively at her feet like a loyal dog. For now, Lin Yao could only indulge in such fantasies in her mind. Then, she approached quietly, pulling a mat closer, kneeling beside Prince Yu. As she sat in tranquil silence, a subtle fragrance wafted into the prince's nostrils. His previously untroubled mind became disordered, and as he opened his eyes to regard the figure beside him, the icy mask of indifference on Prince Yu's face finally cracked. The young maiden's face flushed with a delicate hue, her eyes glimmering with the essence of spring. She fidgeted with her dress, revealing a glimpse of her fragrant shoulder. Her snow-white skin dazzlingly bright. Her luscious crimson lips parted slightly, her voice sweetly enticing. Your Highness. In an instant, the man's breath became erratic. Enchantress. The Prince of Yu hastily gathered his thoughts, closing his eyes to shield himself from the beguiling scene before him. Ignoring all distractions, he sought solace in his devotion, focusing solely on his inner peace. Your Highness, I have fallen under the spell of February spring. I beseech you to save me. Lin Yao pleaded. Initially, there was an intent to seduce, but soon, a fiery urgency consumed her, and her reason began to fade, leaving just a singular thought in her mind. Your Highness, you who practice compassion, please rescue me. I implore you, touch me. She resembled a fish gasping for breath, desperately clutching at a lifeline. A hand reached out towards the alluring woman, ultimately resting upon her neck. The cold, dispassionate man felt a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. If he were to end her life, his resolve would solidify. Kill her, kill her. The Prince of Yu tightened his grip, watching as her breaths grew more labored, inching closer to the brink of death. Suddenly, a pang of alarm surged within him. As if he were on the verge of losing something precious, he quickly released his hold, gazing upon her vibrant, spring-kissed visage and her lush, moist lips. He found himself drawn inexorably closer, as if bewitched. In the dead of night, Lin Sivon was unable to sleep when she suddenly heard a commotion nearby. With the assistance of the matron, she hurriedly stepped outside. "What is happening?" Lin Sivon inquired. The servant replied, "Lord Wang has come to investigate the assassination attempt on the prince. They are currently searching the courtyards." Lin Sivon furrowed her brow. Who conducts an investigation in the dead of night? If it is an investigation, why search the courtyards? Grasping the matron's hand, she added, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Suddenly, a thought struck her. Lord Wang, bearing the same surname. Could he be connected to that imperial consort in the Minhua Hall? If there is a connection, this could spell trouble. Lin Sivon steadied her mind. "Let us go and see." As the matron supported Lin Sivon to the courtyard entrance, they encountered a group of individuals brandishing torches, advancing with an intimidating presence. At the forefront was a young man, clad in lavish attire, tall and slender, his gait unsteady, clearly a man of excessive indulgence. When Lin Sivon discerned his features, her expression shifted slightly. Wang Fu, upon spotting Lin Sivon, chuckled frivolously. "Ah, Princess Yu, what a pleasure to see you again." His lascivious gaze roamed over Lin Sivon, as if his eyes could strip her bare. A shiver crawled over Lin Sivon, as if countless ants were traversing her skin, making her feel quite repulsed. Indeed, this Wang Fu was a notorious libertine, infamous for his predatory behavior, having bullied both men and women alike, yet he remained unpunished, protected by the imperial consort's influence, and had secured a position of leisure. Previously, he had sought Lin Sivon's hand in marriage, but she had rejected him. This scoundrel would undoubtedly harbor resentment. His Majesty has surprisingly dispatched such a petty individual to investigate the assassination case of Prince Yu. It is evident that there is no genuine intent behind this inquiry. Is His Majesty truly prepared to abandon Prince Yu? Lord Wang, if you are investigating the assassination of the prince, why are you searching through every courtyard? Lin Sivon inquired coldly. I suspect that the assassin may have accomplices, perhaps even hiding within the royal residence. Wang Fu replied nonchalantly. This is merely an excuse. You're simply seeking trouble and making unfounded accusations. Lin Sivon retorted. Your Highness, although we are old acquaintances, we must proceed with impartiality. Search, Wang Fu commanded, prompting his subordinates to storm into the princess's courtyard. Chaos ensued, with sounds of destruction and the startled cries of maidservants echoing throughout. Meanwhile, Wang Fu sat leisurely on a chair brought in by his men, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Lin Sivon could no longer contain her indignation. Lord Wang, this is the royal residence. Do you not fear the wrath of Prince Yu for your insolence? Prince Yu? Wang Fu replied dismissively, rising to stand before Lin Sivon. Prince Yu is wholly devoted to Buddhism. His Majesty is quite grieved and is preparing to establish Lord Duan as the heir apparent, while Prince Yu may have his deities. It is truly unfortunate for you, a delicate maiden, to endure a life of solitude. You would be better off with me. I shall treat you well. However, when I sought to marry you formally, you refused. Now, as a second-hand commodity, you can only serve as my concubine. As he spoke, he reached out, brazenly caressing Lin Sivon's face. Chapter 18. The malicious schemer Lin Sivon, unable to contain her fury, struck Wang Fu across the face with a resounding slap. A schemer has found his moment. The elderly matron, Rong, quickly positioned herself in front of Lin Sivon, preventing him from approaching further. A malevolent glint flickered in Wang Fu's eyes as he licked his lips, his demeanor turning sinister. His entourage ransacked the courtyard chaotically, stowing away various items before reporting back. Sir, we searched thoroughly and found nothing suspicious, one of them announced. Wang Fu delivered a swift kick to him, exclaiming, Incompetent fool. I have already discerned the suspicious elements myself. The man hastily knelt, stammering, Forgive my ignorance. My lord, I await your guidance. Wang Fu pointed at a specific individual, declaring, That old woman possesses a murderous glare. She must be an accomplice of the assassin. He indicated Rong, who stood protectively before Lin Sivon. Lin Sivon's heart sank. The accusation of being an accomplice was a grave one, punishable by death or worse, annihilation of her entire family. Wang Fu was clearly seeking revenge against her. She has served me loyally since my childhood. She is in no way connected to any assassin. Lin Sivon protested vehemently. My lady, you have been deceived. That woman is clearly nefarious, Wang Fu retorted. You claim she is an assassin's accomplice. Do you possess any evidence? Lin Sivon demanded coldly. Evidence. Once we apprehend her and conduct an interrogation, the truth will inevitably surface. A few hard knocks will suffice to extract stubborn words, Wang Fu replied flippantly. Lin Sivon was seething with rage. Wang Fu intended to coerce a confession through torture. Was there truly no law to uphold justice? Do not lay a hand on her? Lin Sivon interjected, positioning herself firmly before Rong. Your Highness, are you attempting to shield an assassin? Could it be that you are the mastermind behind this? Wang Fu accused, his words dripping with malice. Rong quickly interjected, Your Highness, the innocent will clear their name. I shall accompany them willingly. Who claims the innocent will clear their name? It is evident they intend to force a confession, Lin Sivon thought, feeling utterly powerless as she watched Rong being taken away. Determined, Lin Sivon strode out. Where are you headed, Your Highness? Wang Fu inquired with feigned innocence. I intend to see Prince Yu. Lin Sivon responded icily. The prince is in deep meditation. Disturbing him at this hour could provoke his wrath, Wang Fu exaggerated. Lin Sivon paid him no heed. What is there to fear in angering him? Death is but a fate. I wish to live, yet life devoid of meaning is no life at all. My lady, if you assert that woman is innocent, why not find a secluded spot for a proper discussion with me? Wang Fu suggested, his gaze lecherous as he pursued Lin Sivon. Unfazed, she continued her stride. Wang Fu watched her graceful silhouette, his expression darkening. Prince Yu has become a fool through his piety. How could he possibly intervene in this matter? Once she encounters obstacles with him, she will surely come crawling back to me. Perhaps even the assassin lurks within the prince's sanctuary. I must leave no stone unturned. A wicked idea suddenly struck him, and he chuckled, leading his men to follow her. Wang Fu has completely lost his bearings, feeling overly confident due to the emperor's favoritism, especially with his cousin poised to secure the position of crown prince, disregarding even the esteemed Yuan. Within the confines of the unrestrained courtyard in the Buddhist hall, Lin Sivon stood at the entrance, this being her second visit. Her first had been on the night of her wedding, when she was brought to this very place. However, Yuan did not cast a single glance in her direction. In the darkness, it felt as though she stood before the gaping maw of a monster. Yaoer was still inside. The mere thought of Lin Yao sent a sharp pain through her heart. She dreaded the possibility of opening the door and discovering her cousin, lifeless and bleeding from all 7 orifices, resembling the woman carried out on that fateful day. Wang Fu's men were rummaging through the unrestrained courtyard. How audacious! What are you doing? The youthful voice of Chanfeng echoed, filled with indignation. By the emperor's command. We are investigating the matter of the assassins, Wang Fu declared with feigned righteousness. What nonsense! Investigating assassins at such an hour and disturbing the unrestrained courtyard will surely provoke the wrath of the prince. Can you bear the consequences? We are merely concerned for the prince's safety. If an assassin is hidden here, then the prince is in grave danger, Wang Fu feigned concern. He then approached the Buddhist hall, audaciously attempting to push open the door. Chanfeng, infuriated, drew his sword, ready to strike the insolent intruder. Wang Fu, alarmed, hastily produced an imperial decree to shield himself from Chanfeng's blade. This is an imperial edict. Do you dare to defy it? Chanfeng's hand froze, his eyes burning with humiliation as he regarded the decree. After a moment, he reluctantly sheathed his sword. Wang Fu, filled with self-satisfaction, was about to open the door when suddenly, he heard a sultry sound emanating from within. Being familiar with the pleasures of the night, he recognized the meaning behind that sound. It was alluring to the core, causing one's face to flush with embarrassment. After a brief interval, the sound ceased. Moments later, light footsteps were heard, and the door swung open from the inside. A woman stood there, her long black hair cascading down. Draped in a dark robe that concealed much of her skin, yet her delicate, immaculate feet and the ambiguous marks on her fair neck were exposed. Further up, her exquisite and stunning face glimmered with a captivating sheen in her eyes. Having seen much of the world, Wang Fu could think of only one word to describe her: extraordinary. His heart raced, yearning to leap forward. Those accompanying him were left dumbfounded, while the guards of the Wang residence bowed their heads in deference. Yaoer, Lin Sivon rushed forward, joyfully embracing Lin Yao. You. Lin Yao was alive. How wonderful. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that words failed her. Lin Yao gently patted Lin Sivon's back with a tender gaze. Elder sister, I am fine. The prince. Yes, the prince has favored me. Lin Yao's voice rose, clear enough for all present to hear. Wang Fu was oblivious to the implications of her words. The fact that Yu Wang had engaged with a woman and broken his vow of celibacy made him a candidate for the crown prince, restoring his power. Not only Wang Fu, but even Duke Dan would have to tread carefully. Wang Fu seethed internally, frustrated that such a remarkable woman had been tasted by Yu Wang. After calming Lin Sivon, Lin Yao turned her icy gaze toward Wang Fu, her expression unyielding. What is the meaning of this? Lin Sivon briefly recounted the recent events, mentioning that Wang Fu had abducted Aunt Rome, intending to coerce her into confession. Lin Yao's eyes narrowed. Her hand itched with the desire to strike. "My lady, this is all part of the investigation. I am astute and will discern the truth. If she is innocent, she shall be released," the official assured. However, Wang Fu, blinded by lust, audaciously reached out to caress Lin Yao's face. In the next moment, a resounding slap landed squarely on his cheek. Wang Fu was sent sprawling to the ground, his head ringing in confusion. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such formidable strength. Almost instantly, a fair, delicate foot crushed down on his hand. Before he could entertain any lewd thoughts, excruciating pain enveloped him entirely. With a sharp crack, several of his finger bones were mercilessly crushed. Chapter 19. The brutal beating of Wang Fu. Wang Fu cried out in agony. Although Lin Yao hailed from a noble family, her mother, a woman of the world, had taught her some self-defense skills from a young age. Thus, Lin Yao possessed a measure of martial prowess, greater than that of the average woman. Observing Wang Fu, she felt it was insufficient and turned to Chang Feng. "You restrain him." Chang Feng approached with glee, pressing down on Wang Fu's back with great force, nearly fracturing his spine. "Let me go? I am here on imperial decree. Are you defying the edict?" Wang Fu shouted. "The decree commands you to investigate the assassination attempt on the prince, and the entire Wang residence is to cooperate. Yet, you have disturbed the prince, shown blatant disregard for hierarchy, and even coveted his woman. You shall be punished accordingly. This is a matter of justice," Lin Yao replied in a leisurely manner. "How shall the punishment be administered? Let us begin with 30 strikes. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu's legs weakened in fright, and he yelled at his subordinates. "What are you all doing? Come and save your lord." His subordinates hesitated, but Lin Yao cast a glance at them. "Do you wish to join him in his disrespect?" She then turned to the Wang residence guards, who, bound by the imperial decree, dared not intervene but were compelled to follow Lin Yao's command, preventing Wang Fu's subordinates from advancing. "Bring forth 2 men to administer the punishment," Lin Yao ordered. 2 guards from the Wang residence promptly appeared. "You 2 hold him down, and I shall deliver the punishment," Chang Feng said eagerly. Soon, anguished cries filled the air. Finding the noise unbearable, Lin Yao commanded someone to gag Wang Fu, leaving only pitiful wails escaping his throat. Wang Fu was beaten to a pulp, and Lin Sivon watched on, feeling a sense of vindication. Lin Yao took a sword from Chang Feng and pressed it against Wang Fu's neck, causing him to snap back to reality from his excruciating pain. "Please don't kill me," he implored, terrified of the beautiful woman before him. "Where is old Madame Rome?" Lin Yao inquired, suddenly applying more pressure, causing Wang Fu's neck to bleed. Terrified, Wang Fu quickly replied, "Bring that old woman here, quickly." Before long, old Madame Rome was brought back. Only then did Lin Yao sheath her sword. Wang Fu's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His subordinates hurried over to assist him, retreating in disgrace. Lin Yao turned to the Wang residence guards. "You may all return." Though Lin Sivon was the princess from this night forth, Lin Yao's words held greater weight than those of the princess herself. The guards promptly withdrew. Once everyone had departed, Lin Yao felt her legs weaken and nearly collapsed. Lin Sivon quickly supported her. "Elder sister, let us return," Lin Yao whispered, revealing her fatigue and vulnerability. Together with old Madame Rome, Lin Sivon helped Lin Yao back to the courtyard. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Lin Sivon gazed at Lin Yao, who lay on the bed like a puddle, her brows furrowed. "The princess is too fierce," Lin Sivon finally managed to articulate after much contemplation. Old Madame Rome's eyes sparkled with mirth. "The prince has never indulged before. This first time is bound to be intense." A fire in the old house burns the brightest. Although Lin Sivon was married, she remained innocent and, upon hearing this, felt her face flush crimson. Madame Rome pretended to strike her palm, saying, "The old servant, in her joy, has acted rashly. Miss, please do not take offense." "Madame Rome, a mistake must be punished," Lin Yao, lying on the bed, declared resolutely. "I shall impose upon you the task of preparing lunch and dinner for me tomorrow." "The old servant accepts her punishment," Madame Rome replied with a smile. The room was filled with a pleasant atmosphere. Lin Yao smiled, yet her mirth did not reach her eyes, as she bore a heavy heart. In truth, Prince Yu had not touched her. It was all a performance of her own making. Though he had not favored her, he had saved her, leaving her to wonder if it was out of compassion or if he truly felt something different for her. Lin Yao recalled the events of a few hours prior. At that moment, no matter how she pleaded for his mercy, he remained unmoved. Just as she was on the brink of death, that man had sliced open her finger and forced out some of the poison. He then administered a life-saving potion, only to subsequently cast her into cold water to soak. It was then that she managed to preserve her life. In her dazed state, she thought, despite her plight, he remained indifferent. Was there any man who could be so callous? She was even enraged enough to contemplate pulling down his trousers to ascertain whether he was a prince or a eunuch. Lin Yao felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. She longed to storm out, declaring she would no longer endure this. However, the commotion outside snapped her back to reality. If she left, what would become of her mother? What about her elder sister, Lin Si? Thus, she resolved to take a reckless gamble. She donned his long robe, pinched her exposed skin to bruise it purple, and feigned the appearance of having been ravaged. Then, before everyone, she proclaimed that the prince had favored her. At that moment, she feared the man would appear and kick her out of the hall, but fortunately, he did not, tacitly allowing her fabrications to stand. If she had previously been walking a tightrope, now she was traversing a high wire. As long as Prince Yu did not take her to his bed, the risk of exposure loomed over her. Should she be discovered, her fate would be far from simple. She would likely face a gruesome end. Her mother, her elder sister, Madame Rong, Xia Xiang, and even the dogs in the courtyard would all pay the price. Lin Yao rubbed her face, realizing that she must seduce that despicable man. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Si opened it. Mama Yun? Please, come in. Mama Yun was a servant close to the Empress. With the Empress having returned to the palace, Mama Yun remained to witness Lin Yao's fate that night, whether she would succumb to poison or soar to new heights. Mama Yun approached Lin Yao, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. Congratulations, Madame Yao, she said, turning to Lin Si, and congratulations to the princess. Lin Si was somewhat taken aback. When had Mama Yun ever shown her such courtesy? Lin Yao handed a note to Mama Yun, requesting her to deliver it to Mama Qi. In her past life, when Lin Yao accompanied Gu Yulan to Jiangnan, she encountered a pitiable woman. Sold into a brothel, she had her meager ransom money swindled, fell ill, and was left to rot in a foul alley, scarcely clothed and reeking of decay. Clutching tightly to a hairpin, she clung to the hope that it could be exchanged for silver to seek treatment and alleviate her suffering. However, she was reluctant to part with it, for she claimed it was the sole keepsake left to her by her mother. As she recounted her experiences, she lamented that she was nearing the end of her life and implored Lin Yao to fulfill a single request, to visit her mother on her behalf. I shall never see her again in this lifetime. Could you assist me? The memory of the woman's hopeful gaze, filled with a certain yearning, remained vivid in Lin Yao's mind. Lin Yao conducted her burial, and through the pen, she expended considerable effort to uncover the identity of the woman's mother. The elderly nun, who had endured a life of hardship in the temple, had once been a favored figure before the Empress. This nun appeared to have aged decades since Lin Yao had last seen her, though in reality, only 5 or 6 years had passed. Lin Yao vividly recalled that rainy day, when the temple was shrouded in gloom, and the elderly nun, clutching the pin, wept bitterly. My daughter, we are ultimately separated by life and death, never to meet again. At this moment, Lin Yao felt a heavy sadness wash over her. Rest assured, my lady. I shall deliver your message, Yun Momo declared. I will return to the palace at once to report to Her Highness. Chapter 20. Burning Bridges in the Kuan-Ning Palace. The ground was still damp from the recent rain. The atmosphere within the palace was one of cold solitude, yet there were those who remained awake. Mama Yun hurried along, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to irrevocable consequences. As she reached the entrance of the sleeping quarters, she caught sight of a figure hunched over in an unusual manner, while another was inflicting punishment upon her. Stop, Mama Yu! Mama Yun exclaimed urgently. Mama Yu ceased her actions and turned to her, inquiring, Is there good news? Mama Yun nodded, glancing at the prostrate figure on the ground, and reached out to assess her condition. There was still a flicker of life remaining. In truth, Mama Qi's fate was intertwined with Lin Yao's. When Mama Qi defied the Empress's orders and secretly allowed Lin Yao to enter, her survival meant that Mama Qi had accomplished something significant, balancing her misdeeds and securing her own life. Fortunately, Mama Yun had returned just in time. She quickly retrieved a vial of medicine from her bosom and administered a drop to Mama Qi's lips. Slowly, Mama Qi opened her eyes, murmuring, Yun, sister. Mama Yun handed her a note, stating, It is from Madame Yao. Startled, Mama Qi trembled as she took the note, opened it, and a tear fell upon the paper, caught between laughter and sorrow. Having set Mama Qi down, Mama Yun stepped inside. There, the regal lady remained seated, her countenance serene, though her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Is she alive? Mama Yun inquired. Indeed, Prince Yu has favored her, she replied. The Empress remained silent for a prolonged moment, And then, unexpectedly, a soft laugh escaped her lips. I have prayed day and night, and at last, my prayers have been answered. I am so elated. Yun Gu, bring me some wine. Mama Yun exhaled in relief. Since Prince Yu's sudden inclination towards monastic life 5 years prior, the Kuan-Ning Palace had been enveloped in a shadow. With Prince Yu's well-being, the Empress's spirits lifted, and the lives of those beneath her would improve as well. Mama Yun procured some aged wine, and the Empress sipped delicately. At that moment, the expression on the face of the lady from Minhua Palace must have been utterly dreadful. The notion of a cooked duck flying away was indeed quite amusing. Mama Lin is undoubtedly a woman of great capability, Mama Yun remarked. However, her temperament is somewhat fierce. She recounted how Lin Yo had punished Wang Fu. While it served to vent her frustrations, it also sowed seeds of resentment in the Wang family. Yet, they were not overly concerned, for the Empress was there to protect her. Nonetheless, Wang Fu had received the Emperor's decree. Mama Yun's words, though seemingly critical of Lin Yao, were in truth an appeal for the Empress's protection of her. Having shared a hometown with Mama Qi, Lin Yao had aided her once, and now she sought to repay that kindness. The Empress chuckled softly. Do you ponder why the Emperor summoned Wang Fu for the investigation? With so many officials and talented youths in the Wang family, what merit does Wang Fu possess? He is notorious for being a good-for-nothing, a debauched scion who misuses his family's name for his own indulgences, and yet he expects to be rewarded. Listening to the Empress, Mama Yun began to grasp the underlying meaning. The Empress suggested that the Emperor was testing the waters. Indeed, the Emperor was reluctant to part with his astute son, whom he had watched grow since childhood. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Wang Fu undoubtedly felt an overwhelming sense of elation, leading him to confront Tingyu. Should Tingyu remain indifferent, His Majesty would irrevocably abandon all hope. However, if Tingyu's temper were still intact, Yun Momo instantly comprehended. The outburst from Lady Yao was, in essence, a reflection of the prince's disposition, causing His Majesty to harbor renewed hopes for the prince's temperament. Thus, it appeared that Lady Yao's fit of anger was indeed well-timed. The Empress nodded, affirming that what she discerned was also clear to the Wang family. Therefore, there was no need for concern regarding the imperial decree. Indeed, as the Empress stated, Wang Fu was carried back to his family, battered and bruised, pleading with his father for vengeance, only to receive another beating, barely clinging to life. However, that is a tale for another time. Lady Yao had proven to be a significant contributor, as noted by Yun Momo. Lin Yao was rewarded with gold, silver, and jewelry, with the quantity left to the Empress's discretion. Yun Momo tentatively inquired whether Lady Yao should be elevated in status, to which the Empress pondered, deciding to delay that consideration and instead send a few maidens to the Wang residence. The Empress held a certain disdain for Lin Yao, perceiving her as overly cunning and her beauty excessively alluring. She questioned what depth or capabilities such a woman possessed to deserve the role of a matriarch. Yun Momo quickly acquiesced, recognizing that Lady Yao was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Even if the prince indulged her, she would still be unable to ascend to the heights of a phoenix. The prince might have tasted the pleasures of the mundane, breaking his vows, but it seemed someone else would eventually take her place. Lin Yao lay in bed for an entire night, finally regaining some vitality. Yet, she still lacked the strength to rise. The treasures bestowed by the Empress filled her chamber to the brim. Lin Sivon, however, was beset with worry. Not only had the Empress gifted these items, but she also sent 2 beautiful maidens, fearing that Lin Yao might be overwhelmed and wishing for others to share the burden. Initially, Lin Sivon believed that Yao had finally triumphed, destined for unparalleled favor. Yet, the complexities of royal intentions proved far more inscrutable than those of the Duke's residence. Lin Yao, on the other hand, felt little concern, having anticipated the Empress's scornful gaze that regarded her as merely a tool. Nonetheless, this time, the Empress had miscalculated. After lying in bed for 2 days, Lin Yao's sister had transitioned from anxiety to calmness. The maidens sent by the Empress, named Yu and Xin Lian, both bearing the surname Su, arrived with Yu bearing a resemblance to Lin Yao, albeit lacking her sister's extraordinary beauty and grace. Ambitious by nature, Yu made a grand entrance to the Buddhist hall. Can you guess what transpired? Lin Sivon teased Lin Yao. Was she expelled by Prince Yu? Indeed. She faced no different treatment than the previous women. Lin Sivon exclaimed with delight. This outcome was entirely within Lin Yao's expectations. For Prince Yu had not truly broken his vows. How could he possibly engage with the new beauty? Xin Lian also visited the Buddhist hall, exiting shortly thereafter. Her departure was voluntary, indicating a slightly better fate than Yu. Lin Sivon continued, Yaoer, it appears that the prince holds you in distinct regard. Should those 2 beauties gain the prince's favor, Lin Yao would be cast aside like a mere rag. Yet, if the prince remains indifferent to those two, Lin Yao's position will be entirely secured. The lady in the palace will also find herself momentarily at peace. Indeed, the happenings within the Wangfu will swiftly reach the queen's ears. The queen, feeling somewhat displeased, never anticipated that her son would be such a romantic. However, she mused that this infatuation would likely be fleeting. Once the novelty wears off, he would redirect his affections elsewhere. With this thought, her spirits lifted a bit. As for that girl from the Lin family, let her be for now, the queen remarked leisurely while sipping her tea. That woman is clearly not one to abide by the rules. Hailing from a humble background as a concubine's daughter, she has risen to power and is bound to soar. Possessing beauty, yet lacking intellect, she is most suited to be a target in the treacherous game of intrigue. The queen yearned to witness her ascend to the heights, only to be ground into dust. Chapter 21. The heir of Ning'an Marquis after lying in bed for 3 days. Lin Yao finally decided to rise and attend to pressing matters. She needed to devise a strategy to ensnare that scoundrel of a man. Each day that passed without her success heightened the risk of exposure, and with it, the peril of losing her head. Lin Yao gathered some amusing items and proceeded to the unrestrained courtyard. The couple, having just enjoyed some leisure, naturally longed to remain intertwined. Otherwise, they would raise suspicions. To outsiders, the crown prince and Lin Yao appeared inseparable and affectionate. In truth, however, the crown prince sat like a frigid mountain, while Lin Yao wore a bewildered expression. She was genuinely perplexed. Within the unrestrained courtyard lay a cold pond, in which the crown prince was seated, his eyes closed and enveloped by the chill. His hair frosted with ice. His upper body was bare, revealing a layer of well-defined muscles, marred by a scar that ran from his armpit to his lower abdomen, giving him an untamed aspect. Yet, his face remained untainted by worldly desires, a stark contrast that drove one to madness. Though Lin Yao initially felt disinclined to act, the allure of beauty before her stirred her resolve. It was only when she began to feel the cold that she stepped back, wrapped her garments tighter around herself, and cast her gaze toward Changfeng. "What is the matter with the prince?" Changfeng replied. "The prince is engaged in austere cultivation." "Austere cultivation? Why must he endure such hardship?" "Austere cultivation is akin to silent meditation. It is, in fact, a form of self-punishment. When His Highness is angered, he resorts to this practice. His current state signifies a transgression of greater severity." "A transgression? What sort of transgression?" Lin Yao mused, recalling the events of that evening. How could someone so steadfast in their Buddhist resolve commit an infraction? Her curiosity was piqued. "When did the prince begin this austere cultivation?" 3 mornings ago, when I entered." "The prince was already in this state," Changfeng answered. "Isn't that the very night?" Lin Yao pondered. What had the crown prince done that evening to warrant such a penance? "Why do you wear such a bewildered expression? Was it not you who led the prince to break his vows?" Changfeng retorted, leaving Lin Yao speechless. It dawned on her that only she and the crown prince were privy to the true events of that night. A blush crept onto Lin Yao's cheeks as she smiled coyly. "Indeed, the prince treated me in ways that left me unable to rise from bed the following day. Oh dear, your lord is as ferocious as a tiger, and I am utterly unprepared for such intensity." These bold words caused Changfeng to flush crimson. Meanwhile, the man seated in the cold pond felt a twitch in his temples, his lips pressed tightly together as if restraining something within. Such words would have been utterly beyond Lin Yao's capacity to utter in her previous life. Despite being a concubine, she had always strived to uphold her dignity and propriety. Even after becoming the wife of the prime minister, she adhered strictly to societal norms, embodying the paradigm of womanhood. And what had been her fate? Upon reflection, those days held little meaning. In this lifetime, she resolved not to live by the rules any longer. She wished to follow her heart. She would do as she pleased, speak her mind, and retaliate against those who caused her discomfort. She no longer cared for her reputation or the ideals of womanhood. With the crown prince absorbed in his austere cultivation and Lin Yao feeling bored, she retrieved her brush and paper to sketch the man. She painted a little each day for 2 days until she finally completed her work. As she completed her painting, the man also concluded his arduous meditation. Changfeng hastily brought over clothes to drape over him, followed by some food. After the king of Yu washed up, he consumed only a meager portion. Once the meal was done, he turned to Lin Yao. "What are you painting?" Lin Yao was taken aback. The king of Yu had spoken. After all this time in the royal residence, it was the first time she had heard him utter a word. His voice was deep, with a slightly hoarse timbre, remarkably pleasing to the ear. One could only wonder how much more enchanting it might sound in intimacy. Flushing with shyness, Lin Yao replied, "Naturally, I am painting the prince." She approached him with the painting in hand. His gaze flickered over it, suddenly freezing. Was this depiction truly of him? Was it not a mere dog? Why do you cling to me? The king of Yu's 5 days of asceticism stemmed from that fateful night when Lin Yao departed, only to invade his dreams thereafter. In those dreams, she entwined around him like a serpent, leading him to break his vows. The king had immersed himself in the icy pool to purge his desires and punish himself. Yet, she continued to haunt his thoughts. He had ultimately relinquished hope. Yearning to converse with her, Lin Yao, taken aback by his inquiry, quickly regained her composure. It is simply because I admire the prince. This king of Yu, who had once faced an assassination attempt, saw this woman unhesitatingly place herself in harm's way for him. However, I could never love you, he stated coldly. Though he had experienced desire, it was merely fleeting. The path to enlightenment was fraught with obstacles, yet he would overcome each one. Lin Yao's expression fell, though it was an act. In truth, she was merely drawn to the king's physique, wishing to share his bed. Love was out of the question. In her past life, she had not loved Gu Yulan either. In 2 lifetimes, she had never tasted the sweetness of love. If there is no admiration, do you still wish to be with me? The king continued to inquire. Lin Yao nodded. Why? Because the prince is my support. I wish to live. My mother wishes to live. My elder sister wishes to live. All rely on the prince, she responded. This was indeed the truth. The king pondered this revelation. Thus, Lin Yao sought a pillar of support. He could simply find one for her, and in their separation, her feelings for him would naturally fade, allowing him to focus on his path to enlightenment. A few candidates among the nobility, of similar age to her, flashed through the king's mind as suitable supports. Yet, the thought of her one day regarding another person with the same affection she held for him stirred discomfort within him. He swiftly dismissed that peculiar sentiment. I understand. He nodded. Lin Yao gazed at the king of Yu, who had closed his eyes and begun reciting scriptures, utterly bewildered. What had he understood? The following day, upon her return to the unrestrained courtyard, Lin Yao discovered an additional presence within the grounds. To her astonishment, it was a guest of the king of Yu. Lin Yao was shocked. The king had renounced worldly attachments, disregarding even his own mother, so this guest must hold significant weight. Cha Feng, what is the background of this guest? Lin Yao inquired curiously. He is the heir of the Marquis of Ning'an, Chang Feng replied. The heir of the Marquis of Ning'an? That was someone she recognized. Unlike the dilapidated Marquis, Lord Lin, the family of the Ning'an Marquis is a newly risen power in the court, basking in the emperor's favor. This heir of the Ning'an Marquis possesses exceptional looks and remarkable talents, coupled with an illustrious lineage, making him the object of desire for countless young ladies. Upon entering the officialdom, he garnered significant imperial favor. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong allegiance, aligning himself with Prince Yu. Subsequently, when Prince Duan ascended the throne, he was dismissed, left dejected and unable to showcase his talents. Shunned by friends and family alike, he now spends his days in taverns. When Lin Yao encountered him, he had already fallen from grace, a mere shadow of his former spirited self, evoking a sense of melancholy. Thus, it can be said that this heir of the Ning'an Marquis was indeed a staunch ally of Prince Yu. Presently, the heir of Ning'an Marquis stands at the pinnacle of his vigor. Lin Yao is profoundly intrigued by his demeanor and appearance. Chapter 22. Lady Zhao's banquet. Lin Yao stood at the entrance, peering inside, pondering the subject of their discourse. Was it the teachings of Buddhism or merely a nostalgic exchange between brothers? Within the Buddha hall, Pan Ling appeared utterly perplexed. He had initially met Prince Yu in the countryside, both unaware of each other's true identities, yet feeling an extraordinary affinity. They had traveled together for some time, reluctant to part ways, only to discover they were both bound for the capital, which filled them with delight. Upon arriving in the capital, one turned out to be the son of the Marquis of Ning'an, while the other was the 6th prince of the emperor. To their astonishment, they realized they had known each other in childhood, further solidifying their bond. From that moment on, they became inseparable friends. Pan Ling secretly vowed that when the 6th prince ascended to the throne, he would serve him loyally as a faithful minister. However, Pan Ling never anticipated that his dear brother would suddenly renounce worldly ties and embrace the monastic life. Distressed, Pan Ling found himself rebuffed at the door, and this marked the first time in 5 years that Prince Yu had seen him. Hearing rumors that Prince Yu had broken his vows, could it be that he had stepped out of the monastery and into the secular world? Pan Ling's heart soared with joy. He had long awaited the chance to fulfill his promise of loyalty. Eagerly, he approached, brimming with words to share, only to be met with a singular inquiry regarding his marital status. After posing the question, Prince Yu descended into meditation and recitation of scriptures. What madness is this? After sitting in silence for a considerable time, Pan Ling felt his mind whirl and could no longer endure the stillness, so he stepped outside. Upon emerging, he was greeted by the sight of a young woman peering in. The lady possessed a beauty akin to spring flowers, radiant as peach blossoms. Her striking appearance was utterly captivating. Pan Ling cast a glance her way, his face flushed, and quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. He was not a superficial man swayed merely by external beauty. Rather, it was the extraordinary allure of this woman that set his heart racing with each lingering glance. Lin Yao, on the other hand, was fixated on him. He was adorned with a jade crown, his hair elegantly tied back, his visage resembling polished white jade, a gentleman of unparalleled grace. His features were strikingly delicate, possessing an androgynous beauty that undoubtedly attracted numerous suitors. Observing his flustered demeanor, with his ears reddening, Lin Yao found herself amused. After encountering the icy demeanor of Prince Yu, the vivacity of this innocent young man was indeed refreshing. Pan Ling, feeling the weight of her gaze, felt his ears burn with warmth. He abruptly stepped away, only to halt and glance back at Lin Yao. He seemed to utter something, too softly for her to catch, prompting her to draw closer to hear. "Might I inquire your esteemed name, fair lady?" Pan Ling asked. "Lin Yao," she replied. "And how is Yao written?" he inquired. "As in graceful and delicate. A refined lady, indeed, is well suited for a gentleman," he mused, admiring both her beauty and the elegance of her name. However, a sudden realization struck him. Was this not the very woman who had led Prince Yu to forsake his vows? A chill washed over Pan Ling, as he recognized the gravity of the situation. She was his brother's wife, and how could he dare entertain such thoughts? He chastised himself, feeling guilt wash over him. With great urgency, he expelled those chaotic emotions from his mind, yet a sense of melancholy lingered within him. Meanwhile, clad in black, Prince Yu sat in solemn contemplation, his eyes opening to scrutinize the two figures standing so near the entrance. What would become of Pan Ling? The young lord is not only handsome but also possesses remarkable literary talent, and he even brought me candied hawthorn to enjoy. How delightful. Chang Feng expressed his admiration without reservation. However, Prince Yu's lips were tightly pressed together. It boded ill. Pan Ling's mother was excessively domineering. Chang Feng appeared utterly bewildered. After all, he was not seeking to marry the young lord, and the strength of his mother bore little significance in their long-term interactions. Pan Ling hurried away, and Lin Yao gazed at his retreating figure, realizing that the 19-year-old Pan Ling was quite different. The 29-year-old Pan Ling, however, was in a state of disarray, accompanied by wine and plagued by hangovers. Having witnessed the vibrant Pan Ling, she felt an even deeper sense of loss. If only Prince Yu could return to the mortal realm, ascend the throne, and become an emperor, everything would undoubtedly change. If she could truly persuade Prince Yu to break his vow of abstinence, wouldn't she then be celebrated as a heroine across the land? Lin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. She was indeed thinking too far ahead. The thought of Prince Yu, that great iceberg, gave her a headache. Turning around, Lin Yao stepped into the Buddhist hall. Upon entering, she saw Prince Yu with his eyes closed, seemingly preparing to chant scriptures. Lin Yao thought, here we go again. Unexpectedly, after a while, Prince Yu opened his eyes. What of Pan Ling? He inquired. The young lord is not only handsome but also possesses remarkable literary talent, Lin Yao replied, sensing that Prince Yu was somewhat displeased. She quickly added, but I believe he pales in comparison to your princely grandeur and extraordinary presence. Instantly, Prince Yu felt his earlier frustration dissipate. Indeed, Pan Ling was insufficient. He would take it upon himself to assess her further. Meanwhile, news of Pan Ling visiting the royal residence swiftly reached the palace. Remarkably, Prince Yu was socializing with friends. It seemed that the Buddhist prince had taken another step towards the mundane world. In an instant, some rejoiced while others were filled with concern. Lin Yao remained in the Buddhist hall until afternoon, yet she made no further progress and had to leave in disappointment. She had employed every form of seduction, yet still found herself at an impasse. It was time to contemplate alternative strategies. Before she could devise a new plan, an unexpected event occurred. Madame Zhao sent an invitation, announcing a tea gathering to which she invited both the Princess Yu and Lady Yao. Madame Zhao was the sister of the royal concubine and married to Marquis Liang, thus holding the esteemed title of a first-rank noblewoman. She was adept in social maneuvering and maintained excellent relationships with many of the capital's elite. Frequently, she hosted tea gatherings, flower viewings, and banquets, inviting the dignitaries of the city. This particular tea gathering, co-hosted with Marquis Liang, meant that not only female guests would be invited, but male guests as well. This gathering was not merely for amusement, but also served as an opportunity to forge friendships or for eligible individuals to meet. For the aristocracy, such events were customary. But for those of slightly lower standing, they presented a rare opportunity to ascend socially, making them highly sought after. However, the invitation that delighted others filled Lin Si with considerable trepidation. The factions of Prince Yu and Prince Duan had always been at odds. This discord stemmed not only from the rivalry between two formidable heirs, but also from the long-standing tensions between the old and new nobility. The Wang family, led by its founder, had made significant contributions to the establishment of the empire, their roots deep and intertwined. In contrast, the Xie family had aided the previous emperor in quelling turmoil and had provided strategies that ushered in a flourishing era, albeit with a shorter lineage. Yet they had amassed a cadre of capable individuals. Madame Zhao, then, was at the very heart of Prince Duan's faction. She, Lin Si, is the princess consort of Prince Yu. The invitation explicitly requests your presence alongside mine. Lin Si, filled with trepidation, cannot shake the feeling that it resembles a hidden trap. It is said that Prince Yu has broken his vow, allowing him to contend in the struggle for the crown prince, effectively returning to the center of power. Thus, they would not dare to harm his sisters, Lin Yao asserts. Yao speaks with reason. Since childhood, Lin Si has been groomed to be the matriarch. Yet at times she feels that her younger sister perceives the situation more clearly than she does. Lin Si exhales in relief. In truth, Lin Yao's words are meant to comfort Lin Si. This gathering indeed bears the hallmarks of a hidden agenda, with Lady Zhao's faction harboring ill intentions. However, what choice do they have? They cannot simply retreat into their home. It is merely a matter of responding to the challenge as it comes. The following day, Lin Yao and Lin Si travel by carriage to the residence of Marquis Liang. Upon their arrival, Lin Yao disembarks and unexpectedly encounters two familiar figures, Lin Shu and Gu Yulan. Chapter 23. The malicious lady, Liang Cixi. At this moment, Gu Yulan possessed no official title, while Lin Shu was merely the illegitimate daughter of the Duke of Lin. How then had the couple gained an invitation from Madame Zhao? Upon encountering Lin Si and Lin Yao, Lin Shu approached and greeted Lin Si. I pay my respects to the princess. After performing her bow, she turned to Lin Yao, exclaiming, "Oh, is that not fourth sister? What brings you here? Were you invited by Madame Zhao? As far as I know, all present are the legitimate wives of their families. It seems no concubines have been summoned." Lin Si tone was condescending. She had heard rumors of Prince Yu's favor towards Lin Yao, yet she could not bring herself to believe it. In her previous life, she had witnessed indifference from the prince despite her own circumstances. The notion that Prince Yu could possibly harbor affections for a woman was unfathomable to her. Thus, regardless of the whispers circulating, she was convinced there must be some hidden truth. She would not accept that Prince Yu would break his vows for Lin Yao unless she witnessed it with her own eyes. In any case, Lin Yao remained an unacknowledged concubine, while she herself was the sole wife of her husband, both now and in the future. Once her husband ascended to the position of prime minister, Lin Yao would be reduced to mere refuse before her, despicably lowly. Lin Yao remained silent, prompting Lin Si to frown and speak up. Of course, Madame Zhao invited Yao. Are you questioning Madame Zhao's intentions, fifth sister? As sisters, how can you speak so harshly? Fifth sister apologized to Yao. Lin Shu was taken aback. Apologize to Lin Yao? The very thought was incredulous. Throughout their lives, she had always bullied Lin Yao. Now she was expected to offer an apology? Surely this was a mistake. Apparently, fifth sister no longer heeds my words. Lin Si expression hardened, exuding the authoritative demeanor of a princess, disregarding both elders and social hierarchies. Though Lin Shu was proud, she was not foolish. She understood that such a reputation would not bode well. After all, she aspired to be the wife of the prime minister. Reputation held great significance. Thus, she begrudgingly offered an apology to Lin Yao, her countenance sour and her tone sharp. Fourth sister, I am sorry. Her voice carried, causing Lin Yao to flinch and retreat behind Lin Si, tentatively peeking out and stammering, It's all right. She appeared genuinely frightened of Lin Shu. Gu Yulan observed this scene, his brow slightly furrowed. In truth, the moment Lin Yao had appeared, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Clad in a simple dress and devoid of adornments, her graceful figure and delicate features, along with her alluring charm, were undeniable. She seemed even more enchanting than he remembered. An idea crossed his mind. Had Lin Shu not pursued him, he might have wed Lin Yao. Yet, Lin Shu's wealth was something Lin Yao could never provide. If Lin Shu were to be his wife, Lin Yao would have to settle for the role of a concubine. His thoughts wandered, though his expression remained inscrutable. Now, witnessing Lin Yao's frightened demeanor, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Lin Shu had indeed crossed a line. After all, Lin Yao was her sister. How could she exhibit such a demeanor? Was this how the Lin family raised her? He recalled his mother's words about Lin Shu's lack of understanding, and he felt a deeper resonance with that sentiment. Had it not been for her lineage and wealth, Gu Yulan could no longer bear to watch. She approached Lin Sivan and Lin Yao, greeting them courteously, before turning to Lin Shu and saying, "Madam, shall we proceed inside?" Lin Shu felt a rush of relief. Blushing as she replied, "Very well. Gulang, CC is still waiting for me." Lin Yao observed the intimate figures of the two, lost in thought. "CC, is that Liang Cici? The cherished daughter of Madame Zhao and Lord Liang," she mused. It seemed Lin Shu had secured an invitation to the tea gathering by aligning herself with Liang Cici. Thus, it became clear that Lin Shu had indeed married well. Lin Sivan remarked. Lin Yao chuckled. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. A flutter of unease stirred in Lin Sivan's heart. Could there be something amiss with Gu Yulan? Glancing at Lin Yao, who transformed from delicate to cold in an instant, she pondered, no longer pretending? Sister protects me, so I shall naturally indulge in my favored status, Lin Yao playfully replied. Lin Sivan found her younger sister's antics endearing. Unlike the pretensions of others. "Come now, let us enter," she urged, and the sisters made their way into the Liang residence. They were escorted to the tea gathering in the rear courtyard, where a servant approached, announcing, "Princess Yu, Madame Zhao requests your presence." Lin Sivan intended to take Lin Yao along, but the servant added, "Madame Zhao suggests you catch up with old friends. This young lady appears too youthful and might enjoy mingling with the other young ladies." Lin Sivan frowned slightly, momentarily uncertain. "Sister, you go ahead. I shall wander about," Lin Yao offered. She felt her elder sister underestimated her. She had been the mistress of a household before, and such gatherings were merely trifling affairs. After a brief hesitation, Lin Sivan nodded and followed the servant. The tea gathering unfolded amidst a profusion of blossoms in the rear courtyard, where peach trees were in full bloom. Lin Yao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze falling upon a striking young lady. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, adorned in a vibrant red dress. Her features exquisite and radiant, though her expression bore a hint of arrogance. None other than Liang Cici, the daughter of Madame Zhao. Surrounding her were many admirers, with her closest companion being Chu Tingran, the daughter of the second assistant of the cabinet. Lin Shu was among them, yet she appeared notably subservient. Her face a mask of eager flattery towards Liang Cici and Chu Tingran. Liang Cici engaged in a game of throwing arrows, and as she tossed one, Lin Shu hurried to retrieve it, reveling in her servitude with an air of pride. Soon, another girl elbowed her way in, snatching away Lin Shu's task, leaving her cornered. Turning her head, she encountered Lin Yao's enigmatic smile. "Lin Yao, are you mocking me? Do you comprehend how esteemed Liang Cici will become?" She recalled how, in her previous life, Lin Yao had forged a close friendship with Liang Cici. In no time, the Duke would ascend to the position of Crown Prince, making Liang Cici his cousin. Lin Yao had leveraged this connection to ease Gu Lang's career. Furthermore, once the Duke ascended the throne, Liang Cici would marry him, attaining the unparalleled status of the imperial consort. Clinging to such a formidable ally would ensure her own prosperity. With a prime minister as a husband and an imperial consort as a friend, her life would be utterly invincible. In her previous life, all of this belonged to Lin Yao. In this life, she intends to seize it. How prestigious is it? Is she not merely the daughter of Lady Zhao? Lin Yao feigned ignorance, yet within her heart, she had already discerned Lin Shu's intentions. In her past life, she had met Liang Cici after a year, but Lin Shu was eager to hasten their encounter. However, did she truly believe that becoming Liang Cici's confidant would be so effortless? Liang Cici, with her cunning and capricious nature, often displayed erratic behavior, treating Lin Yao with disdain, as if she were mere livestock, inflicting harm whenever she felt displeased. Lin Yao endured it all for the sake of Gu Yulan. Looking back now, she recalls that period as a time shrouded in darkness, while Lin Shu seemed to revel in it, delighting in her mischief. TSK. Lin Shu cast a scornful glance at Lin Yao before turning away, elbowing aside another woman to reclaim the task of gathering arrows, thoroughly enjoying herself. Chapter 24. Playing with them, Liang Cici grew weary of their games. Chu Tingran suggested, "Cici, let us engage in other activities." The others chimed in, "Yes, let us play something else. It's too crowded here." Liang Cici pointed to a girl, Zhuxinrong. "You should join us." Zhuxinrong, the daughter of the Minister of War, was a concubine's child, appearing timid and reserved. The others were perplexed as to how someone like her could infiltrate Liang Cc's circle. However, Lin Yao understood all too well. In her previous life, Lin Yao had been tormented by Chu Ting and S proposals and Zhu Xinrong's actions, all to please Liang Cc. Lin Shu placed her arrow down and hurried over. Cc. May I join you? Liang Cc seemingly ignored her and turned to Lin Yao. You should come with us. Lin Yao was reluctant, yet she knew Liang Cc's temperament. The more she resisted, the more Liang Cc would contrive ways to provoke her. Thus, she was taken aback, responding meekly, yes. Lin Shu shot Lin Yao a fierce glare. Lin Yao felt helpless, wishing to bestow this fortune upon Lin Shu instead. Liang Cc and Chu Ting and walked hand in hand ahead, while Zhu Xinrong lagged a few steps behind, her head bowed and an air of gloom surrounding her. Lin Yao brought up the rear, feeling the envious gazes of the others upon her, leaving her speechless. Who was she, after all? A married woman with her hair styled in a matronly bun? Why had she never seen her before? She is my fourth sister, Lin Yao, Lin Shu explained. Lin Yao? Isn't she the one favored by Prince Yu? Do you think Miss Cc knows her true identity? If she does, it wouldn't be favoritism, it would be trouble, considering she has disrupted the plans of the Duke. The envious stares promptly shifted to those anticipating a spectacle. Lin Shu, concerned, feared Lin Yao would not repeat the same mistakes of her past and become close friends with Liang Cc again. She had to follow them. As Lin Yao trailed behind the three, they ventured further into secluded areas until they stumbled upon an abandoned courtyard. Let us play hide and seek, Chu Ting suggested. I shall be the seeker, Liang Cc declared. In 15 minutes, whoever remains unfound will receive this reward. Liang Cc removed a hairpin from her head. Well, isn't that a gift from the noble consort? Such a valuable item, you're using it as a prize. I must win, Chu Tingran exclaimed, brimming with excitement. All right, let us begin. You all hide while I count to 100, Liang Cc instructed, turning her back and covering her eyes with her hands. Chu Tingran looked at Zhu Xinrong and Lin Yao, determined, I will find the best hiding spot. The prize shall be mine. With that, she turned and scurried off to find a place to conceal herself. Suddenly, Lin Yao felt a tug. It was Zhu Xinrong. I know a place where we can hide, she said, leading Lin Yao to a corner of the backyard where she brushed aside some grass to reveal a hidden dry well. It's very secluded. If we hide here and I cover it with a board, Cc will never find us. Lin Yao regarded her. Why are you helping me? Zhu Xinrong replied earnestly. You are different from them. I want you to win. Lin Yao nearly believed her. Time has advanced, and the trajectories of certain events eerily mirror those of a past life. In her previous existence, she yearned for that hairpin, not out of greed for wealth, but rather a desire to be embraced by Liang Cc's close-knit circle. Grateful for the overtures of Zhu Xinrong, she harbored no doubts and willingly concealed herself within that desolate well. The well was damp and foul, littered with the remains of various creatures, the stench overwhelming. Lin Yao endured, believing she merely had to withstand it for a fleeting quarter of an hour. However, as time dragged on, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Hadn't Zhu Xinrong promised to come for her? Lin Yao began to call for help. Silence enveloped her. They had all departed. It became painfully clear she had been deceived. Zhu Xinrong's intentions were far from benevolent. They were malicious. Was she to remain imprisoned here indefinitely? The isolation rendered her cries unnoticed, swallowed by the desolation of the remote location. The oppressive darkness of the confined space filled her with despair. Lin Yao clawed desperately at her surroundings, only to discover that the well cover was weighed down by stones, immovable by her strength. Was she destined to perish in this abyss? To decay in solitude? Hunger and hopelessness gnawed at her relentlessly. Time became an indistinct blur. She felt herself teetering on the brink of madness, letting out anguished wails. In that moment, she resembled a wild beast, devoid of reason. Just as despair threatened to consume her entirely, a glimmer of light appeared above. A simpleton had come to her rescue. When she emerged, disheveled before Liang Cc and the others, they exhibited no remorse. Instead, they mocked her dismal state. Someone inquired how she had come to be in such a predicament. What was her response? She claimed she had accidentally fallen into the well. Indeed, she lacked the courage to seek justice, nor could she afford to. She had to consider Gu Yulan's future. Moreover, she must act like a devoted pet, ingratiating herself to them. Lin Yao pulled herself from those memories, gazing at the well. Yet, I do not wish to win. Zhu Xinrong was momentarily taken aback. The king of you dotes on me. I can choose anything within the palace, and the queen has bestowed upon me an array of treasures. What is that hairpin to me? Lin Yao replied with a nonchalant tone. In this life, she need not concern herself with Gu Yulan's prospects, nor did she need to curry favor with Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi was insignificant. But, if you win, Cixi will like you. Don't you wish to play with us? Zhu Xinrong pressed on. The king of Yu's affection is sufficient, and I am too occupied serving him to partake in your games, she retorted, exhibiting a demeanor of arrogance born of favor. However, games must be played, so I shall hide here, Lin Yao decided, retreating behind a door panel. Zhu Xinrong seemed at a loss. And as Liang Cixi began counting to 100, she could only stamp her foot in frustration and seek her own hiding spot. Before long, Liang Cixi approached deliberately, heading toward the well. She made sounds intended to frighten Lin Yao, akin to scaring a timid mouse. Hee, the little mouse shrinks back in fear. Dreading discovery and loss, how amusing. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she turned and was startled to find a figure standing behind the door panel. Lin Yao feigned astonishment, exaggerating her reaction. Oh dear, you found me, Cixi. You truly are remarkable. Liang Cixi's expression darkened instantly. There are still 2 more people, Cixi. Hurry and find them, Lin Yao urged. However, Liang Cixi was devoid of any inclination to search. Chu Tingyan and Zhu Xinrong had both noticed, deliberately making noise to ensure she would locate them. Liang Cixi shot a fierce glare at Zhu Xinrong, causing her to shrink back in fright. Zhu Xinrong, how did you get Cixi's shoes dirty? Chu Tingyan exclaimed. I'm sorry, Cixi. I'll clean them, Zhu Xinrong quickly replied. As she spoke, she knelt before Liang Cixi and began to lick the dust off her shoes. Lin Yao remained silent. Observing that Liang Cixi's anger had subsided somewhat, Chu Tingyan said, That's better. Be more careful next time. Zhu Xinrong timidly responded, Yes, yes. She cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yao, a flicker of resentment flashing across her face, yet Lin Yao managed to catch it. Chapter 25. The plaything of a wicked woman playing hide and seek has lost its charm. Let us engage in a different game, proposed Chu Tingyan. The 4 individuals exited the dilapidated courtyard and made their way to the archery range. Let us play archery. However, this shall not be ordinary archery. Let one person hold an apple, and we shall shoot at it. Does that not sound more exhilarating? Chu Tingyan continued. Liang Cixi's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued by the idea. Who shall hold the apple? She inquired further. Chu Tingyan's gaze swiftly swept over her, then flitted between Zhu Xinrong and Lin Yao. Zhu Xinrong's face turned ashen. Arrows are heedless. Their skills in archery were mediocre at best, and it could very well be a matter of life and death. Do you know how to shoot? Zhu Xinrong asked Lin Yao. If not, you can hold the apple. It would at least offer a sense of participation. Lin Yao chuckled. I am quite adept at archery. I can hit a target from 100 paces. My fingers are itching. Shall I shoot first? Zhu Xinrong smiled. Albeit with some difficulty. Perhaps we should draw lots. That would be more equitable, suggested Chu Tingyan. It was evident that she had no intention of having Zhu Xinrong hold the apple. Chu Tingyan summoned a servant and instructed him accordingly. Shortly thereafter, the servant returned with 4 slips of paper. One of these has a mark. Whoever draws it shall hold the apple. What do you think? Chu Tingyan proposed. Liang Cixi nodded in agreement. I shall go first. Oh dear, Lin Yao is our guest. She should take her turn first, Chu Tingyan insisted. Lin Yao immediately grasped the underlying issue with the slips. It appeared they were all too aware of their roles, and this entire charade was aimed at her. Cixi is the host, so naturally she should go first, Lin Yao remarked. Oh, what is there to dispute? Lin Yao, you go ahead, urged Chu Tingyan. Indeed. There is no need for contention. Why not allow you to go first? Lin Yao replied. Liang Cixi's displeasure became apparent, while Chu Tingyan felt her temper fraying. Initially, she had aimed to please Liang Cixi, but now she had inadvertently dampened her spirit. Xinrong, you should go, suggested Chu Tingyan. Zhu Xinrong, having understood the subtleties, felt she had no grounds to refuse. It was all Lin Yao's fault. Her refusal to draw lots had caused her this distress. Trembling, Zhu Xinrong took a slip. Chu Tingyan snatched it away, feigning surprise. Oh dear, it bears a mark. Xinrong, your luck is truly remarkable. Zhu Xinrong lifted the apple, holding it aloft above her head. Standing several paces away, her complexion was pale, her heart raced, and her hands trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yao, eager to shoot first, swiftly knocked an arrow and aimed at Zhu Xinrong. I was boasting earlier, but the truth is, my archery skills are quite poor, Lin Yao chuckled. Zhu Xinrong's legs quaked even more. Lin Yao raised her bow slightly and, with a whoosh, released the arrow, which struck the apple perfectly. Zhu Xinrong gasped in surprise, and upon seeing the arrow embedded in the apple, she exhaled in relief, feeling a chill of sweat on her back. "Cece, it's your turn now," Chu Tingran said cautiously. Sensing Liang Cece's growing discontent, Liang Cece seized an arrow and shot it haphazardly. She ought to feel fortunate that her aim was poor, as it merely grazed Zhuo Xinrong's shoulder. Otherwise, had it veered just a tad more to the left, Zhuo Xinrong, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, feeling a dampness in her trousers. I can't take it anymore," Zhuo Xinrong lamented. Liang Cece frowned, her expression marred by disdain and disgust, prompting Chu Tingran to urge her, "Hurry and change your clothes. Don't embarrass yourself." Zhuo Xinrong fled as if in panic. The one holding the apple departed, and Lin Yao elongated her tone, glancing at Chu Tingran. "It seems the burden falls upon Miss Chu." Chu Tingran exclaimed in surprise, "Why me? Do you wish for Miss Cece to take my place? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?" Lin Yao's face reflected disapproval, and Liang Cece shot Chu Tingran a cold glare. Flustered, Chu Tingran stammered, "Cece, that's not what I meant. I was merely suggesting, why not Lin Yao?" Lin Yao regarded her as if she were foolish, replying, "Of course it cannot be me. If I were to be harmed, the prince would surely be distressed. And if the prince is distressed, how would that reflect on Madame Zhao? You." Chu Tingran was infuriated, realizing she had invoked the prince's name, leaving her without a retort. At that moment, her gaze fell upon an individual. "I've got it. Bring that madwoman over here." Lin Yao turned her head, her eyes narrowing. It was a disheveled girl, appearing around 17 or 18, clad in tattered clothing, yet possessing a delicately beautiful face, her expression innocent as that of a child. In her past life, it was this girl who had saved her. Lin Yao later investigated her identity. Her name was Liang Xinyue, the adopted daughter of Marquis Liang. However, the truth was far from that. Liang Xinyue was, in fact, the biological daughter of Marquis Liang. Rising from humble beginnings, he had earned his title through military merit. Before marrying Madame Zhao, Marquis Liang had a wife. Hypocritical in nature, he had proclaimed he would never remarry. Yet, when his wife suddenly passed away, it was only natural for him to wed Madame Zhao. The late wife had left behind a simple-minded daughter, who, being of his blood, perhaps was kept in the household out of a sense of obligation or to display generosity. However, as an adopted daughter, her life seemed bleak, devoid of maternal affection, and neglected by her father. In her previous life, Lin Yao had always remembered Liang Xinyue's act of salvation. Initially powerless, she later rose to become the first minister's wife. But when she sought her out, the girl had vanished. The servants brought Liang Xinyue forward. "What do you want?" Xinyue asked timidly. "Please don't hurt me." "We won't hurt you. We merely wish to play a game," Chu Tingran replied with a smile. "You want to play with Xinyue?" Liang Xinyue inquired suspiciously. "Yes, it will be delightful," Chu Tingran continued to coax her. Finally resolved, Liang Xinyue agreed. "All right, Xinyue will play with you." Standing with an apple atop her head, she appeared blissfully unaware of the impending events. Chu Tingran took up a bow, aiming at the apple perched on Liang Xinyue's head. Lin Yao discerned that Chu Tingran's archery skills were lacking. What if she moves? If an accident were to occur, Miss Chu's reputation would be tarnished. And who would dare to marry her thereafter? Lin Yao feigned concern. Chu Tingran keenly sensed that Lin Yao cared for the simpleton. Previously, she had struggled to find Lin Yao's weakness to gain the upper hand. "Perhaps Miss Lin could take my place?" Chu Tingran suggested. Lin Yao gazed at the innocent Liang Xinyue, the girl who had once saved her. She had yet to repay her kindness. Rising to her feet, Lin Yao approached Liang Xinyue and requested, "May I have the apple?" Liang Xinyue blinked her large eyes, concealing the apple behind her back, declaring, "It's mine. I won't give it to you." "Xinyue, delightful things are meant to be shared. Do you understand?" Lin Yao gently coaxed her. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Xinyue furrowed her brow before finally relinquishing the apple to Lin Yao. "Good girl, now go sit over there and watch how I play," Lin Yao continued. Liang Xinyue cheerfully scampered to a nearby spot and obediently sat down. At that moment, Chu Tingran seized the bow and arrow, aiming directly at Lin Yao's heart, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the course of play, one cannot avoid causing harm. Chapter 26. The frantic counterattack. Chu Ting and adjusted her bow slightly to the left, aiming to strike Lin Yao's arm. In a moment of mercy, she decided to spare her life while imparting a lesson. Drawing the bowstring taut, she released the arrow towards Lin Yao. However, the instant the arrow was loosed, Lin Yao collapsed to the ground, causing the arrow to miss its target entirely. Chu Tingran was taken aback. "Lin Yao, you deceitful wretch," she exclaimed. "My heart feels as though it is being crushed. Am I to perish?" Lin Yao clutched her chest tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Chu Tingran froze in disbelief. Lin Yao's demeanor suggested she had indeed been struck. A dead person! A dead person! Liang Xinyue shouted in alarm, running frantically as she called out. Her voice was sharp and piercing. Quick, stop her! Chu Tingran urgently instructed. The servant hastened to pursue. But Liang Xinyue was swifter and vanished in an instant. Thanks to Liang Xinyue, a multitude soon gathered, including Madame Zhao and Lin Sivan. Upon seeing Lin Yao sprawled on the ground, Lin Sivan panicked, disregarding her image as she rushed over, nearly stumbling in her haste. Yaoer, are you all right? Lin Sivan cried. Lin Yao blinked at her, and in that moment, Lin Sivan realized her cousin was up to her tricks again. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, though her face remained a mask of anxious concern, perfectly synchronized with the performance. Miss Chu suggested a game. I was to hold an apple while she shot arrows. This is not her fault. Her archery skills are lacking. It was unintentional. Sister, if I should die, you must tell the prince not to blame anyone else for this. Lin Yao spoke weakly. All eyes turned to Chu Tingran, deeming her exceedingly bold for daring to shoot at the woman of Prince Yu. Chu Tingran felt a wave of panic wash over her. I did not shoot her. It was Timi. Indeed, it is not Miss Chu's fault. I merely stumbled into the arrow, Lin Yao feebly insisted. Lin Yao's unexpected kindness astonished those present, leaving them to wonder at Chu Tingran's cruelty. Chu Tingran was beside herself with frustration. It's not like that. CC saw everything. CC, I didn't shoot her, did I? She looked at Liang CC with hopeful eyes. Liang CC turned her head away, showing no intention of coming to her defense. Foolish. To be led around by a shameless woman, she thought, not wishing to appear equally foolish. Madam Yao, may I inspect your injury? It was Chu Tingran's aunt who spoke. Chu Tingran's eyes lit up. If Lin Yao bore no wound, it would prove her deception. Lin Yao clutched her injury tightly. No. The prince has decreed that only he may see my body. If you examine it, what if he grows displeased with me? Chu Tingran's aunt was left speechless. Yaoer, I shall escort you back to the prince's residence, Lin Sivan stated coldly, helping Lin Yao to her feet as she prepared to leave. Madame Zhao blocked their path. I implore the princess to rest for a moment. I have summoned a doctor. If Madame Yao has indeed sustained an injury at Liang Ho's residence, the truth shall be muddled. Madame Zhao's stance was resolute, leaving Lin Sivan no choice but to nod in acquiescence. Madame Zhao prepared a courtyard for Lin Sivan and Lin Yao to rest temporarily. Shortly after, the doctor arrived. Through the bed curtain, he checked the pulse. Doctor, my sister has already treated my wound, so please prescribe a nourishing medicine for me, she requested. The doctor, aware of her status as the woman of Prince Yu, did not dare to linger and promptly complied. After prescribing the medicine, he took his leave. Lin Yao remained weakly reclined on the bed, occasionally emitting soft whimpers. Madame Zhao, fully aware that she was feigning her condition, felt helpless. She could only smile and advise Lin Yao to rest well before having lunch. Once Madame Zhao exited, her expression fell. Madam, dealing with the Lin family is quite troublesome, remarked the maidservant in attendance. Madame Zhao nodded, acknowledging that while young ladies with ambitions could be managed, those with thick skins and no shame were the most challenging. Not only are they shameless, but they also have formidable backing. It is indeed a bit troublesome. I will visit my sister in the palace tomorrow. As soon as Madame Zhao departed, Lin Yao ceased her wailing. Lin Sivan, exasperated, poked her gently on the forehead. Did you find joy in the charade? Lin Sivan asked, her tone resigned yet laced with affection. They are vexed, and that brings me delight, Lin Yao replied. However, if this reputation spreads, it will not bode well. A woman must exercise restraint and adhere to propriety. Lin Yao flopped onto the ground, wailing and lamenting, knowing that those around would surely embellish her plight, casting her as a scoundrel without shame. I am indifferent to my reputation. In my past life, I adhered strictly to the rules of womanhood and gained a good name, but what did it ultimately yield? In this life, I intend to pursue my own happiness. Lin Sivan suddenly fixed her gaze on Lin Yao, her expression becoming complex. She leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed tone. Yaoer, do you not wish to become a princess? Lin Sivan inquired softly. She believed that if Yaoer garnered favor and bore a child, securing the prince's heart, the title of princess would inevitably be hers. Yet, if one were to aspire to such a position and be the matriarch of the royal family, one must care about reputation. However, Yaoer seemed utterly carefree, lacking any restraint in her actions, appearing almost reckless, as if she were content with mere enjoyment, devoid of ambition. Lin Yao shook her head. Being the matriarch is too exhausting and lacks meaning. I have endured enough in my past life. if possible. I wish to earn a modest income and live a stable life with my mother. You wish to engage in business? Women should not rely on men. It is difficult to navigate the world alone, Lin Shu responded, astonished by her aspirations, yet deeming them impractical. Do I not have an elder sister? She will protect me and serve as my support, Lin Yao said playfully. This was Lin Yao's ideal scenario, but she understood the difficulty of achieving it. Akin to chasing a dream. The rumor of Prince Yu breaking his vows was merely a fabrication, yet it loomed over her like a sword. Lin Yao was merely expressing her thoughts, yet Lin Shu took them to heart. Elder sister, I have a concern, Lin Yao stated. I worry about implicating Xin Yue. Her situation is already precarious, and if she were to suffer repercussions due to today's events, Lin Yao wished to extricate Liang Xin Yue from this perilous environment. But at this moment, she lacked the capacity to do so. In Lin Shu's mind, a foolish girl emerged. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, Yaoer, you need not be overly concerned. Lin Yao inquired, what do you mean, elder sister? The mere fact that a simpleton has survived until now indicates that someone within this household is shielding her. Madame Zhao is certainly not a benevolent figure. Indeed, not only is she malevolent, but she is also exceedingly jealous. Her elder sister's words ring true. Liang Xinyue will undoubtedly be safe and unharmed. A sense of relief washed over Lin Yao. Yet, who could be the one protecting Liang Xinyue? This individual must possess considerable power and influence within the estate. Lin Yao, unfamiliar with the Liang residence, struggled to identify a suitable candidate. As the time for lunch approached, someone came to summon her. It seemed that if she did not improve, she would not be able to leave the Liang estate, Lin Yao lamented. Madame Zhao desired her to emerge from the Liang residence unscathed and lively, ensuring she would not be subject to slander. Lin Yao rose, saying, Elder sister, let us go. The two proceeded to the dining area, where 2 seats were reserved beside Madame Zhao for Lin Yao and Lin Shu. Seated next to Madame Zhao was Liang Sisi, whose eyes were red and whose glare at Lin Yao was filled with malice. Ah, could it be that this little demon had been chastised by her mother? This would only intensify her desire for revenge. Chapter 27. The secret affection of the eldest sister. Lin Yao paid her no mind, indulging herself heartily. She felt no apprehension. In such a public setting, the Liang family would not dare to poison her. After the meal, Madame Zhao inquired, there is a poetry gathering in the front courtyard. Ladies and young ladies, would you care to join? Madame Zhao, with her round visage and kind demeanor, possessed a gentle voice that easily fostered a sense of familiarity. Yet, who could have imagined that beneath such a fade lay a heart as treacherous as a viper's? The crowd readily acquiesced. Madame Zhao took Lin Shu's hand, exclaiming, Sister Wan, let us go take a look. The two, arm in arm, appeared as close as siblings, followed by a throng of ladies. Lin Yao turned her head, noticing that Chu Ting and Zhou Xinrong were absent, while another group of young maidens surrounded Liang Sisi. Lin Shu was among them, seemingly engaged in conversation with Liang Sisi, who displayed a lack of interest. Lin Shu appeared quite animated, and in that moment, Lin Yao comprehended her intentions. Gu Yulan was in the front courtyard. She must believe her husband would shine at the poetry gathering, garnering admiration for herself in the process. The Liang estate was expansive, with winding paths that required quite a walk to reach the front courtyard. In consideration of propriety, Madame Zhao had arranged a separate room adorned with beaded curtains for female guests to observe from behind. Lin Yao peered forward to see a dozen individuals gathered there. Apart from the Liang Marquis, the rest were youthful figures. The Liang Marquis, in his 30s, was robust and upright, exuding an air of righteousness. Lin Yao's expression turned scornful. He and Madame Zhao were a fitting match, both appearing virtuous while concealing their sordid nature. As her gaze shifted leftward, Lin Yao spotted Gu Yulan, standing tall and elegant. He emanated an aura of scholarly refinement, distinguishing himself among the crowd. Who is that gentleman? He is truly handsome, several young ladies whispered among themselves, their hearts aflutter. Indeed. I wonder if he is married. He is my husband, Lin Shu interjected, her voice tinged with pride. Not only is he handsome, but his literary talent is exceptional. She seemed eagerly anticipatory of what was to come. Lin Yao recalled that in her previous life, Gu Yulan had also made his mark at a poetry gathering. Though this time it had come earlier, it appeared that Lin Shu was impatient to showcase her husband's excellence and her discerning taste. The Liang Marquis proposed a topic, and the assembled individuals eagerly composed their verses. Many among them were candidates preparing for the imperial examinations, thus they poured forth their talents to impress the Marquis. The quality of the poetry was notably high. Soon, it was Gu Yulan's turn. Though the preceding performers were remarkable, Gu Yulan's talent left the audience in awe. What remarkable talent! The Liang Marquis exclaimed. Young man, what is your name? Gu Yulan performed a scholar's bow. I am Gu Yulan. Within the beaded curtains, Lin Shu beamed with even greater pride. This is merely a warm-up. Wait until next year when my husband triumphs in the examinations. He will surely astonish everyone. Brother Yu, why are you silent? Share a few lines with us. Indeed, you have been quietly reserved, and now you take the initiative to attend the poetry gathering, yet remain silent. Is this a slight to the noble lord? A young man has been prompted to step forward. Lin Yao glanced over, her expression betraying surprise. The individual in question was none other than Yu Tang. To her astonishment, Yu Tang had also come to the poetry event. Lin Yao could not help but turn to her elder sister, only to find Lin Sivon somewhat lost in thought, staring blankly at the beaded curtain outside. Meanwhile, Yu Tang seemed to sense something and cast a glance inward. Upon turning back, Lin Yao noticed an unusual gleam in Liang Cici's eyes, which were fixed intently upon Yu Tang. A sudden jolt coursed through Lin Yao. In her past life, Yu Tang had met his demise at the hands of the Liang family. His refusal of Liang Cici's marriage proposal had earned him the ire of Madame Zhao, leading to the ruin of his uncle's family. Despite possessing remarkable talents and an unwavering integrity, he ultimately fell victim to slander, scorned by society, and met a tragic end. The roots of Yu Tang's misfortune lay in Liang Cici's infatuation at first sight. Prompted to recite a poem, Yu Tang contemplated briefly before composing a piece. The other attendees were momentarily taken aback. It was utterly breathtaking. Both its essence and choice of words surpassed even Gu Yulan. Lord Liang recited it twice. His gaze towards Yu Tang filled with admiration as he broke into applause. Excellent. Truly, talents emerge from every generation. A splendid poem indeed. You brother, I am in awe. Is this perhaps a love poem? Might you brother have a beloved? Ha ha ha. I wonder which maiden has managed to awaken this wooden-headed fellow? Laughter erupted, momentarily overshadowing Gu Yulan's presence. Both Gu Yulan and Lin Shu wore expressions of displeasure. Lin Shu was nearly beside herself with anger. She had never anticipated Yu Tang's presence here. Yet, what did a fleeting moment of fame matter? Even if she triumphed next year, would it not lead to a similar fate? Unlike her own husband, who occupied the esteemed position of prime minister. As such thoughts crossed her mind, Lin Shu felt a rush of relief. Lin Yao had been closely observing her elder sister, who remained lost in thought for a while after hearing Yu Tang's poem. Eventually, she regained her composure, maintaining the dignified demeanor expected of a princess. However, beneath that calm exterior, tumultuous emotions raged within. A deeply cherished love had rendered her a mere stranger. Lin Yao could not help but let out a soft sigh. The poetry gathering lasted for half an hour before concluding. As soon as it ended, Liang Cici departed. Lin Yao, troubled by Liang Cici's unwavering gaze upon Yu Tang, felt a sense of unease and decided to follow her. She found Liang Cici's obsessive nature disturbing. She was fixated and possessive, insisting on obtaining what she desired. And if thwarted, she would resort to destruction. Alas, Madame Zhao doted on her daughter excessively, granting her every whim. Yu Tang's calamity was imminent. Lin Yao, harboring sympathy for Yu Tang's talents and recognizing him as her sister's beloved, did not wish to witness his fate unfold as it had in her previous life. She resolved to investigate and contemplate ways to assist him. Maintaining a distance, she trailed Liang Cici, who was scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone, most likely Yu Tang. After searching for quite some time without success, she frowned, seemingly growing impatient. Lin Yao turned her gaze, and her expression suddenly shifted. Among the artificial rocks behind her, two familiar figures emerged. One was her elder sister, and the other was Yu Tang, though their demeanor lacked any intimate gestures. The mere presence of a man and a woman suggested something was amiss. Moreover, the look in Yu Tang's eyes as he regarded her sister was filled with profound affection. The usually aloof scholar now bore an intensity that bordered on madness. Liang Cici was conversing with a servant, who pointed in their direction, prompting Liang Cici to approach. Lin Yao's heart raced. If Liang Cici were to discover this, her sister was a princess. Clandestine meetings with a man would surely lead to her secret execution by the queen, a swift demise. Even if she managed to evade such a fate, Liang Cici would not show mercy, ensuring her life became a living hell. In the blink of an eye, Liang Cici was nearly upon them. Chapter 28. Lin Shu seizes credit upon hearing the servants mention that Yu Tang was approaching. Liang Cici hastened her steps, her heart racing with anticipation. She yearned to find Yu Tang and confess her affections, proposing that he join the Ho residence as a son-in-law. Whether he accepted her offer was of no consequence. She had always attained whatever she desired since childhood. With a heart full of excitement, Liang Cixi was suddenly taken aback as a shadow lunged towards her. Before she could evade, she was knocked down by the figure. When she regained her composure, she was met with a face she found utterly repugnant. "Miss Cixi, why did you suddenly appear? You startled me," Lin Yao exclaimed, feigning surprise. Liang Cixi was infuriated. Was it really her fault? With a surge of anger, she retorted. "Get off me." Lin Yao scrambled to her feet and helped Liang Cixi up. "Miss Cixi, your dress is torn at the back," she remarked in astonishment. Naturally, Liang Cixi wished to avoid appearing before her beloved in such a disheveled state. Enraged, she resolved to change her attire and promptly turned to leave. Lin Yao hurriedly followed. "Miss Cixi, please slow down. Allow me to shield you." Arriving at the nearest courtyard, Liang Cixi instructed a servant to fetch her a change of clothes from her chamber. She then whispered something to the servant, her voice barely audible, leaving Lin Yao in the dark. Once inside, the two sat in silence. Lin Yao's intent being to monitor Liang Cixi and prevent her from discovering her sister's involvement with Yutang. After a brief wait, a servant returned with a new outfit and a jewelry box, attending to Liang Cixi as she changed. Liang Cixi turned to Lin Yao and requested, "Please retrieve a bracelet from the jewelry box." Her tone seemed casual, yet it was precisely this ordinariness that raised Lin Yao's suspicions. Recalling a previous life where Liang Cixi harbored a penchant for keeping pets, though not the conventional cats or dogs, but rather venomous snakes to torment those who angered her, Lin Yao felt a shiver run down her spine. The pain inflicted by a bite was excruciating, and Liang Cixi derived pleasure from the suffering of others. In her past life, Lin Yao had been one of many victims, helpless against Liang Cixi's cruelty, especially with the formidable Madame Zhao as her protector. Sighing, Lin Yao felt a wave of frustration. Thankfully, in this lifetime, she need not endure such torment. She cast a glance at the jewelry box before collapsing into a chair. "Miss Cixi, my leg has cramped. Please allow me a moment to recover before I assist you." Liang Cixi was seething. "You, bring the box to her," she commanded the servant. The servant quickly placed the box on the table beside Lin Yao. Liang Cixi shot a challenging glare at her, relishing the moment. "Now, you have no excuses, do you?" "Very well, Miss Cixi, I shall retrieve it for you." Lin Yao extended her hand to open the box, her demeanor shifting as Liang Cixi's expression turned slightly more sinister, eagerly awaiting Lin Yao's misfortune. "Oh dear. My hand is cramped as well," Lin Yao exclaimed, retracting her hand with a pained expression. Liang Cixi was seething with rage. At this moment, she had already changed her clothes and was hastily searching for Yutang, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Lin Yao. She rose and hurried outside. This time, fortune was on her side. As Liang Cixi rushed forward, Lin Yao also stood up and followed her. Liang Cixi shot her a glare. "Aren't you suffering from a cramp?" Lin Yao exaggeratedly replied, "I don't know how, but it suddenly got better." She wasn't even pretending. Taking a deep breath, Liang Cixi chose to ignore her. "Miss Cixi, what is that on your foot?" Suddenly, Lin Yao shouted. Liang Cixi had no intention of responding, but the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her foot. Looking down, she saw a small black snake coiled around her ankle, its venomous fangs piercing through her fabric and into her calf. "Ah!" Liang Cixi screamed. In a frenzy, she attempted to shake it off, but the snake, provoked, tightened its grip even more. "What are you all standing there for? Come here at once!" Liang Cixi cried out, nearly losing her mind. The startled servants rushed over, yet none dared to approach the snake. "If anything happens to me, you will all pay the price," Liang Cixi yelled. Only then did one brave servant muster the courage to attempt to capture the snake. The creature sank its fangs deeper. After a few more people arrived, it took considerable effort to finally pry the snake away and toss it to the ground. Liang Cixi, still screaming, frantically struck the snake with a stone, reducing it to a pulp. She collapsed to the ground as a wave of intense, dull pain surged from her foot, causing her immense suffering. Gritting her teeth, she removed her sock, revealing a small wound from the snake bite, oozing blood, with the surrounding area already bruised. She understood the potency of the snake's venom. It would swiftly spread throughout her body, leading to her demise. She did not wish to die. Suddenly, Liang Cixi pointed at Lin Yao. "It's all your fault. Suck the venom out for me." Had it not been for her malicious intent towards Lin Yao, calling for the hungry snake, such a calamity would not have occurred. If Lin Yao had obediently opened the makeup box, the snake would have bitten her, and once sated, it would not have come after her. It was all Lin Yao's fault. That wretched woman. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, Lin Yao thought, "Suck the venom out? And take it into myself?" Such a foolish act. Yes, she had done something so foolish once before. It was shortly after Gu Yulan had achieved his scholarly success and was being suppressed by those in power due to offending them. Gu Yulan, feeling lost without support, was in deep despair. Lin Yao, moved by his plight and fearful of Liang Cixi, still approached Liang Cixi to appease her for Gu Yulan's sake. When Liang Cixi had been bitten by the snake she had raised, Lin Yao had indeed sucked the venom out for her. But once was enough for such foolishness. Now, she was expected to do it again? Absurd, she was no fool. Only a fool would engage in such antics. As Lin Yao contemplated her escape, Liang Cixi interjected, "Stop her." The servants quickly obstructed Lin Yao, fearing that if she fled, the dire responsibility would fall upon them. Just then, someone suddenly burst forth, "Cixi, I have come to rescue you." It was none other than Lin Shu. Lin Shu recalled that in her previous life, Lin Yao had absorbed the snake venom for Liang Cixi, thereby securing her status as a close confidant, forever entwined with this influential figure. In this lifetime, the opportunity was hers to seize. Fortunately, she arrived just in time, preventing Lin Yao from enduring the same fate first. "Lin Shu, this venom is highly toxic." Lin Yao remarked, "I am unafraid. As long as Cixi recovers, I am willing to do anything." Lin Shu, terrified of being usurped, lowered her head and began to suck the venom from Liang Cixi's calf. Lin Yao could hardly contain her laughter. Did Lin Shu truly believe this was a noble deed? In her previous life, Lin Yao had suffered the consequences of absorbing the snake venom, nearly losing her life in the process. After enduring such agony, she emerged with her body in tatters, marred by numerous repugnant scars. It was during this time that Gu Yulan, repulsed by her disfigured form, lost all interest in her and chose to pursue a courtesan instead. Chapter 29. The jealousy of King Yu. Lin Shu diligently extracted the venom from Liang Cixi, carefully drawing it out sip by sip. Her heart brimmed with joy, having seized such a splendid opportunity. All of Lin Yao's fortunes from her past life would now become her own. She envisioned herself and Liang Cixi blossoming into the closest of friends, effortlessly navigating the world of high society, and the more she imagined, the more fervently she worked to extract the venom. Only after she had completely drawn out the poison did she lift her head, smiling at Liang Cixi. "Cixi, the venom has all been extracted. You shall be fine." Yet, scarcely had her words faded when a dull ache began to throb in her chest, escalating rapidly into a searing, breath-stealing pain. How could it hurt so intensely? Had Lin Yao endured such agony when she had drawn out the venom for Liang Cixi in her previous life? Overwhelmed by the suffering, she collapsed to the ground and quickly lost consciousness. Before long, a doctor arrived, and Lin Yao turned away. This was a choice Lin Shu had made for herself. The pain and torment were hers to bear alone. On the way back to the royal residence, Lin Sivan appeared somewhat distracted. Lin Yao understood that it was related to Yu Tang, yet she refrained from probing further. Though love existed, what could be done for one who was already married to another? By the time they returned to the royal residence, twilight had nearly fallen. Lin Yao pondered for a moment before carrying the evening meal to the Wujuyuan. The matter between her sister and Yu Tang was not insurmountable, after all. Liang Cixi's arrogance was bolstered by Lady Zhao, who, in turn, relied on Prince Duan. If King Yu were to forsake his monastic vows, he would stand a chance against Prince Duan. Should King Yu emerge victorious, what would Liang Cixi amount to? If King Yu could grant her sister a divorce, and if Yu Tang were indifferent to his reputation, then there lay a possibility for her sister. Even if they could not be together, without Liang Cixi's interference, Yu Tang would not have to suffer as he did in her previous life. Thus, the crux of the matter lay in persuading King Yu to forsake his vows. It seemed she must exert every effort to incite King Yu to break his monastic commitment. Reflecting on King Yu's entry into the Buddhist fold, Lin Yao grappled with an unresolved question. The prevailing rumors spoke of great monks guiding him to enlightenment, yet Lin Yao felt that every cause must yield a consequence. Before the age of 15, King Yu had been a spirited youth, skilled in martial arts, having once fought bravely in battles, and was the emperor's most favored heir apparent. What could have prompted such a sudden retreat into monastic life? What had transformed an ambitious youth, intent on seizing the world, into a soul seeking tranquility and detachment, wholly devoted to the pursuit of Buddha? If she could uncover the root of this transformation, perhaps it would aid her in persuading King Yu to abandon his vows. Returning to her senses, she found herself at Wujuyuan. As Lin Yao entered the Buddhist hall, it was quiet and dimly lit. King Yu was not seated on the meditation cushion. As she ventured further inside, she spotted a man seated at the table. He was clad in a black robe, his hair simply tied back, with sharp facial features and a noble nose, exuding an air of cold elegance that rendered him extraordinarily handsome. Lin Yao yearned to see that cool visage betray a glimpse of madness or a surrender to desire. Approaching him, she set down the evening meal. propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. "Your Highness, I visited the Liang Marquis' residence during the day, engaged in various matters and conversed, which may tarnish your esteemed reputation. However, I trust your magnanimity will allow you to overlook this, will it not?" Her cheeks puffed slightly, and with a beseeching gaze, she appeared both pitiable and endearing. The prince could not help but steal a few more glances, feeling a gentle softness welling within him. Yet he forced himself to avert his gaze. "It is of no consequence," Prince Yu replied. "You are exceedingly kind to me, Your Highness." Lin Yao's voice was soft, imbued with a hint of playfulness. "Today, I encountered many intriguing individuals." Prince Yu, being a man of few words, found himself at a loss for conversation. And if Lin Yao remained silent, they would merely exchange glances in a standoff. Thus, she began to recount the amusing events from the Liang residence. Deliberately, Lin Yao mentioned Yu Tang. "What a splendid person he is. Should you ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly serve as your loyal minister. Yet, you seem to ignore such a worthy subject, devoting yourself entirely to your Buddha." Lin Yao thought, somewhat vexed. "Yu Tang?" Prince Yu echoed. When Lin Yao spoke of others, he remained indifferent, yet at the mention of Yu Tang, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Could it be that Prince Yu harbored an interest in Yu Tang? A fondness, perhaps? Lin Yao hastily extolled Yu Tang's virtues, his eloquence, his handsome appearance, and how he had captured the heart of the young lady. However, when Lin Yao next glanced at Prince Yu, she found his expression darkened. "You are quite loud. You disturb my recitation," he declared, prompting Lin Yao's exit from the Buddhist hall. It was evident he was displeased. But why? Had she erred in her words? Bewildered, Lin Yao departed. Within the hall, Prince Yu fixed his gaze upon the door until that petite figure had vanished completely. He pondered deeply. She spoke of Yu Tang with such admiration. Her heart and eyes filled with thoughts of him. Did she harbor feelings for Yu Tang? Would this not be a favorable circumstance for him, as it would liberate her from her incessant entanglement with himself? Yet, why did an inexplicable heaviness settle in his heart? "Cha Feng," Prince Yu called. Like a shadow, Chan Feng appeared at his side. "Investigate Yu Tang." As night deepened and the moon shone dimly, Lin Sivon sat beneath the window, gazing at the moonlight. Her heart restless and uneasy. She recalled Yu Tang's words from the afternoon, declaring his desire to elope with her. It was hard to fathom that such words had come from the restrained, decorous Yu Tang, a man steeped in poetry. What did elopement signify? It would mean relinquishing her identity as a noblewoman, rendering him ineligible for the imperial examinations, wasting his considerable talents. They would also face threats from the royal household. Forced to live in obscurity in a small town, leading a life of utmost ordinariness. Yet, when she met Yu Tang's steadfast gaze, Lin Yao understood he was not jesting. He had genuinely contemplated this course of action and had devised a plan. In that moment, tears welled in her eyes. Such a remarkably talented individual should be achieving academic accolades, garnering admiration from all, and leaving a mark in history. He was truly willing to forsake it all for her, to embrace a life of uncertainty. In that instant, Lin Sivon's heart stirred, igniting a fervent desire to abandon everything and follow him. In the most ordinary of days, she found her deepest yearning. Lin Sivon held a handkerchief in her hands, a gift she had bestowed upon Yu Tang. He returned it to her, leaving behind a promise that he would await her at the eastern street corner until dawn. Lin Sivon clutched the handkerchief tightly as time dragged on, her heart growing heavier with anticipation. The night deepened, stretching into an eternity. It was as if she had come to a resolution. Rising slowly, she moved step by step toward the candle holder, placing the handkerchief in the flame, watching as it ignited, gradually turning to ashes. "Eldest sister protects me, serves as my pillar of strength," echoed in her mind the almost naive words of her younger sister. If she were to leave, who would be her support? The eastern street corner. Daybreak arrived. A figure sat on the steps, struggling to rise with the aid of the wall, then staggered away unsteadily. Chapter 30. The oppression of Liang Cixi Luodu, situated at the foot of the emperor, flourishes in its grandeur while harboring the essence of the common folk. Divided by Yong and Alley, one side is home to the dignified and the wealthy, characterized by its cleanliness and opulence, while the other is inhabited by ordinary citizens, steeped in the atmosphere of the marketplace. Furthermore, there lies a street known as Liufu Street, a true melting pot of diverse backgrounds. Here, the structures are humble, the roads uneven, resembling a slum amidst the splendor of the capital. As Yu Tang stepped onto Liufu Street, despite his tattered linen robe, an air of aloofness shrouded him, rendering him incongruous within this setting. Along the way, many locals preparing to set up their stalls greeted him. Yu Tang nodded in response, though his mind was elsewhere, failing to discern who had acknowledged him. Arriving at the entrance of a modest courtyard, He noticed the wooden door had a gaping hole, and the lock was weathered. Just as he was about to enter, the sounds of a quarrel reached his ears. Peering through the hole, he could discern the unfolding scene inside. You insisted on selling our breakfast shop, claiming it was to propose to Yutang. Now look, the proposal failed, the shop is gone. And we must rise early to compete for a stall, spoke Qian, Yutang's aunt, as she berated her husband. Having lost both parents at a young age, Yutang had since lived with his uncle and aunt after his grandmother's passing. The hard-working man, raising his head to meet Qian's gaze, replied, Tanger sought a match with the daughter of a duke. Given our circumstances, we must show due respect. The shop you sold was hardly worth a glance. From the outset, I sensed it would not come to fruition, yet you insisted on meddling. In frustration, Qian gave her husband a light slap on the head. He chuckled sheepishly. It is rare for Tanger to ask me for anything. Regardless, we must give it a try. Yutang's uncle treated him well, though his aunt often harbored discontent. He wished not to burden their relationship and seldom made requests, the sole exception being the matter of his marriage proposal. He desperately yearned to grasp her heart, yet ultimately found himself empty-handed. Even if the match does not succeed, I believe you should still provide funds for Yuan to open a shop, Qian continued. Referring to Yuan, Yutang's cousin. The man frowned. That may not be feasible. Tanger is to take the imperial examination next year, which requires considerable expenses. You drive me to the brink of madness. Do you see only Tanger in your eyes? What of Yuan? Qian's frustration boiled over as she tugged at her husband's ear. Hey, speak your mind, but why resort to violence? Let go. Yuan is watching. Not far away stood a young man resembling Yu Jinkai, albeit considerably younger, Yuan. Yutang's cousin. Only then did Qian release her grip on Yu Jinkai and turn to her son. Yuan, tell me, do you wish to open a shop? Yuan scratched his head, responding earnestly, let us save the money for Brother Tang's examination. That is of utmost importance. I can work in the shop. The owner's wages are decent. Once I save enough, I will buy my own. Qian, rendered speechless by anger, turned and walked away. It was then that Yutang finally pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing him, Yuan immediately broke into a joyful smile. Tanggu has returned. Yu Jinkai, however, wore a stern expression. Where have you been all night? Go wash your face. I've left porridge for you in the pot. Only Qian sure shot him a disdainful glance, clearly displeased. After washing his face, Yutang returned to his modest room, which, although small, boasted ample light and had originally belonged to Yuan. When he first entered this household at the tender age of 8, he was already beginning to show promise in his studies. His uncle had remarked on the good lighting, conducive to reading, and Yuan had looked at him with admiration, promising that once he became a top scholar and held a prestigious position, he would be his support. Thus, the father and son arranged everything quite meticulously for him. After a short nap, Yutang awakened, realizing that some matters were ultimately beyond his control. He was roused by a cacophony of sounds. Yutang is here. You can rest in the hall. I'll go summon him. Qian Shi's voice carried a tone of deference. Yutang rose and opened the door, encountering the beaming visage of Qian Shi. Someone from the Liang residence has come to propose, she announced with delight. Oh dear, look at your dirty appearance. You must tidy yourself up, Qian Shi urged. Yutang, however, did not bother to clean up, but instead stepped outside. Upon entering the hall, he found it filled with various items and a finely dressed individual standing there, seemingly disdainful of the stool. The visitor sized up Yutang before speaking. You must be young Master Yu. I am the steward of the Liang household, sent here to propose to you on behalf of Miss CC. She is 16 years old, and here is her letter of proposal, the steward stated formally. He could not comprehend. The young lady was the cousin of the duke, so why would she be interested in a mere impoverished scholar? Furthermore, though Yutang was indeed handsome and possessed an air of pride, he remained, after all, just a poor student. Yet she was resolute in her affection, leading her family to send him to propose. After waiting for a response and receiving none, the steward inquired, Young Master Yu, where's your letter of response? Yutang replied, I apologize, but I have already pledged my heart to another. I fear I would do a disservice to Miss Liang's affections. The steward's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Had their young lady truly been rejected? How audacious for anyone to refuse her. The steward, feeling irked, departed. That is the daughter of the Liang family, Qian Shi exclaimed in frustration. They, as common folk, were well aware of the Liang family's immense influence. And yet her nephew had audaciously turned down the proposal. It was utterly insane. Miss Lin has already married. You should stop holding on to. Qian Shi began, but Yutang abruptly interrupted her, his expression unusually grave. Do not mention Miss Lin again. She is now the princess of you. If any unfavorable rumors about us were to circulate, the Duke would not spare our family. Since she refused to accompany him, he must do everything in his power to protect her. Lin Shu recoiled in fright. Even a mere constable could be a formidable authority to them, capable of determining their fates. Not to mention the Duke, who was utterly beyond their reach. She hastily covered her mouth and nodded, not daring to utter another word. Meanwhile, not far from the Yu family's entrance, a carriage stood in the corner. Within the carriage, the curtain was gently lifted, revealing a pair of strikingly bright eyes belonging to Lin Yao. In these changing times, she had become the favored concubine of the prince, enjoying the freedom to come and go from the royal residence. Yet, her heart was weighed down with concern for Yu Tang. Firstly, her elder sister clearly held him in her thoughts. It was a pity that love could not flourish in their union. Secondly, the mere thought of such a person ultimately falling victim to Liang Cixi and her family ignited her fury. In her past life, Lin Yao had encountered countless sycophants, most of whom clung to the Liang family, aiding them in their wrongdoing. Yu Tang, however, stood apart like a slender green bamboo in a corrupt world. Should he be broken, it would be a profound loss. She wished for Yu Tang's well-being, yearning for her elder sister and him to unite as lovers destined for each other. Yet, from the moment the steward of the Liang residence stormed out of the Yu family in anger, Yu Tang had incurred Liang Cixi's wrath. With such malice, a bottomless abyss awaited him. What was she to do? Chapter 31. Sisters united in the unrestrained courtyard. Changfeng reported to Prince Yu, "Your Highness, Yu Tang is a scholar, orphaned and living with his uncle and aunt in poverty." Prince Yu's brow relaxed. As a scholar with neither power nor influence, he could not serve as Lin Yao's support, nor was he a suitable match. However, his academic prowess was commendable, and his mentor held great expectations for him, believing he would undoubtedly succeed in the imperial examinations next year and embark on a promising career. Yet, Prince Yu's expression darkened again. By the way, today the Liang family approached Yu Tang with a marriage proposal, which he politely declined, stating he had someone he admired. Changfeng continued his report, and Prince Yu's brow eased slightly. If he had someone he admired, then he was not a suitable match. I also observed that Madame Yao visited Yu Tang's home today. Their relationship remains unclear. Prince Yu's brow furrowed once more. Could it be that Yu Tang's beloved was Lin Yao? Had they fallen for each other at first sight? Changfeng glanced at Prince Yu, startled. "Your Highness, the wooden fish is about to be crushed in your hands." Suddenly aware, Prince Yu released the wooden fish. Meanwhile, Lin Yao arrived at the unrestrained courtyard, her thoughts wandering to Yu Tang, her mind somewhat adrift. "What are you thinking about?" Prince Yu surprisingly initiated a conversation. "Yu Tang," Lin Yao blurted out. "He is not a suitable match," Prince Yu replied darkly. Lin Yao, taken aback, wondered why the topic of Yu Tang's marriage had arisen. However, she could not agree with that statement. Just because he had been infatuated with her elder sister in his previous life and remained unmarried, who could declare him unsuitable? Yu Tang's devotion was genuine, and he was a man of integrity. If no one intervened, he would undoubtedly be a fitting match. Unable to hold back, Lin Yao countered, only to find Prince Yu's expression growing increasingly grim. Was it that Yu Tang had offended him? Why did Prince Yu harbor such disdain for him? Lin Yao felt a headache coming on. Initially, Prince Yu was her only ally against the Liang family. She had hoped to bolster Yu Tang's favor with him, but that plan now seemed futile. It appeared she would have to resort to her second strategy, enticing him to break his vows and compete for the position of heir, thereby curbing the Liang family's arrogance. "Your Highness, may I stay in the unrestrained courtyard tonight?" Lin Yao gazed longingly at Prince Yu's handsome face. His features were striking, with captivating phoenix eyes that were simply enchanting. Such beauty, such physique, wasted in solitude beside the Buddha. Would it not be better for her to remain and accompany him through the long, lonely night? Deliberately bending forward, Lin Yao displayed her alluring figure, her eyes shimmering with springtime allure, exuding an irresistible charm. "Your Highness," she cooed sweetly, most enticingly. "Get lost," Prince Yu replied curtly. Lin Yao stood up, utterly speechless as she walked away. Why did she feel that Prince Yu was becoming increasingly irritable? How could a man devoted to Buddhism be so tempestuous, uttering such reckless words? Later, Lin Yao returned to her own courtyard. Shortly thereafter, someone from the princess's quarters came to summon her for dinner. Granny Rong had prepared a lavish feast. Lin Yao enjoyed her meal heartily, but noticed her elder sister seemed to lack appetite. Her expression troubled, as if she had something on her mind. After she finished her meal, Lin Sivon finally spoke up. "Since that night, has the prince not allowed you to stay at Wujiyuan?" Lin Yao looked at her. What did the one in the palace say? Lin Sivon pressed her lips together and nodded. Indeed, her elder sister had been reprimanded again. Today, a matron from the palace conveyed a message. What else did she say? Lin Yao continued to inquire. Lin Sivon replied. She mentioned that the prince spends his days in the Buddhist hall, away from the bustle of the outside world, and wishes for you to persuade him to come out for a stroll. Lin Sivon's words were rather tactful. The tone from that individual was quite stern. Having gained the prince's favor, yet failing to coax him out of the Buddhist hall. What use was that? Lin Sivon refrained from elaborating, yet Lin Yao understood. Although everyone believed that the prince was fond of her, if he remained as devoted to Buddhism as before, she would eventually be exposed. Or perhaps people would think the prince's affection was merely a fleeting interest, and his weariness would lead to her downfall. Her position would plummet, and life for her and her elder sister would become even more arduous. The next day, Lin Yao eagerly made her way to Wujiyuan. However, this time, she was unexpectedly barred from entering. Lin Yao looked towards Changfeng, who wore a helpless expression. Madam Yao, there is nothing I can do. I am merely following orders. The prince has stated that if you enter, I must leave, and you are never to return to the prince's residence. Lin Yao headed straight for the dog hole, only to find it completely blocked. This time, the prince is resolute in not wanting to see you, Changfeng remarked. Lin Yao was baffled. What have I done to incur his wrath? Changfeng shook his head in response. Lin Yao had no choice but to return. Word of Lin Yao being barred from entry quickly reached the palace, prompting an imperial edict summoning Lin Sivon. Lin Sivon's face turned as pale as a sheet. Lin Yao's heart sank as well. This visit to the palace was undoubtedly ominous. Thoughts of the matron's schemes flooded her mind. Thus, this was a threat. The empress was threatening her. Lin Sivon sat there, her expression unchanged, yet her fingers instinctively dug into the table, revealing her inner turmoil and anxiety. Sister, Lin Yao called out to her. Lin Sivon abruptly lifted her head to meet Lin Yao's gaze, forcing a smile. It's nothing. The empress merely asked me to come to the palace for a chat. It's nothing serious. It was unclear whether she was reassuring Lin Yao or herself. Lin Yao sat beside Lin Sivon, and the two sisters felt like meat on a chopping board, a most uncomfortable sensation. The prince is upset with me. Once I go and appease him, he shall calm down. How could he possibly lose interest in me when he cherishes me so? Lin Yao asserted. Her ability to weave a lie was evidently superior to that of Lin Sivon, as she spoke with such conviction. Lin Sivon's eyes immediately reddened. Yair, I am sorry. That day at Liang Ho's residence, I met Yu Tang. Lin Sivon spoke softly. Yu Tang asked me to elope with him. Lin Yao was taken aback. She was aware of the clandestine meetings between Yu Tang and her sister, but had not anticipated that he would propose such a reckless act. Yu Tang, who appeared gentle and demure, had indeed made such a bold move. Truly, love can drive one to madness. Sister, why do you not agree to him? Lin Yao inquired. Yu Tang was thus, but was her elder sister not the same? On one side was the person she cherished, and on the other, a cage that troubled her day and night. Were it her, she would undoubtedly choose to elope. I thought, if I leave, what will you do? Lin Sivon replied. Lin Yao paused for a moment. Was it truly because of her? A tender and bittersweet sensation blossomed within Lin Yao's heart. How could I bring you into the palace and then abandon you here alone? Lin Yao continued. You said you wished to live a carefree life with your mother. If only one of us could live the life we desire, I would choose you. I aspire to grow stronger, strong enough to protect you. Yet, in hindsight, I was too naive. I would only bring you trouble. As the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, she had been nurtured since childhood, appearing composed and capable in the eyes of outsiders, adept at managing affairs. However, in truth, she was quite innocent and foolish. Over the past couple of days, she often pondered whether it was better for her to leave. At least, leaving would mean she would not be seen as a threat to her sister by the empress. Lin Yao embraced Lin Sivon tightly. Sister, you are not a burden. How could such a wonderful sister be a burden? Chapter 32. Ensnared by his heart, dear sister. You are being overly pedantic. The one in the palace has myriad ways to threaten me. Without you, there is still my mother, Lin Yao stated. Lin Sivon paused momentarily, realizing that Yao indeed had a point. The guilt that weighed heavily on her heart lessened slightly. Sister, I need you. Although the path ahead is fraught with difficulties, I am certain we can navigate it together. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Sivon's eyes. After partaking in their meal, Lin Yao proceeded to the Wujiyuan. The gate remained steadfastly locked. She fixed her gaze upon the lock, cognizant that if she failed to gain entry today, the entire Yuangfu would learn of her diminished favor, and word would swiftly reach the palace. Thus, it was imperative that she meet with Yuang today. Standing at the entrance for a moment, Lin Yao gritted her teeth and suddenly knelt before the grand door. The gravel beneath her knees was uncomfortable, and the sound of her fall resonated painfully, especially for one as delicate and enchanting as her. Changfeng was startled. "Madam Yao, what are you doing?" "I have erred and incurred the wrath of the prince. I hope he can forgive me. Should he choose not to, I shall remain here on my knees," Lin Yao replied. In truth, Lin Yao was gambling on the off chance that Yu Wang harbored even a modicum of affection for her. If so, her act of contrition would bear fruit. The small stones beneath her knees were particularly distressing. As time passed, the discomfort intensified, and with the sun setting, the chill began to creep in. The pain in her knees grew more acute, each passing second a trial. Nonetheless, Lin Yao gritted her teeth and persevered, aware that countless eyes were upon her. After an hour of kneeling, with the door still firmly shut, some onlookers could no longer suppress their amusement. "Oh, who do we have here? Is this not the prince's favored concubine? What brings her to kneel here?" A sarcastic voice rang out. Lin Yao lifted her head to see Lin Shu, her face alight with schadenfreude. Lin Shu leaned down, tilting Lin Yao's chin, her long nails digging into her skin. "Look at this tender, pale face. It pains me to see it. Why doesn't the prince feel the same?" Lin Shu gazed at the springtime allure of Lin Yao's visage, her irritation boiling over. It was this very face that had ensnared Yu Wang, and she could scarcely contain her jealousy. The thought of this wretched woman sharing the princess' affections drove her to the brink of madness. She longed to tear her apart, to make her suffer. Yet, Yu Wang shielded her, leaving Lin Shu powerless. For a time, she had endured, yearning for the day when Lin Yao would fall from grace. Now, that day had finally arrived. As Lin Shu contemplated this, she prepared to exert more pressure. "I have angered the prince, and he has punished me. This is our little game, and I advise you not to meddle," Lin Yao retorted coldly. Lin Shu paused. "Still defiant, are we? The prince must have grown weary of you. Otherwise, why would he have you kneeling? I have already mentioned it is a game of ours. The prince is merely upset this time. Once his temper cools, he will summon me inside," Lin Yao asserted. "Concubine, if you truly leave a mark on my face, when the prince's heart aches for me, he may very well cause you harm." Lin Yao's tone was chilling as she threatened, causing Lin Shu to feel a twinge of fear. Lin Shu's hand trembled uncontrollably, and after a moment's struggle, she ultimately withdrew it. She would wait. The entire night passed in anticipation. If by dawn the door remained shut, it would signify Lin Yao's complete fall from grace. In that case, she would allow herself to be destroyed. Filled with anger, Lin Shu departed. Lin Yao, however, breathed a sigh of relief. She had been holding on, but now she was genuinely exhausted. Gazing at the closed door, she pondered when it would finally open. The sky was overcast, and soon, rain began to fall. Lin Yao's scheme of self-pity only deepened her suffering. The light rain was insufficient, as it soon turned into a torrential downpour, soaking her to the bone. The door remained shut. This heartless man truly had a stone for a heart. She longed to return to her courtyard, take a hot bath, and snuggle under her blankets. However, she could not afford to leave in such a cowardly manner. If she did, she would surely find herself in a coffin by morning. Not to mention, Lin Shu would be the first to tear her apart. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yao endured, her body on the verge of collapse. She nearly succumbed to the ground, drenched and utterly disheveled. Just as she was about to faint, the door finally swung open. A tall figure clad in black stood there, with a strikingly handsome face, sharp features, and hair cascading like ink. His dark, somber eyes were cold and profound. He held an umbrella, and the torrential rain seemed to part around him, unable to touch him. As Lin Yao watched him approach step by step, her eyes sparkled with hope. The tension within her dissipated entirely, and she collapsed. Soon, word of the incident reached Lin Shu, who, in her fury, smashed everything within her vicinity. The prince had once again shown weakness towards that wretched woman. The man stared at the woman lying on the ground for a while. She was completely drenched, the rain caressing her soft form. If it were a hand, the Buddha teaches compassion. He could not stand by and watch her perish. Moments later, he discarded the umbrella and bent down to cradle her in his arms. Indeed, she was as soft as he had imagined. Delicate and fragile, she awakened a desire to dominate, to crush her. As he held her, the icy rain felt oddly warming to him. Lin Yao soon regained consciousness and found herself lying in the Buddha hall, the scent of sandalwood enveloping her. As she slightly turned her head, she noticed a figure kneeling before the altar, his handsome features still exuding a cold demeanor, gazing at the statue with utmost reverence. Lin Yao touched her damp clothes and attempted to rise, but her knees ached fiercely. Thus, she could only shuffle toward the man. She tugged at his black garment. "Prince, I wish to change my clothes, Lin Yao said. Wearing wet clothes is too uncomfortable. The man had rescued her, but not completely. At this rate, she would surely catch a chill and fall ill. Only then did the man open his eyes, his gaze devoid of emotion, fixed upon her. There are no women's clothes here, he replied. Your garments will suffice, she countered. They exchanged a silent glance, and the man's throat bobbed slightly. Those icy, serene eyes were tinged with a hidden tumult. Moments later, he rose, and upon his return, he bore a garment in his hands. Lin Yao clutched the clothing, struggling to lean against the wall as she made her way to the inner chamber. Holding the outfit, she inhaled its scent, a dark attire that carried his brisk essence. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yao shed her own drenched garments, hastily wiping away the rainwater before donning the fresh attire. The man's stature far exceeded hers, rendering the clothing oversized, enveloping her entirely. Though ill-fitting, it was infinitely more comfortable than her soaked attire. Lin Yao stepped outside, drawing the gaze of the Wang of Yu, who suddenly froze. There she stood, draped in his clothing, revealing her delicate collarbone, her bare feet adorned with exquisite, porcelain-like skin, enveloped in his fabric. Her soft form was a sight to behold. The man pondered this, an unexpected itch and restlessness stirring within his chest. Lin Yao approached him step by step, then settled beside him, leaning into his embrace. Through the fabric, she could sense the strength of his firm torso, radiating a masculine vigor. Noticing that he did not push her away, Lin Yao summoned her courage and leaned in to kiss his seemingly parched lips. Chapter 33. Unfathomable Sentiments. Lin Yao believed that tonight presented a splendid opportunity. Though she had not been poisoned, he still chose to keep her by his side, indicating that Prince Yu regarded her as exceptional. She intended to seize this moment to tempt Prince Yu to break his vows. All previous encounters were mere pretenses. If he truly succumbed, she could hardly believe that any man would treat her as he had before. She would undoubtedly employ every trick in her arsenal to ensnare him, to render him utterly captivated and unable to resist her. She envisioned this cold, desireless man, reduced to a mere dog, lying at her feet. Ambition coursed through Lin Yao. Yet when her lips met his, her mind suddenly erupted in chaos. His lips were icy, yet the sensation sent tremors through her heart. She kissed him fervently, her gaze fixated on his eyes. Those orbs, once frigid, now surged with an undercurrent of emotion. However, it still proved insufficient. Lin Yao intensified her kiss, her hands trailing down his neck, gliding over his pectorals and abdominal muscles, inching closer to. Suddenly, Lin Yao was forcefully pushed away. The man sprang to his feet, turning abruptly to leave. He entered the room, closing the door behind him, clutching his chest, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Lin Yao lay on the cold floor, instinctively caressing her lips, savoring the lingering essence and sensation. Regret flickered in her eyes. He had yet to lose control. Alas, it was just a hair's breadth away. After indulging in her thoughts, Lin Yao turned to the firmly shut door and sighed softly. Resigned, she rose and retreated to another room to rest. The following day, Lin Yao woke to an overwhelming sense of fatigue. She felt drained, her body languid, her mind muddled, and an indescribable discomfort enveloped her. It soon dawned on her that she had fallen ill. The bone-chilling downpour had left her susceptible to a cold. Lying in bed, she felt utterly lethargic. Footsteps echoed from the Buddhist hall, soon accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of sutras. Lin Yao feigned discomfort, letting out pain sounds. Before long, the door creaked open. A tall man clad in black stood at the threshold, his demeanor cold and detached as he regarded her. Were it not for the mark of a bite on his lip, Lin Yao might have doubted the events of the previous night, thinking it a mere figment of her imagination. Displaying a pallid countenance, Lin Yao gazed at him with watery eyes, her expression pitiable. Your Highness, I feel quite dizzy. Prince Yu turned and departed. Lin Yao was left speechless. Moments later, Chan Feng arrived with a physician, who examined Lin Yao and prescribed medicine. Chan Feng entered with the concoction. Where's the prince? Lin Yao inquired. Chan Feng cast a glance outside. You should inform the prince that my mouth has been bitten and I find it difficult to take medicine. Could you ask him to come and see me? Lin Yao signaled to Chan Feng with her eyes. He rolled his eyes, but eventually exited. Shortly thereafter, Prince Yu returned, his brow furrowed as he regarded Lin Yao. Your Highness, my hand aches, making it inconvenient for me to take the medicine. Would you be so kind as to feed me? Lin Yao implored earnestly. Prince Yu scrutinized her for a moment, and just as Lin Yao believed he would turn to leave, he unexpectedly lifted the bowl of medicine, scooping a spoonful and bringing it to her lips. It tastes truly bitter, Lin Yao grimaced, her features contorting in displeasure. A fleeting smile flickered in the eyes of the Prince of Yu, vanishing in an instant. With a cold demeanor, he fed Lin Yao bite by bite. The atmosphere was just right, and Lin Yao, in a playful tone, remarked, "Your Highness is so kind to me. Men, after all, are fond of sweet words." The Prince of Yu inquired, "How do I compare to Yu Tang?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yu Tang? What connection does he have to Yu Tang? Why the sudden mention? As she pondered, the prince's expression turned frigid, revealing his insecurity in comparison to Yu Tang. He placed the remaining medicine on the table, opting to drink it himself, and coldly uttered a remark before turning to leave. Lin Yao. The atmosphere had been so pleasant just moments ago. Why the sudden shift? Chong Feng looked at his master in confusion. He noticed the prince fixating on an image of Yu Tang, almost boring a hole through it with his gaze. What had piqued his master's interest in a mere scholar? To be fair, the scholar was indeed quite handsome. If it weren't for the prince's distinct affection for Madame Yao, Chong Feng might have suspected his master harbored an inclination towards men. Who do you think is more handsome? Him or me? The Prince of Yu suddenly asked. Chong Feng? The prince was concerned about his own appearance? He glanced between Yu Tang and his master, finding it difficult to compare, as they were clearly of different types. One was refined, the other icy, one was gentle and cultured, the other sharp and ruthless. As he struggled to weigh the two, he noticed the prince's expression darkening. Instinctively driven by self-preservation, he quickly replied, "Naturally, it is your highness." The prince's demeanor softened slightly. However, upon reflection, he found his interest in such comparisons peculiar. With a heart inclined towards enlightenment, why should he measure himself against another's visage? "Will we continue to investigate Yu Tang?" Chong Feng inquired. "I found that he previously sought a marriage proposal from the Lin family, though it remains unclear which young lady was involved." The prince replied, "No need. I cannot allow myself to be swayed by that woman too greatly. It is best to send her away soon." Lin Yu lingered in the unfettered courtyard for several days. At night, she attempted to sneak into the prince's quarters, hoping to climb into his bed. However, she encountered nothing but the cold embrace of rejection, being cast out of the room without even a glimpse of him. That singular kiss had become the most intimate encounter in many days. The man's moment of abandon was fleeting, swiftly reverting to his usual detached and serene self. Lin Yao, brimming with vitality, could no longer bear to stay. She feared the prince would grow impatient and cast her aside, which would only result in her humiliation. Rather than endure that, she resolved to feign that the prince's intensity was overwhelming, prompting her to flee. In the courtyard, she chanced upon Su Yinshu, who glared at her with such intensity that if looks could kill, Lin Yao would have met 1,000 deaths. Under Su Yinshu's murderous gaze, Lin Yao rubbed her sore waist. "My back aches so much, I simply could not endure it any longer and had to escape. When will this torment end? If only someone could share this burden with me," she lamented, wearing a pained expression. Su Yinshu was on the verge of madness. That wretched woman. Amidst Su Yinshu's lethal glare, Lin Yao leisurely returned to her own courtyard. Lin Yao returned to the courtyard, languidly reclining. "My lady, I have prepared ginseng soup for you. Please drink it to replenish your strength." Xiaodao cheerfully presented the soup before Lin Yao. Previously, Xiaodao had been indifferent towards her. But ever since Lin Yao had been favored during the last occasion, Xiaodao's demeanor had become considerably warmer. However, Lin Yao mostly resided in her elder sister's quarters, seldom returning or attending to her own matters. Nevertheless, the ginseng soup arrived just in time, for Lin Yao felt utterly drained. Yet, contrary to what many might assume, it was not due to indulgence, but rather due to illness. As Lin Yao sat up, Xiaodao promptly handed her the soup, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." At that moment, Xiaojun entered from outside. "Xiaojun, where have you been? I haven't seen you these past few days," Xiaodao feigned surprise. Xiaojun's expression shifted instantly. "What do you mean by that? I have been in the courtyard all along, and it was I who brewed that ginseng soup. In the blink of an eye, it was gone, so it was you," Xiaojun retorted, fuming. Xiaodao's face paled. "Xiaojun, you misunderstand. I noticed the soup left unattended, and, fearing it would cool, I brought it to my lady, who was feeling fatigued. Do not vent your anger on me. Do not disturb my lady." Xiaojun was nearly beside herself with rage, glaring at Xiaodao. "Indeed, it is quite bothersome," Lin Yao interjected, frowning. Xiaojun's countenance soured immediately. She and Xiaodao had worked together for quite some time, but their previous masters had come and gone swiftly, leaving no room for disputes. However, with Madame Yao now in favor, Xiaodao naturally sought to elevate herself at Xiaojun's expense. This was not the first instance of such a situation for Xiaojun, yet, no matter how diligent or loyal she was, it could not compete with those who were eloquent and charming, for indeed, masters favored sweet words. "I can manage with just one person attending to me," Lin Yao stated. Xiaojun, somewhat anxious, exclaimed, "My lady, Xiao Tao, smiling, held Xiao Jun back and reproached her. The lady has already said it is bothersome, yet you still raise your voice. Xiao Tao is quite capable. Why not attend to the princess instead? Lin Yao spoke slowly, and Xiao Tao's smile froze on her face. Chapter 34. The Yu family's misfortune. Lin Yao was not a fool. She could naturally discern who truly cared for her. Rather than eloquence, she preferred those who were considerate and loyal in their actions. Xiao Tao was somewhat difficult to handle, so it was best to leave her to her elder sister, who was currently distressed over her own ineffectiveness in providing assistance. This matter presented a perfect opportunity for both of them. In other households, it is typically the main wife who holds more power than the concubine. However, in the Wang residence, it was common knowledge that those who garnered favor had brighter prospects. Xiao Tao was understandably reluctant. Madam, if you do not go yourself, shall we wait for the princess to send someone to invite you? Lin Yao replied coldly. Only then did Xiao Tao leave, albeit begrudgingly. Madam. Xiao Ju's eyes were slightly red. When I first arrived at the Wang residence, it was you who styled my hair. I can discern good from bad. Go ahead with your tasks, Lin Yao stated. Xiao Ju nodded vigorously, her heart resolved to not disappoint her lady, and she took the bowl of medicinal soup away. After resting for a while, Lin Yao proceeded to the princess's courtyard. On that day, the prince carried you into the Wujuyuan. Many eyes were watching, and even the one in the palace was aware. The next day, when I entered the palace, that person merely gave me a few instructions before sending me away. Lin Sivan recounted, glancing at Lin Yao. How have you been these past few days? What else could it be? Lin Yao replied with a shy smile, rubbing her waist. Lin Sivan's face turned crimson. I truly cannot imagine what the prince looked like during such moments. The image of the aloof and ethereal Yuang in her mind seemed entirely disconnected from the notion of desire. How could such a cold individual leave her younger sister at a loss? Are you interested, elder sister? Lin Yao teased. Lin Sivan's face flushed even deeper, and she pretended to strike Lin Yao playfully. I have no such feelings for the prince. Then who does my elder sister have feelings for? Lin Yao inquired, leaning closer. Lin Sivan's face reddened further. Could it be you? Lin Yao elongated her words deliberately. Before she could finish, Lin Sivan covered her mouth. Lin Sivan suddenly turned serious. Yaoer, do not mention him again. That night, she did not keep the appointment, and their chances were forever lost. Lin Yao responded, elder sister. There is still plenty of time. Perhaps you will have another opportunity. Lin Sivan paused. I cannot dare to hope. I am already a married woman, and he will surely find a good wife. Despite her words, a dull ache blossomed in her heart. Quickly, Lin Sivan shifted the topic. Yaoer. That maid named Xiao Tao has been sent to scrub the chamber pot. She is the best at avoiding work. It is perfect for her. I cannot stand her haughty demeanor, which reminds me of those who bullied me and my mother in the Lin family. Thank you, elder sister, for avenging me, Lin Yao said. Lin Sivan laughed, feeling spirited. She still had some utility. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh, by the way, Lin Shu is in trouble. Upon hearing of Lin Shu's misfortune, Lin Yao's interest peaked. She has been poisoned, afflicted by snake venom, and it is quite severe. We have searched for every doctor in the city, yet none have been able to heal her. For now, her life is temporarily preserved, but her body is in a state of decay. They have come to me, hoping I could find an imperial physician to treat her, Lin Sivan conveyed. The pain that Lin Yao experienced was unbearable, as she helplessly watched her once pristine body decay, exuding a foul stench. Every moment was a torment. Yet, Lin Shu perceived this as an opportunity, eagerly offering to absorb snake venom for others. She felt that in her previous life, she had ascended to a high position too easily, oblivious to the fact that everything she possessed was earned through countless hardships and dangers. Although I occupy the position of Princess Yu, what does that signify? How could I summon a physician? Lin Sivan remarked. More importantly, Lin Shu is not worth such sacrifice. If it were Lin Yao, Lin Yao would never find herself in such a predicament. It was for Liang Cixi that she absorbed the snake venom and fell ill. Did the Liang family care for her? Lin Yao inquired. In her past life, it was ultimately the Liang family who summoned a doctor, halting her decay and facilitating her recovery. I have heard that father went to the Liang family, only to be told that Lin Shu was merely indulging herself and was bitten by a snake, Lin Sivan added. So, did Lin Shu suffer from poisoning for naught? This was somewhat different from her previous experience. In the 6th Mansion Street, at the Yu residence, Yu Jikai sensed something peculiar about his nephew lately. Yu Tang had always been fond of reading, often seen immersed in books. However, in recent days, he had ceased his studies and instead appeared lost in thought. Yu Jikai had inquired, but his response was simply, no need. No need? Why would he not need to? For a family like theirs, Attaining scholarly success was the sole opportunity for advancement. They had finally nurtured such a promising talent. It was within reach of bringing glory to their ancestors. How could he abandon that? Yu Jinkai racked his brain, trying to persuade Yu Tang to study. Unfortunately, being a man of little education himself, he struggled to offer any guidance. Suddenly, Yu Tang turned to Yu Jinkai with a serious expression, causing the latter to feel a twinge of anxiety. "Uncle," Yu Tang began. What is it?" Yu Jinkai stammered. "Perhaps you and Yu Yuan should leave the capital," Yu Tang suggested. Yu Jinkai was taken aback. "Leave the capital? Where would we go?" Their family had resided here for generations, with friends and relatives nearby. Where could they possibly go? "The farther, the better," Yu Tang replied. "But we are well settled here. Why should we leave?" Yu Jinkai questioned, perplexed. At that moment, Yu Tang fell silent again. Yu Jinkai scratched his head, realizing that his nephew was becoming increasingly strange. Suddenly, a distressed individual rushed in, exclaiming, "It's bad. It's bad. Something has happened to Yu Yuan." Simultaneously, Qian, who was busy in the kitchen, hurried out, looking alarmed. "What has happened to Yuan?" Qian asked anxiously. "They say he stole money from the employer and has been taken to the authorities," the visitor replied. Qian's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. And Yu Jinkai quickly steadied her. "Impossible. Yuan is the most honest one. How could he steal money?" Qian refused to believe it. "We also find it hard to believe." "But the employer insists," the visitor said. Qian, in a state of panic, pleaded with Yu Jinkai. "What should we do?" Yu Jinkai was in a state of panic. He was merely a commoner, having never crossed paths with officials in his lifetime. What should he do? What should he do? In his agitation, Yu Jinkai paced back and forth, inevitably casting a glance toward Yu Tang. "I have a classmate who is well informed. I will ask him to inquire," Yu Tang spoke up. The couple finally found a source of reassurance. Qian looked on eagerly. "All right, Tanger, this matter is entirely dependent on you. You must save Yuan." Yu Tang nodded, and "Do not worry." As he stepped outside, his expression darkened. These events mirrored the experiences of his previous life. There was no need for Qian to implore him, as this predicament had arisen because of him. Chapter 35, A Bend in the Road. Not long ago, fragments of memories suddenly surfaced in Yu Tang's mind, as if he had experienced them firsthand. These fragments gradually became clearer, forming a complete narrative. Yu Tang realized that these were events from his previous life. He knew that in a few days, Awan would meet an untimely death, and he would be coerced into marriage by the Liang family. In his past existence, he had investigated for a long time and discovered that Awan's death was not due to natural causes, but rather shrouded in hidden truths. Why had he failed to save her? How much pain must she have endured in her final moments? Thus, he had resorted to such a desperate act, yearning to elope with her. Yet, Awan did not keep their appointment. He could not rescue her. Moreover, the Liang family, just as in his previous life, began to target his uncle's family after their marriage proposal was rejected. In his past life, he had sought the assistance of his classmates, maneuvering through various channels in an attempt to save Yu Yuan. Ultimately, his cousin perished in prison, and his uncle, seeking justice, was brutally killed, while his aunt, Madame Qian, succumbed to madness. All of this was his doing. He diligently pursued academic success, hoping to avenge his uncle's family, only to find that the court was rife with the Liang family's influence. Particularly after the crown prince ascended to the throne, the Liang family's power became unassailable. He himself was wrongfully executed, branded a corrupt official, and became the target of scorn. Reborn into this life, he found himself still unable to defy fate. He could not save Awan, nor could he save himself. Must he yield to the Liang family and marry Liang Cece? He felt a deep-seated resentment. He despised those ruthless aristocrats who trampled upon human lives, yet found himself destined to become a son-in-law to the Liang family, mingling with a pack of vile wolves and tigers. Yu Tang sat down on the steps at the entrance, feeling the cold metal of the dagger concealed in his robe. At that moment, a pair of feet appeared before him. He looked up to see the familiar figure of Steward Liang, exuding an air of disdain. "Young master, our young lady requests your presence." Yu Tang slowly rose, his expression impassive. "Lead the way." Following Steward Liang, he took several turns until they arrived at a secluded tavern. The Liang family's enterprises were widespread in the capital, and this tavern was among them. Ascending to the second floor, he entered an opulent private room. Inside, a young girl stood with her back to him, and upon hearing his arrival, she joyfully turned around. "Young master, she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with affection and delight. Yet, Yu Tang was acutely aware of her true nature. In his previous life, when his uncle was captured, he too had been imprisoned for 5 long days. He had gone without food, and just as he was on the brink of starvation, a bowl of fragrant meat soup was brought to him. He drank it greedily, leaving not a drop. Strength returned, and he was ready to continue his efforts on behalf of his uncle, only to be informed that his uncle had been beaten to death. The very soup he had just consumed was a grim reminder of his uncle's fate. However, unlike in his past life, he had already attained academic success by that time. He was then singularly focused on seeking justice and avenging his uncle's family. Thus, he fought his way through the political arena, fortunate to have the support of a mentor, and at one point, he had managed to maintain a reputation for integrity. Yet, whenever he sought to avenge his uncle, he found himself obstructed at every turn. Burdened by the heavy accusation of embezzlement and subsequently exiled, he realized, to his dismay, that he had not escaped her grasp. She reveled in witnessing his oscillation between hope and despair amidst the tumult of life. What justified her cruelty? Merely her lineage as the daughter of Lady Zhao and cousin to the crown prince. This was a formidable mountain, growing ever taller with the crown princess ascension, leaving him utterly powerless. Yu Tang lowered his gaze, concealing the fury and hatred that simmered within him. The young lady introduced herself. I am Liang Cixi. On that day at the Liang family tea party, I fell for you, Mr. Yu. Liang Cixi was genuinely enamored with Yu Tang. She admired his handsome visage and vast knowledge. His rejection only intensified her interest, and she vowed to win his heart. I am honored by your affection, but I am unworthy of Miss Liang, Yu Tang replied. Your admiration is sufficient. Liang Cixi smiled brightly. I heard your cousin has been imprisoned in the imperial dungeon. My third cousin serves there, and I shall have him investigate. Surely he can clear your cousin's name. Yu Tang scoffed inwardly. How could a mere theft warrant the involvement of the Jinyui? It was evident that her cousin's position in the dungeon was a calculated move to coerce him into submission. Liang Cixi, growing impatient, made her intentions clear. Mr. Yu, if you agree to marry me, your cousin will be unharmed. Yu Tang remained silent, his eyes downcast. Mr. Yu, imagine if Prince Yu were to learn of your clandestine dealings with Princess Yu. Liang Cixi's words hung in the air, and Yu Tang's gaze shot to her, alarmed. She recognized the tension in his eyes. Lin Sivon was indeed his Achilles heel. She felt elated to have captured his interest, but disheartened by the presence of another in his heart. Mr. Yu, once we are wed, all past grievances will be forgotten. I will not dwell on what has transpired. Taking a deep breath, Yu Tang nodded, realizing this was a means to protect his uncle's family and safeguard Sivon. Liang Cixi beamed with a radiant smile. At the Yu residence, Yu Yuan had been released. Qianshe clutched his arm, overwhelmed with joy. Oh, how wonderful it is to have you back, Yuan. She believed Yu Yuan's return was thanks to Yu Tang, leading to a shift in her attitude toward him. This is all thanks to Tang Gu'er. He has worked tirelessly. She continued, with Yuan safe and Tang Gu'er set to marry Miss Liang. It is a double blessing. Yu Jinkai shared in the joy. The Liang family is indeed a prestigious one. We are fortunate to be connected with them. They often spoke of establishing a family first, and with hopes for Tang Guo's future success in the imperial examinations. He felt he could finally honor the memory of his late brother and sister-in-law. However, when Yu Jinkai turned to Yu Tang, he noticed something amiss. Turning back, he was taken aback to see Yu Tang tossing precious books into a fire. Tang Gu'er, what are you doing? You cannot burn these books. Yu Jinkai exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Yu Tang continued, tossing more books into the flames. Uncle, these are no longer of use to me, Yu Tang replied calmly. No longer of use. Why is that? Is it because you are marrying into the Liang family, with power within your grasp? No. Yu Jinkai felt that his nephew, although alive, seemed to have lost his spirit entirely, as if he were a living corpse. Observing him brought an indescribable discomfort. At the Yuangfu, Yu Tang was to wed Liang Cixi? Lin Yu was genuinely astonished. Although she was aware that, during the tea gathering, Liang Cixi had taken a liking to Yu Tang. It was perplexing. In their previous lives, Yu Tang had consistently rejected marriage proposals, leading to the destruction of his family. How could this life differ from the last? Yet, it was not entirely surprising. Her own fate was starkly different from Lin Shu's, was it not? Nevertheless, it seemed a pity that someone as resolute as Yu Tang would marry Liang Cixi, akin to placing a flower in a pile of dung. Yu Tang was the flower, while Liang Cixi... No, to compare Liang Cixi to dung would be an affront to dung itself. Suddenly, Lin Yao thought of her elder sister. The entire capital was aware of Yu Tang's impending marriage to Liang Cixi, and her sister must have heard the news as well. Lin Yao hurried to the princess's courtyard. Upon entering, she noticed Granny Rong frowning with concern, peering anxiously into the room. Seeing Lin Yao, Granny Rong's expression brightened. Miss C, you have arrived just in time to keep the young lady company. What is troubling my elder sister? Lin Yao inquired. It is nothing much. Just that everything seems as usual, yet it feels too normal, leaving this old servant with an inexplicable sensation, Granny Rong replied. Lin Yao pushed the door open and saw Lin Sivon seated by the window, embroidering a handkerchief adorned with vibrant peach blossoms. Yao, come quickly and see if you like this color, Lin Sivon called. Did you embroider this for me, elder sister? Lin Yao exclaimed. I love it. The brighter, the better. I am glad you like it. I had some time to spare. It is almost finished, just a bit left. I will ask Granny Rong to bring you some pastries to stave off boredom. As the needle pricked her fingertip, Lin Sivon seemed oblivious until the crimson stain marred the pristine handkerchief, causing her to panic and hurriedly attempt to wipe away the red mark. How careless of me. I have ruined a perfectly good handkerchief. Lin Yao reached out, grasping Lin Sivon's hand. Sister, do not worry about the handkerchief for now. Let us discuss Yutang's situation. Chapter 36, The Queen's Pressure Yutang? Oh, I have heard that Yutang is to be wed, Lin Sivon remarked. I mentioned before that he would eventually find a virtuous wife. The young lady from the Liang family has an excellent lineage and is quite beautiful. Is that not splendid? Lin Yao gazed intently at her sister. Sister, do you truly believe that? Lin Sivon slowly lowered her head. If I do not hold such thoughts, what else can I entertain? I was the one who betrayed him first. Now that he is to marry another, what grounds do I have to feel discontented? Lin Yao replied, Sister, your marriage into the royal household was born of necessity. Lin Sivon retorted, and what of it? There is no longer any possibility for us. I can only wish for his happiness. But that young lady from the Liang family is willful and domineering. Not a suitable match at all, Lin Yao contended. Lin Sivon fell silent, her head bowed. Sister, do you wish to see Yutang? Lin Yao inquired. He surely does not desire to marry the Liang girl. If you were to leave the capital with him, I would assist you, having lived a second life. Lin Yao understood the importance of not compromising oneself and of striving for what one desires, lest she regret it for eternity. If only her sister would agree. She would help her, and she would handle the subsequent matters. Lin Sivon felt a momentary stir of emotion but quickly shook her head. It is best as it is. One must not be too greedy, nor should one's own desires bring suffering to others. Lin Yao frowned. Sister, Lin Sivon spoke seriously, Yao, do not mention Yutang again. Seeing her sister's resolve, Lin Yao let out a gentle sigh. Lin Sivon returned her focus to the handkerchief, staring at the bloodstains with a furrowed brow. Yao, what should we do about these stains? Sister, let us embroider a peach blossom here, Lin Yao suggested. Lin Sivon's eyes brightened. What a splendid idea. She diligently began to stitch. After a while, she looked up and, noticing Lin Yu still present, smiled. Yao, I am well. You should go keep the prince company. In the unrestrained courtyard, Long Feng remarked, Your Highness. Word is spread throughout the capital that the Liang family seeks to adopt a son-in-law, and it is none other than Yutang. I have crossed paths with him a few times. I thought him a man of integrity, but it seems he too is seeking to align himself with the powerful. Prince Yu was lost in thought as he lit incense. Your Highness, your hand, Long Feng exclaimed. Noticing the prince had inadvertently placed his hand upon the flames of the incense burner. Realizing the pain too late, Prince Yu withdrew his hand. It is blistered. Let me fetch a doctor, Long Feng urged. There is no need. It is but a minor injury, Prince Yu replied. Long Feng came to his senses. Despite the prince's exalted status, he was not delicate like others. Having endured the ravages of battle, his body bore countless scars. This trivial injury was insignificant. Before long, Lin Yao arrived. Upon entering, she beheld a man clad in black, his hair cascading loosely, his features softened by shadows yet still remarkably handsome. He bent over, diligently wiping dust from the scriptures, his movements imbued with reverence and seriousness. The man, immersed in the Buddhist texts, seemed ethereal, distant from the mortal realm. Lin Yao instinctively touched her lips. The wound she had bitten was now healed. On that day, the touch of skin felt like a fleeting dream. To lead this man to break his vows and step into the mortal realm is indeed a formidable task. More challenging than orchestrating schemes for Gu Yulan in a previous life. Lin Yao entered the room, assisting in the cleaning of the Buddhist scriptures. Suddenly, she noticed the blisters on his hand. Your Highness, your hand is burned, she exclaimed. The prince glanced at his hand, responding with a simple, Does it hurt? She inquired. Quite painfully, he admitted. Long Feng interjected. Didn't His Highness just say it was a minor injury, not worth concerning ourselves over? Lin Yao pointed at him. Little Long Feng, the prince is wounded, and you remain indifferent. He is not. Long Feng retorted, but upon turning to look at his prince, he was taken aback by the expression of vulnerability that seemed to emerge, as if no one truly cared for him. Long Feng sighed. Very well. It's all his fault. Lin Yao frequented the Wuju Yuan, becoming more familiar with it than her own abode. She quickly retrieved the ointment for treating burns and carefully applied it to the prince's injury. This wound is rather severe. Avoid water for the next few days, she cautioned. The prince pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The warmth began to flicker in his gaze. Are you distressed by Yu Tang's impending marriage? He asked. In truth, it wasn't so much distress as it was regret. It was a pity for someone of Yu Tang's caliber and a pity for her sister's deep affections. Yet, in this world, many things remain unfulfilled. She felt a sense of injustice. Was Yu Tang truly compelled into this union? The Liang family seemed utterly unrestrained, pursuing their desires without regard for others' wishes. This thought resonated with Lin Yao's memories of her past life, where she felt akin to a mere animal in front of Liang Sisi. The prince, however, interpreted her sentiments as heartache over Yu Tang's marriage. Did she harbor such strong feelings for Yu Tang? Suddenly, a surge of emotions welled within him, accompanied by a metallic taste in his throat. He suppressed these complicated feelings, allowing his gaze to grow increasingly indifferent. Since she held such deep affection for Yu Tang, perhaps he should grant her wishes. The wedding between Liang Sisi and Yu Tang was to be a grand affair. In a flurry of activity, those wishing to align themselves with Madame Zhao and the Duke of Duan eagerly prepared to present extravagant gifts. Why did Miss Liang choose a destitute scholar? They wondered. This impoverished scholar, with no parents, only an uncle and his family, was considered a mere poor relative. It was said that Madame Zhao was initially opposed, but Miss Liang set her sights on him and insisted on the marriage, leaving Madame Zhao with no choice but to acquiesce. The scholar, rumored to be named Yu Tang, had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Others marveled at Yu Tang's good fortune. Madame Zhao and Marquis Liang were quite busy, as their only daughter's wedding was of utmost importance, requiring their personal involvement in every detail, especially the guest list, which had to be meticulously curated. By the way, Liang Lang, my sister specifically instructed that we must invite Prince Yu, Madame Zhao reminded. Marquis Liang frowned. Prince Yu has left the palace in 5 years. No. I've heard he hasn't even left the temple. Our influence isn't sufficient to sway him. Oh, whether he attends or not is inconsequential. The key is to extend the invitation and ensure that the entire capital knows we have invited him. It might even be better if he does not come. Madame Zhao replied with a smile. The couple exchanged knowing glances. Liang Ho chuckled as he comprehended the situation. In the Kuan-Ning Palace, the Empress remarked that Liang Zhaoxing had personally gone to the Prince of Yu's residence to extend an invitation. Yu Mama noted that they had never perceived such regard for the prince before. The Empress lightly laughed, suggesting that they were merely testing the waters. With the Liang family extending such earnest hospitality, if Prince Tingyu were to refuse and remain secluded in his Buddhist hall, it would indicate his steadfastness in spirituality and disinterest in worldly affairs. This would consequently allow Wang Yuyan to whisper sweet nothings to His Majesty once more. Essentially, if the prince were to decline, it would provide an opportunity for concubine Wang to stir trouble, thereby increasing the likelihood of Prince Duan being named the heir apparent. Yu Mama expressed some anxiety, inquiring whether the prince would attend. The Empress pondered for a moment and decided to summon the Princess of Yu to the palace the following day. Chapter 37. Exiting the Buddha Hall the following day, Lin Sivon entered the palace. The princess is not in good spirits. It concerns Prince Yu, reminded Granny Qi. Lin Sivon discreetly offered her some silver, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Granny. If the Empress punishes her, Granny Yu will remain loyal to the princess and will not show leniency. Here is the medicine for your wounds. Granny Qi handed both the silver and the medicine to Lin Sivon. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Sivon quickly accepted it. The palace's secret medicine is, of course, exceptional. Thank you, Granny Qi. Please convey my gratitude to Madame Yao for reuniting me with my mother and daughter, Granny Qi remarked. Following the information provided by Lin Yao, she successfully located her daughter. Although her daughter's circumstances were tragic, at least she was alive and had now returned to the capital for their reunion. Very well, I will ensure that. Lin Sivon smiled. In the past, whenever Lin Sivon stepped into this palace courtyard, an inexplicable fear would wash over her, prompting a desire to flee. Yet now, she felt far more composed. She was not alone. She had Lin Yao. Each time she entered the palace, she must not merely carry back the burden of pressure. She could not always rely on Lin Yao to rescue her. She too needed to strive for something on her own. With this thought, the trepidation within her diminished significantly. As her reverence and fear lessened, her thoughts became more agile. Soon, she arrived outside the Empress's chamber. With Granny Qi's footsteps fading, Lin Sivon entered alone. The empress sat within. Lin Sivon performed her greetings. The empress inquired, I have heard that Ting Yi remains in the Buddha hall, not having ventured out? Lin Sivon, kneeling, replied, yes, the fourth sister fears that the prince may feel lonely, so she keeps him company day and night. The empress paused her tea drinking, then continued. A young lady should be more active. Ting Yi is being quite unreasonable. He ought to accompany her outside for a stroll. Lin Sivon responded. The prince possesses a deep devotion to Buddhism. To leave the Buddha hall is not a matter of just a day or two. The empress remarked. Some may not be able to wait any longer. Lin Sivon replied, Your Majesty possesses great insight. Surely, this matter can be delayed for a while? The empress set down her teacup. If he does not wish to go out, that is one thing, but he must attend the Liang family's wedding banquet. Lin Sivon assured. I will encourage the fourth sister to persuade the prince further. The empress warned, if that fails, princess, you are aware of my methods. Lin Sivon hesitated for a moment before responding, I understand. As the prince's wife, I will strive to facilitate this matter. If it does not succeed, I shall accept the consequences. The empress observed Lin Sivon for a while, then nodded. You may leave now. Once Lin Sivon was out of sight, the empress remarked. I feel that this princess is unlike her former self. Granny Yu agreed. Indeed, she has become much more composed and calm, no longer the petty girl she once was. The empress continued, in the past, her demeanor would irritate me. How could she be worthy of Ting Yu? She could neither stabilize the prince's residence nor prevent him from breaking his vows. What use was her occupying the position of a princess? Granny Yu, well aware of the empress's past intentions, probed, Your Majesty, she defies you. Do you not feel angered? She possesses a certain regal charm reminiscent of Princess Yu. So why should I be angry? The empress remarked that she made a poignant observation, stating that she and Ting Yu are one and the same. Am I not also bound to him in such a way? If only Ting Yu could make an appearance at the Liang residence this time. She could almost envision the expressions on Wang Yuyin and her sister's faces. Lin Sivon returned to the Wang residence, where old Madame Rong eagerly peered out from the entrance. Upon seeing her, she hurried forward. Miss, how are you? Are you all right? Old Madame Rong inquired anxiously. Lin Sivon shook her head, assuring her, I am fine. My clothes are just damp from the back, and my legs are steady. I have made progress. She smiled, albeit somewhat faintly. Old Madame Rong's heart ached for her. Fourth Miss, please do not divulge my visit to the palace to Yaoer, Lin Sivon requested, her gaze resolute. Old Madame Rong nodded in understanding. However, Lin Yao had her suspicions despite Lin Sivon's silence. She shared a close bond with her sister, yet the servants loyal to her sister would heed her commands. If her sister forbade them from speaking, they would remain silent in Lin Yao's presence. Nevertheless, she had the carefree Xiaojun by her side, who, in her candid manner, would chat with the doorman and soon learn of her sister's palace visit. This visit could only signify one thing. The empress sought her sister for matters concerning Prince Yu. Coupled with the impending marriage of Liang Cixi to Yu Tang, which was being heralded with great fanfare, it became evident that the empress intended for Prince Yu to attend Liang Cixi's wedding. Consequently, Lin Yao felt compelled to frequent the Wujiyuan. Yet, whenever she broached the topic of the Liang family wedding, Prince Yu appeared somewhat displeased. In the subsequent encounters, Lin Yao found herself unable to catch a glimpse of Prince Yu. At Wujiyuan, Changfeng opened a concealed door and entered the chamber. Upon entry, he found the man seated and engrossed in scripture, yet the prince seemed distracted, lingering on the same page for an extended period. Your Highness, Madame Yao has departed, Changfeng announced. Prince Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Your Highness, it appears Madame Yao longs to see you. Her demeanor is quite pitiable. Changfeng spoke on Lin Yao's behalf. I understand her desire to meet me, Prince Yu replied. Her wish is nothing more than concerning Yu Tang. He had resolved to assist her. Yet as the day drew near, he found himself increasingly reluctant. Each encounter with her intensified this reluctance, prompting him to decide against seeing her. To prevent any change of heart, Changfeng observed his prince, sensing an underlying sorrow emanating from him. On the 6th day of the 6th month, a propitious day for weddings. It was also the day of the Liang family's grand ceremony. Lin Sivon endeavored to maintain her composure, though an inescapable sense of anxiety and heaviness lingered within her. Particularly, she could not evade the reality that a formidable battle awaited her. The prince would not attend the wedding banquet, and she must represent the Prince Yu's household. Witnessing the man she cherished marry another, only to face the empress's scrutiny afterward. Each of these matters weighed heavily upon her. She steeled herself and looked at Lin Yao, saying, I shall attend the banquet. Yaoer, you should stay home. Sister, it would be too dull at home. Allow me to join in the festivities, Lin Yao pleaded earnestly. Lin Sivan felt a profound sense of anxiety, yet the presence of Lin Yao provided her with considerable solace. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Sivan nodded affirmatively. "You must stay by my side. You cannot repeat the mistakes of last time," she instructed earnestly. Lin Yao obediently nodded in agreement. The servants bustled in and out, diligently attending to the sisters' grooming. Lin Sivan exuded an air of nobility and grace, embodying the demeanor of a princess. In contrast, Lin Yao radiated a gentler charm. Though it was impossible to entirely conceal her own allure, her figure was both ample and graceful, drawing attention regardless of her attempts to downplay it. The sisters ascended into the carriage together. Just as the carriage was about to set off, a series of astonished exclamations erupted from outside. The prince! Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively lifted the curtain of the carriage. What met her gaze was the tall, striking figure of a man, exuding an aura of cool elegance. It was Prince Yu. He had actually emerged from the Buddhist hall. Chapter 38. The majestic Prince Yu. The countenance of Prince Yu was frigid as he approached the carriage. The servants, regaining their composure, hastily lifted the curtain and ushered the prince inside. Lin Yao and Lin Sivan sat closely together, while Prince Yu took his seat opposite them, promptly closing his eyes upon settling down. Lin Sivan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident she was taken aback. Did the prince intend to accompany them to the Liang family? This was indeed a surprising turn of events. Her younger sister was truly remarkable. Lin Sivan gave Lin Yao a thumbs up in admiration, while Lin Yao appeared utterly bewildered. This had nothing to do with her. Over the past few days, Prince Yu had not deigned to meet her. Who could fathom the sudden change in his disposition? Lin Sivan discreetly scrutinized the prince. She had only encountered him once, in the temple, where he exuded an air of aloofness, casting a distant, icy glance that repelled others. This was the first instance they were so close, sharing the same space. As she observed him now, he still seemed somewhat intimidating. How bold Lin Yao was to come so near. Suddenly, the carriage jolted. With the prince seated across from her, Lin Sivan instinctively grasped the carriage tightly. Meanwhile, her younger sister toppled over, landing directly in Prince Yu's embrace. Lin Sivan stole a glance. The prince, tall and handsome, sat upright with an aura of chill elegance, while her sister appeared exceedingly petite and delicate, completely enveloped in the prince's arms. The sight was quite harmonious. Had it been just the two of them, Lin Yao would surely have seized the opportunity to act coy. However, with her elder sister present, she quickly extricated herself from the prince's grasp and resumed her seat. Prince Yu gazed down at his hands, silent and inscrutable, lost in thought. As the carriage came to a halt, they had arrived at the Liang residence. The three disembarked, with Lin Yao and Lin Sivan flanking Prince Yu as they entered the Marquis's estate together. The guests, who had been engaged in polite conversation, were taken aback at his arrival. Prince Yu? Their eyes widened in disbelief as they sought to confirm the identity of the figure before them. They had all seen him 5 years prior, when he was a spirited young man. Now, he had transformed into an ethereal youth, his features sharper, his visage more defined. Yet he remained unmistakably the same. Prince Yu had come to attend the Liang family's wedding banquet. Your Highness. The guests hurriedly bowed in reverence. Soon, news of the prince's arrival reached the ears of Marquis Liang and his wife. Lady Zhao's expression darkened instantly. What was he doing here? She paced the room, seizing a teacup and shattering it against the floor in frustration. Marquis Liang quickly interjected, My dear, please do not distress yourself. It is not good for your health. Lady Zhao glared at Marquis Liang. How can I not be anxious? Do you realize what his presence signifies? This will surely reach the emperor's ears. All our plans, my sister and I, are now in ruins. Why must he emerge from his seclusion instead of diligently attending to his Buddhist practices? Lady Zhao's voice rose in a fierce crescendo, while Marquis Liang stood silently, unable to utter a word. Seeing his reticence only fueled her ire further. Why are you silent? Truly, you are useless. Everything rests on my shoulders. Liang Ho hurriedly said, Indeed, I cannot fathom what has possessed him. However, the esteemed concubine must have other plans. Do not be anxious, my lady. Madame Zhao sighed in frustration before feeling somewhat better. Very well, you may go to the front courtyard. His Highness, Prince Yu, has arrived, and we must extend our warmest hospitality to him. Liang Ho obediently departed. As Madame Zhao watched his figure vanish, she expressed her disdain. How did I end up with such a spineless fool? Her trusted maid quickly interjected. The Lord has a gentle disposition, yet he is exceptionally kind to you, my lady. At this, Madame Zhao revealed a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Yao and Lin Sivan accompanied Prince Yu deeper into the estate. Along the way, they encountered old Master Lin, who was eager to ingratiate himself with Prince Yu. Just then, a figure rushed in, pushing through the throng of guests to stand before the prince. Your Highness. The newcomer, adorned in a striking blue robe and possessing an unparalleled elegance, was none other than the heir of Ning'an Marquis, Pan Ling. He had been compelled by his mother to visit the Liang residence. Originally, it was his father who was meant to attend. However, his father harbored a strong aversion to the Liang family and, more broadly, to the faction of Prince Duan, unwilling to compromise his principles. His father's unwavering integrity left no room for superficial pleasantries. His mother, concerned that their family might offend the Liang clan and Prince Duan, thus jeopardizing their future when Prince Duan ascended to the throne, insisted that Pan Ling go in his stead. Reluctantly, Pan Ling, much like his father, was unwilling to comply. Ultimately, his mother, recognizing his softer nature, prevailed upon him to attend. Consequently, Pan Ling found himself at the event, feeling rather bored, seeking refuge in a less crowded area, eager for the wedding feast to conclude so he could make his escape. To his surprise, he encountered an unexpected joy. His reclusive best friend had also arrived. Your Highness. Is it truly you? I must be dreaming, he exclaimed, reaching out to pinch Prince Yu's arm. The prince silently evaded the touch, prompting Lin Sivon to interject. Young Master Pan. Pan Ling bowed towards Lin Sivon. Your Highness. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Yao, suddenly feeling awkward. Madam Yao. Prince Yu subtly stepped forward, shielding Pan Ling's view. As Lin Yao turned her head, she spotted a familiar figure weaving through the guests. She discreetly extended her hand to take some food from the table, concealing it in her bosom. It was Liang Xinyue. Although reassured by Lin Sivon during their last encounter, Lin Yao had still harbored some concerns for her. Now, seeing her safe and sound, her worries dissipated entirely. Liang Xinyue seemed to sense Lin Yao's gaze and turned to her with a radiant smile. Lin Yao smiled back. After a moment's hesitation, Liang Xinyue produced a dried longan from her bosom, extending it towards Lin Yao as if to inquire if she would like some. Lin Yao gently shook her head. Liang Xinyue joyfully tucked the longan back into her clothing. Lin Yao found herself amused by her antics. Liang Xinyue waved farewell to Lin Yao, who reciprocated the gesture. As Liang Xinyue stealthily attempted to depart, she collided with someone, her face instantly paling. It was Liang Ho. Lord Liang furrowed his brow as he gazed at Liang Xinyue. A look of disgust etched upon his face. How did she manage to come to the front courtyard? Take her away at once, he said impatiently. The servant promptly responded, Yes, my lord, and proceeded to drag Liang Xinyue away with roughness. Lord Liang, a middle-aged man of handsome appearance, perhaps bore a countenance that reflected his character. For Lin Yao observed him and found his visage repulsive. Soon enough, Lord Liang approached them, instantly donning a different facade. I am grateful for your highness, the king of you, gracing us with your presence. I recall the last time I encountered your highness was in the training grounds. Your marksmanship is truly remarkable. An image that remains etched in my memory, Lord Liang lamented. The king of you fixed his gaze upon him, and who might you be? Lord Liang found himself momentarily embarrassed. I am Liang Zhaoxing, and today is my daughter's wedding banquet. Oh, I am only acquainted with Lady Zhao. Why has she not come to welcome me? Lord Liang's embarrassment deepened. Was it not overtly clear that he was but a man living off a woman's fortune? Yet, spoken from the lips of the king of you, he could scarcely express his indignation, swallowing his pride instead. Lin Yao felt a surge of joy. The king of you's actions had indeed avenged her grievances. Was he not merely a scoundrel, forsaking his wife and despising his own daughter for the sake of wealth and status? Let him play his part. It was high time to strip away his facade of respectability. Chapter 39. The meeting of two kings despite being publicly humiliated. Lord Liang maintained a smile on his face as he welcomed King Yu into the hall. King Yu occupied a position of prominence, with Lin Sivon seated beside him. Lin Yao, as a concubine, had no right to a seat. However, neither the prince nor the princess regarded her as such. Lin Sivon felt a sense of trepidation in King Yu's presence, wishing to have Lin Yao sit between herself and the king. Yet, considering the importance of the occasion, it would be quite inappropriate, so she gestured for Lin Yao to take a seat on her other side. Observing that the space beside King Yu was empty, she eventually signaled to Lin Yao to occupy that position. Lin Yao was well aware of whom she needed to please and was determined to exhibit the demeanor of a favored concubine, thus she settled beside King Yu. She even feigned a cordial closeness, eagerly pouring tea for him, displaying a great deal of attentiveness. You need not go to such lengths. I shall accommodate you, King Yu remarked in a nonchalant tone. Lin Yao was taken aback by his words. What did he mean by that? What was he accommodating her for? Of late, King Yu had been speaking to her in riddles, leaving her increasingly perplexed. Before long, another distinguished guest arrived at the Liang residence. The newcomer exuded an air of nobility, resembling King Yu in appearance, yet possessing an entirely different demeanor. His temperament was gentle and refined, a warm smile gracing his face, reminiscent of an elegant young nobleman. This was none other than Prince Duan, 8 years King Yu's senior, now 28 years old. Upon his arrival, he was the center of attention. As the majority of the court comprised his supporters, many attending the Liang banquet did so in hopes of currying favor with Prince Duan, who was widely regarded as the likely heir apparent. Although King Yu's presence introduced an element of uncertainty, the prospects for Prince Duan's ascension remained considerably greater. Prince Duan entered, engaging in light-hearted banter with those around him, and upon spotting King Yu, he promptly approached. "Sixth brother, it has been several years since we last met. I have truly missed you," he exclaimed, gesturing playfully. "You've grown taller and even more handsome." King Yu silently averted his gaze, clearly disinterested in conversation. However, Prince Duan appeared unfazed, continuing to speak to himself. "It is good that you have come out. What pleasure is there in staring at the Buddha all day? The mundane world is far more intriguing." He then turned his attention to Lin Sivan, "And this must be your sister-in-law." Lin Sivan returned the greeting. "I pay my respects to my third royal brother." "No need for such formality, sister-in-law," Prince Duan replied with a smile, then glanced at Lin Yao. "And who might this be?" Though his gaze was undeniably gentle, Lin Yao felt as if she were being scrutinized by venomous ants, an unbearable sensation. In her previous life, she had experienced a similar gaze. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself in Prince Duan's bed. In an effort to repel him, she had intentionally exposed her unsightly scars, which had caused him to feel nauseated, allowing her to return home. Du Yulan's demeanor towards her had been notably cold, merely stating that she had offended Prince Duan, bringing misfortune upon herself. In hindsight, her husband had shown no desire to protect her, even tacitly approving of her presence in Prince Duan's bed for the sake of his own career. No one had come to her defense. In her past life, despite her sacrifices, she remained utterly alone. Only moments ago, you were so amiable with your brother. Now, you regard your brother's woman with such disdain. What is the meaning of this, elder brother? King Yu spoke coldly. Despite the Yin Prince's thick skin, being directly exposed caused his previously gentle demeanor to nearly falter, his expression twisting for a fleeting moment. Initially, he harbored mere curiosity towards Lin Yao, but Zhao Yu's words ignited a sudden desire to savor the experience. Soon, a smile returned to his face. "You jest, dear brother." With that, he took his place at the head of the adjacent table. A warmth enveloped Lin Yao's heart. She had not anticipated that the prince would stand in her defense. As the auspicious hour approached, a pair of newlyweds entered the scene. Liang Cixi donned a lavish red wedding gown, while Yu Tang was clad in matching crimson attire. However, his face bore no trace of joy, appearing as though he were a mere shell of a man. Lin Sivan's expression shifted noticeably, and Yu Tang glanced at her, momentarily stunned. Yet, this moment passed swiftly as they both instinctively averted their gazes. Yu Tang remained indifferent, while Lin Sivan maintained a gentle and dignified demeanor befitting a princess. Lin Yao felt a twinge of regret. In her previous life, Liang Cixi had been the imperial concubine, and the bond between her and the Yin Prince was undeniably strong. The Yin Prince had once cherished a favored concubine whom Liang Cixi despised, leading her to have the woman's hands severed. The Yin Prince, rather than seeking vengeance on Liang Cixi's behalf, had mutilated his beloved's feet, transforming her into a living doll to be displayed in his chamber, where he could gaze upon her daily. Such a union seemed ill-fated. Why must it bring ruin to others? As the couple bowed to heaven and earth, Lin Yu silently wished for this marriage to falter. They proceeded with the second bow to their parents, with Liang Cixi and Yu Tang bending before Madame Zhao and Lord Liang, both of whom wore smiles. It was likely that beneath the crimson veil, Liang Cixi was equally delighted. Only Yu Tang retained a cold expression. With the third bow, the ceremony would be complete. Lin Yao harbored a hope for a miraculous intervention to thwart this union. Just then, a servant hurriedly burst into the hall. "Madam, Lord, there has been a flood." Lin Yao's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that heaven had heard her plea? She faintly detected the scent of smoke, and the servant's frantic demeanor suggested that the source of the flood was alarmingly close. "Where has the flood occurred?" Madame Zhao inquired urgently. "In the Nianhua courtyard. A great fire has ignited, and it's spreading rapidly," the servant reported, urgency palpable in their voice. The couple was instantly thrown into a state of alarm. Setting aside all else, the mere thought of anything happening to either the Yin Prince or the Yu Prince was unbearable. What shall we do, my lady?" Lord Liang looked at Madame Zhao, seeking her guidance. Glancing outside, she could vaguely see the rising black smoke. Without hesitation, she declared, "Pause the ceremony and escort our esteemed guests to the side courtyard to wait until the fire is extinguished." With her decision made, Lord Liang sprang into action. He offered apologies to several distinguished guests, particularly to the Yin Prince and the Yu Prince, guiding them out of the main hall. Lin Sivon clutched Lin Yao's hand tightly, anxious amidst the chaos, fearing she might get lost. Meanwhile, the Yu Prince, seemingly indifferent, remained ever watchful of their presence. As the three exited the main hall, Lin Yao turned to see that flames had already erupted in the nearby courtyard, blazing fiercely. Look at this situation. It won't be long before the entire main hall is engulfed in flames. She felt a wicked sense of glee, wondering if perhaps Lady Zhao and Lord Liang had committed so many misdeeds that even the heavens could no longer bear to witness it. Chapter 40. The prince's intervention. Lin Yao and the other two were led to the side courtyard. Lin Yao's smile was nearly impossible to conceal. The misfortune of the Liang family brought her joy. The prince observed her. Was she truly so pleased that the wedding was interrupted? In truth, everything was part of his design. He intended to sabotage the wedding between Yu Tang and the Liang woman to bring her happiness. As he drew closer to the success of his plan, his heart grew increasingly troubled. The prince quietly entered a room and closed the door behind him. In the side hall, only Lin Yao and Lin Sivon remained. Sister, I believe Liang Cixi and Yu Tang are simply not meant to be, Lin Yao whispered. Lin Sivon felt a sense of joy within, though she did not show it outwardly. Moreover, the wedding had already been arranged, and once the flames died down, it would continue. Perhaps there will be another unforeseen turn of events, Lin Yao remarked. Lin Sivon gazed into the void, a hint of anticipation flickering within her. Though her chances with Yu Tang were now non-existent, she still wished for him to achieve his desires rather than be coerced. As the flames extinguished, the guests returned to the main hall. Although they had missed the auspicious hour, there was no alternative. They could not change the date, for that would be even more scandalous. The three couples were to bow. Just then, a man hurriedly approached. Clad in splendid attire, his appearance was unremarkable. Yet his pale complexion and delicate features revealed his origins from the palace. He leaned in to whisper something into Lady Zhao's ear, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Lady Zhao communicated something to Lord Liang, who personally escorted the man to the door with great respect. In an instant, the guests were left bewildered, murmuring among themselves. Lady Zhao forced a smile. Esteemed guests, I apologize, but today's wedding must be paused. The crowd was taken aback. Such an important event could not simply be halted. I am truly sorry for the inconvenience. The Marquis residence will prepare a generous gift to express our apologies. Did this imply a pause or a cancellation? Though curiosity surged, no one dared to inquire further and began to leave. Yu Tang hesitated, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, confusion mingled with joy. The lifeless shell he had been seemed to have gained a soul. Lin Yao observed this with a deep sense of sorrow. The Liang family was indeed culpable, wielding their power to twist a remarkable talent into such a state. Liang Cixi, in a fit of anger, tore off her bridal veil, revealing a beautifully adorned face marred by fury. Why must it be cancelled? Mother, I wish to marry Yu Lang. Lady Zhao frowned. Cixi, do not be foolish. Mother, I don't care. The wedding cannot be cancelled. She turned to the guests. You cannot leave. Stay here. The guests, intrigued by the unfolding drama, paused upon seeing Liang Cixi's desperate demeanor. Lady Zhao was nearly exasperated. It seems I have indulged you too much. Someone, take the young lady away. Several maidservants attempted to approach. Liang Cixi coldly glared at them. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me. The maidservants, well aware of Liang Cixi's temperament, immediately hesitated to act. The longer this commotion continues, the more it becomes a spectacle for others to laugh at. Madame Zhao could only summon a few of her elderly ladies. You all go. Only then did they dare to act, dragging Liang Cixi away. I don't care. I must marry Yu Lang. Otherwise, I will not live. Liang Cixi shouted, her voice fading as she was pulled further away. Lin Yao originally wished to linger and observe the excitement, but with the situation escalating, she found no reason to stay, and thus followed Lin Sivon to leave the Liang residence alongside Prince Yu. In the carriage, Lin Yao curiously fidgeted. What exactly did the person from the palace say? She longed to gossip with Lin Sivon, yet with Prince Yu present, she had to suppress her curiosity. At the Liang estate, in a quiet side courtyard, Prince Duan sat in the high seat, while Madame Zhao and Liang Zhaoxing sat below in a respectful manner. "Aunt, has news arrived from the palace? About my mother?" Prince Duan inquired. The Liang estate has suddenly caught fire. Master Mingkong performed a divination and declared it ominous. Madame Zhao replied. Prince Duan was taken aback. Master Mingkong? This master is no ordinary person. With a single phrase, he transformed the emperor's misfortune, and the emperor holds him in great esteem. It was Master Mingkong who foretold that Zhao Dingyu had a connection to Buddhism, prompting him to suddenly seek the monastic life. Had it been anyone else, they would have long been despised by the emperor and empress. But due to Master Mingkong's reputation, no one dares to dispute his words. Thus, if he claims it is ominous, it is indeed so. Is Cici's marriage truly doomed? Prince Duan pressed further. Madame Zhao nodded. No wonder Madame Zhao hastily halted the wedding. Cici's fate is far too noble. Yutang is simply unworthy of her, she asserted. I have always said this match is unsuitable. Prince Duan seemed to contemplate this. After sending Prince Duan off, Madame Zhao and Liang Zhaoxing proceeded to see Liang Cici. As Madame Zhao listened to the sounds of smashing from within, she felt a headache coming on. You should go and persuade her, Madame Zhao instructed. Liang Zhaoxing entered, only to have a teacup come hurtling towards him. Had he not reacted swiftly, it would have nearly struck his face. Cici, please stop this ruckus, Liang Zhaoxing urged. Where is my mother? I want to see my mother. Liang Cici cried out in agitation. Anything you wish to discuss can be conveyed through me to your father, Liang Zhaoxing replied. Liang Cici scoffed disdainfully. Can you even make decisions? Liang Zhaoxing was immediately put in an uncomfortable position. As a daughter follows her mother. Madame Zhao looked down upon Liang Zhaoxing, and Liang Cici held him in no regard, showing him no respect in daily life. Leave. Tell my mother to come speak to me, Liang Cici commanded, effectively dismissing Liang Zhaoxing. Feeling helpless, Liang Zhaoxing cast a glance at Madame Zhao, who was visibly exasperated. What use are you to me? With a stern expression, Madame Zhao entered the room, her demeanor softening upon seeing Liang Cici. My dear, let this marriage be. Yutang is not worthy of you. I shall find you a better match. However, Liang Cici was resolute, seemingly bewitched by her desire to marry Yutang. Madame Zhao firmly stated, Cici, I can indulge you in many matters, but not in this. Mother, why? Aren't you the one who loves me the most? Liang Cici exclaimed. Your esteemed aunt, the concubine, has conveyed a message indicating that your fate is of utmost importance, as she intends to betroth you to Prince Duan. I do not desire my cousin. I long for Yutang. With a resounding slap, Madame Zhao struck Liang Cici across the face. How outrageous. Liang Cici stood in a daze. It was the first time her mother had struck her. Though the concubine and I are sisters, the bonds of sisterhood crumble in the face of power. Do you believe that our family's fortunate days have come from nowhere? Where do you think your prosperous life originates? It is all bestowed by Her Majesty, the concubine. Madame Zhao spoke coldly. Reflect here. When you come to terms with it, you may emerge. She turned and departed, instructing the servants to lock the door from the outside. Liang Zhaoxing waited outside and, upon seeing Madame Zhao emerge, hurriedly approached to inquire, is Yutang still in the residence? How shall we proceed? Naturally, we must expel her. What purpose would there be in keeping her? Furthermore, let us attribute the cancellation of the wedding to Yutang. A fierce glint flickered in Madame Zhao's eyes. Liang Zhaoxing nodded and hurried away. After walking for a while, he suddenly halted, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, finding no one. His gaze then fell upon a corner, where a delicate figure was bent over, seemingly engaged in play. A gentle smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Sensing something, she turned to look, revealing Liang Xinyue. Liang Zhaoxing waved at Liang Xinyue, who trotted over. He retrieved a few candies from his pocket and offered them to her. They exchanged a smile. Liang Zhaoxing resumed his stride, his expression returning to a stern demeanor, while Liang Xinyue's face transformed back into one of innocence and confusion. Chapter 41. The Liang family ruins a man's future. Do you know why the Liang family suddenly called off the engagement? Why? Because Yutang is nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. He may appear to be talented and charming, but in reality, he is a base individual. Indeed, he has been entangled with a married man, refuses to repay his debts, and has even engaged in brawls with his classmates. This is simply a complete disgrace, unworthy of a scholar. No wonder the Liang family decided to withdraw. They do not wish for their daughter to fall into a fiery pit. Where did you hear all this? Surely, no one is deliberately slandering him, are they? Of course not. He is a disciple of Lord Lin, who spoke these words himself and even mentioned expelling Yutang from his tutelage. If his mentor has spoken so, then it must be true. In an instant, Yutang's reputation was utterly tarnished. Xiaozhu recounted everything she had learned in vivid detail to Lin Yao. Lin Yao was infuriated, her teeth grinding in anger. Her father, with his weak spine, must have been coerced by the Liang family. The Liang family is truly shameless. First coercing a marriage, then withdrawing it, shifting all the blame onto Yutang. Scholars value their reputation above all else. And this has irrevocably severed Yutang's path to the imperial examination, barring him from a career in public service. Lin Yao recalled events from her previous life. In fact, she and Yutang had crossed paths in her past existence. At that time, she was the wife of the prime minister. Gu Yulan had kept a mistress outside and even fathered a child with her, all while shrouding this affair in utmost secrecy. Consequently, Lin Yao had heard not a whisper of it. For years, she had been childless, and Gu Yulan proposed adopting a child from a collateral branch. In truth, it was a child born of his infidelity. Lin Yao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for being unable to bear children herself and nearly consented, intending to nurture the child well. It was Yu Tang who kindly informed her. "Why would you help me?" Lin Yao had asked at the time. She felt that Yu Tang looked down upon Gu Yulan and, by extension, herself, which left her perplexed. Yu Tang merely cast a glance her way, remaining silent. Yet, in that moment, Lin Yao understood the meaning behind his gaze, because of her elder sister, because she was the younger sister of his beloved. He could not save her elder sister, so he sought to assist her once. Lin Yao was immensely grateful, had it not been for his guidance. She would have remained oblivious to the truth. She had no idea that the husband she cherished was involved with a courtesan and expected her to raise their child. Lin Yao watched coldly as Gu Yulan brought that courtesan into his household, lavishing affection upon her, only to meet his demise at her hands. She witnessed the fall of the Gu family, accompanying it to ruin. It was Yu Tang who spared her from becoming the world's greatest fool. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yao turned to Xiaoju and instructed, "Arrange for a carriage. I must leave the Wang residence." Lin Yao rode in the carriage of the Wang family, making her way to the market to purchase rouge. The rouge shop faced a bustling street, but a few steps into the back alley led to Lu Fu Street. Cloaked in her mantle, Lin Yao arrived at the entrance of the Yu residence. The door was wide open, and Yu Tang was busy packing his belongings. Lin Yao was somewhat taken aback. She had expected Yu Tang to be disheartened. Yet, he appeared far more vibrant than at the Liang family's wedding banquet. It is only natural to think that, given the current circumstances, this situation is far preferable to being wedded to the Liang family. Yu Tang spotted Lin Yao emerging. "What are your intentions, young master Yu?" Lin Yao inquired. "I have a close friend serving as a county magistrate in Jiang and who previously wrote to invite me to serve as his assistant," Yu Tang replied. Jiangnan is a land abundant with fish and rice, distant from the capital, thus allowing for a retreat from the chaos. This is indeed a favorable prospect. "I noticed you have very few books packed," Lin Yao remarked. "I burned all my books a few days ago," Yu Tang admitted. His voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Once I arrive in Jiangnan, I shall procure new volumes." Lin Yu sighed with relief. It would be a great pity for someone as talented as Yu Tang to abandon his studies. Though the clouds are darkening, it cannot be said that the sun will never shine through, Yu Tang continued. Lin Yao had initially intended to persuade Yu Tang earnestly during her visit. Yet he exhibited neither despair nor disillusionment. The current turmoil, represented by the formidable Liang family, seemed to overshadow all. However, there exists the possibility that the Liang family may eventually fall, heralding Yu Tang's return. Lin Yao smiled and replied, "What you say is indeed true. In my past life, when the crown prince ascended the throne, the clouds grew ever darker. Yet in this life, I sense a turning point. The turning point lies with Prince Yu." Unbeknownst to Lin Yao, Yu Tang shared her sentiments. However, he believed the turning point resided with her. Lin Yao did not marry Gu Yulan, but instead entered the royal residence. Prince Yu was no longer the same as in her past life. Where he immersed himself in solitude and religious devotion, he has begun to engage in worldly affairs, rendering the crown prince's position precarious. Additionally, unlike in her previous life, she had not met an untimely demise. With her fate altered, perhaps hers could transform as well. Contemplating this, Yu Tang felt a surge of warmth, as if hope had begun to dawn. In that moment, both were lost in their thoughts. "May your journey be safe, young master Yu," Lin Yao said, pausing to add, "Someone awaits your return." Yu Tang inclined his head in acknowledgement. As Lin Yao turned to depart, he too retreated into the courtyard, a faint smile gracing his lips. Awaiting the day of return, he too yearned for that moment. Upon returning home, Lin Yao shared Yu Tang's intentions with Lin Sivan. Yu Tang had articulated so much, clearly wishing to convey his thoughts through her. Although Lin Sivan said little, her demeanor appeared markedly brighter. Shortly after, Aunt Rong arrived. "Miss, the invitation has been submitted to the palace." Lin Sivan nodded at the news. "Sister, to whom did you send the invitation?" Lin Yao asked curiously. "To Her Majesty." "The Empress," Lin Sivan replied. Lin Yao was taken aback. Her sister had once harbored a profound fear of the Empress, yet now she was proactively seeking an audience. Lin Yao felt that her sister had indeed transformed. Meanwhile, at the Gu family, the Liang family had finally summoned a royal physician to attend to Lin Shu's ailment. At this point, Lin Shu's body was ravaged, with decay even marring her face, rendering it grotesquely hideous, resembling a fearsome specter. Strangely, however, A peculiar vitality had begun to emerge. I have asserted that the Liang family would not disregard me, for Cece still holds me in her thoughts. My efforts are not without reward. Gu Lang, once I forge a friendship with Cece, I shall be able to assist you in your career. Lin Shu was filled with excitement. Gu Yulan, suppressing his revulsion, took a few steps back, though his expression remained inscrutable. Shush, you have worked hard, he said, seemingly sincere. A flicker of joy stirred within him. If he could establish a connection with the Liang family, passing the imperial examination would elevate him to great heights. However, the truth was that it was not Liang Cece who requested the imperial physician. Liang Cece had long since forgotten Lin Shu. It was Lord Gu, obeying the Liang family's directive, who sought to tarnish Yu Tang's reputation, thus prompting the Liang Marquis to summon the physician. These two remained blissfully ensconced in their delusions of success. Chapter 42, The Breaking of a Vow in the Cunning Palace. The Empress gazed at the woman kneeling before her and slowly inquired, "What is it that you seek?" "I humbly wish to petition for my sister's recognition as a concubine." Lin Sivan replied, her tone modest, yet her words carried an air of audacity. The Empress paused in her tea drinking, taken aback. "You have already elevated her status. It is no simple matter for a concubine to be entered into the royal register. That is precisely why I have come to implore your highness." This time, when the prince made an appearance at the Liang residence, it was largely due to Yao'er's persuasion. As Yao'er has garnered the prince's favor, it is inevitable that she will attract the ire of others. I am but a lowly servant, subject to the whims of those more powerful. Having an official title would serve as a protective talisman, Lin Sivan articulated. Initially, the Empress found her request laughable, yet upon reflection, it bore a semblance of truth. Though she held Lin Yao in disdain for her seductive ways, she recognized her current necessity for Lin Yao's influence. If anything were to befall Lin Yao, it would indeed reflect poorly on her. "I shall consider it," the Empress replied, then suddenly recalled a pressing matter. The Emperor was troubled by a particular case. If your sister could assert that Ting Yu was involved, her position as concubine would be assured. Lin Sivan understood that the matter would not be so straightforward. Yet, a promise was better than nothing. "I shall inform Yao'er to exert her utmost effort." Once Lin Sivan departed, Granny Yu could not help but exclaim, "The bond between the princess and her sister is truly profound. Such sisterly affection may not endure," the Empress remarked, seemingly reflecting on Lin Sivan and Lin Yao, but perhaps also on herself. Lin Yao, having adorned herself with care, made her way to the Wujuyuan, regardless of the prince's reasons for visiting the Liang residence to outsiders. It was all attributed to Lin Yao's influence, affording her a semblance of prestige. Naturally, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Upon entering Wujuyuan, Lin Yao surveyed her surroundings but found no sign of the prince. Only Changfeng stood by. "Where is the prince?" Lin Yao inquired. Changfeng handed her a box. "This is a gift from the prince." Lin Yao opened the box to find two items, a stack of silver notes, which he counted to be a full 10,000 taels, and a royal insignia. The insignia symbolized power. This was both a monetary and a political boon. Why the sudden generosity from the prince? Lin Yao felt a sense of unease, for she knew that no reward comes without effort. "What does this mean?" Lin Yao asked. "The prince has instructed you to leave the royal residence," Changfeng replied. Her heart sank at these words. "What does leaving the royal residence signify? Is he expelling me?" "The prince assures that this insignia will safeguard your well-being. With this insignia, she could indeed secure her mother's release from the Lin residence and lead a stable life. However, what would become of her sister? If the prince's vow remained unbroken, the duke would eventually ascend the throne. Yu Tang could not wait for the day when clarity would prevail. Should the prince fall from grace, her insignia would lose its power, plunging both herself and her mother into a fate worse than their current plight. Thus, she resolved that she could not leave the royal residence. "I must see the prince," Lin Yao declared. Changfeng hesitated momentarily. The prince's command was to avoid any meetings. Yet, he sensed that the prince must have felt a twinge of sorrow when issuing this decree. After a brief moment of contemplation, Changfeng made a decision and stepped aside. Lin Yao hurried into the Buddhist hall, and as she approached, the sound of the wooden fish resonated urgently, revealing the unease of the one striking it. Upon entering the hall, she beheld the man diligently striking the wooden fish. His eyes were tightly closed, and his ethereal visage bore a hint of pallor. "Why must the prince expel me from the palace? Have I committed some transgression?" Lin Yao felt a flicker of indignation. He is, after all, a practitioner of Buddhism. Why does he display such capriciousness? The Prince of Yu opened his eyes and regarded Lin Yao, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he remained silent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yao knelt before him, her tone softening. "Your Highness, may I inquire the reason for my expulsion from the residence? The Yu Tang has yet to leave the capital." You may still catch up, the prince replied. Lin Yu felt perplexed. Why must she pursue Yu Tang? Her mind raced, recalling recent encounters with the prince, leading her to a conjecture. Could it be that the prince believes I hold affections for Yu Tang? The prince's gaze seemed to affirm. Is that not the case? As their eyes met, Lin Yao could not suppress a laugh. Your Highness, your deduction is both logical and substantiated. However, I must suggest that you cease your speculations. I do not harbor feelings for Yu Tang. I merely admire his exceptional talents and believe he should not be squandered by the Liang family. The prince's expression softened, and she appeared earnest, as if she spoke no falsehoods. Moreover, he had already bestowed upon her a token in riches if she truly cherished Yu Tang. She could have simply departed without uttering these words. Thus, she truly does not favor Yu Tang? A flicker of joy ignited within the prince. The more Lin Yao pondered, the more amused she became. After all, Yu Tang was the man her sister adored. The prince, astonishingly, had intertwined their fates. Furthermore, whenever she mentioned Yu Tang previously, the prince had displayed signs of displeasure. Could it be? Your Highness, are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy? Lin Yao suddenly leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. She watched intently as a blush crept onto the prince's previously pale countenance. Her heart soared. This ethereal being, seemingly untouched by the world, could indeed feel bashful. Her assumption had been correct. The Prince of Yu had truly developed feelings for her. All her efforts had not been in vain. Lin Yao felt a surge of exhilaration and mischief as she gazed at his lips. Without hesitation, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. The prince's eyes widened slightly, yet Lin Yao boldly pressed closer. This time, she did not pull away but rather engaged in a tantalizing dance of patience. Gradually, the man's gaze deepened, and he began to respond in kind. Lin Yao felt as though his lips possessed an enchantment. The warmth surging through her chest and the delightful days in her mind returned. Even as her head spun, she was reminded of their previous unfinished business. Her hand slipped beneath the fabric of his dark attire, her fingertips grazing his firm chest and flat abdomen until they encountered a scar. His ethereal face became clouded with confusion, torn between a serene essence and a tantalizing allure. The throat was already tinged with a metallic sweetness, while the heart clamored wildly within. Lin Yu was increasingly moved, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a watery glisten. In a moment of distraction, she found herself gazing upon the statue of the Buddha, which seemed to look down upon all beings before him. The thought of his disciple breaking the precepts was utterly intoxicating. Lin Yao's heart raced ever more fervently on the brink of transcendence. Chapter 43. The mysterious prince. At that moment, a searing pain radiated from his heart, snapping him back to reality. He must not break his vows, once shattered. There would be no turning back. He would. The once dazed eyes of Prince Yu regained their clarity as he abruptly pushed away the woman, whose form was as supple as a serpent, and his voice turned frigid. Leave. Lin Yao was taken aback. The man, who just moments ago had seemed reluctant to part, was now transformed, exhibiting a chilling demeanor. Leave, he reiterated coldly. With no recourse, Lin Yao stepped outside, casting a lingering glance back at the door, only to find his countenance now devoid of confusion, replaced by an icy detachment. As the door closed, a trickle of blood slipped from his lips. He clutched his chest, his brows knitted tightly in pain. Outside, Lin Yao let out a soft sigh, tightening her garments around her. It was so close. Why was it so difficult to tempt Prince Yu to break his vows? He had clearly shown affection for her. Why suppress it? Upon exiting the temple, she encountered Chang Feng standing there. Upon seeing Lin Yao's expression, his face flushed, and his gaze shifted elsewhere. The prince did not send you away, did he? Lin Yao queried. Chang Feng nodded, visibly relieved. He was reluctant to part with Lin Yao. Moreover, if she were to leave, it was evident that the prince would be disheartened. It would be better for you to stay. Lin Yao settled herself on the steps, patting the space beside her. Come. Let us converse. Chang Feng sat at a distance, avoiding her gaze. About what? He inquired. Your prince, Lin Yao expressed, yearning to delve deeper into her understanding of Prince Yu. I wish to learn more about him. I have heard that he was guided by a revered monk and suddenly embraced Buddhism. Is there more to this story? Chang Feng pondered for a moment. It aligns with what is rumored. The prince conversed with Master Ming Kong for an entire night, and the following day, he unexpectedly decided to take vows. Lin Yao had heard of Master Ming Kong, a distinguished figure in the Buddhist community, highly esteemed even by the current emperor. Did the prince have a prior acquaintance with Master Ming Kong? She continued to probe. The relationship between the prince and the master is quite peculiar, Chang Feng explained. In his youth, the prince was a martial prodigy, excelling in both literature and combat, and he took to the battlefield at a tender age. He was flamboyant and carefree, yet still very much a man of the world. In contrast, Master Ming Kong is devoid of desires and worldly attachments. Nonetheless, whenever they meet, they would engage for hours. Seemingly in perfect harmony, Lin Yao pondered this revelation. It appeared that Prince Yu and Master Ming Kong had been acquainted for some time. Yet, why had there been no prior guidance, especially in the prince's 15th year? What transpired before he entered the Buddhist order at 15? She inquired. Chong Feng seemed to recall something but hesitated, as if there were matters he could not disclose. Lin Yao could only speculate. Was there a significant event in the court 5 years ago? 5 years passed. During the 13th year of Mingda, Prince Yu was a young general. The Battle of Yunyao Mountain? Lin Yao suddenly interjected. Chong Feng looked at her in astonishment, clearly impressed by her insight. The prince forbids mention of it. He participated in that battle, which resulted in a great victory for our Dalan nation. However, the prince exhibited unusual behavior afterward. He declined rewards and refused visitors, isolating himself within his chambers. Until the arrival of Master Ming Kong, he was not seen. Subsequently, he was to renounce the secular world and take monastic vows. It was only through the queen's deathly insistence that this course was halted. Lin Yao appeared contemplative, as it seemed the crux of the matter lay here. What had transpired during the battle at Yunyao Mountain that compelled Prince Yu to enter the Buddhist fold? This ambiguity made it exceedingly difficult for Lin Yao to persuade him to break his vows. The battle at Yunyao Mountain, though a clear victory for Dalan, seemed to be a topic the emperor preferred to avoid. In any case, everything was shrouded in mystery. However, the truth was elusive. As it was not easily gleaned from books or hearsay, one would need to locate those who participated in that war. Of course, another method would be to hear it directly from Prince Yu himself. Either approach posed significant challenges. Afterward, Lin Yao took it upon herself to inquire about the events of the Yunyao Mountain battle. Yet within this mansion, apart from Chong Feng, there was no one else to seek information from. Although Chong Feng had served Prince Yu for a decade, he was merely 10 years old 5 years prior and had not accompanied the prince to the battlefield. Thus, he remained unaware of the specific occurrences. Lin Yao perused several texts, but they contained scant information regarding the battle at Yunyao Mountain. It seemed almost deliberately erased from history. Lin Sivan also inquired about Lin Yao's activities, eager to assist. However, recalling the current emperor's reticence concerning Yunyao Mountain, Lin Yao deliberately chose to be vague, understanding that investigating this matter could easily invite calamity. The sources of information within the mansion were exceedingly limited. Lin Yao selected a day to disguise herself and venture out. Skilled in the art of disguise, she altered her delicate, charming visage to appear pallid and unremarkable, her features rendered nondescript, save for her striking eyes that retained a hint of vivacity. This disguise could not alter her gender, but her appearance was sufficiently safe to avoid attracting any unwanted attention. As Lin Yao walked along the road, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure cornered by several individuals in an alley. The figure appeared as fragile as a willow, possessing an ordinary countenance yet exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability that evoked sympathy. However, beneath such a delicate facade lurked a malicious heart. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered. "What do you think we're going to do?" The ruffians taunted, advancing toward her with brazen confidence. "Please, I beg you." The woman knelt in desperation, eliciting a desire in others to intervene. In her previous life, Lin Yao had indeed come to her aid. The woman had expressed her gratitude profusely, thanking Lin Yao for rescuing her. It was revealed that her father was a gambler, intending to sell her to a dying old man. Lin Yao, moved by compassion, provided her with money to purchase her freedom, allowing her to serve as her maid. Yet, how did she repay such kindness? While Lin Yao was preoccupied with worldly matters, she attempted to seduce Lin Yao's husband. Enraged, Lin Yao had beaten her and cast her out. The entanglement between Gu Yulan and Qian Xier was partly due to her meddling. Eventually, she became Qian Xier's maid, and emboldened by Qian Xier's favor, treated Lin Yao with even greater cruelty. Such a person was akin to a venomous serpent. Those who save her would never receive gratitude, only a bite in return. Yet, her exterior was exceedingly deceptive. Passers-by displayed expressions of sympathy, yet a few ruffians, evidently not to be trifled with, hesitated to approach. Only Lin Yao, with a cold gaze, was about to depart when suddenly, a figure emerged. "Stop!" The newcomer, veiled and revealing only her eyes, was instantly recognized by Lin Yao. It was Lin Shu. "Release her!" Lin Shu commanded the ruffians. "On what grounds?" "Her father owes us 100 taels. Are you willing to settle his debt?" One of the ruffians retorted, oozing menace. 100 taels? I will pay it for her," Lin Shu declared. The onlookers marveled at Lin Shu's benevolence, lauding her as a paragon of kindness. However, as Lin Shu reached for her silver, a moment of reluctance washed over her. Previously, She had not considered 100 taels to be a significant sum. Yet, having recently fallen ill and with the expenses of the Gu family mounting, her finances had dwindled, and her dowry was visibly depleting. Moreover, spending 100 taels on herself seemed excessive if allocated to others. Since everyone believes this girl is deserving of compassion, why not each contribute a little? Lin Shu proposed aloud. The very crowd that had just praised her kindness fell silent. Lin Yao nearly found amusement in the irony. Was this not Lin Shu's intention to be virtuous? How could she then ask others to contribute? Chapter 44, Mysterious Past. Seeing no one echo her sentiments, Lin Shu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Hey, you all seemed so concerned for this young lady just a moment ago, yet when it comes to parting with your coins, not a single one of you speaks up. Are you also hypocritical? The bystanders were left in an awkward silence. Among them were those who genuinely felt for the girl, and others who merely spoke out of pretense. However, the former lacked the means to assist or were reluctant to spend on a stranger, while the latter, exposed, found their pride wounded. One passerby remarked, "Madam, judging by your splendid attire, it appears your household is quite affluent. We, on the other hand, are but poor souls, each with barely a few coins to our name. Thus, we shall refrain from involving ourselves in this matter." The crowd gradually dispersed. Yet, Lin Shu found it hard to let go. At that moment, the young lady grasped the hem of Lin Shu's gown, her eyes pleading, "Madam, I beseech you to save me. I shall toil endlessly to repay your kindness." Lin Shu regarded her with resolve, retrieving 100 taels from her purse. The ruffians, upon receiving the money, cast a fleeting glance at the girl and declared, "We shall spare you for now." With that, they departed. The girl prostrated herself before Lin Shu, exclaiming, "Thank you, madam, for saving my life. They may disregard you, but I shall forever be indebted to you. Your name is Chun Cha, is it not?" Lin Shu inquired. Chun Cha nodded vigorously, not questioning how Lin Shu knew her name, and earnestly replied, "Chun Cha shall forever remember your grace. I am willing to serve you devotedly." Lin Shu felt a surge of satisfaction at this. In her previous life, she had encountered Chun Cha once. At that time, Chun Cha was already Lin Yao's foremost maid. Exuding an air of superiority, the sight of such an elevated maid now bowing in gratitude, vowing to serve her, brought Lin Shu a sense of delight. "Chun Cha, that 100 taels you received is your price of servitude. Come with me," Lin Shu commanded. Chun Cha nodded eagerly, "Yes, madam." As Lin Shu led Chun Cha away, Lin Yao observed her sister's triumphant demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Had she truly rescued a potential troublemaker? Did she have reason to be so pleased? Lin Shu, veiled in a mask that surely concealed a disfigured visage and numerous scars, was likely to be despised by Gu Yulan. With Chun Cha now in the picture, it would not be long before Gu Yulan became entangled with Qin Xier. Lin Shu was undeniably digging her own grave, propelling herself deeper into peril. Lin Yao continued onward, entering a bustling tavern. This establishment, situated in a vibrant locale, attracted not only dignitaries but also travelers from far and wide, making it a hub of information. Scholars often gathered here to recite poetry and forge friendships, but more importantly, to catch the eye of the affluent. Gaining their favor could significantly ease the path to success in the imperial examinations. Lin Yao had come here knowing that a certain individual also frequented this place. Arriving early, she selected a seat by the window. After ordering a few dishes and pastries, she began to savor her meal. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside the tavern. Peering down, Lin Yao's first thought was of vibrant colors. A group of young ladies surrounded a strikingly handsome man, whose beauty rivaled that of Pan. It was none other than the person Lin Yao had been waiting for. Pan Ling emerged from a throng of enchanting beauties and slipped into an alley. Moments later, he unexpectedly appeared on the second floor of the tavern. He removed the flower from his hair, a look of lingering trepidation on his face. "Young Master Pan," Lin Yao called out. Startled by the voice of a woman, Pan Ling instinctively turned to flee. "Young Master Pan," Lin Yao elevated her voice, sufficiently loud to reach the floor below. Pan Ling hurriedly returned, pleading, "Please do not shout, or you shall attract a swarm of young ladies." Mistaking Lin Yao for one who admired him, he was taken aback upon clearly seeing her countenance. Nevertheless, being a man who cherished the fairer sex, he would not act in a manner that would distress her, although his demeanor remained composed. "My dear lady, I am not inclined towards marriage, so I beg you not to waste your time on me," Pan Ling stated earnestly. Lin Yao lowered her head. "Oh, please do not weep. I do not mean to target you specifically. I convey the same sentiment to others," Pan Ling hastily clarified. When Lin Yao lifted her gaze, Pan Ling realized she was smiling. "Young Master Pan, have you truly forgotten me?" Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with mirth. As Pan Ling scrutinized her, Her face seemed entirely unfamiliar. Yet her eyes were strikingly familiar. Gradually, a visage began to surface in his mind. "Madame Yo?" Pan Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yo nodded. Pan Ling couldn't help but glance at her a few times, inwardly marveling at the skill of her makeup. Had it not been for her voice and demeanor, he would have never recognized her. "Young Master Pan is indeed quite popular," Lin Yo teased. Pan Ling's cheeks flushed slightly. "Madame Yo, please do not mock me. This face of mine still holds some merit." "Young Master Pan is also quite talented," Lin Yo remarked, gesturing towards a seat across from her. Pan Ling hesitated before taking a seat, knowing that if any acquaintances were to witness this, they would surely be left astounded. This young master had been surrounded by women since his youth, never once showing such shyness. Lin Yao's conversation was purposeful. Prior to entering the monastic life, Prince Yu had been a close friend of Pan Ling. Thus, to inquire about Prince Yu's past, Pan Ling served as an excellent starting point. "Young Master Pan, what do you know about the battle at Yunyao Mountain?" Lin Yo asked directly. Pan Ling was immediately taken aback, glancing around before responding. "Madame Yo, while you may inquire of me, you must not mention this matter to anyone else." Lin Yo feigned confusion. "Why does young Master Pan say this?" "It was my father's instruction, and I am unaware of the reasons." Pan Ling recalled 5 years prior, when his father had entered the palace and failed to return by midnight. His mother seemed deeply anxious, pacing back and forth, frequently glancing towards the door. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart as he kept his mother company while waiting. It was not until the stroke of midnight that his father finally returned. Though his father appeared unperturbed, Pan Ling vividly remembered the dampness of his father's garments. His father had only imparted a solemn warning: "Do not inquire about Prince Yu's battle at Yunyao Mountain, nor mention it before anyone." The gravity of his father's expression had been unprecedented. Pan Ling nodded, asking for the reason, yet his father remained tight-lipped. "Young Master Pan, are you unaware? Or does someone else know?" Lin Yao inquired. Pan Ling's gaze sharpened as he looked at Lin Yao. "Madam, why do you question this matter?" Lin Yao was aware that Pan Ling harbored suspicions about her. Although Pan Ling appeared to be a simple-minded and elegant young nobleman, he possessed a remarkable clarity regarding matters concerning Prince Yu. To put it plainly, Pan Ling was exceptionally protective of him. Therefore, it was imperative for her to convince him of her benign intentions toward Prince Yu in order to glean more information. "I am genuinely enamored with the prince and wish to know more about him." Lin Yao feigned a deeply affectionate demeanor. Yet, Pan Ling remained vigilant, responding, "Is it truly necessary to delve into such intricate details?" Faced with his skepticism, Lin Yao discarded her pretense and revealed her genuine feelings. "I believe the prince's decision to embrace a monastic life is intricately linked to the battle at Yunyao Mountain. The prince is my pillar of support, and if I wish for him to reclaim his position in court, I must comprehend the underlying intricacies." Lin Yao fixed her gaze intently on Pan Ling, asserting, "Young Master Pan, our objectives are aligned, are they not?" Pan Ling's desire for Prince Yu to re-enter the world was at least equal to her own. After a brief moment of contemplation, Pan Ling finally spoke. "There is one person who may possess the knowledge you seek." Lin Yao's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 45, The Captain of the Jinyui. "May I seek your guidance, Master Pan?" Lin Yao inquired. Su Huan and Pan Ling uttered a name. "Su Huan? The captain of the Jinyui? Su Huan?" Lin Yao was taken aback, recalling from her previous life that he was a staunch supporter of the Crown Prince. Upon the Crown Princess' ascension, Su Huan became the commander of the Jinyui, serving as the sharpest blade in the Crown Prince's arsenal, overseeing all officials and instilling fear in their hearts. Lin Yao vividly remembered the day of the Gu family's treason case. Dark clouds overshadowed the sun as he strode into the Prime Minister's residence, clad in black boots, causing Gu Yulan to tremble uncontrollably. The man's cold visage twisted into a mocking sneer. "Prime Minister? You dare to claim such a title?" He and his subordinates treated the Gu family members as mere livestock, yet he posed no difficulty for Lin Yao. To her surprise, Su Huan was connected to the Crown Prince and possibly privy to hidden truths. "It seems the lady is well informed," Pan Ling remarked cryptically. Upon first encountering Lin Yao, he found her strikingly beautiful, surpassing any woman he had ever seen. However, it was evident that her beauty was not her only asset. She possessed thoughts of her own and did not solely rely on the Crown Prince's favor. She understood her desires and sought to attain them. And she was knowledgeable as well. Su Huan had once been the Crown Prince's deputy general, Pan Ling noted. "Is that so? Has Su Huan betrayed the Crown Prince? Was this treachery before or after the battle at Yunyao Mountain?" Lin Yao's mind raced with contemplation. The Crown Prince must have encountered some calamity at Yunyao Mountain. If it occurred prior, could it be linked to Su Huan's betrayal? "Master Pan, there you are. How fortunate for me to find you. A sultry voice resonated. Several young women approached. Pan Ling's expression turned grave as he clasped his fist toward Lin Yao. I must take my leave. He hastily departed. Pursued by the group of ladies, Lin Yao couldn't help but smile, though her smile was soon replaced by concern. It would be exceedingly difficult to extract information from Su Huan. If only there were another way. Upon returning to the royal residence, Lin Yao made her way to the Wujiyuan. Inside the Buddhist hall, a man with ink-black hair, cascading down his back, bowed his head in recitation of Buddhist scriptures. His gaze was as indifferent as water, and his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Lin Yao propped her chin in her hand, observing him for a while. When he set down his brush, Lin Yao presented a painting, unfolding it before him. It was a landscape painting. Your Highness, I found this scenery to be exquisite and purchased it. Would you take me there next spring? Lin Yao gazed at him earnestly. The crown prince's cold eyes fixated on the painting without uttering a word. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly, and something flickered in his gaze. The crown prince abruptly rose and turned to leave. Watching his silhouette fade, Lin Yao let out a soft sigh. She then glanced at the painting in her hand, which bore the inscription of Yunyao Mountain. It was something Lin Yu had painstakingly sought after. Clearly, the crown prince rejected it vehemently. Thus, learning about the past from him was no longer a possibility. Only Su Huan remained as a thread of hope. Regardless, she must meet Su Huan. How can she possibly encounter him? If she were to visit unannounced, Su Huan would surely reveal nothing and might even attract the attention of Duke Wang. As Lin Yao was in distress, she unexpectedly found a breakthrough through her elder sister. I am a close friend of Miss Su, Lin Sivon stated. I can send a visiting card to the Su family. You may accompany me. Both the Su family and the Lin family were of fallen status. However, the Lin family's younger generation lacked ambition. Having inherited their father's complacent attitude, they would allow themselves to be trampled upon yet still act imperiously within their own home. The Su family, in contrast, boasted several diligent youths, excelling both in literature and martial prowess. Su Huan stood out as a paragon among warriors. He had a younger sister named Su Yi, with whom he shared a deep bond. This prompted Lin Yao to recall a previous matter. The Su family was renowned for its integrity. In her past life, owing to Su Huan's rise, the Su family could have soared to great heights. However, the family disapproved of Su Huan's methods. Su's father publicly rebuked him, and the elder patriarch was so enraged that he struck a pillar. Though Su Huan held a position of great power as a commander, he became a disgrace to the Su family and was subsequently expelled. Upon his departure, he took only Su Yi's spirit tablet, a testament to their close fraternal bond. Thus, Su Yi indeed represented a promising avenue for connection. Lin Sivon promptly sent a visiting card to the Su family. Does your sister not inquire why I suddenly wish to see Su Huan? Lin Yao looked at her. You are perceptive. Your intentions are justified. You do not speak, yet your reasoning is evident, Lin Sivon replied. Lin Yu smiled and playfully said, Sister, you are so kind. Her sister's nature was such that whether as kin or friend, she was exceptional. She never probed unnecessarily, offering trust that made their interactions comfortable. In her past life, Lin Yao had navigated the treacherous waters of the Gu family alone. In this life, with her sister by her side, she felt exceedingly fortunate. Lin Sivon affectionately ruffled Lin Yao's hair, smiling indulgently, and added, My relationship with Su Yi is quite good, but since a year ago, my visits have been repeatedly turned away, and our correspondence has dwindled, causing our feelings to wane somewhat. Su Yi's health is fragile, so I cannot ascertain whether she would be willing to meet me. Fortunately, Su Yi still cherishes our bond. In the evening, Lin Sivon received a reply from the Su family. The following morning, she took Lin Yao to the Su residence. After explaining their purpose, a maid appeared to escort the sisters into the estate. The Su household was eerily quiet, with few servants in sight. Just as they approached a courtyard, a figure emerged from within. Young master. The maid greeted him with utmost respect. Lin Yao couldn't help but glance at the individual. He was handsome, with sharp features and a commanding presence, clad in a brocade uniform that accentuated his tall stature, exuding an aura of intimidation and authority. It was none other than Su Huan, the commander of the Jinui. He did not spare a glance, brushing past the Lin sisters without a word. Leaving no opportunity for conversation, Lin Yao did not rush to conclusions. She soon retracted her gaze and entered the courtyard with Lin Sivon. The two settled in the living room of the courtyard. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. I shall fetch the young lady, the maid said before turning to leave. After a brief wait, before the young lady from the Su family arrived, her cough announced her presence. Upon seeing Su Yi, Lin Sivon could not help but furrow her brow. The last time they met was approximately 6 months ago. Su Yi appeared frail, yet her face retained a certain roundness, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. However, at this moment, she was emaciated, her bones nearly visible, and her eyes appeared alarmingly large, striking a disconcerting impression. Sivan, my current appearance must have startled you, Sui remarked. I did not intentionally avoid attending your wedding. I was truly bedridden, unable to even step outside. Sui coughed again as she spoke. Lin Sivan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently patted Sui's back, and once the fit subsided, she took her hand in hers. How could I possibly hold anything against you? It is I who have been remiss in visiting you for such a long time. And I feel deeply ashamed, Lin Sivan whispered. Sui shook her head, her gaze shifting back to Lin Yao. This is my fourth sister, Yao Lin Sivan introduced. Sui smiled faintly and nodded towards Lin Yao. Ai, what is the nature of your illness? Lin Sivan inquired with concern. My brother has summoned numerous physicians for me, yet there has been no improvement. I am merely enduring like this, Sui replied, a hint of resignation in her eyes. Lin Sivan felt a heavy weight in her heart. Any words of comfort seemed utterly inadequate, so she remained silent. Lin Yao also felt discomfort within. In her previous life, Sui had succumbed to this cruel affliction, passing away at a tender age, a beauty extinguished far too soon. Chapter 46. A lamb into the tiger's den. The atmosphere within the room was stifling. Sui took her two sisters and wandered about the courtyard. In the backyard, there lay a lotus pond, currently in full bloom. When I visited before, this place lacked a lotus pond, Lin Sivan remarked. The circumstances surrounding the Su family were rather intricate. Su Huan and Sui were full siblings, born of the legitimate wife of the Su household. However, their mother passed away prematurely, and their father remarried. The elder Su had little affection for Su Huan, perceiving him as overly somber and unsociable, while he favored his more clingy younger son, resulting in a certain estrangement between him and his children. Consequently, the courtyard where Sui resided was somewhat small and quite modest, let alone possessing a lotus pond. This was planted by my elder brother, Sui said, her once vacant eyes now shimmering with a hint of brightness. I adore lotus flowers, yet my frail health prevents me from venturing outside. My brother truly is thoughtful, though I still wonder if I will get to see them in full bloom. Lin Sivan felt a pang of sorrow. Suyi's complexion was pallid, and she appeared to be in the twilight of her days. Having witnessed Suyi's vibrant spirit before, seeing her now wilted was an unbearable sight. Double lotus, Lin Yao suddenly interjected. Both Lin Sivan and Sui lifted their gazes. The double lotus had yet to unfurl. The double lotus symbolizes auspiciousness. Sister E, your health will surely improve, Lin Yao declared. Indeed, this is a promising omen. Ai, perhaps your illness holds a glimmer of hope, Lin Sivan added. Sui gazed at the double lotus, her spirits lifting considerably. When it blooms in a few days, may I come to see it? Lin Yao asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sui nodded, of course, given Suyi's frail condition. Lin Yao and Lin Sivan did not linger for long. After a brief visit, they took their leave. When Su Huan returned to the courtyard after completing his official duties, he spotted a slender figure standing by the lotus pond. He hurried over and instructed a servant to bring a cloak to drape over Suyi's shoulders. Sui turned to him, her face radiant with a smile. Brother, she greeted. What are you gazing at? Su Huan inquired gently, revealing the last remnants of tenderness he reserved solely for his beloved sister. The double lotus. Yao mentioned it carries auspicious connotations. Her face glowed with delight. Su Huan, unfamiliar with Yao, assumed she was one of the two visitors from earlier. He didn't mind, for their presence brought joy to his sister, which endeared them to him. Su Huan handed Sui a pill. Take this. Meanwhile, Lin Yao and Lin Sivan were riding back to the Wang residence in a carriage. Given Su Huan's current status, he would undoubtedly have summoned the imperial physician to examine Ai. If even the royal physician is at a loss, it seems there is truly no hope. Lin Sivan murmured. A year ago, I believed there was a chance for Ai's recovery, yet a year later, Suyi's condition indeed appeared beyond the reach of medicinal remedies. However, there existed methods beyond the realm of medicine. There was one who could achieve it. Yet Lin Yao was unaware of her whereabouts. Even if she knew, persuading her to act would prove difficult. Moreover, her assistance would come at a grave cost, one life for another. Thus, it remained an insurmountable dilemma. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Lin Yao made her way to the unrestrained courtyard. At this moment, King Yu was in meditation. Lin Yao gazed at him for a while before pulling Chanfeng into a corner. Is the prince unwell? Lin Yao inquired. She had noticed something amiss since her visit yesterday, and today was no different. After a moment's contemplation, Chanfeng replied, Madam Yao, it would be prudent for you to exercise some restraint. Restraint? What kind of restraint? Could it be that she was thinking along those lines? Lin Yao observed Chongfeng's slightly flushed face and confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, it was the implication she had considered. Even with her thick skin, Lin Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Are you saying that the prince's condition is related to me? After you attended to the prince last time, he seemed somewhat unwell, Chongfeng stated with a serious expression. Lin Yao found Chongfeng's reasoning quite unreasonable. The king you appeared robust. How could she possibly have drained his vitality? What merit did she possess? She was but one person. Moreover, she had not taken advantage of the situation. However, she could not articulate her thoughts and silently accepted the blame. Days later, Lin Sivon received a letter from Sui, stating that the twin lotus flowers had bloomed and inviting both to come and admire them. Lin Yao and Lin Sivon eagerly set off. Upon arriving at the Su residence, their luck was even poorer than last time, as they did not even catch a glimpse of Su Huan. Perhaps their previous fortune had been sufficient, after all. Su Huan was exceedingly busy, and the Su estate was vast. Upon entering Su Yi's courtyard, they found her already waiting for them. In just a few days, Su Yi's complexion had grown increasingly sallow, her condition deteriorating further. The twin lotus flowers have bloomed, Su Yi said weakly with a smile. The twin lotuses had only recently opened, still not fully unfurled, adorned with dewdrops, exuding a tender vibrancy. Suddenly, Lin Yao felt her body lose balance and stumbled toward the lotus pond. In the next instant, she found herself falling into the water. The startled exclamations of Lin Sivon and Sui ringing in her ears. Yaoer. Lin Sivon was about to leap into the pond when Sui stopped her. Sivon, you cannot swim. Yaoer can. If you jump in, it will only complicate matters. Lin Sivon then realized her folly. Jumping in would indeed be a hindrance. Glancing back at Lin Yao, she saw that she had already emerged from the pond. Yaoer, are you all right? Lin Sivon asked with concern. Lin Yao shook her head. Glancing back at the spot where she had just stood, she had an unsettling feeling that someone had pushed her. Her sister would never do such a thing. And Sui stood on the other side, out of reach. However, a maidservant had been behind her. Why would Suyi's maid wish her harm? There seemed to be no reason. Could it have been her imagination? When she fell, the maid rushed to seek help, but had vanished from sight, leaving no opportunity for verification. You are soaked. We mustn't let you catch a chill. I shall take you to change your clothes, Sui said. Lin Yao followed Sui back to the courtyard. Sui retrieved a set of clothes for her and directed her to a guest room. Lin Yao closed the door behind her and was about to remove her damp garments when, from the shadows, a pair of eyes observed her. The fabric clung to her exquisite form, undeniably alluring. Those eyes sparkled with increasing interest, brimming with anticipation for what was to unfold. Lin Yao paused in the act of loosening her belt, her gaze drawn to the corner where a painting hung. As she unveiled the artwork, she was taken aback to discover a door hidden behind it. Staring at the door, her complexion paled slightly. A sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to turn and flee. Just then, the door swung open, and a figure emerged. The newcomer exuded an air of refinement, yet his eyes glinted with a covetousness that darkened his otherwise handsome face. The Duke. Just as Lin Yu was about to utter a word, the Duke hastily approached, encircling her with one arm while his other hand clamped over her mouth. Lin Yao struggled, but his grip was unyieldingly strong. His gaze roved over her, and she felt as though venomous insects were crawling upon her skin, a sensation most repugnant. It was evident that someone had deliberately pushed her, causing her to fall into the lotus pond, forcing her to change clothes, while the Duke awaited her return, the last time at the Liang residence. The Duke had developed an interest in her. He was a man of considerable madness, fixated on possessing whatever he desired, which led to the current predicament. Lin Yao's heart raced in turmoil. In her past life, she had managed to escape because of the unsightly scars that marred her body. How would she extricate herself in this lifetime? Episode 47. The transaction with Su Huan and Su Yi are siblings. Did they participate in this affair? Lin Yao felt the likelihood of their involvement was greater. Su Huan remained steadfastly loyal to Prince Duan, and if the prince demanded something, Su Huan would undoubtedly comply. Lin Yao's heart sank completely. In this manner, Prince Duan could act as he pleased. Sobbing inwardly, Lin Yao longed to voice her distress. My dear, do not entertain thoughts of seeking rescue. Simply submit to me. What my brother can offer you, I can provide as well. With him, you may only be a concubine. But with me, I shall grant you the status of a secondary wife. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes. A secondary wife? One who had her limbs severed? Nevertheless, she feigned compliance and nodded. Prince Duan released her, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze. Truthfully, he wished for Lin Yao to resist more fervently, ideally vowing never to yield, so that he might break her hand. Feigning modesty, Lin Yao pushed Prince Duan away, her eyes shimmering. Your Highness, you are undoubtedly far superior to Prince Yu, yet I am bound by my circumstances. I can protect you, Prince Duan asserted. The power of Prince Yu cannot compare to mine, but there is still the Empress. If I take you, she will not spare you. Lin Yao spoke pitifully. If you come to the Duan Manor, the Empress will dare not act against you. But Lin Yao intended to buy time. Yet Prince Duan soon lost his patience. He had no desire to soothe her. He merely wished to savor the woman capable of breaking Zhao Dingyu's vows. There are no further objections. If I take you under my favor, you shall certainly have a place. As he spoke, he once more embraced Lin Yao, his hand roaming over her form. Lin Yao suppressed her revulsion, her mind racing. She understood she must not allow Prince Duan to succeed. If he did, her life would be irrevocably forfeit. Her gaze fell upon a vase on the table, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. If there were no other recourse, then a desperate gamble was her only option. At that critical moment, Lin Yao grasped the vase. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the air. A flicker of malice crossed Prince Duan's face. Who is it? Your subordinate has urgent news to report, came a deep voice from outside. Prince Duan's expression hardened for a moment, but he ultimately rose and opened the door. Standing there was Su Huan, his head bowed in a show of submission. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yao slipped past him and fled. Regaining her composure, she heard a voice behind her. Miss Lin, come with me. It was the very maid who had pushed her into the water. Lin Yao regarded her with cold disdain, ignoring her. Miss Lin, I know you have many questions. The young lady is waiting for you. She will explain everything. The maid was insistent, pulling Lin Yao along. Lin Yao's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Yet she ultimately followed the maid, hastily adjusting her attire. They entered a more secluded courtyard, where Lin Sivan and Sui awaited Lin Yao. Lin Sivan rushed forward, relieved to see Lin Yao unharmed. You are still damp. Quickly change your clothes, she urged. Lin Yu swiftly changed her attire. Once she emerged, she regarded Sui with a somewhat frosty expression, inquiring, what does this mean, Miss Su and Lord Su? Sui's face turned pale as she replied, Yaoer. My brother and I are also caught in a predicament. The Duke is aware of your visit to the Su residence and knows of the bond between Awan and myself, thus he has specifically summoned you. My brother, feeling helpless, had no choice but to comply. Lin Yao frowned, awaiting further explanation. Though my brother appears favored by the Duke, he is, in truth, beholden to him. His fate hangs by a thread at the Duke's command. Many deem my brother ruthless, yet he has no alternatives, especially since my life is still in his hands. Lin Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. My life is sustained by a potion my brother procured from the Duke. Without it, I would have long since. I see now. A bittersweet smile crossed Suyi's face. Neither my brother nor I could bear to thrust you into the jaws of danger. In truth, Sui withheld certain truths. Her elder brother was willing to do anything to ensure her survival, having already stained his hands with blood on her behalf. It was her who compelled him. If he were to follow the Duke's orders, her life would be forfeit. Suyi's actions were not solely for Lin Yao's sake, but also stemmed from her unwillingness to witness her brother commit further heinous acts. After deliberation, we decided to initially acquiesce to the Duke's wishes, then my brother will find an excuse to intervene, Sui continued. Yaoer, I apologize for the distress this has caused you. Lin Yao sighed softly. The siblings, amid such peril, were still striving to carve out a path for her, leaving her with no grounds for resentment. Will the Duke be displeased with your brother for this disturbance? Lin Yao inquired, her brow furrowing. My brother is tasked with relaying information of utmost importance, so there will be no repercussions, Sui reassured her. Sister I wish to speak with your brother, Lin Yao stated. Sui pondered for a moment. My brother is assisting the Duke and may not return soon. I can wait, Lin Yao replied. However, she understood the necessity of creating the illusion of having already departed. After all, encountering such circumstances necessitated a hasty retreat. Remaining at the Su residence would pose a risk. Lin Yao first took Lin Sivan to the carriage, and halfway through their journey, she alighted and donned the attire of a maid from the Su household before returning to the residence. By evening, Su Huan finally made his appearance in Su Yi's courtyard, his visage marked by exhaustion. Upon seeing Lin Sivan, his brows slightly knitted together. Elder brother, Yaoer wishes to speak with you, Sui announced, stepping out of the room, leaving only Su Huan and Lin Yao within. Su Huan regarded Lin Yao with cold detachment. You are the Yuang residents. We have nothing to discuss. His disdain was palpable as he uttered the name of the Yuang residents. I have heard that Lord Su and the Yuang were once close allies. Lin Yao continued. If you intend to discuss the Yuang, then I implore you to remain silent and take your leave, Su Huan replied, impatience evident in his tone. His demeanor incited doubt within Lin Yao. Had Su Huan truly fought alongside the Yuan? Lord Su, I wish to propose a transaction, Lin Yao stated directly. What sort of transaction? Su Huan asked, his expression remaining frosty. I will reveal to you a means to save Miss Su, and in return, you shall divulge an old tale, Lin Yao declared. Su Huan was clearly skeptical. If even the imperial physician could do nothing, what could you possibly achieve? Why not listen first, Lord Su? Su Huan fell silent, tacitly acquiescing. Have you ever heard of the heart-bonding worm? Su Huan's expression turned wooden. The two individuals who are bound by the heart-bonding worm share one heart and one fate, Lin Yao continued. Su Huan's eyes sharpened, revealing a burgeoning interest. You are correct, my lord. You could share half of your life with Miss Su. This method seemed futile to others, as few would willingly relinquish their own life for another. Yet, Su Huan was different. For the sake of his sister, he would wager his own life. Do you believe this information is worth trading for, my lord? Lin Yao inquired. And where might I find someone capable of planting the heart-bonding worm? Su Huan pressed. Lin Yao shook her head. Once you bring the one who can plant the heart-bonding worm before me, I shall reveal what you wish to know. Lin Yao thought, where could she possibly find such a person? In the 48th episode, Lin Shu could no longer remain seated. Lin Yao forced a smile. Master Su is the commander of the Jinyui. Their intelligence is unparalleled. Would it not be swifter for you to investigate on your own? Su Huan remained silent. I have already conveyed such significant news to you. Might you not share with me what I wish to know? Lin Yao ventured. Su Huan slowly replied, no. Lin Yao, what a dogged individual. She left Su Manor in disappointment and returned to Wang Manor. Lin Sivan, relieved to see Lin Yao return safely, remarked, is what you wish to know truly so critical that it warrants such great risk? It is indeed important, Lin Yao responded earnestly. Lin Sivan found herself at a loss. Have you accomplished your task? Lin Yao shook her head, distressed. Where could she possibly find that elusive individual? Was this not tantamount to severing the lead? So, had her efforts over the past few days been in vain? Feeling despondent, Lin Yao had her meal and retreated to her quarters, where she unexpectedly encountered Xiaoju discarding beautifully crafted pastries. Xiaoju explained, these pastries were sent by Lady Xinlian. Xinlian? Who is that? Noticing the confusion on Lin Yao's face, Xiaoju elaborated, she is one of the two beauties the Empress sent previously, bearing the surname Su and related to Su Concubine. It is rather peculiar. She does not seek the favor of the prince, but instead follows Su Concubine daily. Recently, she has suddenly changed her demeanor and begun sending gifts to you. I cannot shake the feeling that she harbors ill intentions. So I took the liberty of disposing of them. Not seeking the prince's favor, but rather courting Su Concubines, Lin Yao considered Xinlian to be quite astute. Should she provoke the prince, she could find herself expelled, leading to her total demise. Alas, Su Yanshu was not a commendable individual. It was likely that Xinlian's days were far from pleasant, prompting her to shift her focus onto Lin Yao. Unfortunately, Xinlian was too preoccupied with her own troubles to meddle in the affairs of others. Lin Yao nodded in agreement with Xiaoju's actions, returned to her room, and after freshening up, lay down to rest. The following morning, Lin Yao once again visited with Zhu Yuan. She intended to lodge a complaint with Wang Yu, lamenting how the prince spent his days in meditation while treating his women in such a manner. Although the man had not touched her, yet, to outsiders, it appeared they were already together. The prince's misconduct towards her was tantamount to putting a green hat on another man. Lin Yao had a multitude of grievances. But upon her arrival, she found the man deep in meditation. She had no choice but to wait patiently, observing his countenance. His complexion appeared improved, and his lips were a touch more vibrant, unlike the last time. Lin Yao waited for a full hour, yet the man continued his meditation. She found it rather odd. Previously, his meditation sessions lasted only half an hour. Why had today's session extended? Lin Yao waited and waited until the afternoon, but the man still had not ceased. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. If this continued, she feared he might revert to his original state, steadfast in his Buddhist resolve, neglecting worldly affairs. In his eyes, she too would become indistinguishable from others. As Lin Yao waited until the afternoon, witnessing the man's unyielding demeanor, she could only depart awkwardly. On her way back, she encountered Su Yanshu, who was punishing a woman. The woman knelt on the ground, cradling a basin of water in her hands, appearing pitiful and vulnerable. Lin Yao recalled that this woman was Xinlian. Had she not received the prince's special attention, her situation would have mirrored that of Xinlian. Her life resting in the hands of others, akin to an ant, easily crushed and molded. Su Yanshu also noticed Lin Yao, casting a glance her way. However, there was something peculiar in her gaze. In the past, it had been filled with anger and resentment, a fierce desire to eliminate her, yet utterly helpless. Now, as she looked at Lin Yao, there was a sense of superiority, as if she were confident in her ability to extinguish her. After Su Yinshu completed her punishment of Xian Lian, her mood significantly improved. After all, this wretched woman had been wandering in the courtyard, catching her attention. The pitiable yet alluring sight reminded her of that detestable Lin Yao. If she could not deal with Lin Yao, how could she not manage this little wretch? However, Lin Yao would not be able to bask in her triumph for long. With a flourish, Su Yinshu strode back to her own quarters. Once she entered her room, she was alone with her most trusted maid, Mama Gui. Su Yinshu approached the cauldron once more, reaching her hand inside. Despite the excruciating pain, her face bore an expression of pleasure. Previously, the master had stated that after nurturing the potion for 81 days, it would be ready, and today marked the 81st day. Su Yinshu had awaited this day for a long time. Once she planted this love potion on the prince, he would become infatuated with her, showering her with affection and casting Lin Yao aside. At that moment, she would relish watching Lin Yao and her sister's arrogance crumble, especially Lin Yao. She yearned to flay her skin. The more Su Yinshu contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Yet soon, a problem arose. The potion needed to be applied in proximity. But she could not approach the prince at all. Previously, she had angered him, rendering her unable to even enter the unrestrained courtyard. "My lady, you may not be able to approach, but others can," Mama Gui remarked. Su Yinshu's eyes brightened at Mama Gui's suggestion. "Are you implying to use that wretched woman's hand?" Mama Gui nodded. "What a splendid idea. This would be tantamount to her personally pushing the prince towards me. Once I speak, she will undoubtedly regret it." Su Yinshu's excitement grew, almost becoming impatient. The following day, Lin Yao carried a box of pastries to the unrestrained courtyard. As she made her way, a servant rushed over, shouting, "Help! Someone, please." The voice echoed from nearby, prompting Lin Yao to follow it. She soon spotted a person by the lake, desperately calling out, seemingly in distress. Upon seeing Lin Yao, the servant grasped her hand, pleading, "Please, save my young lady." The servant then attempted to take the pastries from Lin Yao, urging her to hasten to the lake to rescue someone. However, Lin Yao hesitated, "But I cannot swim." The maid glanced around and suddenly spotted a long stick. "Use this. If my young lady can grab hold of it, we can pull her to safety." Lin Yao found it reasonable, so she picked up the stick and placed it into the lake. The stick was somewhat short, falling just a yard short of the person in the water. They could only watch as the individual bobbed up and down. Surprisingly, amidst the rising and sinking, that person managed to grasp the stick. "Why do I have the impression that your young lady is adept at swimming?" Lin Yao remarked. The maid, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered her head, her peripheral vision catching sight of someone placing items into the food box, which brought her a sense of relief. Meanwhile, behind the rockery, Su Yinshu observed this scene with a faint smile playing on her lips. Chapter 49. Unveiling the conspiracy. Su Yinshu observed as Lin Yao rescued the individual from the depths of the lake, and without a flicker of doubt, she slung her food box over her shoulder and made her way toward Wujuyuan, a smile gracing her lips, thinking what a fool. She cast a cold glance at the person named Xian Lian, who had just been saved, deeming her a wretched creature, yet acknowledging that she finally served some purpose. The ensuing moments were merely a matter of waiting. In another opulent courtyard, a figure hurriedly approached a room, bowing her head as she reported, "Su Yinshu, under the guise of Lin Yao, has laid a curse upon that individual." Two elegantly poised women seated above exchanged knowing smiles. "Very well, you may leave," one instructed. The messenger departed, and the two women shared a glance, both revealing amusement. Two imbeciles, one truly believes it to be a love curse, unaware it is a deadly thing, while the other clumsily plays the role of an assassin, bearing the crime of regicide. One woman spoke with disdain. "I had thought Lin Yao clever. Yet the outcome suggests otherwise," the other added. "What worth can one expect from a woman who uses her beauty to ensnare others?" She remarked dismissively. "Indeed, I overestimated her. If the threat is entirely eradicated, surely he will be pleased. Your lord will have prospects for promotion as well." The other woman's smile deepened. As dusk descended, Su Yinshu suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in her chest, akin to being bitten by a worm. Could it be that the curse had already taken root? Filled with elation, she rose abruptly. "Gui Mama," to Wujuyuan, Su Yinshu commanded. She needed to hasten, for the prince would soon seek her out. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, having bathed and adorned herself with fragrant oils. Dressed in splendid attire and embellished with exquisite makeup, Su Yinshu proceeded toward Wujuyuan. The entrance stood ajar, revealing a figure poised at the threshold. It was Chan Feng. Upon seeing her, he simply stated, "You've arrived? Let us go." There was no hint of surprise in his demeanor. Su Yinshu, however, was convinced the curse had begun to take effect, prompting Chan Feng to greet her. "Where's the prince?" Su Yinshu inquired. Chan Feng gestured toward a nearby room. Curiosity piqued, she wondered, is he not in the Buddha hall? Could it be that he is eager to indulge in my company? As Su Yinshu stepped into the room, the door abruptly shut behind her. Turning in astonishment, she found Lin Yao standing there, the one who had closed the door. "The prince summoned me." "What are you doing here?" Su Yinshu furrowed her brow. "Su Yinshu, are you still lost in your daydreams?" Lin Yao chuckled lightly. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Yinshu, yet she maintained her composure. "You wretched concubine, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Su Yinshu retorted coldly. "Su Yinshu?" A chilling voice interjected. It was Lin Sivan. "What punishment awaits for those who conspire against the prince?" Su Yinshu turned to see Lin Sivan. Her expression icy. "What conspiracy against the prince?" "Princess, do not slander me. Otherwise, I shall report you to the Empress Dowager and ensure you face dire consequences," Su Yinshu declared defiantly. Lin Sivan scoffed. "Su Yinshu, it appears you remain oblivious to your own actions." As she spoke, Lin Sivan hurled the food box towards Su Yinshu. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Lin Yao. "You did not present the food box to the prince?" Lin Yao could not help but laugh. Did she really appear so foolish? Was she incapable of seeing through such despicable schemes? If she were truly that Navi, she would never have been able to manage the vast household as the consort of the prime minister in her past life. She merely played along, curious to discern the true intentions of Su Yinshu. Ultimately, she observed a small hole materializing in the pastry. As she pinched it open, she discovered a pitch-black insect lying within. It was a cursed bug. In her previous life, Lin Yao had encountered such a creature before. When Gu Yulan was embroiled in a case, he suddenly lost his sanity and acted as if possessed. Numerous doctors were consulted, and Lin Yao even leveraged her connections through Liang Sisi to summon the imperial physician, yet none could diagnose his affliction, rendering it a terminal condition. Even his mother, Li, had given up hope, believing he was beyond salvation. Only Lin Yao persisted, seeking out healers and extraordinary individuals. Eventually, a peculiar person enlightened her, revealing that Gu Yulan had been cursed. At her pleading, this eccentric individual intervened, extracting the cursed insect from Gu Yulan's body and imparting some knowledge about such creatures to Lin Yao. The insect before her was evidently a highly venomous cursed bug. Given Su Yinshu's temperament, she surely would not dare to poison the Prince of Yu, indicating that she had fallen victim to deceit. The true perpetrator behind this treachery was the one genuinely plotting against the prince. To Lin Yao, the prince was the pillar of support for both herself and her sister. Should anything happen to him, it would spell disaster. Thus, Lin Yao promptly informed Lin Sivan, and the two sisters devised a plan to ensnare their quarry. "Why did you poison the prince?" Lin Sivan inquired coldly. What poison?" Su Yinshu attempted to feign ignorance. "This cursed bug is highly toxic." "Su Yinshu, you have been nurturing it with your own blood? Haven Tiyu? Look at your arm. Do you not see the black line?" Lin Yao asserted. Su Yinshu, shocked, realized that she had already noted the existence of the black line. However, it had not caused her any physical discomfort, so she had disregarded it. "Once the black line spreads to your heart, it will be your demise," Lin Yao stated icily. At this moment, Su Yinshu truly panicked, hastily tearing open her clothing to reveal that the black line had indeed spread to her shoulder. You are talking nonsense." Su Yinshu continued to resist. "Then prepare for your demise," Lin Yao replied coldly. "Why did you poison the prince?" Lin Sivan pressed once more. "I did not poison him." It seemed she would not shed tears until she faced the grave. Lin Sivan glanced at old Madame Rong. "Use the family law. You dare. If you harm me, the Empress Dowager will not let you go." Su Yinshu exclaimed anxiously. "You poisoned the prince. The Empress will ensure your dismemberment," Lin Sivan retorted coldly. At this juncture, old Madame Rong had already approached. Mama Gui attempted to block her path. Old Madame Rong swiftly slapped her, admonishing, "Do you dare defy the orders of the princess?" Simultaneously, two maidservants advanced to seize Mama Gui. Old Madame Rong moved closer to Su Yinshu, wielding a slender stick. Su Yinshu attempted to flee, but was caught by old Madame Rong's outstretched hand. The strength of old Madame Rong was immense, and Su Yinshu found herself utterly unable to escape. As the stick was poised to descend upon her, Su Yinshu's earlier bravado evaporated, leaving her in tears. "I will speak," Su Yinshu exclaimed urgently. "The insect was given to me by a master. The master was introduced to me by Madame Chu." Lin Yao furrowed her brow. "Madame Chu? The wife of Chu Sifu? She is also the mother of Chu Tingran." Su Yinshu nodded. The Chu family is a staunch supporter of the Prince of Duan, thus implicating them in the poisoning of the Prince of Yu. This matter is of great significance. We cannot confront Madame Chu, so we must swiftly report to the Empress and seek her decision, Lin Yao declared decisively. Furthermore, we can take advantage of their momentary triumph to catch them off guard. Lin Sivan nodded. I shall enter the palace at once. Chapter 50. The princess is imprisoned after Lin Sivan departed. Su Yinshu cast a glance at Lin Yao and turned to leave the room, only to find the door locked from the outside. Yuval Concubine. Release this secondary consort at once. Su Yinshu blustered. Lin Yu was almost amused. What a complete fool she was. The Empress favored Su Yinshu because, despite her foolishness, she had not threatened the Empress's interests. However, the Crown Prince was the Empress's lifeline, and although Su Yinshu was being used by others, she had ultimately acted as a weapon for them. The Empress would certainly not spare Su Yinshu easily. She still believed she was a secondary consort, flaunting her supposed authority. Lin Yao sat in silence for a moment before addressing Granny Rong. Granny Rong, observe her closely, Lin Yao instructed. Yes, my lady, rest assured, Granny Rong replied. Upon exiting the room, Lin Yao noticed that night had completely fallen. She glanced back at the darkened chamber, which was almost engulfed in shadows. Looking ahead, she saw a glimmer of light emanating from the nearby Buddhist hall. Despite the turmoil in the courtyard, that individual remained unperturbed, truly calm and collected. Lin Yao made her way towards the hall. By the candlelight, a man with flowing hair held a brush, diligently transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Your Highness, the Duke of Duan intends to poison you, using Su Yinshu as a pawn, Lin Yao reported. What should be done? Expel him from the royal residence. The Crown Prince replied in a measured tone. And what of the Duke? Lin Yao inquired. The Crown Prince pressed his lips together, falling silent as he continued his writing. Was he not the least bit angered that others conspired against him? Had it not been for his demeanor during the Liang family banquet, Lin Yao would have suspected he held some affection for that lecherous brother of his, choosing not to engage with him further. Lin Yao turned her gaze towards the hall's exterior, hoping for her sister's safe return. In the deep of night, a carriage made its way towards the palace. The creaking sound echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. Lin Sivan was in a state of desperation, eager to report the matter to the Empress. Drive faster, Lin Sivan urged. The carriage picked up speed, but suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Lin Sivan's heart raced. What had happened? Yet, no one responded. Growing increasingly anxious, she abruptly pulled aside the curtain, only to find the coachman lying on the ground. A deep gash across his neck, blood flowing, his eyes wide with terror. In a state of panic, Lin Sivan scanned her surroundings. And soon several figures clad in brocade uniforms approached. Madam, there have been reports of bandits in the city. Why venture out at this late hour? One of the guards inquired. I am heading to the palace to see the Empress, Lin Sivan replied. The Empress? Indeed, I am the Crown Princess, Lin Sivan asserted, adopting the demeanor befitting a royal consort. Given the darkness, it would be wise for the princess to rest here a while before proceeding to the palace, one guard suggested. I have urgent matters to attend to, Lin Sivan retorted. Your safety is paramount, princess. Lin Sivan realized they were intent on preventing her from entering the palace. The Jinui are indeed the enforcers of the prince. Yet, how could a frail woman, utterly powerless, possibly escape their clutches? Your Highness, ahead lies the residence of the Chu family. I implore you to take a moment's respite there. Lin Sivan was offered no chance for refusal as the Jinui swiftly entered the carriage, commanding the horses towards the Chu residence. Upon arrival, the carriage halted at the entrance of the Chu estate. Your Highness, we have arrived. Please disembark. Lin Sivan remained motionless within the carriage. Your Highness, do you require my assistance to alight? The Jinui's tone was unyielding. With no other option, Lin Sivan reluctantly gritted her teeth and stepped down. The gates of the Chu residence were ajar, and two matrons awaited her arrival. As she dismounted, they seized her arms, leading her inside. Lin Sivan felt utterly humiliated, as she was treated with no respect befitting a princess. After being escorted for a while, they arrived at a courtyard. The hall within was brilliantly illuminated, and a woman sat there, the wife of the deputy minister of Chu, adorned in luxurious garments that did little to conceal her parochial demeanor. The tale of Chu and his wife was indeed one of extraordinary circumstances. Hailing from a merchant family, the couple had been betrothed long before Chu had achieved any notable success. Once he had gained recognition, a noble lady set her sights upon him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chu's wife selflessly withdrew from the engagement. One might have assumed her love for Chu was profound, sacrificing her own prospects for his future. However, when Chu ascended the ranks, buoyed by the influence of his noble connection, his wife cunningly reappeared. She played the part of the humble servant, winning the noble lady's pity and securing her place within the household, even fostering a sisterly bond with her. In the ensuing years, as Chu's stature grew, eclipsing even that of his noble counterpart, his wife maneuvered skillfully until the noble lady was forced to relinquish her position in favor of Chu's wife. Many high-born women in the capital looked down upon her. Yet she remained self-satisfied, convinced of her own worth. "Your Highness, please take a seat," the Chu matron said, approaching with a smile. Taking Lin Sivan's hand and guiding her to his seat. "I heard you were roaming the capital late at night. It is perilous indeed. What pressing matter brings you here?" Lin Sivan scoffed inwardly. Surely she was most aware of the unfolding events. Alas, the prince's power was formidable, and her attempts at seeking justice only led her to be ensnared within this abode, her freedom curtailed. She could only wonder how Yair would fare in her absence. Yet, amidst the turmoil, panic was not an option. Lin Sivan composed herself, engaging in circumspect dialogue with the Chu matron, vaguely stating, "It concerns the prince you. What has happened to the prince?" The Chu matron feigned concern. Lin Sivan let out a soft sigh, choosing silence. Now was not the time to confront her openly. Doing so would only heighten her peril. Seeing her reticence, the Chu matron felt a surge of delight. Her intention in detaining Lin Sivan was rooted in her belief that Prince Yu was in grave danger, compelling Lin Sivan to seek assistance from the Empress. With the Empress's influence, perhaps there truly existed a means to rescue Prince Yu. Having reached this point, neither she nor Lady Zhao would allow any unforeseen developments to transpire. Merely permitting Lin Sivan to remain for one night, by the morrow, the crown prince shall have poison coursing through his heart, with no remedy in sight. "My lady, you must repose at the manor, and at dawn, I shall arrange for your conveyance to the palace," Mrs. Chu sincerely declared. "Once the crown prince is deceased, she shall claim great merit, ensuring her husband's position as the prime minister is secure, though she lacks a powerful family background. Her intelligence and audacity could nonetheless elevate her spouse to prominence." Mrs. Chu's heart swelled with pride, and her demeanor towards Lin Sivan grew increasingly dismissive. "I shall not intrude upon the princess any longer," she stated before turning away and departing. The courtyard door was locked, rendering Lin Sivan no different from a captive in a cage. She endured the torment within, waiting patiently for dawn to break. She wished to exit the manor, yet the door remained firmly shut. "I demand to see Mrs. Chu," Lin Sivan asserted. "Your Highness, the lady has advised that it is perilous outside. It would be best for you to remain within," came the sole response from the matron. Lin Sivan was nearly driven to fury. Was this to be her prolonged confinement? To be locked away without even a morsel offered, left to endure hunger? Clearly Mrs. Chu deemed the crown prince's demise as reason enough to treat Lin Sivan with utter disregard. Chapter 51. The Jinyui's bold intrusion into the prince's manor. Lin Ya took a brief slumber in the Buddhist hall, only to awaken to the disheartening realization that her elder sister had yet to return. 2 hours had elapsed, a duration ample enough for anyone to traverse in and out of the palace. A sense of unease began to envelop Lin Yao, prompting her to summon the matron. "Roan." Roan, equally flustered, exclaimed, "Madam, do you think something has happened to the young lady?" In a fit of self-reproach, she slapped her own face, chastising herself for her baseless fears. "The young lady is blessed. She must be safe." "Roan, please go and inquire further," Lin Yao instructed. It was only at this moment that she realized the inadequacy of her resources. Had she her own informants, she would not find herself in such a passive predicament. Rong nodded and hastened away. Lin Yao anxiously awaited her return, and after approximately half an hour, Rong reappeared, nearly stumbling in her haste. Lin Yao rushed to support her, a foreboding feeling settling in her heart. "Madam, I just inquired at the palace gates. The young lady never entered the palace." Lin Yao's heart sank. Her sister had not entered the palace? Where could she have gone? In this capital city, could one truly vanish? "What shall we do now?" Rong asked in a state of distress. Lin Yao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. If she had not entered the palace, who had detained her? It was likely the people of Prince Duan, seeking to prevent her sister from reporting the poisoning of Prince Yu to the Empress. Yet, this course of action seemed illogical. The Empress would eventually learn of the matter. As Lin Yao pondered these thoughts, a guard rushed in with an urgent report. "The Minister Chu, the Vice President of the Cabinet, has arrived." Chanfeng furrowed his delicate brows. This old man has never had dealings with the prince. What could his sudden visit entail? Unable to comprehend, Chanfeng instructed the guard, inform him that the prince is unavailable. Lin Yao too found this situation peculiar. This Minister Chu was clearly aligned with Prince Duan. His wife had just attempted to poison Prince Yu. Why was he now hastening to visit? Was he delivering a death sentence? Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Lin Yao had a revelation. Could it be that this couple suspected Prince Yu had succumbed to the poison, and their visit was merely a test? Had her sister entered the palace at night, mistakenly perceived as seeking the Empress's aid, and thus intercepted? It was highly probable that her sister was within the Chu residence. How could she rescue her sister? Would storming into the Chu residence with Prince Yu suffice? That was implausible. Firstly, it was nearly impossible to extricate Prince Yu from his confinement, and secondly, even if they managed to enter, the Chu family could easily excuse keeping her sister as a guest, while she and Prince Yu would appear as rude intruders. This predicament seemed exceedingly difficult to unravel. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight crossed Lin Yao's eyes as she called out to the guard who was about to report back. Your demeanor is overly tense, as if the prince has encountered peril. The guard and Changfeng were bewildered by her remark. Listen to Madame Yao, Changfeng replied. The guard complied and withdrew. Before long, the guard returned. Minister Chu said that if the prince is unavailable, it suffices to sign this document. Lin Yao examined the document, which requested the endorsement of a royal ancestral hall, requiring the signatures of several royal relatives. Evidently, this was yet another attempt to test the stability of Prince Yu. Lin Yao instructed Changfeng, seal it with Prince Yu's stamp. Although Changfeng was perplexed, he complied swiftly. Shortly thereafter, a guard returned with news. Lord Chu had departed. That old scoundrel has finally left? I wonder what schemes he is concocting, Changfeng muttered. He turned to Lin Yao. What are you plotting this time? Lin Yao's expression was inscrutable. Just wait and observe. She then added, ensure that the no-constraints courtyard is well guarded. Not a single bird shall be allowed to fly in. Changfeng addressed the guards. Did you hear that? The guards promptly took their leave. Lin Yao waited in silence until evening fell. Madame Yao, young Master Changfeng. An urgent voice called out, belonging to a guard whose face bore bruises, evidently fresh from a brawl. What transpired? Changfeng inquired, frowning. Lord Chu, accompanied by the imperial guards, has stormed in. The guard replied. Lin Yao furrowed her brow. It was audacious for the vice minister of the cabinet to lead the imperial guards into Prince Yu's residence, indicating that the faction supporting the prince had ceased to conceal their intentions. Let us proceed to the entrance, Lin Yao commanded, gathering the guards from the no-constraints courtyard as they approached the entrance. After a brief wait, a hostile group approached. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 40s, with an innocent gaze. Were it not for his actions, he might be mistaken for a loyal and simple-hearted individual. It was none other than the esteemed Elder Chu. Lin Yao also recognized a familiar face following closely behind. Su Huan, clad in a flying fish robe, wielding a beautifully embroidered spring blade, his posture straight and countenance menacing, exuding an air of intimidation. Su Huan did not spare Lin Yao a glance. Lord Chu spoke. I wish to pay my respects to His Highness. His Highness is currently meditating and has forbidden any disturbances, Changfeng replied. Is His Highness truly meditating? Or have you all conspired against him? Lord Chu narrowed his eyes, questioning. Changfeng immediately bristled. What do you imply? The prince is perfectly well. It has come to my attention that those close to the prince have conspired against him. Lin Yao instantly grasped Lord Chu's scheme, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. This vice minister, with his benevolent facade, harbored a heart of malice. The plan was to first poison the prince and then shift the blame onto the entire royal household. Should anything happen to the prince, the entire household would face ruin, particularly Changfeng and Lin Yao, who would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate. You speak nonsense. Changfeng pointed an accusing finger at Lord Chu. Why don't you summon the prince? If he is unharmed, then I am the one speaking nonsense. Lord Chu's tone conveyed his certainty that Prince Yu had encountered misfortune. Beneath his seemingly innocent visage, Lin Yao discerned treachery and ambition, as if he was resolute in his pursuit of success. Today, she would unmask that hypocritical facade. What gives you the right to summon the prince? Lin Yao retorted coldly. You insolent woman, how dare you address me in such a manner? Lord Chu's finger trembled with indignation as he pointed at Lin Yao. You have unlawfully intruded upon the royal residence, committing an act of treason. What issue is there in my addressing you thus? Lord Chu, enraged, flicked his sleeve and glared at Lin Yao with a malevolent gaze before commanding, enter. Su Huan was about to lead his men inside when Lin Yao's sharp voice pierced through the tension. Lord Chu, are you attempting to harm the prince with this reckless intrusion? She then commanded, protect the prince. The guards of the royal residence immediately obstructed the genie way. Lord Chu paused, his gaze turning icy as he cast a glance at Lin Yao, recognizing that this woman was not to be underestimated. Should he force his way in and find Prince Yu unharmed, The accusation of attempting to harm the prince would fall squarely upon him. Yet, the lady had asserted that the poison was exceedingly lethal, rendering it impossible for Prince Yu to still be alive. Thus, it seemed she was merely trying to intimidate him. Was he so easily frightened? Without hesitation, Lord Shu commanded, "Allow me to enter." The Jin Yiwei exchanged a glance with Su Huan, who nodded in acquiescence. The Jin Yiwei drew their swords, engaging in a fierce clash with the guards of the royal residence. Chapter 52. An inevitable end. The guards of the royal mansion. Though valiant warriors, ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming numbers of the Jinyui, retreating in defeat. Lin Yao observed with a frigid gaze. Lord Chu feigned concern as he surveyed the fallen guards of the royal mansion, claiming, "Forgive me, you have been deceived by treacherous individuals. I act solely to protect His Highness." He cast a cold glance at Lin Yao, his eyes seemingly conveying a message of impending doom, before striding towards the Wujian. With haste, Lord Chu made his way to the Hall of Buddha, his steps rapid as if he were traversing the path to his own promotion rather than within the royal mansion. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the hall. "How dare you? The prince is inside. If you disturb him, I swear I shall have your head." Long Feng shouted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Lord Chu. With a disdainful snort, Lord Chu boldly pushed open the door of the hall. As he stepped inside with his left foot, his progress halted abruptly. The column had obscured his vision. Now stepping forward, he beheld the figure hidden behind it. It was none other than the cold and extraordinary Prince Yu. Lord Chu was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. It cannot be. He rubbed his eyes, confirming the truth before him. Prince Yu was indeed alive. A chill crept down his spine. He had been so certain that Prince Yu had met his demise, having led the Jinyui to storm the prince's residence under the orders of the Duan Wang. And yet the flesh on Lord Chu's face twitched as he stammered, Prince Yu, I have heard rumors of a plot against you, hence my intrusion to ascertain your safety. I am relieved to see you unharmed arrest this old traitor who plots against His Highness." Lin Yao commanded without hesitation. Su Huan, serving the Duan Wang, had previously obeyed Lord Chu's orders. However, with Lord Chu's failure, the Jinyui showed no concern for his fate, allowing the guards of the royal mansion to seize him. At this moment, panic gripped Lord Chu. "Release me at once. I am the Vice Minister of the Cabinet." The Vice Minister of the Cabinet? Such a title only painted him as a fool. His rise to such a position was likely due to his connection to the Duan Wang. Now that he had botched the mission, that connection would offer him no refuge. "Break his legs first," Lin Yao ordered coldly, "and take him away. Do not disturb the princess' tranquility." As she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance at Prince Yu, who remained as inscrutable as ever, his demeanor chillingly indifferent. Despite her mounting anxiety, he appeared unaffected, as though the turmoil surrounding them were of no consequence to him. Lord Chu was dragged away, and Lin Yao followed, reveling in the sound of his anguished cries. "Once Lord Chu has had his legs broken, deliver him to the Dali Temple and accuse him of plotting against the prince," Lin Yao instructed. The guards, with the broken Lord Chu in tow, exited the mansion. For the time being, matters had reached a pause. Lin Yao lifted her gaze and met Su Huan's cold stare, which quickly averted. "Let us see how clever you truly are. Keep your distance from the treacherous one," Su Huan remarked before leading the Jinyui away. Lin Yao pondered the meaning behind Su Huan's words. Treachery? His gaze had been directed toward the Hall of Buddha. Was he referring to Prince Yu? Su Huan once served under King Yu, but what transpired to turn them into adversaries? What did King Yu do that led Su Huan to perceive him as treacherous? Lin Yao regained her composure and summoned old Madame Rong along with a contingent of guards, marching resolutely to the Chu residence to retrieve someone. At the Chu residence, Madame Chu suddenly rose, her face awash with panic. "What? My husband has been taken to the Dali Temple? How could this happen?" A servant reported. "It is said that the master conspired against the prince, resulting in a broken leg, and he has been sent to the Dali Temple." Madame Chu paled, realizing that King Yu must be unharmed. How could that be? She had meticulously orchestrated this scheme for quite some time. That Su Yanshu was a foolish person, wholly focused on winning King Yu's heart, placing unwavering trust in the poisonous insects. Where had the plan gone awry? "Madam, someone from the prince's residence has arrived," a servant announced, intensifying Madame Chu's anxiety. Previously, with the protection of the imperial guards, the Chu residence was as secure as a fortress. However, now that the guards had abandoned their post, Lin Yao boldly led her guards into the Chu residence. Soon, Lin Yao encountered Madame Chu. "Oh, is that not Lady Yao from the royal residence? What brings you to my humble abode so early in the morning?" Madame Chu feigned confusion. Lin Yao, disinterested in pleasantries, retorted impatiently, "Enough with the trivialities. Where is my sister?" "You." You insolent concubine, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Madame Chu managed to respond, maintaining her composure. Lin Yao smirked coldly. It seems Madame Chu has yet to comprehend her predicament. I have heard that you and Lord Chu share a deep bond. Perhaps we should send you to the Dali Temple to keep him company? Madame Chu's complexion grew even paler. I shall inquire once more. Where is my sister? Lin Yao demanded. With a begrudging gesture, Madame Chu pointed in a direction. Lin Yao, accompanied by her guards, marched purposefully toward that location. Once they were out of earshot, Madame Chu finally dared to curse. The heavens are unjust. A mountain chicken has transformed into a phoenix. In no time, Lin Yao arrived at a courtyard, which was locked from the outside. She signaled to a guard, who forcefully broke down the door. At that moment, Lin Sivon, hearing the commotion, came to the door and, upon seeing Lin Yao burst in, her face lit up with joy. Yaoer. Lin Yao hurriedly approached and grasped her sister's hand. Are you all right? Lin Sivon shook her head. I am fine. However, her stomach rumbled audibly, causing her some embarrassment. Lin Yao's expression darkened. She has allowed you to go hungry? Turning to old Madame Rong, she instructed. Take a few guards and confine her. Let my sister have her say. Old Madame Rong relished such tasks and cheerfully complied. Lin Sivon, a bit anxious, protested. Yaoer. There is no need for you to take such a stand for me. After all, she is the second assistant madam. Not for long, Lin Yao replied, detailing the events of the day. The imperial guard's indifference to the Chu family effectively meant that Prince Duan had abandoned them. It was questionable whether their official titles could even be preserved, let alone their lives, Lin Yao scoffed. Lin Sivon breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this crisis had been averted. As for the mastermind behind it all, that would be determined by the figure within the palace, Lin Yao continued. It was evident that this incident bore the mark of Prince Duan's design. The Duke of Duan will undoubtedly shift all blame onto Lord Chu. Whether the Duke will suffer consequences depends on the Empress. The Duke's power is formidable, far beyond the capacity of mere ants to contend with. Their sole responsibility is to bore holes. Whether the towering tree can be shaken depends on those in higher positions. Before returning to the Wang residence, Lin Yao paid another visit to Madame Chu. The person has been returned to you. What more do you desire? Madame Chu glared at Lin Yao, struggling to maintain her composure. Who bestowed upon you the cursed insect? Lin Yao inquired. What cursed insect? I do not comprehend your words. Madame Chu feigned ignorance. Lin Yao chuckled softly, possessing ample means to deal with the foolish. Suddenly, at that moment, the imperial guard burst in. Madame Chu, someone has reported that you have committed murder. Please accompany us. Madame Chu's face turned ashen, her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, she was still dragged away by the guards. Lin Yao could do nothing to stop them, watching helplessly as she was taken away. The accusation of murder was merely a pretext. The truth is that the Duke of Duan's faction seeks to silence her. To follow the Duke of Duan is to embrace such a fate. If things go well, one rises to great heights. If not, one descends into the abyss, never to be reborn. It is regrettable. She has yet to extract any information regarding the cursed insect. In the palace of Kunning, the Empress has numerous informants. Naturally, news of the events outside has reached her ears. The Empress chuckled lightly. This fourth young lady of the Lin family truly has impressed this Empress. I had thought she would be arrogant due to her favor, yet she has demonstrated both pride when necessary and cleverness when required, adept at understanding people's hearts. What appears to be madness is, in truth, astuteness. Indeed, this incident has dealt a slap to that esteemed one in the Minhua Palace. Her expression must be quite entertaining. Nurse Yin remarked. The Empress's smile deepened. I shall go to His Majesty and stoke the flames. This matter shall not simply end here. Chapter 53. The downfall of Su Yinshu. An hour later, in Kunning Palace. The expression on the Empress's face was far from pleasant. What does His Majesty mean by this? Tingyu is also his son, and Zhao Tingduan has directly sought his life. Yet, His Majesty remains indifferent. The Empress was infuriated. My lady, please remain calm. If His Majesty truly intends to abandon Prince Yu, why then exert such effort to provoke him into displaying his fighting spirit? And why has the crown prince not been established? Suggested Mama Yun. The Empress took a deep breath, regaining her composure as she contemplated the matter. Is His Majesty intending for Tingyu to fight for himself? She pondered. He must leave the Buddhist hall and return to the center of power to safeguard himself and those he wishes to protect. I find this perplexing, she continued. Tingyu holds great affection for the fourth miss of the Lin family, yet he remains in the Buddhist hall. My lady, I believe that the Lin young lady possesses the capability. Let her handle it. You need not worry, replied the maid. The empress nodded. She has performed admirably this time. I shall reward her with a significant gift. A decree from the empress resonated through the palace. Lin Yao was elevated to the status of a concubine, while Su Yanshu was stripped of her title and expelled from the royal residence. Before Su Yanshu was cast out, Lin Yao encountered her. Once resplendent in lavish attire and exuding arrogance, Su Yanshu now appeared disheveled, her hair in disarray and utterly disconsolate. Having suffered a severe punishment, she lay on the ground, her complexion ashen, her eyes bloodshot. Lin Yao regarded her from a position of superiority. In their first meeting, Su Yanshu had been the concubine, and Lin Yao, merely a maid, her life held in Su Yanshu's grasp, akin to an insignificant insect. Now, the roles had completely reversed. Lin Yao was the concubine, and Su Yanshu had become the insect. Lin Yao, do you take pride in this? Su Yanshu glared at her with eyes filled with venom. What is there to be proud of when standing atop someone as foolish as you? Lin Yao replied coolly. This retort incensed Su Yanshu further. If only you had been a touch more astute and not so easily manipulated, you would still enjoy the privileges of a concubine, indulging in the finest of delights. This is all of your own making. Reflecting upon the past, Su Yanshu had come from a prestigious family, her parents doting on her, perfectly positioned to marry a suitable husband and live a contented life. Everything Lin Yao had longed for. Yet, it was human nature to be insatiable, to covet what one could not have. Now, she found herself in turmoil, expelled from the royal residence, having offended the empress, jeopardizing her family's reputation and prospects. Even with her parents' affection, her life would not be easy. Moreover, she bore the poison that threatened her very existence. Why does brother you not favor me? Su Yanshu lamented, her heart still unwilling to accept defeat. She could not fathom how she had been bested by that wretched Lin Yao. Is it not obvious? You lack my beauty and charm. Aside from your slightly superior lineage, you are inferior to me in every respect. Do you truly believe the prince cares about your background? Lin Yao retorted. Su Yanshu was once again consumed by fury. By the way, you mentioned that the Gu master was introduced to you by Lady Chu. Do you recall what the master looked like? Lin Yao inquired. This was the true purpose behind Lin Yao and Su Yanshu's lengthy exchange. The elusive creature, known as the Gu worm, is exceedingly rare. Following the trail, can one truly locate that peculiar individual? Su Yanshu fixed her gaze upon her. Why should I divulge any information to you? Lin Yao crouched before Su Yanshu, extending her hand to brush against Su's face. Su Yanshu abruptly swatted her hand away. What are you doing? Unperturbed, Lin Yao continued her advance, seizing Su's hand, rendering her unable to escape. That hand pressed against her face with sudden force. A sharp sting coursed through Su Yanshu, prompting her to struggle fiercely until she finally broke free. Panic flickered in her eyes. What do you intend to do? I merely wish to inform you that, at present, you are but an insignificant insect, and I can treat you however I please. Therefore, I advise you to be sensible and tell me what I seek. Lin Yao replied coldly. Su Yanshu gritted her teeth. Feeling utterly constrained, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke. It's an old Taoist priest, ethereal and otherworldly. He bears a mole here. She gestured to the area near her nose. Lin Yao summoned a painter to render the description Su provided. His ears are somewhat plump, Su Yanshu noted. Glancing towards the upper right. Su Yanshu, do not speak nonsense. Do you wish to mar your own visage further? Lin Yao remarked icily. Su Yanshu's complexion darkened. She was reluctant to comply with Lin Yao's wishes and intended to fabricate a story, only to be caught in her deception. Can she truly read minds? With pain still radiating from her face, Su Yanshu dared not lie any longer and confessed honestly. The artist completed the drawing. Is the old priest similar to the figure in the painting? Lin Yao inquired. Under Lin Yao's unwavering gaze, Su Yanshu scrutinized the artwork for a moment. It bore an 80% resemblance. Such a degree of similarity was substantial. Lin Yao would surely recognize the old priest should he stand before her. Having achieved her objective, Lin Yao had no desire to prolong her entanglement with Su Yanshu and turned to depart. With the image in hand, she made her way toward her courtyard. While the likeness was secured, locating the individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The Jinui possessed vast knowledge and insight. How splendid it would be if they heeded her words. Alas, she was merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Upon reaching the entrance of her courtyard, she discovered an individual awaiting her. Clad in white, with a delicate and graceful demeanor, it was Su Xinlian. At that moment, Su Xinlian stood opposed to Xiao Ju. Their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Lin Yao's arrival shattered the impasse. "Madam, no, side consort, she seeks you," Xiao Ju remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm, suggesting that with her support gone, Su Xinlian had come to seek refuge with her mistress, adept at shifting allegiances. Xiao Ju had misinterpreted Su Xinlian's intentions. In truth, Su Xinlian had signaled her allegiance to Lin Yao long before the fall of her support. Previously, by the lakeside, Su Xinlian had feigned a fall into the water at Su Yinshu's behest, prompting Lin Yao to come to her aid. In that moment, Su Yinshu's accomplices had taken the opportunity to poison Lin Yao's delicacies. Though it appeared that Su Xinlian was complying with Su Yinshu's schemes to ensnare Lin Yao, she had secretly warned Lin Yao of Su Yinshu's machinations. Disregarding Xiao Ju's remarks, Su Xinlian bowed to Lin Yao, side consort. Lin Yao nodded, inviting her, "Let us converse inside." "Your Highness," Xiao Ju furrowed her brow. "No need for concern. I am well aware of the situation," Lin Yao replied with a smile. She led Su Xinlian into her courtyard. "She has become a secondary consort, and this courtyard seems somewhat inadequate. Her elder sister is currently arranging for a new residence, and she will move there in a few days." Lin Yao and Su Xinlian settled in the hall. Lin Yao gazed at her and asked, "What is it that you desire?" Su Xinlian did not respond directly, but began recounting her lineage. She was a maidservant of the Su family, yet in truth, she was the younger sister of Su Yinshu. The parents of Su Yinshu shared a profound bond, while Su Xinlian was born from a brief encounter between her father and a maid. Once Su's father regained his senses, he expelled the maid from their household. Su Xinlian's mother, eager to ascend the social ladder, gave birth to Su Xinlian but was met with disappointment when she bore a daughter instead. Nonetheless, she had no choice but to return with Su Xinlian seeking recognition. The maid was cast out, but Su Xinlian remained, raised by the servants, and as she grew, she became a maid in the Su residence. Su Yinshu was aware of her background and subjected her to various trials and tribulations. Eventually, when Su Yinshu married into the Prince of Yu's estate, Su Xinlian initially felt a sense of relief. However, her fate was akin to that of a drifting weed, as she was once again brought into the royal residence, where she faced the same bullying and mistreatment at the hands of Su Yinshu. "So, what is it that you desire?" Lin Yao inquired. Su Xinlian looked towards Lin Yao, responding, "I wish to follow the secondary consort, serving faithfully." "What do you seek?" "To avoid punishment, to be well-fed and warmly clothed. This is my lifelong aspiration." Chapter 54. Loyalty of a servant to avoid enduring hardships while ensuring one is well-fed and warmly clothed seems a straightforward aspiration. Yet it is a longing that eludes many throughout their lives. Following me is not as simple as it appears. My journey has been akin to traversing a razor's edge, Lin Yao remarked. Her current situation, though seemingly resplendent, is equally perilous. The Prince of Yu appears to harbor feelings for her, yet he steadfastly refrains from breaking his vows or emerging from the Buddhist hall. How long can the patience of the one in the palace endure? If that patience wanes, and the Duke establishes himself as the crown prince, she would become mere meat on a butcher's block, easily slaughtered. Even if the Prince of Yu were to forsake his vows and return to the center of power, the Duke has meticulously cultivated his influence over many years. The endeavor to usurp power would be fraught with danger. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. She remains but a piece of flesh, ready to be sacrificed. I understand, but with your Highness, I fear nothing. Su Xinlian's gaze was resolute. Lin Yao regarded her and recognized her intelligence. She had Xiao Ju, who was unwaveringly loyal, yet possessed a stubborn disposition, lacking in cleverness. Indeed, she found herself in need of a shrewd companion. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yao spoke. "Then you shall accompany me." Su Xinlian was instantly elated. "Thank you, your Highness." From that day forth, the royal residence lost a beauty but gained a devoted servant to the side consort. The news of the Prince of Yu acquiring a side consort spread throughout the capital. In a shop, Lin Shu listened to the tidings, nearly tearing her handkerchief in distress. Lin Yao had unexpectedly become a side consort. Su Yinshu had even been expelled from the residence. Why was it that in her past life, despite her relentless efforts, she received not a shred of the prince's favor and instead suffered grievously at the hands of Su Yinshu? Lin Shu refused to acknowledge Lin Yao's superiority. It must surely be mere fortune that smiled upon her. And what of Lin Sivan, who had been a short-lived specter in her previous life, yet now thrived? In her past at the royal residence, she had shown no regard for Lin Shu, yet now she lavished kindness upon Lin Yao. Surely, this was envy over their father's affection, a true reflection of her lack of grace as a legitimate daughter. How petty. Miss, are you truly going to entrust this shop to Chuncha for management? She has withdrawn silver several times, and I wonder for what purpose, the old manager muttered, insinuating Chuncha's misappropriation of funds. Old manager, you're just casting the first stone. It is you who coveted wealth first and shifted the blame onto Chuncha. I saved Chuncha, who is profoundly grateful to me, and in her previous life, she was steadfastly loyal to Lin Yao, a true servant. Chuncha is a treasure I have discovered. Under her stewardship, my estate shall flourish, and my wealth shall multiply. I shall spend without constraint and provide greater support for her husband. Unlike the Lin Yao of my past life, who had to expose herself to the world to earn a living, I am far more astute. Does this old manager think he can deceive me? Not a chance. Master, your words are excessive. I have worked in this shop for decades, diligently and honestly, without a single cent of greed. You know well whether you have been greedy. Lin Shu replied with a cold smile. The old shopkeeper was incensed. Since the master does not trust me, I shall resign. I kindly ask you to find someone more capable. Lin Shu displayed a sneer, thinking the old man was attempting to intimidate him. If you wish to leave, then go. Given your years of service to my family, I shall overlook your embezzlement. Lin Shu proclaimed with magnanimity. The old shopkeeper was nearly beside himself with rage. He was not the sort of person to accept such indignities. A fellow worker, unable to bear the scene, spoke in defense of the old shopkeeper. Lin Shu cast a glance at him. It appears you are an accomplice of the old shopkeeper, and you have likely benefited from his actions. Lin Shu felt as though he possessed an extraordinary insight, having uncovered a nest of vermin. How clever he was. You lot. Whoever wishes to follow the shopkeeper may do so. Depart together, Lin Shu declared. The workers felt a sense of injustice but were left with no choice, as they had families to support, and thus, they swallowed their grievances. Leave, what are you two still doing here? Lin Shu urged. The shopkeeper, infuriated, stormed off, followed by the worker. By the way, everyone, this old shopkeeper has embezzled funds from my family's establishment. When hiring at other shops, I advise caution. Lin Shu announced deliberately loudly. The old shopkeeper was not a servant of the Lin family. He was a free man. Once he departed, he could easily find work elsewhere. However, with Lin Shu's declaration, which establishment would hire a shopkeeper with a history of embezzlement? This was tantamount to severing the old shopkeeper's prospects. Moreover, a person's reputation is as vital as their very existence. The gossip that would ensue could ruin him. In a corner, Lin Yao observed this spectacle. She had ventured out seeking the individual depicted in Su Yinchu's painting, but instead witnessed this riveting scene. This establishment was a pawn shop, where an astute shopkeeper was of utmost importance. Only with expertise could one offer fair prices, ensuring satisfaction in pawning and profitability for the shop. If one lacked discernment, they could easily be deceived and end up with worthless items. This shop was among the highest earners for the Lin family, and the Chun family had provided her most beloved daughter as a dowry. The shop's success was largely due to the old shopkeeper, making Lin Shu's desire to oust him truly laughable. She had always regarded Lin Shu as foolish, but never expected him to be this naive. Was this not akin to self-sabotage? Xinlian, stop that shopkeeper and tell him I wish to open a shop, and that I desire him as the manager, Lin Yao instructed. Su Xinlian nodded and approached the crowd. Lin Yao refrained from going herself, partly due to her status as a side consort of the Wang family, which made it inappropriate for her to expose herself, and partly because she did not keep idle company. Su Xinlian had to prove her worth by accompanying her. She reached the crowd and intercepted the shopkeeper. Sir, my lady wishes to open a pawn shop and is in need of a manager. What do you think? Su Xinlian inquired. The crowd's attention was captivated. Lin Shu felt as though he had been slapped in the face, his expression darkening. Where will your lady's shop be located? The old shopkeeper asked. Though he was furious, having lived many years, he would not readily agree to sell himself away. Su Xinlian hesitated, as the lady had only mentioned wanting to open a shop without specifying a location. As she shifted her gaze, she happened upon an empty shop across the street. Madam has instructed me to find a shop, and this one boasts the finest location, Su Xinlian remarked. My dear, are you intending to lease this establishment? The proprietor is right here, a bystander interjected playfully. The shop owner stepped forward, declaring, this shop is well positioned and spacious, hence the price is naturally steep. It will be 100 taels per month, with a minimum lease of 1 year, requiring an upfront payment of 1,000 taels. The old steward also cast a glance at Su Xinlian. She felt as though she were being cornered. If she did not secure the lease, the endeavor would falter. Yet, 1,000 taels was no trifling sum. Would the princess assist her? A sense of unease settled within Su Xinlian. At that moment, a manservant approached, stating, "Boss, this is what Our Lady has provided. 1,000 taels to secure your shop." Su Xinlian instinctively glanced towards the corner, where Lin Yao subtly nodded, seemingly in approval of her decision. A wave of relief washed over Su Xinlian. Chapter 55. Fighting the old Taoist. Once the funds were secured, matters became manageable. A contract was signed, and all that remained was a visit to the government office. The shop would soon be leased. The old shopkeeper, perceptive by nature, discerned that the other party had ulterior motives, specifically to acquire this establishment for their own purposes. Such sincerity stirred his emotions. "Miss, I shall comply, but I wish to meet the proprietor in person," the old shopkeeper remarked. Su Xinlian glanced back and then turned to him, saying, "Please, follow me." She led the old shopkeeper to a tea house. Inside, the shopkeeper beheld a woman adorned with a bonnet. Her attire was opulent, and her demeanor was exceptional, unmistakably indicating she was not an ordinary woman. "Old Zhou Datong pays his respects to the lady," the shopkeeper said. "I merely wish to recognize the countenance of the proprietor." Though he claimed to seek mere recognition, his intention was to ascertain her identity and ensure that their dealings were not entangled with any nefarious undertakings. The shopkeeper truly pondered this. He had been driven to the brink, yet he could not allow desperation to lead him down a perilous path. Should the proprietor prove to be of dubious character, he would have no choice but to withdraw from the arrangement. Lin Yao revealed her identity. As a favored concubine of the Prince of Yu, her prominence was well known, and the old shopkeeper had indeed heard of her. In truth, the capital was rife with nobility, and many establishments were backed by powerful patrons, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary folk to thrive in commerce. By associating with the esteemed concubine, the shopkeeper found himself under the protection of the prince's household, a significant advantage. "I shall diligently manage the business and ensure prosperity for the proprietor," he declared earnestly. "Very well, from now on, the pawnshop shall be entrusted to you. Should you require anything, seek Xinlian," Lin Yao instructed. Su Xinlian nodded to the old shopkeeper, and with their identities acknowledged, the arrangement was solidified. "Old sir, there is one more favor I must ask of you. In your store, as people come and go, if you happen to encounter the individual depicted in this portrait, please do inform me," Lin Yao said, handing the shopkeeper an image of the Taoist. The old shopkeeper accepted it, stating, "I shall remain vigilant." From that point onward, Su Xinlian would oversee the matters, and Lin Yao chose to withdraw. As she exited the tea house, a figure stood in the shadows. Observing her silhouette, it was Lin Shu. Lin Shu had intended to discover who dared to oppose him and had stealthily followed, only to find it was Lin Yao. This revelation was both surprising and expected. In her bid to counter his efforts, Lin Yao had managed to gather the very individuals who had embezzled funds into her fold. Moreover, she had deliberately leased the shop across the way for him to manage. Was this a challenge directed at him? However, he had loyal and capable subordinates like Chuncha, while her shopkeeper was a greedy old man. It was evident who would excel in management. Lin Yao was bound to watch as her investments were drained, leading to the inevitable closure of her establishment. The Qingxin pawnshop opened directly across from the Lin family pawnshop, while Chuncha managed the Lin family pawnshop. The Qingxin pawnshop was overseen by the former old shopkeeper of the Lin family. Initially, Chuncha spread rumors about the old shopkeeper Zhou's dishonesty and poor character. Business at the Lin family pawnshop remained steady, while the Qingxin pawnshop languished in desolation. However, gradually, those who sincerely sought to pawn their belongings discovered that the Lin family pawnshop offered lower prices, while the Qingxin pawnshop provided more favorable quotes. Consequently, many flocked to Qingxin. Meanwhile, the Lin family pawnshop became a haven for those attempting to exploit the situation, accepting items of little value, yet paying exorbitant prices. At first glance, it appeared that business was thriving at the Lin family establishment. However, after a month, to everyone's astonishment, the Lin family pawnshop incurred losses. While Qingxin brought in a profit of 100 taels for Lin Yao, Lin Shu glanced at the account books, feeling a tinge of displeasure. In the past, when that old man was still around, she received 200 taels each month. Now, she found herself having to contribute 100 taels instead. What kind of logic was that? She had intended to embarrass Lin Yao, yet it seemed the tables had turned. "Spring tea, how could we have incurred such significant losses?" Lin Shu inquired. "Madam, the shop across is poaching our business and deliberately targeting us, even sending in people with counterfeit items," Spring Tea replied, her face filled with indignation. Are you accepting fakes as genuine? Spring tea. I had thought you to be more astute. Lin Shu retorted, displeased. This was not how it had been in her previous life. Spring tea had been a capable maidservant to Lin Yao back then. Madam, this month was my oversight. I assure you it will not happen again next month, Spring tea hastily promised. Lin Shu, feeling skeptical, wondered if it truly was because Spring tea had just taken charge. Suppressing her impatience, she stated, I shall grant you 1 more month. If you do not earn 300 taels by next month, I will replace you. Yes, madam. I will do my utmost, Spring tea quickly replied. Lin Shu nodded, you may leave now. As Spring tea exited the room, her previously submissive demeanor transformed into one of resentment. With a flick of her eyes, she carried the tea to the study. Inside, Gu Yulan was engrossed in reading. The maid set down the tea but did not leave. Instead, she ground ink for him. As her delicate wrist danced before him, he could not help but be drawn to her. Master, this is the newly released spring tea. Do give it a taste, Spring tea said softly. In truth, the spring tea was quite ordinary, yet she possessed a delicate, willow-like grace that evoked sympathy. However, due to Lin Shu's unsightly scars, which repulsed him, Gu Yulan had avoided intimate encounters, often feigning an interest in reading to keep his distance. Yet now, he found himself stirred by temptation, unable to resist grasping the maid's delicate wrist. At the residence of Prince Yu, Lin Yao had moved into a larger courtyard, adjacent to the princess's quarters. Over the past month, she had been spending her time at the royal palace, meandering through the courtyards, exploring the gardens, and even making a visit back to the Lin residence to see her mother, whom she brought to stay for several days, embodying the life of a leisurely, affluent individual. To outsiders, she seemed idle, but internally, she felt a tightening coil within her. As time passed, that coil grew ever tighter, instilling a sense of urgency in her heart. She sensed that Prince Yu's demeanor towards her had grown increasingly indifferent. Lin Yao attempted to entice him on several occasions, but found herself completely ignored. If this continued, she genuinely feared being cast out of the royal palace, her dreams of grandeur evaporating into thin air. Lin Yao was troubled. There was no one she could confide in, leaving her to harbor her concerns alone. Your Highness, Su Xinlian hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing her, Xiao Ju followed closely behind. Due to Su Xinlian's former identity, Xiao Ju always harbored doubts about her intentions, thus remaining on guard. Lin Yao observed the vigilant young girl and offered a resigned smile. What could she do? Let her be. After all, it was for her own good. Su Xinlian rushed to Lin Yao's side, exclaiming, Your Highness, news has come from Master Zhou. The person you seek has been located. Lin Yao abruptly rose to her feet. There is news. She quickly tidied herself and, without delay, took a carriage to Qingxin pawnshop. Master Zhou was a capable man. Upon seeing the individual, he promptly concocted a reason to detain him within the shop. Lin Yao entered and made her way to the back, where she beheld the seated figure, clad as a Taoist priest, with a white beard and large ears. He was indeed the old sage that Su Yinshu had spoken of. Chapter 56. The transaction with the Jinui. The old Taoist languidly reclined in his chair, leisurely indulging in pastries. Upon noticing Lin Yao, he beamed with delight. Ah, my dear brother Zhou, you are truly considerate. I was just lamenting my sore shoulders, and here you have brought me a young lady to tend to them. Seeing his reckless demeanor, the shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically. That is no way to behave. This is my esteemed employer, he admonished sternly. Ah, you summoned your employer to massage my shoulders? How can I accept such an honor? The old Taoist, unabashed, further infuriated the shopkeeper. You flatter me, but I am no expert in shoulder massages, Lin Yao replied with a smile. Not to worry, it is quite simple. I shall instruct you, the old Taoist said, somewhat absurdly. I possess considerable strength. I fear I might inadvertently break your arm. Lin Yao maintained her smile. Yet her words instilled an inexplicable dread in the old Taoist. Though referred to as an elder, he was merely a disreputable charlatan, always seeking to take advantage of women, particularly young ones. Within a brief encounter, Lin Yao had discerned the true measure of his character. Revered Taoist, as the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Having consumed so many pastries, it is only fitting that you divulge what I wish to know, Lin Yao stated. The old Taoist regarded her with curiosity. What is it that you seek, young lady? For months prior, you provided a young woman with a venomous insect, Lin Yao pressed. Venomous insect? What is that? And 4 months ago is far too distant for me to recall, he grumbled. attempting to rise from his chair and make his exit. However, upon opening the door, he was confronted by two towering guards. Under the stern gaze of the guards, he retreated, plastering a smile on his face as he turned to Lin Yao. "Madam, I truly cannot remember. That insect is lethal, intended to harm a noble personage. If you cannot recall, I shall have to summon the Jinyui to assist your memory," Lin Yao replied coldly. The mention of the Jinyui startled the old Taoist. "What do you mean, harm a noble person? Please, do not jest. Madam, I sincerely cannot recall." It seems the Taoist is unwilling to speak. "Let us escort him to the Jinyui," Lin Yao commanded. At her signal, the guards entered. "Madam, please do not rush me. I shall ponder it further," the old Taoist implored. Having sufficiently intimidated him, Lin Yao gave the guards a subtle nod, prompting their withdrawal. For months ago, the old Taoist racked his brain for a long while. "Indeed, I did give a lady something peculiar. Was it an insect? How did you come by it? Please elaborate," Lin Yao insisted. "That night, guided by my ancestral master, I found myself by the riverbank," the old Taoist began slowly. In truth, the guidance of his ancestor merely indicated his urgent need to relieve himself by the river, where he encountered a person floating in the water. He promptly pulled the person ashore. Noticing the individual was well-dressed, he instinctively searched for valuables, only to find the person awakening. "Was it you who saved me?" the individual inquired, then began to search their own person, producing something resembling an insect egg and offering it. "I have nothing of value. Accept this as a token of gratitude for saving my life." The old Taoist, intrigued by the peculiar object, mistook it for something of value. He visited several pawn shops, only to be turned away each time. Eventually, he encountered an elderly woman who seemed quite interested. When he inquired if she wished to purchase it, she replied that she had no use for it, but someone else might. She even insisted that he change into a more ethereal attire and accompanied him to meet a certain individual. This person turned out to be a young woman. Following the old woman's guidance, he claimed it was a love charm that required nurturing with one's essence for 81 days, after which it would bond with the heart. By feeding the charm to the beloved, that person would inevitably fall in love. The old Taoist found this absurd, yet the young woman believed every word. Purchasing the item for 200 taels, the poor Taoist had finally found a fated recipient for the object, earning some incense money in the process, which felt like a conclusion to his endeavor. As for the lady's claim that it was a harmful object, the Taoist professed ignorance with a facade of righteousness. Lin Yao inquired, "What characteristics did the person you saved possess?" This was the crux of her concern. They appeared both young and old, with white hair yet a youthful face, as beautiful as a young maiden, but their voice was distinctly male, the old Taoist replied. Lin Yao's heart leaped with recognition. It was indeed that peculiar individual. How fortuitous that their paths had crossed. "Where is he now?" Lin Yao asked eagerly. "After bestowing me with a token of gratitude, he fled," the Taoist responded. This meant that 4 months prior, he had appeared in the capital. For months was ample time for him to have traveled from the capital to the south and back, thus his whereabouts remained elusive. Lin Yao felt a wave of frustration. As she sat in her carriage, passing over a bridge known as the Mandarin Duck Bridge, she sensed something amiss. Typically bustling with people and laughter, it was unusually desolate. Lifting the carriage curtain, she suddenly spotted an individual standing by the riverside. The figure exuded an ominous aura, causing all creatures within several feet to vanish. After crossing the bridge, Lin Yao instructed the coachman to turn into a narrow alley, disembarking from the carriage. With her hood drawn to obscure her features, she proceeded through the alley and halted at its entrance, observing Su Huan. Su Huan, alert, cast her a fleeting glance before quickly averting his gaze. "Su Chinhu, why are you staring at the river? Planning to jump in?" Lin Yu remarked, "You mustn't leap. Your bloodshed would surely taint its pristine waters." She spoke not in jest, for it was evident that Su Huan was truly distressed. He turned to look at her again, not merely glancing, but glaring. "I rather like this river," Lin Yao said softly. Su Huan strode purposefully towards her, drawing his embroidered spring blade without uttering a word. Lin Yao instinctively took a step back. "That blade is stained with blood and requires cleaning. There is no need for such violence," she reasoned. Su Huan sheathed his blade, commanding, "Leave." Undeterred, Lin Yao remained. "Is your sorrow due to Miss Su's illness?" Su Huan pressed his lips together, remaining silent, his expression somewhat dazed. Lin Yao had hit the mark. In Su Huan's mind, the events of the previous night flashed vividly. As was customary, he retrieved the pills from Lord Wang, yet his sister hesitated to take them. "Brother, I am in such agony. Why not grant me release?" Her eyes brimmed with pleading, yearning for an end. He was acutely aware of the torment his sister endured in her existence. This suffering had eclipsed her desire to live. While it appeared he was desperately seeking ways for her to survive, in truth, she was merely enduring life for his sake. Gazing at his sister, ravaged by illness and in unbearable pain, his heart shattered into countless fragments, leaving him momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, she accepted the medication and swallowed it. "Brother, I was just rambling in my pain. I will take the medicine and strive to live well. If it were possible, Su Huan would gladly bear her suffering in her stead." Su Qianhu, the esteemed master of sorcery, had made an appearance in the capital 4 months prior. Lin Yao remarked, "After much contemplation, I believe the Jinyui possesses far-reaching influence, and they could locate him more swiftly than I could. Instead of wasting time, it would be prudent for you to command your subordinates to search. After all, each day we delay brings additional anguish to Sister Ai." Chapter 57. Su Huan informs the prince of the past. Su Huan found himself swayed. Lin Yao divulged all she knew about that individual from her 2 lifetimes, including appearance, preferences, and habits. "Su Qianhu, do not forget our previous agreement. Once you locate that master, please inform me of the matters I wish to know," Lin Yao stated. After speaking, she turned to leave, untroubled by the potential gossip regarding her closeness to Su Huan. After all, Su Huan was the prince's informant. As long as the informant feigned ignorance, the prince would remain oblivious. "Wait," Su Huan called out to Lin Yao, prompting her to halt and look back. "What is it you wish to know? I can tell you now." Lin Yao's heart surged with joy. Had Su Huan finally resolved to act honorably? She quickly turned back, eager lest he reconsider, and inquired, "What truly transpired during the battle at Yunyao Mountain that transformed the demeanor of Prince Yu upon his return?" Upon hearing the mention of the battle at Yunyao Mountain, Su Huan regretted having called her back. Noticing his silence, Lin Yao pressed, "You just agreed. You cannot go back on your word." Leaning against the wall with his embroidered spring blade in hand, Su Huan replied slowly, "Perhaps it is not a change in character, but rather that his true nature has been revealed." "What true nature?" Lin Yao asked, perplexed. "A nature of brutality," Su Huan responded coldly. Lin Yao questioned, "Prince Yu was once a young general, now devoted to Buddhism. Why do you label him as brutal?" Su Huan sneered, "Hypocrisy. What exactly occurred at Yunyao Mountain?" Lin Yao's curiosity intensified, her desire to know growing urgent. Su Huan fell into reminiscence. He did not have a stepfather merely because he had a stepmother, from birth. He bore an unsightly birthmark on his face, which caused his mother to harbor an intense aversion to him. Compared to the beatings from his biological mother, his stepmother's indifference was at least a reprieve, as she did not deprive him of food and clothing. His younger sister, a year his junior, would shield him whenever he was struck, which only served to incite their mother's disdain for her as well. From a young age, Su Huan was reclusive, with others keeping their distance. The only ones close to him were his sister and his cousin, Chao Feng. Orphaned as a child, Chao Feng had taken refuge with the Su family, sharing a similar fate of neglect. Despite his tragic background, Chao Feng remained optimistic, asserting that he would one day rise above and prove his worth to those who looked down upon him. Together, they traversed mountains seeking remedies to remove Su Huan's birthmark. Chao Feng urged him to train diligently in martial arts and join the army. He claimed that Prince Yu was no ordinary man and would surely ascend to the throne, becoming a sovereign worthy of their loyalty. Thus, Su Huan followed Chao Feng in serving Prince Yu, always at the forefront of every battle. Their agility and unmatched valor soon caught the prince's attention, and they became his trusted aides. On the vast plains, the 2 youths sat atop a hill, gazing down at the distant yellow earth and the setting sun beyond. "Once Prince Yu becomes emperor, he will undoubtedly reward us with titles," Chao Feng exclaimed. "Huan, when we attain nobility, what do you wish for?" "I desire a grand residence, with a lotus pond for my sister," Su Huan replied simply. "Such modest aspirations. You lack ambition," Chao Feng retorted. "And what of you?" "I, too, desire not only a grand estate, but also a beautiful spouse and a brood of offspring." "Huan, you must prepare ample New Year's gifts." "Indeed, I shall save every reward I receive." "My good brother." Those voices still linger in my ears. Yet the setting sun has turned a deep crimson. On that fateful day, I had an inkling of what was to come. From the early hours, my eyelids twitched incessantly. Chao Feng followed the general to the vanguard, while I led our soldiers in a surprise assault. Everything unfolded according to our predetermined strategy, leaving the enemy utterly vanquished. However, Chao Feng did not return, nor did the general. I rode forth to seek them, and from afar, I caught the overwhelming scent of fresh blood. My heart raced as I pressed on. Before my eyes lay a vast expanse of crimson. I beheld a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, within which lay Chao Feng. The general, wielding a long spear, stood over him, the weapon dripping with blood as if it had just been removed from the mortal wound in Chao Feng's chest. Is it true that Prince Yu has gone mad and slaughtered his own men? Lin Yao inquired, unable to fathom such a reality. After my return, I have faced incessant assassination attempts. This is his attempt to conceal the truth. My allegiance to Prince Duan was not solely for my sister's life, but also for my own safety. As for his turn to Buddhism, it is likely that the restless spirits of those who perished haunt him daily, and his remaining conscience is troubled, compelling him to feign piety in hopes of divine protection. Su Huan scoffed. Lin Yao was taken aback by the revelation. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Why did the emperor strive so desperately to cover up the victory at Yunyao Mountain? Why did Su Huan, who was fiercely loyal to Prince Yu, harbor such deep-seated hatred? Why did Prince Yu suddenly seek the refuge of Buddhism? Guilt, perhaps. Yet, he remains a ruthless and bloodthirsty hypocrite. I advise you to keep your distance from him, Su Huan cautioned. Nevertheless, Lin Yao felt an unsettling disquiet. Could there be hidden truths? Perhaps those slain were not his doing. Having followed Prince Yu for so many years, you should know his character. It is also possible that he has succumbed to madness. Not by nature, but by the machinations of others, she posited. Su Huan paused momentarily before resuming his cold demeanor. You need not speak in his defense. The fact remains that he has killed my brother. One day, I shall exact my vengeance upon him for Chao Feng. With that, Su Huan turned and departed. Lin Yao lingered for a moment before returning to her carriage. Throughout her journey back to the palace, Lin Yao's emotions were tumultuous. Upon arriving at the royal residence, she changed into fresh attire and made her way to the unfettered courtyard. There, she beheld the man with a cold expression, still unable to believe that he could suddenly descend into madness and slay the comrades who had fought alongside him. She remained convinced that there were hidden truths yet to be uncovered, which could only be addressed by him directly. Lin Yao approached Prince Yu. Your Highness, today I encountered Su Huan, she stated forthrightly. Prince Yu's lips tightened slightly. Su Huan spoke of the battle at Yunyao Mountain. Suddenly, Prince Yu rose, seemingly unwilling to listen, attempting to turn away. Yet Lin Yao grasped his robe tightly. Your Highness, do you intend to evade this matter indefinitely? Her beautiful eyes bore into Prince Yu's. The Prince Yu extended his hand, resolutely prying apart Lin Yao's fingers one by one. With a stern countenance, he appeared both childish and pitiable to her. Turning away, he entered the scripture room and closed the door behind him. Chang Feng stepped in, somewhat perplexed. What have you done to offend the prince? He has just emerged from the scripture room. Lin Yao let out a soft sigh, feeling a lingering sense of reluctance. She approached the door of the scripture room, pondering the prince she once admired, valiant and unmatched in battle for his country, now devoted solely to the path of Buddhism, untainted by worldly affairs. Thus, she could not bring herself to believe that the prince was as tyrannical and heartless as Su Huan had claimed. If he remained silent, it must surely be for another reason. Lin Yao spoke softly towards the scripture room. I wish the prince would reveal his thoughts. Perhaps he believes that silence is the best resolution, yet voicing his concerns might lead to a more favorable solution. Her murmurs transformed into a heartfelt plea. The prince, in his contemplation, held the scripture book, unable to focus on a single word for an extended period. Nevertheless, she hoped he would eventually speak. While the prince may transcend worldly matters one day, I am not afforded such luxury. I seek a path to survival. I implore the prince to grant me this. Her whispers had evolved into desperate supplications. At that moment, the man rose and opened the door, causing Lin Yao's eyes to brighten instantaneously. Chapter 58. Seeking the sorcerer. Lin Yao sat face to face with the Prince of Yu in the scripture hall. I was the one who killed them, he stated. Lin Yu was taken aback, her heart racing. Why did your highness kill them? I do not know, he replied. Lin Yao was perplexed. What do you mean I do not know? If you have killed someone, how can you be unaware? My gun was thrust into their chests, the Prince of Yu said calmly. Yet his countenance betrayed a vision of blood red, an oppressive sensation in his chest, as if something were yearning to burst forth. Lin Yao pondered for a moment. Could it be that your highness temporarily lost his sanity, and upon regaining consciousness, he merely saw the gun in their chests? The prince nodded slightly. Lin Yao sensed an underlying mystery. It was possible he had been drugged or bewitched, losing his wits and inadvertently harming his own people. Alternatively, it could be that his senses had been clouded. Those individuals might not have been slain by him at all. Yet, What kind of drug or curse could achieve such a feat? With her current knowledge, Lin Yao found herself at a loss. Did your highness enter the Buddhist path out of guilt? Lin Yao inquired further. The prince remained silent, his demeanor cold, yet an undercurrent of turmoil flickered in his eyes. If it could be proven that those individuals were not killed by you, would your highness still feel burdened by guilt? Might you then abandon the path of Buddhism? Lin Yao spoke, a glimmer of hope illuminating her words. Although this path was fraught with difficulty, it was certainly preferable to having no path at all. The prince responded, You need not waste your effort. Regardless, I shall not break my vows. Lin Yao was taken aback. What did this mean? Was the prince's pursuit of Buddhism motivated by more than mere guilt? What else lay beneath? He pressed his lips together, and regardless of Lin Yao's inquiries, he remained reticent. It seemed she could extract no further insights. With a heavy heart, Lin Yao could only depart. Despite the prince's declaration that he would not break his vows, Lin Yao remained resolute in uncovering the truth behind the battle at Yunyao Mountain. She suspected the hand of Duke Duan was at play. If the prince was indeed innocent, why must he endure the animosity of Su Huan and the others? Was this not a fulfillment of Duke Duan's desires? Betrayal among kin breeds enmity. Vengeance thrives. However, Lin Yao found herself at a loss as to where to begin her investigation. Days later, Lin Yao unexpectedly received a letter. Su Huan had taken the initiative to request a meeting with her. Disguising herself, she arranged to meet Su Huan in a secluded tea house. Su Qinhu, have you spent the last few days reflecting and come to regret your previous demeanor, wishing to apologize in person? Lin Yao said. Su Huan's face was stern, a vein throbbing on his forehead, before he finally spoke. I have a lead on that individual. Lin Yao was astonished. The elusive figure of the Jinyui had been tracked down in mere days. Indeed, their information network was remarkably efficient. Where is he? Lin Yao inquired. Su Huan replied. In the capital, around Qiyun Mountain, a woodcutter has spotted him. However, Qiyun Mountain is vast. I have dispatched people to search for a day and a night. Yet we have not found him. In an instant, Lin Yao comprehended Su Huan's intentions. You wish for my assistance? Su Huan nodded. Lin Yao stated, Su Qinhu. Should I succeed in locating him this time, you must aid me with a matter in the future, should I ever require your help. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. And Lin Yao has cultivated a habit over 2 lifetimes of leaving herself an escape route. One must not be overly thin-skinned, but rather strive to secure as many benefits as possible. Su Huan gazed at her intently, his eyes cold as ice. Lin Yao replied, If Su Qinhu deems this unsatisfactory, then so be it. Another habit Lin Yao had developed over her lifetimes was the ability to read the situation. Su Huan spoke, Very well. Lin Yao silently wiped the sweat beading on her forehead. If you cannot find him. Su Huan quietly drew his embroidered spring knife. Lin Yao felt the cold sweat trickling down again. Negotiating with Su Huan was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Qiyun Mountain. Lin Yao alighted from the carriage, gazing at the towering mountain before her. Su Huan, however, watched Lin Yao, pondering how she would manage to search this vast expanse. Lin Yao began her ascent, fortunate to be dressed in male attire, which made climbing considerably easier. Yet, having not practiced her skills for too long, she quickly found herself gasping for breath after a while. Her fair complexion flushed crimson under the sun, glistening with beads of sweat. Su Huan maintained a stoic expression, moving with remarkable ease. After approximately half an hour of climbing, Lin Yao finally paused. She stood atop a large rock, facing the wind, her view expansive. Su Qinhu, could I trouble you to catch a wild chicken for me? Lin Yao inquired. Wild chicken? Although Su Huan was uncertain of her intentions, he signaled discreetly to his trusted Jinyui. Accompanied by 2 Jinyui, both of whom he utterly trusted, they found the request perplexing. How could this woman locate what they had failed to find? Catching a wild chicken? Surely, she was not jesting with them? Nevertheless, as the superior had commanded, they had no choice but to comply. After much effort, the 2 managed to catch a wild chicken and presented it to Lin Yao. Could I trouble you to assist me in dispatching it? The Jinyui's expression momentarily froze as he glanced at Su Huan. Su Huan nodded, and the Jinyui turned towards the stream. The knife meant for killing had now become a tool for slaughtering the chicken. In no time, a mountain chicken was cleanly dispatched and handed to Lin Yao. Using Su Huan's embroidered spring knife, Lin Yao had already fashioned a pointed stick, which she deftly pierced through the wild chicken's flesh. Su Qinhu, could you please help me start a fire? Lin Yao asked. Su Huan regarded her with cold eyes. Then could you hold this for me while I tend to it? Lin Yao replied weakly. Gathering dry wood, Lin Yao stacked it together and ignited the fire, which roared to life, roasting the plucked mountain chicken. On her journey to Chiyun Mountain, she had stopped at a shop and purchased a variety of seasonings. Now, she began to apply the spices, the aroma of chicken wafting through the air. Su Huan and the two Jinyui grew increasingly impatient. Was this woman truly toying with them? Was she not here to search for someone, but rather to picnic in the wilderness? Su Huan silently polished his embroidered spring knife, which had dulled from a lack of recent use. His gaze fell upon Lin Yao's delicate, fair neck. Suddenly, Lin Yao felt a chill at her throat. She touched her neck and resumed her earnest task of roasting the wild chicken. It is worth mentioning that her skill in roasting wild fowl was acquired in her previous life. She and Gu Yulan were beset by bandits and, after fleeing, found themselves stranded in the mountains for a full month, surviving solely on wild fruits and game. She foraged for the fruits, caught the wild fowl, and prepared them for cooking, while Gu Yulan was solely responsible for consuming the meals. Reflecting on this now, she realizes that in her past life, she was almost entranced, entirely unaware that she had been toiling for Gu Yulan like a beast of burden. The aroma grew increasingly enticing. Su Huan, sharpening his knife, paused and cast a glance at the golden brown roasted chicken. Meanwhile, the other two imperial guards had already begun to salivate. Suddenly, Su Huan's body tensed, resembling an alert beast. As his gaze shifted toward a specific direction, there, at an unknown moment, stood a figure, clad in a flowing white gown with hair elegantly gathered. The face bore an ambiguous beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being wandering through the woods, breathtakingly exquisite. Chapter 59. The sorcerer by Lin Yao is a captivating enchantress, one who can lead even the most pristine flowers to wither, ensnare the most ascetic souls, and tempt the enlightened disciples to abandon their vows. In contrast, the individual before them embodies a serene beauty that can turn wayward souls back from their reckless pursuits, urging roguish youths to mend their ways, and instilling a sense of reverence that forbids desecration. In the blink of an eye, this person has approached them. The two guards in embroidered garments gazed in rapt admiration, while Su Huan, ever vigilant, brandished his embroidered spring knife. Yet, even he could not suppress the flush that crept to his ears. The voice that broke the silence was deep and husky, undeniably pleasant, yet distinctly masculine. The two guards were rendered speechless. Su Huan squinted, taken aback. Lin Yao exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this enigmatic figure, though elusive, had not forsaken his insatiable appetite for delicacies. He was the sorcerer Bai Zai, a master of disguise, even donning women's attire. Bai Zai extended his hand toward Lin Yao, signaling his desire for the roasted chicken she held. Senior, one does not receive rewards without offering assistance. If you wish for this roasted chicken, you must first grant me a favor, Lin Yao proposed. Bai Zai regarded her with curiosity. What favor? The heart unity worm. To save a life, Lin Yao replied. Su Huan observed Bai Zai with a frosty demeanor, though his eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Bai Zai rummaged through his robes, producing a vial from which he poured out a dozen or so objects resembling insect eggs. After a careful inspection, he selected one shaped like a gourd. Here is a heart unity worm, Bai Zai stated slowly. I require a month's worth of roasted chicken. Lin Yao readily agreed. Deal. Bai Zai took the roasted chicken and devoured it with an air of elegance, exuding an ethereal grace that made him appear remarkably refined. The two guards were left in astonishment, wishing silently that he would remain silent. Though Bai Zai consumed his meal with decorum, he did so with remarkable speed and cleanliness, soon leaving behind only a bare chicken carcass, akin to the remnants of a beast rather than a human. As they prepared to part ways, Su Huan turned to Lin Yao and said, "Do not mention the heart unity worm to Ai." Lin Yao gazed at him. He had shared half his life force with her yet refrained from revealing this to spare her feelings of guilt. Such a commendable brother. She had one in her previous life as well. Lin Yao nodded in understanding. Upon dismounting the carriage, she noticed the Wang family's carriage waiting nearby, while theirs continued unchanged towards the Su residence. They entered through the back door, Su Huan leading Bai Zai directly to Su Yi's chamber. Su Yi lay upon her bed, pallid and breathless, teetering on the precipice between life and death. She was in torment, life was an agony, and death offered no reprieve. Leaving her in a state of despair, she gazed vacantly at the figure standing by her bedside. Elder brother, I saw Brother Chao Feng. He misses me, and I miss him dearly, Su Yi murmured. Su Huan felt a pang in his heart. He wanted to say, I miss Chao Feng as well, but instead, he urged, please stay with your brother for a while longer. We will seek out Chao Feng together. Just a little longer. Elder brother, I am in such pain. Su Yi lamented, her strength waning. I have brought someone who can save you, Su Huan declared. Su Yi gazed with difficulty at the ethereal figure before her. A being as exquisite as a celestial maiden. Could she be saved? She dared not indulge in such hopes. Have you made up your mind? Bai Zhe inquired. Casting a glance at Su Huan, his goo worm sought the lives of those on the brink of death. Robust individuals were a rarity, for few would willingly barter their lives for another. Nevertheless, Su Huan answered without hesitation, I have made my decision. 2 cups of water, Bai Zhe instructed. Su Huan promptly fetched 2 cups of water. Bai Zhe, holding the heart-binding goo, gently squeezed it from both ends, allowing the tiny yellow worm to mingle with the liquid. Upon contact with the water, the worm sprang to life, swimming languidly. Su Huan's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. He had studied the heart-binding goo, and indeed, this was it. His sister could be saved. Drink up. Once consumed, there is no turning back. Before Bai Zhe could finish, Su Huan downed the contents in one swift motion. He then lifted the other cup and cradled Su Yi, urging her to drink. Almost instantaneously, vitality returned to Su Yi. A glimmer illuminated her previously murky eyes. Yet, Su Huan felt the toll of life slipping away from him, his once jet-black hair now streaked with gray. Elder brother, Su Yi said, a tremor of excitement in her voice. I feel as though I am truly improving. It had been an eternity since she last experienced such relief. After a year of languishing in illness, each day had grown worse, each moment dimming her hope. Although the medicinal pills had sustained her, they seemed to drain her very essence, leaving only a flicker of life. She never anticipated that genuine hope for recovery could arise. Su Huan's cold fa finally began to crack, his dark eyes brimming with emotion, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. Elder brother, what has happened to your hair? Su Yi asked, frowning at the sight of his gray strands. I think the white hair looks good, Su Huan replied, gesturing towards Bai Zhe's silvery locks with a serious expression. Doesn't it look splendid? Su Yi stared at Bai Zhe, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend clearly, only sensing an otherworldly beauty. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed strikingly beautiful. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Su Yi expressed her gratitude earnestly. Su Huan knelt before Bai Zhe, an act of reverence. This was a man of stature, a captain of the Jin Yi Wei, who would kneel before kings and emperors, yet not before anyone else. It was that girl who saved you, Bai Zhe replied coolly, before gracefully departing. Su Yi was taken aback. Elder brother, was that young master just now? Su Huan rose from the ground, assisting Su Yi to sit properly, and nodded in affirmation. Su Yi was astonished. Could there truly be such a breathtaking young master? The girl he mentioned is the side consort of Prince Yu, Lin Yao. Is it Yaoa? Su Yi exclaimed in surprise. Elder brother, both Sivan and Yaoa are good. You must not always oppose the Yu Wangfu. The Duke of Duan is not a wise ruler. Prince Yu killed Chao Feng. This vendetta must be avenged, Su Huan declared. Reflecting on her brother, Su Yi's gaze dimmed. Elder brother, once we have avenged this wrong, let us depart from this place of strife. Su Huan nodded in agreement. Your recovery must be kept secret from outsiders, he instructed. A hint of guilt clouded his heart, for he understood his sister's yearning to experience the world beyond, to admire the blossoms in spring and the snow in winter. Yet, she remained confined within this courtyard, feigning a grave illness. Su Yi nodded. All right, elder brother, I understand. It was the Prince of Duan who held leverage over her brother. Only in her ailing state could the prince feel at ease regarding her brother's safety, ensuring the protection of both siblings. Time was on their side. Once they avenged their grievances and departed from the capital, their safety would be secured. Elder brother, the Prince of Yu is our adversary, while Yaoer is our benefactor. We must repay enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness, Su Yi asserted. Su Huan nodded in agreement. At the Prince of Yu's residence, Lin Yao had toiled throughout the day. After a refreshing bath, she lay down, preparing for a well-deserved rest. Suddenly, a shadow clad in white appeared silently at her bedside. He exuded an ethereal aura, resembling a celestial being, and spoke, I wish to partake in roasted chicken. Chapter 60. Without you, no one can be my support. Lin Yao turned over. A voice came from behind. I want to eat roast chicken. Lin Yao could only get up and personally head to the kitchen to prepare a chicken for Bai Zhe. Are you going to follow me for the entire month? Lin Yao inquired. Bai Zhe gave her a look, urging her to decipher it herself. During this month, you must remain silent and pretend to be my distant cousin, Lin Yao stated. As a side consort of the esteemed Prince Yu, having a strange man by her side was quite the scandal. It would be much easier if she were a woman. Bai busied himself with the roast chicken. Lin Yao reached out her hand to halt his eating. Only then did Bai find the opportunity to respond, nodding in agreement. Once Bai finished the chicken, he elegantly wiped the grease from his mouth and hands, transforming back into the ethereal being he was. Bai, is there a type of poison that can render someone irrational or controllable? Lin Yao asked. Bai remained silent, observing her. You may speak when it is just the two of us, he said. Lin Yao continued. Is there such a poison? Bai replied simply, yes. Lin Yao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, 5 years ago, a person might have been affected by such a poison. Can you discern it now? I can. Lin Yao promptly took Bai to see Prince Yu. In the unrestrained courtyard, Chang Feng gazed at Bai's unfamiliar face with surprise. Who is she? He inquired. Lin Yao trusted Chang Feng, but refrained from elaborating on certain matters. This is my distant cousin and a physician. Her ancestors were imperial doctors. I have always sensed something amiss with the prince's health, so I brought her to examine him, Lin Yao explained. Chang Feng did not press further. Lin Yao led Bai into the Buddhist hall, where Prince Yu sat in meditation, his expression devoid of emotion. Lin Yao exchanged a glance with Bai, who immediately approached the prince for examination. As Prince Yu suddenly opened his eyes, he was met with a flawless, pale face hovering close to him. He frowned, instinctively preparing to retaliate, but the figure had already retreated. Bai looked at Lin Yao with a hint of grievance, as if to say that had he not been quick to react, he would have received a slap. Your Highness, this is Bai. I would like him to examine you to see if you were affected by poison 5 years ago, Lin Yao clarified. Prince Yu scrutinized Bai, who returned the gaze. Both were aloof figures. Prince Yu's coldness was profound, while Bai's exterior was frosty, concealing a childlike essence within. Your Highness, please allow Bai to examine you, Lin Yao coaxed, softening her voice in a charming manner. Prince Yu, taken by her lovely eyes filled with yearning, felt his heart soften, dispelling his initial hostility. Only then did Bai advance closer, studying intently. He reached out, but Prince Yu glared at him. Bai looked at Lin Yao with a sense of injustice. Your Highness, consider him as a physician, Lin Yao urged. With that, Prince Yu ceased his glare. Bai pressed his hand against the prince's skin, his demeanor serious. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and nodded at Lin Yao. He opened his mouth to speak, but recalled Lin Yao's instructions and instead took her hand to write in her palm. Suddenly, King Yu extended his hand, striking away the other's grasp. Without preamble, Bai glanced at Lin Yao. Understanding that King Yu had discerned Bai's true gender, Lin Yao saw no need for further concealment. Speak, what kind of poison is it? She inquired. It is the lost soul goo, Bai replied. This particular goo can only survive for half an hour before it vanishes. It feeds on the blood from the neck and leaves behind traces. Lin Yao recalled how Bai had meticulously examined King Yu's neck. It all made sense now. The goo could only endure for half an hour, meaning that after this duration, King Yu would regain his senses and awaken. If one is afflicted by this goo, will they lose their mind and become a violent killer? Lin Yao pressed on, her heart racing. If that were the case, even in madness, it would be King Yu who had committed the acts. If not, then he was entirely blameless. No, Bai reassured her. Instantly, Lin Yao felt a wave of relief wash over her as she looked joyfully at King Yu. Your Highness, your subordinates were not slain by your hand. You have been wronged, she exclaimed with fervor. King Yu fixed his gaze upon Lin Yao, his expression remaining as impassive as ever. Your Highness, there is no need for guilt, Lin Yao said. Yet, as she beheld his unchanging face, her heart sank. Could it be that this was not the crux of the matter? What, indeed, was the reason behind King Yu's pursuit of enlightenment? Are there multiple poisons afflicting you? Bai continued to observe King Yu, pondering for a moment before speaking. Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat. What other poison could be affecting the prince? Bai's brow furrowed, indicating the presence of something exceedingly troublesome. There exists a long-lost goo known as the nightmare goo, Bai stated. King Yu looked at Bai with a hint of surprise. What happens to one afflicted by this goo? Lin Yao queried. The nightmare goo feeds on the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Bai explained. In that instant, Lin Yao suddenly comprehended everything. She finally understood why King Yu sought enlightenment, why he steadfastly refused to break his vows. Even upon learning that his subordinates were not harmed by him, he still chose to enter the Buddhist path. For in pursuing enlightenment, he sought to sever all desires and emotions. Without such passions, the goo would starve and fall into slumber. Yet, should he ever feel deeply, the goo would awaken and claim his life. King Yu's entry into the Buddhist order was not to endanger her and the empress, but rather to protect them. A prince devoted to the path of Buddhism was far preferable to one ensnared by Gu, a prince on the brink of death. At least the emperor still harbored hopes for him, and the duke would not immediately ascend to power. However, this was not a sustainable solution. In the long run, the emperor would inevitably lose patience. King Yu gazed at her, and she returned his gaze, sensing a profound sorrow in his eyes. For 5 long years, he had borne this burden alone. He silently endured the stigma of having killed his own subordinates, for he could not afford to show anger. He had to suppress every emotion within him. Baizhe, is there a way to dispel this Gu? Lin Yao asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Baizhe shook his head. I will offer you a year's worth of roasted chicken, Lin Yao proposed. Baizhe continued to shake his head. With each passing moment, despair clouded Lin Yao's expression. Thus, it seemed that King Yu had but one path left to tread, the pursuit of enlightenment. Until His Majesty completely lost his patience and appointed Prince Duan as the crown prince, everything unfolded as it had in a previous life. Loyal ministers were persecuted, while sycophants thrived. Among the numerous princes, only Prince Yu could rival Prince Duan. Lin Yao once believed she had the opportunity to rectify the chaos. Yet now she realized she was still on a path to despair. I will find you a supporter, Prince Yu suddenly declared. The mere thought of her alluringly nestled in another man's embrace gnawed at his heart. A supporter? Lin Yao replied with a gentle smile, Your Highness, aside from you, no one can be my support. For in this world, ultimately, the good perish while the wicked prevail. She was unwilling to rely on the wicked to survive. Then, leave the capital and go with your mother and sister, Prince Yu suggested. Lin Yao remained unwilling to accept this fate. She gazed at Prince Yu's strikingly cold and extraordinary visage, her heart still reluctant to part. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps other paths may yet reveal themselves. Chapter 61. Suppressing inner desires. As Lin Yao stepped out of the temple, she couldn't help but glance back at the man. He sat upright, his countenance serene and devoid of desire, as if he existed beyond the mortal realm. Yet, Lin Yao perceived an overwhelming sense of loneliness and pity emanating from him. Despite the desires that entwined him like creeping vines, he maintained a facade of detachment. Although he was undeniably precious and unique, he found himself bereft of even the simplest joys that others could easily grasp. An invisible shackle bound him, tightening with each passing moment. With sorrow in her eyes, Lin Yao let out a gentle sigh and turned to leave. Upon returning to her courtyard, Lin Yao inquired of Baizhe, Is it true that the curse of Prince Yu is so formidable? Is there truly no one capable of breaking it? Baizhe pondered for a moment, then replied, There may be one who can. Instantly, Lin Yao felt a flicker of hope. Where might he be? Baizhe responded, He has passed away. Lin Yao was taken aback. This was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Surely, she could not exhume a corpse and beseech the bones to lift the curse. Are you lamenting for him? Baizhe suddenly asked, observing Lin Yao closely. Lin Yao snapped back to reality. What do I have to mourn for him? I am barely able to safeguard my own well-being. Before long, Lin Sivon arrived. She cast a curious glance at Baizhe and remarked, I have heard that a distant cousin of yours has come to the estate, yet I have never heard of her before. Dear sister, he is not a cousin. He is a physician, Lin Yao clarified. Lin Sivon appeared somewhat anxious. Are you unwell? Not I. I noticed the prince's complexion seemed somewhat pale. So I requested him to examine the prince, Lin Yao explained. Lin Sivon sighed in relief. The prince is ill? She became tense once more. Lin Yao nodded. Is it serious? Lin Yao shook her head. As long as he does not face death, that is sufficient. Lin Sivon exhaled, reassured. Lin Yao did not intend to conceal the truth. Rather, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Moreover, if her sister learned of it, it would only serve to heighten her worries without yielding any solutions. By the way, I have arranged accommodations for your cousin, Lin Sivon mentioned. Baizhe silently lingered by Lin Yao's side. In his eyes, there was no distinction between genders, only those he favored and those he did not. My courtyard is quite spacious, Lin Yao remarked. Long Feng has conveyed the message. It seems to be the prince's intention, Lin Sivon stated. She, too, found it puzzling why an alternate lodging was necessary for a cousin, as she was not a male guest. Yet, she felt obliged to comply with the prince's wishes. Miss, please follow me, Lin Sivon beckoned to Baizhe. Baizhe stood still, maintaining an aloof expression, feigning ignorance. Lin Sivon felt a twinge of discomfort. On one hand was the prince's command, on the other was her sister's guest, whom she could hardly compel to go along. Lin Yao regarded him. You should heed my sister's arrangements. Only then did Bai Zhe acquiesce and follow Lin Sivan. The following day, as Lin Yao opened her eyes, she discovered Bai Zhe already seated in her chamber. Although Bai Zhe lacked martial prowess, he possessed extraordinary skills. It was said that bearing precious stones incurs peril, and his safety was attributed to his extraordinary agility. Noticing Bai Zhe gazing at her expectantly, Lin Yao felt compelled to rise and set up a roasting rack in the courtyard to prepare chicken for him. Bai Zhe was not particularly fond of food, yet he had an affinity for chicken. In her past life, Lin Yao first encountered him deep within the forest, where he was voraciously devouring a bloodied wild chicken. Indeed, he was an eccentric individual. Drawing herself from the reverie, Lin Yao observed Bai Zhe, who had polished off a roasted chicken, seated upright with a demeanor more graceful than that of a refined lady. Shortly thereafter, Lin Sivan hurried to find Lin Yao. Yao, the prince is to visit Linkong Temple tomorrow. Lin Yao was taken aback. What purpose does he have for Linkong Temple? The prince wouldn't he truly forsake his struggles to take vows and fully embrace the monastic life? Would he? However, considering his circumstances, he has little choice. But what of me? Lin Yao was consumed with worry. The abbot of Linkong Temple, Master Mingkong, was to expound on Buddhism. Not only would there be esteemed monks from various regions in attendance, but being a royal temple, many members of the imperial family were expected to visit as well. Lin Sivan explained. Relieved to learn that the visit was merely for the purpose of listening to the teachings, Lin Yao exclaimed, "Sister, shall we go as well?" "Certainly. We must attend. Otherwise, rumors of your diminished favor may circulate, attracting the unwelcome attention of jesters eager to mock you." Lin Sivan nodded affirmatively. "I came to find you to prepare for tomorrow's departure with the prince." That evening, Xiaojun assisted Lin Yao in her preparations. As she rummaged through her trunk, she unearthed several books, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Your Highness, do you intend to take these books with you?" Lin Yao glanced at the tomes, their covers appearing exceedingly tight. Yet upon opening them, the contents and illustrations were enough to cause anyone to blush. These were the very texts Lin Yao had previously sought to entice Prince Yu. As the saying goes, in every field, there are masters. She had diligently studied these works, hoping to captivate the aloof flower of the highlands. What was the outcome? Her attempts at seduction had proven perilous. Now, she found herself ensnared, neither able to advance nor retreat. Clearly, these books held no further utility. "Dispose of them," Lin Yao instructed. Xiaojun took the tomes outside. Just as she was about to discard them, she turned back to see a white figure emerge, who then began to peruse one of the books with a most serious and engrossed expression. Xiaojun recognized her. She was a distinguished guest of the princess, known for her frosty demeanor and undeniable elegance. To her surprise, the lady appeared to relish such literature. Observing Xiaojun's gaze, Bai Zhe contemplated for a moment before extending the book toward her, her expression serene and clear. Xiaojun was momentarily stunned, but soon realized the gesture was one of sharing. Her cheeks reddened, and she swiftly turned to flee. The following morning, Lin Yao and Lin Sivan exited the gates of the prince's residence together. 2 carriages awaited them. In front, a long carriage had its bench being stowed away, indicating that the prince had already boarded. "Yao, do you wish to sit with the prince?" Lin Sivan inquired. Although she was somewhat perplexed by the nature of Lin Yao's relationship with him, Lin Yao often spoke of their closeness, and indeed, the prince seemed to hold genuine affection for her. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Lin Yao gazed at the carriage, nearly able to envision the man seated within, his countenance cold and devoid of any discernible expression. Lin Yao pondered for a moment before making her way towards the carriage ahead. Inside, Prince Yu sat, and suddenly, the curtain was lifted, revealing a delicate visage before him. The prince's lips were pressed tightly together. Their eyes met, and within Prince Yu's gaze, a torrent of suppressed emotion swirled. Lin Yao felt her heart inexplicably skip a beat. In that fleeting instant, she quickly offered a smile. "Your Highness, we shall meet at Linkong Temple." Soon, the curtain fell, obscuring that enchanting face. Prince Yu closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the yearning desire to reach out and draw closer to her. Chapter 62. The conflict at Linkong Temple. Lin Yao returned to the carriage of Lin Sivan. Lin Sivan appeared somewhat surprised and inquired, "Why did you not sit with the prince?" The reason was simple. She feared that getting too close to the prince would lead her to inadvertently entice him, stirring emotions that could cost her dearly. "The prince is reciting scriptures, which gives me a headache," Lin Yao replied, adopting a coy tone to deflect her companion's curiosity. Linkong Temple is situated on the outskirts of the capital, and the journey from the city to the temple takes approximately 2 hours. The two carriages from the royal residence swayed gently as they arrived at the temple gates around noon. The Prince of Yu alighted first, greeted by a high monk waiting at the entrance, and they entered together. Lin Yao gazed at the man's retreating figure, his serene demeanor harmonizing perfectly with the temple's tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Yao sensed a gaze filled with malice directed at her. Turning her head, she saw a familiar figure being assisted down from a carriage by servants, Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi regarded Lin Yao with palpable disdain, exclaiming, "Have I been away for so long that the world has sunk to such depths? This lowly concubine dares to enter the sanctity of the Buddha? Truly, a disgrace to the eyes of the Almighty." Numerous carriages were parked at the temple entrance, with several noble women just disembarking. Upon hearing Liang Cixi's words, they all stifled laughter, casting scornful glances at Lin Yao. Though Lin Yao enjoyed the prince's protection, her reputation was hardly flattering. Out of deference to the Prince of Yu, they refrained from speaking openly, but a mocking smile was permissible. Lin Sivon's face flushed with anger. "Miss Liang, I implore you to choose your words carefully." Liang Cixi paid no heed, retorting, "Am I mistaken? Is she not relying on her wiles to ascend through the Prince of Yu? And you, despite being a princess, hold less stature than a mere secondary consort, reduced to servitude. How laughable." The noble women turned their attention back to Lin Sivon, their amusement intensifying as they clearly regarded the two sisters as a source of entertainment. If they endured this ridicule, the entire Prince of Yu's residence would become a laughingstock. Lin Yao strode directly towards Liang Cixi and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Liang Cixi clutched her cheek in disbelief. "You dare strike me?" she exclaimed, incredulous. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to lay a hand on her, save for her mother. The onlookers were equally astonished. They had only heard tales of the new consort's madness, but never anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. To strike Liang Cixi, the cherished daughter of Lady Zhao, who was none other than the beloved sister of the favored concubine, was an audacious act. However, this incident also highlighted the standing of the Prince of Yu. One was a favored consort, while the other was the cousin of the Duke of Duan. If a rivalry were to ensue, it could indeed become quite contentious. "I am the Prince of Yu's consort. You may slander me at will, but can I not retaliate?" Lin Yao stated coldly. "I will kill you." Liang Cixi lunged at Lin Yao. With a swift sidestep, Lin Yao evaded her grasp. Liang Cixi stumbled, crashing to the ground, her forehead striking the earth with a resounding thud that elicited sympathetic winces from the spectators. Liang Cixi raised her head, her once exquisite features now marred with dirt and ash, rendering her appearance grotesque. With venomous eyes, she glared at Lin Yao before addressing her dazed attendants. "Why do you not hurry to assist me?" Liang Cixi shouted. The servants hurried over to assist Liang Cixi, who commanded, "Seize her for me." With that, two of them approached Lin Yao, who remained motionless. However, two guards stepped forward to obstruct their path. "Miss Liang, desire for food and love is inherent to our nature, a necessity for procreation. Otherwise, how would you have come into existence? Thus, do not perceive this matter as sordid. I shall not tarnish the purity of the Buddhist realm. Rather, it is you who, with such venomous malice and a heart replete with filth, would bring disgrace to the Buddha's eyes," Lin Yao retorted coldly, fixing Liang Cixi with a piercing gaze. Frustrated, Liang Cixi was at a loss. She could neither strike nor scold effectively. All she could do was watch helplessly as Lin Yao and that wretched Lin Sivon entered the gates of Linkong Temple. Once settled, Lin Yao closed the door and subdued her previously brash demeanor, saying to Lin Sivon, "Sister, Liang Cixi is exceptionally malicious. Now that we coexist in Linkong Temple, we must remain vigilant against any sinister schemes she might concoct." Lin Sivon nodded, hoping that no unforeseen troubles would arise in the coming days. Meanwhile, Liang Cixi was in a frenzy, smashing objects in a fit of rage. Madame Zhao observed with a furrowed brow. Finally, when Liang Cixi was out of breath from her rampage, Madame Zhao spoke. "Have you finished your tantrum? Is she not merely relying on the favor of Prince Yu? What is she but a mere illegitimate daughter of a fallen family?" Liang Cixi huffed indignantly. "She merely relies on the prince's affection." Madame Zhao replied coldly. "When Prince Yu departs from the monastery and enters the court to become the crown prince, it will not just be you. Our entire family's fate will hang in her hands." The thought of such a possibility sent Liang Cixi into a rage. In her eyes, Lin Yao was akin to an ant, and the notion of being controlled by an ant was unbearable. A surge of resentment welled up within her. She longed to flay Lin Yao alive. "Mother, we must not allow Prince Yu to gain power. The crown prince must be my cousin, the Duke." Liang Cixi insisted fervently. Madame Zhao chuckled softly. "Of course, the crown prince is your cousin, the Duke. I was merely jesting. Not only is Prince Yu currently entrenched in the monastery, but even if he were to emerge, the court is a web woven by your cousin's influence. He could not hope to overturn it." Relieved, Liang Cixi exhaled. "When my cousin ascends to the throne, I shall ensure Lin Yao knows no peace, unable to live or die." She spoke with a fierce determination. Lin Yao's arrogance was but a fleeting moment. Once Prince Yu fell from grace, she would relish the opportunity to trample Lin Yao beneath her heel. "Dear Cixi, while the imperial consort and I share a bond as sisters, there remains a distance between us. My wealth and status depend solely on the consort's word. However, relying on others is frail. If one can wield power independently, that is far superior," Madame Zhao remarked leisurely. Liang Cixi gazed at her mother. "Mother, what do you imply?" "Recently, I have met with the Duke several times, and he has inquired about you. It seems there is mutual interest after the incident involving Liang Cixi and Yu Tang." The court buzzed with rumors of her destined fortune, and the Duke had begun to entertain thoughts of her. Madame Zhao was well aware and found the prospect agreeable. Liang Cixi furrowed her brows and said, "Mother, I do not have any affection for my cousin. Her heart belonged to a man like Yu Tang. She found her cousin, the Duke of Duan, excessively fickle and sinister, and thus she felt repelled. Furthermore, the Duke of Duan already had a legitimate wife. Would she be expected to marry him as a concubine? That notion was utterly unacceptable to her. Whether one likes someone or not is of paramount importance." Madame Zhao attempted to persuade her further. "Of course, affection is significant. Otherwise, why would mother insist on marrying father?" Liang Cixi replied, "Father came from humble beginnings, and at that time, our family still had a wife and daughter." Madame Zhao's expression slightly changed. "Cixi." It seemed she was rather sensitive about this topic. Liang Cixi chose to remain silent, muttering, "In any case, I do not wish to marry the Duke of Duan." Madame Zhao responded, "Let us discuss this matter another time." After their conversation, Liang Cixi still felt a lingering anger in her heart. She was determined to find an opportunity to teach Lin Yao a lesson. Chapter 63. Encounter with the princess. After a long day's journey, Lin Yao and Lin Sivon were thoroughly fatigued. Once settled, they retired for the night. Lin Yao, however, found little solace in sleep. In her dreams, the curse afflicting Prince Yu remained inescapable, as in her previous life, leading him to a complete renunciation of the world. Ultimately, the emperor named Duke Duan as his heir. Meanwhile, she and her sister fell prey to Liang Cixi, who mercilessly flayed them alive. In her dream, Liang Cixi was particularly arrogant, while she and her sister were like lambs awaiting slaughter, unable to escape their grim fate despite their desperate pleas. Awakened from this nightmare, Lin Yao found herself startled. Outside, dawn broke, accompanied by a gentle drizzle. A sense of lingering dread washed over her, and she felt a wave of relief that it was merely a dream. Yet, she could not shake the haunting realization that if the curse on Prince Yu remained unresolved, Duke Duan would inevitably ascend as the crown prince, and the events of her dream could morph into reality. What could she possibly do? Lin Yao lay in bed until the sun had fully risen before finally getting up. Master Ming Kong's Buddhist gathering consisted of 3 sessions, with the first taking place the following day. Thus, she found herself with little to occupy her time that day. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Yao decided to wander through the temple. Linkong Temple had always been a place of efficacy for her in her past life. She frequently visited to pray for Gu Yulan's safety and for success in her endeavors, all of which had come to fruition. Now, she sought peace for Prince Yu. His tranquility would ensure her own safety, as well as that of her sister and mother. Entering the familiar hall, she knelt down and prayed earnestly. She implored that someone might break the curse upon Prince Yu, allowing him to embrace his true nature once more. She wished for him to return to his authentic self. Before long, she heard footsteps approaching. Turning her head, she beheld a noble woman entering the hall. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, exuding an air of elegance and grace, adorned in luxurious attire that spoke of her noble birth. Lin Yao recognized her at once, the current Long Princess. The Long Princess was a significant figure in this Buddhist gathering. In the early years of the current emperor's reign, when his heirs were scarce and several consorts had suffered miscarriages, whispers circulated among the populace that the emperor was cursed with a fate of solitude. Though he feigned indifference, dismissing such rumors as nonsense, he was deeply affected by them. It was not until the late empress bore the Long Princess that this rumor was finally dispelled. Consequently, the emperor held the Long Princess in exceptionally high regard. Even with the subsequent births of Duke Duan, Prince Yu, and several other princes and princesses, the Long Princess remained uniquely cherished. This adoration forged her distinct position within the court. The Long Princess had married the legitimate heir of the Duke of Protection, but he passed away prematurely, leading the emperor to welcome her and her young daughter back to the palace. The emperor treated her as a precious jewel, and even the haughty Wang Guifei and Lady Zhao tempered their demeanor in her presence. In her previous life, Lin Yao had encountered the Long Princess, though at that time she was bereaved of her only beloved daughter, appearing somewhat deranged as she clutched a doll, alternating between soothing it and weeping. The contrast between that state and the Long Princess's current poise was striking. Rising from her mat, Lin Yao paid her respects to the Long Princess. The princess offered a gentle smile, refraining from further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Yao's presence. Lin Yao departed from the palace, and upon glancing back, she beheld the crown princess kneeling on a mat, her demeanor one of profound reverence. Rumor had it that the crown princess's daughter, Princess Yuzhong, was particularly frail. Perhaps she was beseeching blessings for her child. A mother invariably yearns for her offspring's safety and prosperity. Should the crown princess extend her protection, it might very well pave the way for a future escape. However, cultivating a rapport with the crown princess necessitated careful planning and could not be rushed. After making a circuit, Lin Yao resolved to return to her quarters. Yet, as she traversed a solitary corridor, she sensed a predatory gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated upon her. Instinctively, she quickened her pace. Suddenly, a figure materialized before her, obstructing her path. Lin Yao regarded the individual and thought, indeed it was him. Her face betrayed her surprise. "Your Highness, the Duke of Duan." This humble servant pays her respects. The Duke, however, uttered not a word, instead appraising Lin Yao with a lecherous gaze, as if intent on undressing her with his eyes. Lin Yao felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, yet she could not retaliate as she might have with Liang Cixi. After all, the support of the Prince of Yu, which could instill fear in Liang Cixi, held no sway over the Duke of Duan. Lin Yao mused that if only the Prince of Yu could gain prominence, she would gladly pluck out the Duke's eyes, rendering him incapable of such lascivious glances. "Your Highness, I must attend to the Prince of Yu. I take my leave," Lin Yao said with a smile, attempting to turn aside and forge a new path. Yet, the Duke followed her closely. "I happen to be seeking the Emperor's brother. It seems our paths align." Seeking? The Duke harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Prince of Yu. What business could he possibly have? The Duke trailed behind Lin Yao, intensifying her discomfort. She hastened her steps, but suddenly, a hand seized hers. "Sister-in-law, why do you rush so, when there are no beasts in pursuit?" The Duke teased. "You are far more fearsome than any beast," Lin Yao retorted. "I fear the Prince of Yu may grow anxious if he does not see me soon." Rather than releasing her, the Duke pushed her against a rockery, pressing his weight upon her. Lin Yao's expression shifted. "Your Highness, I am the Prince of Yu's woman. I implore you to maintain decorum." The Duke's demeanor transformed into one of frivolity. A brother's woman is far more intriguing. His hand began to roam indiscriminately over Lin Yao's body. Initially, he merely wished to savor the allure of the woman who had captivated his proud brother's heart. After her escape at the Shu residence, the Duke found himself increasingly obsessed. What he sought remained elusive. As he drew closer, he inhaled her delicate fragrance, becoming further entranced, and pressed his lips against her neck. Lin Yao's skin prickled with revulsion, prompting her to recoil in fury. "Duke, if you were to lay hands upon your brother's woman in this sacred place, should word reach His Majesty, do you truly believe your claim to the throne is secure?" The Duke, finally sensing the gravity of the situation, released Lin Yao. "Indeed, I was hasty. Once I ascend as heir apparent, it shall not be too late." Lin Yao hurriedly turned to leave, yet the gaze of the predator lingered upon her. Initially, Lin Yao believed that aligning herself with the crown princess might offer her a chance at survival. However, given the Duke's obstinacy towards her, once he gained power, she would be at his mercy. Was there truly no escape for her? Under the Duke's watchful eyes, Lin Yao dared not return to her own quarters and instead sought refuge in the resting place of the King of Yu. She rushed inside, only to encounter the King of Yu engrossed in his scriptures. His dark hair cascaded down, and his serene visage bore an expression devoid of emotion, quietly fixating on Lin Yao, particularly her neck. "What has transpired?" the King of Yu inquired in a deep voice. Lin Yao yearned to voice her grievances. Yet the thought of provoking the king's emotions held her tongue captive. "It is nothing. I merely wish to see you." "What is it?" The king of you reiterated, his inquiry unwavering. Chapter 64. The Buddha will be rejected. Lin Yao recounted her encounter with Prince Duan on the road. Small-minded individuals achieving success. She exclaimed with indignation. The thought of such a person ascending to the throne in her past life, becoming the supreme ruler, wreaking havoc upon loyal ministers while sycophants thrived, only fueled her anger further. Suddenly, Prince Yu extended his hand. Startled, Lin Yao instinctively recoiled. His hand hesitated for a moment, but continued to reach towards her. The icy touch settling against her neck. He persistently rubbed a particular spot on her neck, the roughness of his calloused skin grazing her softly, causing her to instinctively draw back. Yet, the man's hand remained resolute, as if he sought to cleanse something lingering. In that instant, realization struck Lin Yao. This was the place that the beast, Prince Duan, had touched. She stared blankly at Prince Yu, whose expression was devoid of emotion yet held a profound, barely contained possessiveness in his gaze. A swell of emotion began to rise within her as she gazed at his extraordinarily handsome face, yearning to embrace his lean waist and kiss those cold, thin lips. However, she could not. She had to suppress the tumultuous feelings within. Prince Yu, too, was transfixed by her, noticing the glimmer in her eyes, her almond-shaped orbs wide with innocent allure, and her lips, enticingly crimson. He had tasted that sweetness before. A sudden thirst surged within Prince Yu, a desire to draw near and savor the nectar. Reason faded away, leaving only a profound yearning. As they inched closer, they could even sense each other's breath. In that fleeting moment, both entertained the same thought. Regardless of what the morrow held, they would entwine passionately. Yet, they both snapped back to reality. Prince Yu withdrew his hand, and Lin Yao stepped back a couple of paces. "Your Highness, Prince Duan's spies are likely watching this place. I shall stay here tonight," Lin Yao stated, as if nothing had transpired. Prince Yu nodded. "Have Changfeng make the arrangements." With that, he picked up a scripture and began to read with focused intent. Changfeng prepared a room for Lin Yao. Upon entering, the tension within her dissipated, leaving her somewhat despondent. To gaze upon such a striking figure yet remain untouched was a disheartening sensation. After washing up, Lin Yao lay down to sleep. In a drowsy haze, she sensed a fragrant aroma wafting through the room, reminiscent of sandalwood, the scent of Prince Yu. Had she dreamt of him, spurred by her daily thoughts? Moments later, a rough, large hand seemed to brush against her cheek, tenderly caressing her, its owner exhibiting immense restraint. A lingering gaze enveloped her, persisting long after the hand had withdrawn. Lin Yao's heart raced uncontrollably. When barely audible footsteps faded into silence, she finally opened her eyes. It had not been a dream. Prince Yu had indeed visited. The air still bore the enchanting scent of sandalwood. Yet, Lin Yao hesitated to open her eyes fully, fearing she could not contain herself. She tightened her clothing, staring vacantly into space. Was there truly no remedy for the enchantment binding Prince Yu? The following day, Lin Yao awoke early. Rather than having risen early, it felt more accurate to say she had scarcely slept at all. On a restless night, she found herself in turmoil, her mind ablaze with anxiety, rendering her unable to sleep. Thus, she gazed vacantly at the moon outside her window. To her astonishment, the visage of Prince Yu materialized upon the lunar surface, exacerbating her insomnia. Lin Yao rose, refreshed herself, and sought out Lin Sivan. There was a Buddhist gathering that day, which she felt compelled to attend. Upon seeing Lin Yao, Lin Sivan paused momentarily, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Yaoer, this is a sacred place. We must exercise restraint." Lin Yao observed her reflection in the mirror, dark circles under her eyes, her face weary, resembling someone suffering from kidney deficiency. She immediately comprehended Lin Sivan's implication. This was not a matter of restraint, it was insomnia. Yet, with her elder sister and several maidservants present, she pondered whether any prying eyes from Prince Duan might be lurking. Lin Yao's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Sister, such counsel should be directed at Prince Yu." The sisters exchanged playful banter before making their way to the Buddhist assembly. The gathering was held in the Grand Hall of Linkong Temple, with distinct seating for men on the left and women on the right. When Lin Yao and Lin Sivan arrived, numerous seats remained unoccupied. Lin Sivan quickly spotted a distinguished figure seated at the forefront, the Grand Princess, resplendent in her regal attire. "Yaoer, allow me to introduce you to a person of significance," Lin Sivan said, guiding Lin Yao toward the princess. As they approached, the Grand Princess turned her gaze to Lin Sivan, recognition evident in her eyes. "Your Highness." They greeted each other with polite cordiality. The Grand Princess then looked at Lin Yao, seemingly forgetting their previous encounter. Just as Lin Si was about to make the introduction, a voice rang out, "Your Highness." To their surprise, it was Liang Cixi who addressed the Grand Princess with a blend of respect and familiarity. "Ah, Cixi, you have arrived." The Grand Princess replied with a gentle smile. "Your Highness," Liang Cixi cooed, appearing quite intimate with the Grand Princess. Lin Yao furrowed her brow slightly. In her previous life, when she had last seen the Grand Princess, she had already lost her sanity. Had the Grand Princess and Liang Cixi been so close all along? Liang Cixi then turned her attention to Lin Yao, her expression souring. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her tone dripping with disdain. The Grand Princess sensed the tension and inquired of Liang Cixi, "Who is she?" "Your Highness." "She is the concubine who ensnared Prince Yu with her beauty and now enjoys his favor as a secondary consort." Liang Cixi's voice was laced with derision. The Grand Princess's demeanor shifted abruptly. Lin Yao suddenly recalled that the Grand Princess's husband had once been infatuated with a favored concubine, who, upon her untimely death, had left him despondent, ultimately leading to his demise. Consequently, the Grand Princess harbored a particular disdain for favored concubines. Liang Cixi's words completely tarnished Lin Yao's standing before the Grand Princess. Lin Si hastily interjected, "Your Highness, Yao is my maternal sister. Due to my ill health, I asked her to assist in serving the prince." The Grand Princess merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yao. Despite her modest attire, which concealed her figure, her alluring curves and fair skin betrayed an irresistible charm. The Grand Princess felt a surge of displeasure and, uninterested in hearing Lin Sivan's explanation, waved her hand dismissively. Left with unspoken words, Lin Sivan could only grasp Lin Yao's hand, offering silent comfort. Lin Yao felt indifferent. Having lived 2 lives, she had experienced both wealth and disgrace. Such cold glares held no significance for her. "Cixi, please take a seat beside me," she said. "Princess Yu, you may choose your own spot. As for the bystanders, they could stand aside." The eldest princess took her seat, and Liang Cixi promptly sat next to her, casting a triumphant smile in Lin Yao's direction. "Yao, sister, you take a seat. I shall find another place." Lin Yao searched for an empty spot to settle down. Soon after, a woman approached. "I am a first-rank noble lady, and this position is quite suitable. I wish to sit here." There were plenty of vacant seats, and Lin Yao's spot was hardly prime. Yet the woman insisted on occupying it, clearly aligned with Liang Cixi's faction, intent on embarrassing her. Although Lin Yao was notorious for her eccentricity, she was not devoid of intelligence. This was a Buddhist gathering, and even the emperor might attend. If she caused a scene, it would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Prince of Yu's residence. Offending the empress and subsequently the emperor would indeed hinder the prince's standing. Thus, Lin Yao chose not to contest, instead rising courteously to say, "Please, take your seat." The woman responded with a disdainful smile. Chapter 65. The crisis at Linkong Temple. Lin Yao directly requested a stool from the young monk and seated herself upon it, ensuring that no one would vie for her position. At last, she found a semblance of tranquility. One by one, the noble women arrived, filling the seats and casting amused glances at Lin Yao, who sat on her stool. What was so amusing? Was it not merely to curry favor with Liang Cixi? At that moment, a figure settled beside Lin Yao. She turned in surprise to find it was Liang Xinyue. What brought Liang Xinyue to this place? Madame Zhao held a deep disdain for Liang Xinyue, and allowing her to reside at the Liang residence was already an act of great leniency. How could she permit her to attend such a gathering of the elite? Lin Yao found it peculiar. Good friends, sitting together, Liang Xinyue's beautiful face radiated innocence and simplicity. Lin Yao felt a slight stirring within her heart. While others treated her like a ferocious beast, only Liang Xinyue approached her with warmth. "Yet, dear fool, do you not realize that your actions only make Madame Zhao regard you as a thorn in her side?" Lin Yao's heart ached slightly. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a gaze upon her. Turning her head, she saw Prince Yu. He entered accompanied by 2 esteemed monks. Though he had not taken the vows nor donned the monk's robes, the ethereal aura surrounding him was indistinguishable from that of the 2 monks. Prince Yu cast her a fleeting glance before quickly averting his eyes. It seemed that his understanding of Buddhism was profound, allowing him to engage in discourse with Master Mingkong. Just then, a gentle voice broke the silence. Lin Yao turned to see Duke Duan. Before the crowd, he donned the guise of a hypocrite, appearing quite dignified. His words bore no kindness. The closer Prince Yu drew to Buddhism, the further he distanced himself from the position of heir apparent. Duke Duan made his way to the foremost position on the left and took a seat. However, no seat could surpass that of Master Mingkong beside whom his younger brother was seated. Duke Duan was left to look up at him, a feeling of discontent swelling within. He could hardly bear the thought of his brother being above him, even slightly. Just wait, once I ascend to the position of heir, dealing with a monk will be effortless. With such thoughts, Duke Duan's anger subsided somewhat. Accompanied by the ethereal sound of the bell, Master Mingkong's Buddhist gathering commenced. Truly, Master Mingkong was an enlightened monk. Even the most monotonous teachings of Buddhism became captivating under his guidance. Lin Yao felt as though she had detached herself from the complexities of the world, liberated from the shackles of status, her spirit soaring in the air, bathed in the essence of Buddhist teachings. However, as the gathering concluded, she fell back to reality, plunging into the mire of existence, fighting for survival. Nearby, a throng of noble women surrounded the princess as she departed. Lin Sivon cast a glance at Lin Yao, silently urging her to return with caution. Lin Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Beside her, Liang Xinyue, likely overwhelmed by the cryptic teachings, had long since vanished. As the women departed, Prince Yu remained, accompanying Master Mingkong, followed by a throng of men. Soon, the vast temple hall was left with only Lin Yao. Rising from her small stool, she made her way toward her quarters. As she walked, a young monk hurriedly approached. "Are you the favored concubine of the Yu King?" the monk inquired. Lin Yao nodded, noticing the monk's anxious demeanor, as if he bore urgent news. "What has happened?" she quickly asked. "The Yu King's wife has suddenly fainted. You must hurry to see her," the monk replied. Lin Yao's heart sank. Her elder sister had fainted? Wasn't she by the princess's side? How could this happen? Could it be the doing of Liang Cixi? That wicked Liang Cixi, how could her sister possibly withstand her schemes? Lin Yao felt an unsettling dread. "Please, lead the way," she implored hastily. The monk walked ahead, with Lin Yao closely trailing behind. She wished fervently for wings to fly swiftly to her sister's side. Her thoughts were entirely consumed with Lin Sivon, and it was only upon entering a secluded courtyard that she sensed something amiss. Her sister, accompanying the eldest princess, should not have come to such a remote place. As she turned to leave, the courtyard door suddenly slammed shut. Lin Yao glanced back at the monk, now sporting a lecherous expression. "Concubine, since you're here, why hurry to leave?" he said, advancing towards her with ill intent. Panicking, Lin Yao rushed to the door and pulled at the lock, only to find it secured with an iron clasp. The surrounding walls towered a height of 10 feet, insurmountable, and given the isolation of the location, her cries for help would go unheard. She had unwittingly walked into a trap, ensnared in a cage. Regret washed over her, but it was too late. Lin Yao spun around to confront the approaching man. "You are not a monk from Linkong Temple, are you?" "You are." A name flashed through her mind. "You were sent by Liang Cixi?" The monk remained silent, yet his expression subtly shifted, confirming her suspicion. "Are you a servant of the Liang family? Or has Liang Cixi offered you some reward?" Lin Yao pressed on. The monk lewdly surveyed Lin Yao, stating, "Such a remarkable woman, that is the reward." The man lunged at Lin Yao, attempting to tear her clothing. Enduring the humiliation, Lin Yao retrieved a hairpin from her bosom, a safeguard she had kept for emergencies, which was now fortuitously timely. She brandished the pin, aiming for the man's throat. At that moment, Lin Yao felt a sudden numbness in her hand, causing her to drop the pin. Old 7, this woman is not compliant. She then realized there was another presence in the courtyard. The newcomer moved with a steady grace, displaying exceptional skill. Liang Cixi had evidently prepared thoroughly. Even had she not followed, she would likely have been captured by these two men. The man restraining Lin Yao frowned, delivering a sharp slap to her face. "Wretched woman!" Lin Yao felt a searing pain, but was unable to dwell on it. As soon her arms were subjected to excruciating agony, having been violently dislocated. She was dragged through the doorway and brutally thrown into a corner. Trembling from the pain, she could only watch as the two men advanced toward her. At this moment, it feels as though the heavens have turned a deaf ear, and the earth has lost its resonance. Chapter 66, The Conspiracy of Liang Cixi, Your Highness. I have heard that there is a lotus pond to the east of Linkong Temple, where the lotus flowers are in full bloom and exceptionally beautiful. Liang Cixi sweetly urged the Grand Princess, "Let us go and take a look. I wish to pick the most exquisite blossom for you." The Grand Princess, her expression indulgent, replied, "Very well, let us go see it, lest your incessant chatter gives me a headache." Liang Cixi linked arms with the Grand Princess, leading the way, followed by a throng of noble women, including Lin Sivon. Lin Sivon, however, was somewhat distracted, her thoughts lingering on Lin Yao. This time, Yao had truly been wronged. Who were those two people earlier? A monk and a noblewoman. Their closeness seemed rather intimate. Surely, they could not be engaged in some scandalous affair? Such indiscretion in the Buddhist realm was quite unbecoming. That woman looked somewhat familiar. I recall seeing her enter the residence of Prince Yu. Could she be one of his consorts? Ahead, two maidservants huddled together, whispering. Although intended as a private conversation, every noblewoman present overheard them. The Grand Princess's countenance darkened considerably. If there were indeed any illicit dealings, the royal family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. The consort of Prince Yu? Liang Cixi pondered, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Sivon. If she were not the princess, then she must be that concubine who ascended through her beauty. The Grand Princess's expression flickered with disdain. Yet Lin Sivon's face drained of color. Yao could never be such a person. Surely, there was some misunderstanding. No, it could very well be that Liang Cixi had orchestrated this scheme. How conveniently it had all unfolded. Liang Cixi suggesting a visit to see the lotuses, only to stumble upon the two maidservants gossiping. Panic surged within her. In such a precarious moment, she must not lose her composure. Lin Sivon hastily steadied her nerves and spoke with stern authority. Miss Liang, Yao is not that kind of person. I believe these two servants are merely spreading slander. Those who defame the nobility deserve punishment. The two maidservants' expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly knelt. We are not speaking falsehoods. What we said is all true. Liang Cixi replied. If that is the case, let us go and investigate. It would also serve to clear Lin Sufei's name. Lin Sivon's heart sank completely. It seemed everything had been meticulously planned. If Yao truly fell victim to Liang Cixi's machinations, not only would her reputation be ruined, but Prince Yu would never accept a woman who had lost her honor, and the Empress would not spare Yao either. She would be left with no way out. Lin Sivon could scarcely bear to imagine Yao's fate. This was undoubtedly Liang Cixi's conspiracy and intent. Upon hearing Liang Cixi's suggestion, the Grand Princess nodded in agreement. Such rumors, if allowed to spread, would indeed be damaging. She resolved to investigate. If the concubine was truly entangled with another, she would see to it that her younger brother's honor was restored by punishing the offender, thus preserving the royal dignity. If false, the gossip would be silenced. However, judging by the concubine's looks, she seemed quite unrestrained, making the former scenario more likely. The Grand Princess led the assembly of noble women towards the small courtyard, only to find the door locked from the inside upon their arrival. Under the bright blue sky, the door was unexpectedly locked, suggesting that something clandestine was occurring within. Liang Cixi scoffed, addressing a servant as she forcefully pushed the door open. The servant moved forward, eventually managing to break through the barrier after a considerable effort. Liang Cixi led the way, and soon enough, the sound of a woman's voice reached her ears, igniting a spark of joy within her. Wasn't this the very sound associated with illicit activities? It seemed her plan had succeeded, and she was on the verge of catching them in the act. The esteemed concubine, disregarding her marital duties, was entangled with a monk within the temple. Lin Yao was utterly doomed, her pride shattered. Soon, the Empress would surely exact her revenge without Liang Cixi needing to lift a finger. Moreover, after Prince Yu's transgression, the Empress had sent numerous women to him. Yet he had remained indifferent, showing particular interest only in Lin Yao. Given Lin Yao's behavior, it was likely that Prince Yu would soon become disillusioned with the mortal realm, perhaps even seeking refuge in the Buddhist faith. Her mother and aunt were already troubled by this predicament, and Liang Cixi felt she had accomplished a significant feat, striking two birds with one stone. As she approached the door, preparing to push it open, Lin Sivon suddenly blocked her path. Miss Liang, is it not too coincidental that you lured Her Highness the Princess to the eastern side of Linkong Temple, where two maids conveniently discussed matters? Could it be that this is your deliberate design? Lin Sivon inquired directly, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. It appeared that Yao had truly fallen victim to Liang Cixi's schemes. Regardless, if Yao was doomed, so was she. All her meticulous efforts had crumbled. In this moment, she craved a scapegoat, unwilling to witness Liang Cixi basking in triumph. Feigning innocence, Liang Cixi replied, Princess Yu, what are you insinuating? I simply have an affinity for lotus flowers. It is the indiscretion of certain individuals that draws attention and invites gossip. The voice of the Long Princess tinged with displeasure. She retorted, why do you protect a mere concubine who relies on her beauty for status? I do not defend Yao. I merely cannot abide by those who act immorally and tarnish the royal reputation. While Yao's reputation may be insignificant, the royal name carries immense weight, Lin Si continued. The Long Princess, who was particularly concerned with royal dignity, slightly altered her expression. This matter shall be investigated by me, and if anyone has conspired to ensnare another, I shall not show leniency. Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. It is merely that Lin Yao is too reckless. Liang Cixi hastily clarified, urging, please, have someone open the door to witness just how wanton that wretched woman is, and you shall understand. Liang Cixi was intent on revealing Lin Yao's disgraceful behavior to all, ensuring she would be shamed in front of everyone. The Long Princess signaled a servant, who approached the door and forcefully swung it open. In that instant, Liang Cixi's face radiated triumph, while Lin Si felt a wave of despair wash over her, instinctively averting her gaze, unable to confront the scene that lay within. However, when the reality of the situation became clear, Liang Cixi's expression abruptly shifted. Chapter 67. Lin Yao's escape. The scene did not unfold as Liang Xi had imagined. It was neither lewd nor unbearable. Instead, Lin Yao sat there in a state of disarray, her face smeared with dirt, her arm contorted at an unnatural angle, and her delicate features etched with pain. How could this be? It was not supposed to be like this. Wasn't it meant to be a public spectacle, with Lin Yao in a compromising position with a monk? Her disgrace laid bare? Liang Xi rushed into the room, searching frantically, as if to unveil the lecherous man. Lin Si followed closely, her heart aching at the sight of Lin Yao's distress. Yao, are you? Lin Yao shook her head, responding, sister, it's nothing. What is Miss Liang looking for? Confusion flickered across her still terrified visage. Lin Si let out a cold laugh. Miss Liang seeks to accuse you of an illicit affair with a monk. She must be looking for him now. Shock registered on Lin Yao's face. I have devoted my heart to Wang Yu, sharing a bond with him. How could I? As she spoke, humiliation overwhelmed her, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Lin Si quickly moved to avoid her injured arm, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Sister, I believe you would never do such a thing. Do not worry. Her Highness the Grand Princess will ensure justice is served and will not allow you to be wronged. The Grand Princess, having been alerted, finally inquired. What is the meaning of this? Someone told me a monk had harmed my sister, so I hastened to her aid. Yet, I was led into this secluded courtyard, where two women broke my arm and imprisoned me, Lin Yao recounted, her voice tinged with lingering fear. Perhaps I have offended someone who intended to harm me. The Grand Princess's expression shifted slightly as her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Liang Xi. It was then that Liang Xi regained her composure, exclaiming, Your Highness, it is not as it seems. She is undoubtedly fabricating this tale. She was caught in an affair and, upon being discovered, is now feigning victimhood. An affair? Exclaimed Lin Yao. How could Miss Liang so easily cast such aspersions? A woman's reputation is paramount. If this were to spread. She was about to dash herself against a pillar when Lin Sivan's firm grasp held her back. Your Highness, you must stand for Yao. The Empress and Wang Yu both hold her dear. Should anything happen to her, how could I face the Empress and Wang Yu? Lin Sivan pleaded, still holding Lin Yao protectively. If they had caught her in the act, there would have been grounds for discussion. Now, it was evident that Lin Yao had been wronged. Yet Liang Xi insisted on accusing her of misconduct. This was nothing short of an attempt to tarnish Lin Yao's reputation and the royal family's honor. Previously, Liang Xi had adeptly played the role of a favored guest before the Grand Princess, but witnessing her now, behaving like a shrew, soured the Grand Princess's disposition. With a cold glance towards Liang Xi, the Grand Princess spoke sternly, the side consort of Wang Yu has been deceived and imprisoned here. There is no question of any illicit affair. Miss Liang, cease your unfounded accusations. Your Highness, it is not as it appears. Yang Xi protested, unwilling to relent. Enough. What I wish to know is who is responsible for harming the side consort of Wang Yu. Your Highness, just now those two servants spread baseless rumors, claiming that Yao was in close contact with a monk. Lin Sivan immediately interjected. The Grand Princess furrowed her brows. Bring those two maids in. Simultaneously, Lin Sivan implored. Your Highness, Yao's hand. I beseech you to summon a physician to examine it. The Grand Princess ordered for the physician to be called. Before long, the two maids were brought in. Who instructed you to slander the consort of Prince Yu? The Grand Princess inquired coldly. The two maids were momentarily stunned, quickly revealing expressions of fear. Your Highness, we did not slander. What we spoke was the truth. Your Highness, I recall now, they are the ones who broke my hand. Lin Yao exclaimed hastily. No, we did not. I indeed saw her being close with a monk. It seemed they were reluctant to speak. Guards, Bring forth the punishment, the Grand Princess commanded icily. The Punisher was a trusted wet nurse of the Grand Princess. Remember, the Buddhist realm is pure, do not shed blood. The Grand Princess instructed. The wet nurse nodded. Rest assured, Your Highness. The palace has numerous methods of tormenting, and though they may not draw blood, there are countless ways to make life unbearable. After a while of punishment, the two maids were in such agony that they could barely endure it. We indeed framed her. We were forced. The maid struggled to cast a glance at Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi's expression changed dramatically. She wished to rush forward and eliminate that maid. How dare the wretched girl betray her? Lin Yao felt a sharp pain in her hand, but upon hearing this, her heart felt a slight relief. If Liang Cixi were to suffer, her own injury would not be in vain. However, at that moment, a woman suddenly approached Liang Cixi. I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Highness. The Grand Princess looked at the kneeling woman and frowned. Princess Rui, what fault do you bear? It was I who instructed the servants to deliberately frame the consort of Prince Yu. Princess Rui confessed. Lin Yao frowned. It appeared that the Princess Rui intended to take the blame for Liang Cixi. Why would a dignified princess take the fall for Liang Cixi? The reason being that, though he was a prince, Rui Wang held no power and influence. Despite being the brother of the current emperor, he was born of a palace maid and thus held in low regard. Princess Rui shielding Liang Cixi. It seemed Rui Wang was unwilling to remain an ineffectual prince, seeking an opportunity to rise. Of course, it could also be that Princess Rui wished to escape a life of hardship, hoping to gain a powerful ally in return. Why did you conspire against the consort of Prince Yu? The Grand Princess inquired with furrowed brows. I was jealous. Princess Rui bit her lip and replied. Jealous of what? The prince saw the consort of Prince Yu once and could not forget her. Having been a couple since youth, I simply could not bear it. Immediately, other women chimed in. To speak honestly, the consort of Prince Yu is indeed extraordinarily captivating. Any man who sees her becomes infatuated. Rui Wang, after all those years of love, was swayed by a seductress. Princess Rui is indeed a pitiable woman. The noble women collectively echoed, attempting to shift the blame onto Lin Yao. Lin Yao coldly noted the expressions of those around her. Your Highness, Yaoer has done nothing wrong yet has been subjected to such misfortune, and now must face the judgment of others. It is utterly unjust, Lin Sivon exclaimed, filled with indignation. The Princess of Rui is indeed a royal consort and my elder. I have no authority to punish her. I shall report this matter to the Empress for her to handle, declared the Grand Princess. With the statement, Lin Sivon had no further retorts and could only swallow her grievances. Thank you, Your Highness, for standing up for Yaoer. I am grateful to the Grand Princess. Both sisters expressed their gratitude. At that moment, the imperial physician arrived to attend to Lin Yao, realigning her fractured arm. The process was excruciating, yet once completed, her arm regained its normal function. After the treatment, the Grand Princess departed with a procession of noblewomen. Liang Cixi lingered at the back, casting a cold smile towards Lin Yao, who responded with a smile of her own. The suffering she endured today would eventually be repaid to Liang Cixi. Lin Sivon assisted Lin Yao back to their quarters. As soon as the door closed, Lin Sivon's expression shifted to one of concern and anxiety. Yaoer, what on earth transpired? How did you manage to escape? Chapter 68. Retribution. Lin Yu said, Sister, my words are half-truths. Indeed, a monk lured me to a secluded courtyard with ill intentions. I used a hairpin concealed on my person to stab him, and he fled, injured. I fear he may return, thus I hide in my room, hoping to discern who seeks to harm me. Lin Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet Lin Sivon felt the underlying peril. After all, she was a vulnerable woman confronting a rogue. Lin Sivon's heart quaked with trepidation. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lin Yao continued. It is evident that Liang Cixi is behind my troubles, yet those noble women readily defend her, and even the Grand Princess shelters her. Lin Sivon embraced Lin Yao. Dear Yaoer, you have suffered injustice. These people are adept at navigating the winds of favor. The Grand Princess, too, has been deceived. Initially, Lin Yao believed the Grand Princess had been misled by Liang Cixi. However, today, the truth lay starkly before her, yet the Grand Princess still spoke for Liang Cixi. This was a clear act of protection. Lin Yao had hoped to cultivate an alliance with the Grand Princess for her own benefit. But it seemed that the Grand Princess and Prince Duan were birds of a feather. She had been naively optimistic. Nevertheless, Lin Yao remained unwilling to relent. Sister, is it merely that the Grand Princess has been deceived? Do you know why she favors Liang Cixi so? Lin Sivon frowned. I have heard it is related to the Grand Princess's daughter, Princess Changlu. Princess Changlu? When she was poisoned. The imperial physician was at a loss, but thanks to Madame Zhao's efforts in seeking out a folk healer, Princess Changlu was saved. The Grand Princess's special regard for Liang Cixi must stem from her gratitude towards Madame Zhao. Ah, I see. Princess Changlu is the Grand Princess's Achilles heel. Madame Zhao has seized upon this vulnerability, forging a strong bond between them. It appears that any path with the Grand Princess is now irrevocably closed. Lin Yo and Lin Sivon dined together that evening. After the meal, Lin Yao returned to her own quarters. In truth, her explanation of how she evaded danger was also a blend of truth and fabrication. The reality was far graver than she had articulated. At that moment, she had faced two desperate men. Fortunately, she possessed a trump card, Bai Zhe. In a critical moment, Bai Zhe appeared, neutralizing the two assailants. Though Bai Zhe was not skilled in combat, he had taken advantage of their unpreparedness to incapacitate them. Presently, the two should be. Lin Yao slowly curled her lips into a smile. Madame Zhao surveyed the room, now strewn with shattered remnants, treading carefully to avoid the debris. She entered to find Liang Cixi fuming. Cixi, you have shattered everything in this room. Your anger should have dissipated by now. Do not remain in such a state. Madame Zhao gently soothed. Mother, how could this happen? I had arranged everything meticulously, yet upon opening the door, only that wretched girl was there. Liang Cixi was utterly perplexed, questioning the whereabouts of her accomplices. If only she could uncover the man in the room, Lin Yao would be utterly disgraced, branded a harlot, just a step away, and her vengeance would have been fulfilled. Cixi, I have already told you, do not be so impatient. Once your cousin ascends to the throne, you may torment that wretched girl to your heart's content. Liang Cixi was filled with indignation. Her patience had worn thin. Cixi, this is a sacred place of tranquility. Refrain from causing a disturbance, lest you inadvertently bring harm upon yourself, Lady Zhao admonished. Liang Cixi remained silent, clearly unwilling to relent. Cixi, be obedient. Lady Zhao's voice took on a more authoritative tone. Only then did Liang Cixi nod, though her heart was far from compliant. After Lady Zhao departed, Liang Cixi lay in bed, still pondering the whereabouts of the individuals she had dispatched. Had they truly vanished into thin air? As she drifted into a hazy slumber, she suddenly sensed the presence of two individuals beside her. Initially, they appeared to be unconscious, but soon they began to stir. Warm. The two figures inched closer, attempting to tug at Liang Cixi's garments. Startled awake, she found herself pinned beneath two men, a wave of fear washing over her as she screamed. At that moment, her maidservants burst into the room, their eyes widening in shock at the chaotic scene before them. Liang Cixi entangled with two men, one of whom was a monk. What are you standing there for? Hurry and pull them away. Liang Cixi shouted. The maidservants rushed forward, attempting to separate the men from her. However, the men's strength was formidable. They broke free from the maidservants' grasp and lunged toward Liang Cixi once more. The maidservants clung tightly, prompting the men to redirect their attention. Now grappling with the maidservants instead, the room descended into chaos, filled with screams and cries of distress. Ultimately, it was Lady Zhao who entered with reinforcements, bringing the tumult to an end. Despite her usual bravado, Liang Cixi, merely a young girl, was utterly terrified and threw herself into Lady Zhao's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lady Zhao, filled with maternal concern, quickly reassured her, do not cry, do not cry. Your mother is here. After a considerable time, Liang Cixi's sobs subsided, her gaze hardening with fury. Mother, what are those two scoundrels? With a mere glance, Lady Zhao summoned the two men before Liang Cixi. The room had been dark, and she had not discerned their features earlier. Now, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, their flushed faces were visible, bound and struggling, seemingly under the influence of a drug. However, what shocked Liang Cixi the most was the realization that these two men were precisely those she had dispatched to tarnish Lin Yao's reputation. How could they have vanished by day only to appear in her bed at night? What on earth was happening? Filled with a mix of hatred and a desire for the truth, Liang Cixi gritted her teeth and decided to endure. Wake them with cold water. I have questions to ask. The servants quickly fetched cold water and splashed it onto the faces of the two men. Gradually, their eyes began to clear. Miss, they exclaimed, bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Liang Cixi dismissed her servants, leaving only Lady Zhao present, and began her interrogation. I entrusted you with a task. How did you execute it? She coldly inquired. Miss, we followed your instructions and lured that woman to the courtyard. Just as we were about to act, we suddenly lost consciousness, and when we awoke, we found ourselves here. Please forgive us. Both individuals pleaded for mercy before Liang Cixi, evidently unaware of the enormity of the predicament they had created. "Come in," Liang Cixi commanded. Shortly thereafter, 2 servants entered and seized the 2 men, preparing to methodically crush their bones. Liang Cixi spoke coldly. The 2 men cried out in terror, "Miss, spare us." "Silence. First, sever their tongues to prevent them from disturbing the sanctity of the Buddha's domain." Liang Cixi frowned. As they were dragged away, the men were forced to open their mouths. A glint of silver flashed, leaving their mouths empty, save for the trickle of blood. Madame Zhao emerged from the room, casting a frigid gaze upon the gathered servants. "If even a whisper of today's events escapes your lips, I shall flay you alive." The servants trembled in fear. Within the room, Liang Cixi felt the urge to smash something, but found nothing suitable to destroy. Frustrated, she kicked the pillar instead. The pillar remained unscathed, while her foot throbbed painfully. Madame Zhao frowned. "Enough. Do not create further disturbances. If word of tonight's incident gets out, it will be most unpleasant." "Mother, it's that wretched woman. She is the one who has wronged me," Liang Cixi exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with fury. Madame Zhao, too, found the situation perplexing. How could Lin Yao, a mere frail woman, have orchestrated such a turn of events? Did she perhaps have a formidable ally concealed at her side? Chapter 69. The favor of Princess Changlu. Lin Yao understood that Liang Cixi would not have a restful night. The knowledge of Liang Cixi's distress brought her a peculiar sense of solace, allowing her to sleep exceptionally well that night. In the midst of her deep slumber, the door to her room creaked open, and a shadow clad in black slowly entered. The moonlight cascaded upon him, illuminating his tall figure and handsome, aloof visage. Prince Hu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the woman ensconced in her bedding. Her ebony hair tumbled down, framing a delicate face that appeared soft and pale. Her eyes were closed, with long, thick eyelashes, while her slightly parted lips appeared full and luscious. Prince Hu fixated on her, acutely aware of her suffering. Yet, he felt utterly powerless to alleviate her plight, and this sense of impotence gnawed at his heart. He had not intended to come here, yet somehow found himself standing at her door. His gaze lingered on her, almost greedily studying her features. The following day, Lin Yao woke to a faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the air, prompting a gentle smile to grace her lips. He had visited. This realization inexplicably lifted her spirits. After getting ready, Lin Sivon arrived. "Yaoer, accompany me for a stroll in this temple," she requested, although she framed it as an invitation for Lin Yao to join her. Her underlying concern was for Lin Yao's safety, fearing that she might fall prey to Liang Cixi's schemes again after the unpleasant events of the previous day. Lin Yao, wishing to reassure Lin Sivon, agreed to accompany her as they meandered through the temple grounds. As they approached the outer courtyard, something struck Lin Yao on the back. Turning around, she discovered it was a ball, not solid, but woven from bamboo. Hence, when it hit her, it didn't hurt. Lin Yao picked up the ball and scanned her surroundings, soon spotting a small head peeking over the wall. It was a little girl of about 5 or 6. Her chubby cheeks and strikingly beautiful eyes framed by 2 tiny hair buns that bobbed adorably, despite her pallid complexion. Noticing Lin Yao's gaze, the girl shyly withdrew her head. After a moment, she cautiously poked her head out again, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as they fixated on the ball in Lin Yao's hand. Lin Yao approached and extended the ball toward the child. The girl reached out, grasping the string attached to the ball, and quickly pulled it back inside, retreating once more. As Lin Yao took a few steps away, the girl peeked out again, and upon making eye contact, she vanished back behind the wall. This silent game continued between them until Lin Yao walked out of sight. "That is Princess Changlu," Lin Sivon remarked. Lin Yao had already surmised as much. A child of such tender age, adorned in opulent attire yet frail in health, made her identity readily apparent. Princess Changlu is not well, and the Grand Princess is exceedingly protective of her, fearing she might get hurt, Lin Sivon explained. The Grand Princess's concern confines her to a small space, which perhaps fuels the little girl's yearning for the outside world. In the afternoon, Lin Yao returned to the courtyard alone. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the little girl peering outside, seemingly awaiting something. Upon catching sight of Lin Yao, the girl's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She tossed the bamboo ball in her hand to Lin Yao, who caught it. Was this little girl attempting to share with her? Lin Yao returned the bamboo ball to Princess Changlu, and the two engaged in playful exchanges for quite some time. The little girl had shed some of her previous shyness, now beaming a joyful smile towards Lin Yao. "Princess, why did you climb so high?" A voice filled with alarm echoed. A flicker of disappointment crossed the little girl's face as she waved goodbye to Lin Yao, disappearing beyond the wall. Leaving no time for Lin Yao to react with the bamboo ball still in her grasp, Lin Yao gazed at the ball, which had begun to show signs of wear. a testament to Princess Changlu's fondness for it. With the princess gone, the ball would have to wait until tomorrow to be returned to her. On the other side of the wall, Princess Changlu was cradled by an elderly maid, who meticulously inspected her for injuries, exhaling in relief upon finding none. Princess, please be cautious, lest you cause the Empress undue worry, the maid admonished kindly. Princess Changlu nodded obediently, allowing herself to be held, but could not resist glancing back longingly at the wall. The princess was carried back into the courtyard, where several palace maids attended to her with great care, treating her as if she were a fragile treasure, easily shattered by a mere touch. This caution was not unfounded. Previously, a maid had taken the princess to pick flowers, and the princess's delicate hand had been inadvertently scratched. Though she had concealed the injury well, it was discovered by the empress, resulting in the maid being punished and expelled from the palace. Since then, no one dared to approach the little princess. The little princess sat forlornly, awaiting the return of the elder princess. Princess, I have come to visit you, announced the elder princess, accompanied by Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi was effusive, eager to play with the little princess. Princess, where is your ball? Let us play, she exclaimed cheerfully. The little princess looked down at her chubby hands, ignoring Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi's expression soured. This ungrateful girl. If it weren't for the need to maintain good relations with the elder princess, I would have no desire to flatter this insufferable child. Are you tired, princess? Liang Cixi offered as a way out. Tired? Mother will take you to rest. The elder princess hastily interjected, instructing the maid, Cixi is my esteemed guest, treat her well. The maid nodded promptly, not daring to neglect her duties. The next day, during the Buddhist gathering, when Lin Yao and Lin Sivan arrived, they spotted a small figure nestled in the arms of the elder princess. The little princess noticed Lin Yao and blinked at her, who responded with a smile. Before long, Liang Cixi appeared, and upon seeing Lin Yao, she taunted. Your little stool is over there. Go sit on it. Lin Yao paid her no mind. Liang Cixi approached the elder princess to take a seat, but at that moment, the little princess extended her small hand to block the spot, clearly indicating her disapproval of Liang Cixi sitting there. Liang Cixi's expression turned sour. Changlu, stop this nonsense, the elder princess chided sternly. Changlu shook her head resolutely, refusing to let Liang Cixi sit. The elder princess sighed in exasperation. Cixi, why not sit beside your mother instead? Liang Cixi nodded obediently, internally scolding the wretched girl fiercely. Princess Changlu beckoned to Lin Yao. Lin Sivan appeared somewhat astonished. Lin Yao approached Princess Changlu. The princess patted the seat beside her, signaling Lin Yao to sit down. Princess Changlu frowned. She held a dislike for Lin Yao, considering it against propriety. However, Princess Changlu gazed earnestly at her, her eyes glistening with a plea. The princess's heart softened instantly, and she glanced at Lin Yao, saying, You may sit. Princess Changlu's face lit up with joy, and she gave the princess a quick kiss on the cheek. The princess smiled in return. Liang Cixi was utterly infuriated. Chapter 70. An incident with Princess Changlu. Lin Yao settled beside the Grand Princess, while Liang Cixi sat behind her, her gaze piercing through Lin Yao's back. The noble ladies present were taken aback by this sudden attention from the side consort of Prince Yu. Had they unwittingly offended her too gravely? Seated at the front, Lin Yao dared not doze off, forcing herself to listen intently. Her position afforded her a close view of Prince Yu, whose serious demeanor was accentuated by his cool countenance as he sat beside Master Ming Kong. Yet, Lin Yao felt an almost imperceptible gaze resting upon her. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Lin Yao's sleeve. She snapped back to reality, finding the young princess, who appeared drowsy and dazed. Lin Yao extended her hand, and the little princess climbed from the grand princess's embrace into Lin Yao's arms. The small child nestled against her, exuding a delightful scent of milk, soft and endearing. In her past life, Lin Yao had never encountered the young princess, only knowing of her tragic fate that led to the grand princess's descent into madness. The thought of such a charming child facing an early demise filled her with sorrow. As the child succumbed to sleep in her embrace, the Buddhist gathering concluded. The grand princess's demeanor towards Lin Yao had noticeably softened. Changlu adores you, she remarked warmly. I find great harmony with the young princess, Lin Yao replied. The grand princess indulged her daughter excessively. Since Changlu favored Lin Yao, the grand princess's treatment of her improved significantly, often including her in various activities. After the gathering, during tea time, Lin Yao sat closely beside the grand princess. However, she could not shake the feeling of a malicious gaze directed at her. It was undoubtedly Liang Cixi. Unwilling to concede, Liang Cixi approached the young princess. Your Highness, You adore walnuts, allow me to crack some for you, she said in an ingratiating tone. The young princess turned her back to Liang Cixi, offering her no acknowledgement. Liang Cixi stood there, humiliated and awkward. Children can be willful, Cixi. Do not let it trouble you, the grand princess interjected. Reluctantly, Liang Cixi returned to her seat. Her eyes still fixed on Lin Yao with venomous disdain. That evening, Liang Cixi complained to her mother, I can no longer tolerate this. If this continues, the grand princess may very well take that wretched woman's side. I cannot fathom why that insufferable girl has captured her affection. Madame Zhao maintained a calm demeanor. Regardless, it was I who saved the life of that young princess. The grand princess will remember my kindness, she stated. Thus, she will not easily align herself with Lin Yao. Moreover, despite her seemingly indifferent stance, the grand princess is quite discerning, aware of which side serves her interests best. In the struggle for succession, the grand princess was a significant ally. She had invested considerable effort to secure this support, and it was inconceivable that it could be so easily swayed by Prince Yu's faction. However, the attitude of the grand princess has caused those opportunists to start wavering. Liang Cixi murmured. Madame Zhao frowned, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. It is time to teach the little Lin family a lesson. The next day, Lin Yao was resting in the courtyard when an esteemed guest arrived. The most trusted wet nurse of the grand princess entered Lin Yao's yard, cradling the little princess. Upon seeing Lin Yao, the little princess's eyes brightened instantly. Lady Lin, the little princess has taken quite a liking to you and wished to visit you this morning. Charmingly coaxing the princess. The princess had no choice but to send this old servant to bring the princess here. The little one, curious, descended from the wet nurse's arms and began to gaze around. Is the princess intending to gift me this ball? The little princess smiled, her eyes curving in delight, clearly confirming Lin Yao's guess. Since the little princess cherished this ball, Lin Yao felt the need to reciprocate. She retrieved a handkerchief from her belongings, embroidered with playful spring ducklings, each one vividly brought to life by Lin Yao's own hands. This is for you. The little princess accepted the gift, her chubby fingers caressing the duckling, seemingly enchanted by it. The two played with the ball for a while, and only when they grew tired did the wet nurse take her back. At noon, Lin Sivon called Lin Yao to join her for lunch. I heard the little princess has been playing in your room all morning? Lin Sivon inquired. Lin Yao nodded. I heard the little princess has a rather peculiar temperament. I did not expect her to be fond of you. Interpersonal relationships often hinge on an affinity at first sight. The moment I laid eyes on the little princess, I found her endearing. This is a fortunate occurrence. The grand princess has taken a liking to her, which will surely ease future days for us, Lin Sivon acknowledged. In truth, Lin Yao's intentions regarding the little princess were not entirely innocent. She had indeed harbored this thought. The situation with Prince Yu had reached a dead end. She needed to struggle for survival. Perhaps with the grand princess's protection, a path to salvation might emerge. As it stands, this route appears to be progressing quite favorably, for the little princess is fond of her. Nevertheless, her affection for the little princess is genuine. The young girl is simply delightful. Just then, a figure approached, none other than the grand princess's most trusted wet nurse. The wet nurse wore a solemn expression, her brow furrowed with severity. On the orders of the grand princess, please accompany this old servant, Lady Lin. Lin Sivon sensed something amiss and asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice, wet nurse, what does the grand princess want with Yaoer? That is not for me to disclose. The grand princess awaits, Lady Lin. Please follow this old servant. The wet nurse's tone was unwavering. Lin Yao frowned, recognizing the gravity of the situation from the wet nurse's demeanor. Something unfortunate must have transpired. Yet she could not discern what it was through mere speculation. She had no choice but to go and uncover the truth. Steeling her resolve, she reassured her sister. Do not worry, I shall see what is amiss. With that, she turned to the wet nurse. Please lead the way. The wet nurse walked ahead, with Lin Yao closely trailing behind, while two attendants followed on either side of her. The atmosphere was entirely one of suspicion, as if Lin Yao were a criminal, feared to flee at any moment. Upon entering the princess's residence, Lin Yao immediately felt a heavy sense of oppression. Not far away, the grand princess was gazing at her with cold disdain. As Lin Yao approached, a matron forcefully pressed her down, causing her to kneel without ceremony. The grand princess then swung her hand towards Lin Yao with a fierce slap. Wretched girl, what have you done to Princess Chang Lu? The force of that slap, infused with unbridled fury, struck Lin Yao's face, leaving her in excruciating pain and her head spinning. Yet, she could hardly focus on the pain, as an icy dread coursed through her entire being. Lin Yao's heart raced in alarm. What had happened to Princess Chang Lu? Chapter 71. Lin Yao in desperate straits, Your Highness. What has happened to the princess? Lin Yao inquired urgently. Upon returning, the princess fell into a coma, and even the imperial physician could not discern the cause. The grand princess replied coldly, her voice laced with fury and anxiety. Speak. What exactly have you done to Changle? Lin Yao was taken aback. How could the beloved Changle suddenly fall into unconsciousness? Your Highness, I merely spent some time in leisure with Princess Changle. She grew weary and returned. I did nothing at all. This matron can attest to my innocence. Lin Yao hastily defended herself. The matron merely lowered her head, afraid to interject. Princess Changle was the apple of the Grand Princess's eye. Any implication in her misfortune could lead to dire consequences. I truly did nothing, Lin Yao insisted. What do you mean you did nothing? How could Changle fall into a coma under such circumstances? How could I possibly harm the princess? I hold her in the highest regard, and why would I provoke your wrath? Lin Yao continued to plead her case. The Grand Princess's rationality began to regain footing. Indeed. Why would Lin Yao wish to harm Changle? It seemed illogical. However, the fact remained that Changle had visited Lin Yao's residence before her condition deteriorated. And that connection was inescapable. If anything were to happen to Changle, Lin Yao would surely pay the price. If Changle suffers any harm, I will not spare you. The Grand Princess warned coldly. At that moment, Lady Zhao and Liang Cixi hurriedly entered. The Grand Princess's demeanor shifted instantly. Lady Zhao. Her tone was tinged with urgency, as if she had found a lifeline. Lady Zhao quickly grasped the Grand Princess's hand. Your Highness, please remain calm. I have already sent for the renowned physician. The Grand Princess sighed with slight relief. I shall go inside and check on the princess, Lady Zhao continued. The Grand Princess promptly welcomed her inside. Liang Cixi hesitated for a moment, casting a cold smile towards the kneeling Lin Yao, who instinctively sensed the disdain, despite her frail health. Princess Changle's sudden collapse felt intimately tied to Liang Cixi's presence. Liang Cixi followed closely behind Lady Zhao into the chamber, feigning concern as she gazed upon the young girl lying on the bed. Princess Changle's complexion was deathly pale, her eyes tightly shut, silent as the grave. Only the faintest breath kept the Grand Princess from succumbing to madness. Before long, the renowned folk physician arrived. I bow before the princess, he began, attempting to pay his respects. The Grand Princess quickly halted him. There is no need for such formalities. Please attend to my daughter. The physician approached the bedside, taking a seat to examine Princess Changle's pulse. His brow furrowed, and the Grand Princess's heart tightened with worry. Physician, what is the matter with Changle? The Grand Princess inquired cautiously. Your Highness, she has been poisoned, the physician replied gravely. Poisoned? The Grand Princess was taken aback, panic rising within her. You must save my daughter. Your Highness, there are myriad poisons in this world. Only by identifying the specific poison can I determine the antidote, the physician explained. However, this will consume an excessive amount of time, and the commoner fears that the princess may not be able to wait until then. The Grand Princess nearly lost her balance, fortunately being supported by the matron. What shall we do? The Grand Princess was at a loss. Your Highness, I have a solution, Liang Cixi interjected. The Grand Princess turned to Liang Cixi. Cixi, please speak quickly. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. This matter is intricately linked to Lin Yao. The Grand Princess has entrusted her to my interrogation, and I shall surely uncover the nature of the poison, Liang Cixi declared. The Grand Princess, in her desperation, cared not for the implications. All she wished was for her daughter to awaken, indifferent to Lin Yao's fate or the ensuing chaos. Very well, Cixi, I entrust this matter to you. My only requirement is that Changle awakens, the Grand Princess stated. Do not worry, I will extract the truth. Liang Cixi replied confidently as she exited, relishing the thought of finally having Lin Yao within her grasp. Liang Cixi approached Lin Yao, looking down upon her as if she were mere meat on a chopping block. Take her away, Liang Cixi commanded coldly. Two servants seized Lin Yao, offering her no chance to resist. Dragged into her own courtyard, the door shut behind them, isolating her from the outside world. Liang Cixi, you are framing me. You are the one who harmed Changle, aren't you? Lin Yao questioned icily. Liang Cixi chuckled lightly. And if I am? What if I am not? The Grand Princess treasures Changle above all. Should anything happen to her, those around her will pay the price. Lin Yao, you have outsmarted yourself. Alas, you have no opportunity for regret. Liang Cixi turned to the servants, coldly instructing, inflict punishment upon her. The servants approached with instruments of torture, and Lin Yao was engulfed by the sin of blood. Concerned for Lin Yao, Lin Sivan had someone follow her. Thus, upon Lin Yao's abduction, Lin Sivan was immediately informed. Harming the Changle princess? Yao would never commit such an act, Lin Sivon exclaimed, hastily making her way to Liang Cici's courtyard. However, she was stopped by Liang's servants. Princess Yu, what do you mean by this? You cannot simply barge into our young lady's quarters and bully us. A servant of Liang Cici retorted coldly. Bullying? Your young lady has taken my sister. I demand to see her. Lin Sivon insisted. Oh, you must mean Concubine Lin? She is accused of plotting against the princess, and our young lady is currently interrogating her. This is by the princess's order. Should you have any objections, you may address them directly with the princess. The mention of the princess left Lin Sivon with no recourse. Moreover, she could not force her way in, considering the numbers against her. Liang Cici, being so malicious, would undoubtedly not allow Yao to escape unscathed. What shall we do now, my lady? A servant inquired. Lin Sivon, left with few options, gritted her teeth and remarked. We must find the prince. With urgency, Lin Sivon hurried towards the prince's quarters. Within the confines of the temple, the male and female residents are segregated. At this moment, Lin Sivon could no longer afford to be concerned with such distinctions and boldly ventured into the male quarters. Upon reaching the threshold, she was halted by Chanfeng. Is there something the princess requires? He inquired. It's Yair. Something has happened to Yair, Lin Sivon replied in a state of panic. Chanfeng furrowed his brow. I shall promptly report this to the prince. Before long, Chanfeng reemerged. Princess. The prince is currently engaged in philosophical discourse with Master Minkong and is unable to attend to other matters. Lin Sivon's heart plummeted. Has the prince truly forsaken Yair's well-being? Is it possible that Yair must face her fate without any protection? Chapter 72. The prince's life-saving grace. Prince Yu and Master Minkong sat facing each other. Yet their discourse remained unspoken. The prince rhythmically struck the wooden fish, while Master Minkong fixed his gaze upon him. His expression was cool and detached, seemingly unaffected by the recent report he had received. However, the rhythm of the wooden fish faltered. With a mind in turmoil, why suppress it? Master Minkong began to speak slowly. The prince opened his eyes, and within his icy gaze, a different emotion began to surface. Initially, your desire to enter the Buddhist order stemmed from a yearning for survival. And now, I wish to live, and I wish for her to live as well, replied Prince Yu. Master Minkong sighed softly. Go. The prince rose and departed. Master Minkong observed his retreating figure, contemplating the breaking of his vows, a misfortune, yet also a blessing. In the dim and damp woodshed, Lin Yao knelt, her shoulders marked with bloodstains and a sheen of cold sweat upon her brow. Yet, her eyes remained cold. Devoid of the despair Liang Cici sought, and she did not utter a plea for mercy. You wretched creature, you truly possess a stubborn spirit, Liang Cici taunted. But you shan't endure for long. She extended her hand to caress Lin Yao's exquisite face. Your eyes are quite enchanting. I wish to pluck them out as adornments. Her hand descended, compelling Lin Yao to lift her head. Such pearly whites, I shall knock them out one by one. Her hand continued its descent, resting upon Lin Yao's voluptuous form. I will carve an incision here to extract your heart. As her fingers traversed Lin Yao's leg, it felt as though serpents crawled upon her skin, sending shivers down her spine. Lin Yao scoffed. Liang Cici, your fantasies are quite grand. But do you truly possess the capability to fulfill them? Do you believe you still have a means of escape? Are you still hoping for Prince Yu to rescue you? There are countless women in this world. Do you think the prince would oppose the crown princess for your sake? No sooner had Liang Cici finished speaking than the door of the woodshed was kicked open. A man with a chilling demeanor stood at the threshold, embodying both the serenity of a Buddha and the ferocity of a demon. Liang Cici froze momentarily. In that instant, Prince Yu had already reached Lin Yao's side. Attempting to obstruct the prince, Liang Cici was swiftly kicked aside. Miss! Exclaimed the servants of the Liang household, rushing to assist Liang Cici. Prince Yu knelt down and lifted the kneeling Lin Yao into his arms. A smile graced Lin Yao's lips. She had known that Prince Yu would come to her aid. She had known she would not perish at Liang Cici's hands. He had indeed come. As Prince Yu prepared to leave with Lin Yao, Liang Cici shouted, Stop him. Prince Yu cast a cold glance, his voice icy as he retorted, Who dares to obstruct me? The servants, paralyzed by fear, could only watch helplessly as Lin Yao was carried away. Shortly thereafter, Lady Zhao arrived. Has the prince taken Lin Fei away? Lady Zhao inquired. Yes. I was so close to plucking that wretched woman's eyes from their sockets. Liang Cici exclaimed furiously. Lady Zhao merely smiled. Mother, why are you smiling? I am furious. Liang Cici questioned, bewildered. Cici, the prince of Yu has clashed with the grand princess. We are in for an intriguing spectacle. The prince, straddling the realms of Buddhism and the mortal world, has already offended the grand princess upon his entrance into the latter, pushing the position of air further from his grasp. "CC, I have assured you not to rush. The concubine Lin will eventually become your plaything," Lady Zhao continued. Young Cece's mood began to settle slightly. Lin Yao lay upon the bed, a few strands of dark hair clinging to her face, dampened by cold sweat, appearing utterly pitiable. The garment on her shoulder had torn open, revealing whip marks. It was necessary to loosen her clothing and apply medicine. On her snow-white skin, the red streak stood out, glaring yet tinged with a hint of allure. The Prince of Yu gazed intently, suddenly feeling a heaviness in his breath. Desire, like a creeping vine, spread unnoticed, then surged wildly upon discovery. The prince's movements were gentle. Lin Yao felt pain, but also a strange itch. "It is done," the prince murmured in a husky voice. As he prepared to rise, Lin Yao grasped his hand. Their eyes met, and emotions began to intertwine. Lin Yao, regaining her senses with a jolt, recalled the poison afflicting the prince and quickly withdrew her hand. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." The prince retracted his hand, feeling a searing heat where she had touched him, yet his expression remained indifferent. "It is of no consequence. However, it seems I have inadvertently caused you trouble," Lin Yao remarked. Just as her words fell, a frantic knocking echoed at the door. Shouting, "You, come out." It was the voice of the Grand Princess, devoid of any gentility or grace, replaced solely by madness and fury. The prince rose and opened the door. Through the crack, Lin Yao glimpsed the Grand Princess's furious visage. "Shouting, you, hand over that wretched woman. She has harmed my daughter," the Grand Princess implored urgently. The prince stood resolutely at the doorway, silent yet conveying his answer through his stance. "Changle is still waiting for me. Hand her over at once. If anything happens to Changle, I will have you all buried with her." The Grand Princess's eyes brimmed with rage. Lin Yao draped a robe over herself and approached the door. "Your Highness, the Princess Changle is unconscious. It truly has nothing to do with me." "And what does it relate to? Who can save my Changle?" At that moment, the Grand Princess had completely lost her reason. Princess Changle was her lifeblood. She could not afford to lose her daughter and was at a loss for what to do. Gripping Lin Yao tightly, Lin Yao understood why others dared not approach Princess Changle. The Grand Princess was far too protective. Any slight mishap would lead to severe consequences for those around her. Thus, the young lady remained so lonely and isolated. "Your Highness, may I see Changle? I might have a way to save her," Lin Yao stated. Lin Yu needed to ascertain something. She had to take action. Otherwise, as the prince and the Grand Princess's conflict escalated, it would only serve the interests of Duke Yuan and the Liang family. "See Changle? So you can continue to harm her?" the Grand Princess retorted coldly. "Your Highness, should I be unable to save Changle, I will submit to the princess's judgment," Lin Yao declared with conviction. The Grand Princess, already in a state of utter disarray, knowing that no common healer could assist, found herself compelled to consider Lin Yao's words. Even the slightest possibility warranted a trial. "Then come with me," the Grand Princess commanded. Lin Yao prepared to follow. After taking just 2 steps, she was halted by Prince Yu, his brow slightly furrowed. Lin Yao offered a soothing smile, assuring him, "It's all right, do not worry." Only then did Prince Yu release her. Lin Yao continued forward. "Tell me, that wretched woman from the Lin family claims she can cure Princess Chonglu?" Madame Zhao laughed heartily, as if she had heard the most absurd tale. "Indeed, I have learned that Concubine Lin is currently accompanying the Grand Princess to visit Princess Chonglu," a servant reported respectfully. Madame Zhao found it laughable. If it were poison, there might be a slim chance of a cure. However, that matter is infinitely more complicated than poison. Therefore, it is utterly impossible. With Prince Yu intervening, it is likely he cannot protect Lin Yao. Moreover, this will surely sow discord between Prince Yu and the Grand Princess. How intriguing! It truly grows more fascinating by the moment. Chapter 73. Using a knife to kill Lin Yao followed Madame Zhao into the room. The Princess of Chonglu lay upon the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pallid, and her breathing faint. Just a short while ago, the lively young girl had been full of vigor, and now she was reduced to such a state, leaving Lin Yao feeling heavy-hearted. The princess, a mother, gasped, her mind in turmoil. She yearned for her daughter to awaken, to smile and frolic with her. Were anything to befall her daughter, she feared she would go mad. Lin Yao approached the Princess of Chonglu, but the princess suddenly reached out, blocking her path, as if fiercely protecting her child. "Your Highness, I must examine the condition of the princess," Lin Yao insisted. "I assure you, I would never harm the Princess of Chonglu." The princess scrutinized Lin Yao for a moment before retracting her hand. Lin Yao then stood before the young girl, observing her condition. Although not a physician, Lin Yao possessed a rudimentary understanding of medicine. The princess's pallor suggested she appeared merely asleep, and did not seem to be poisoned. If it was not poison, then only one other possibility remained. The princess has been afflicted by a curse, Lin Yao stated. Cursed? The princess was taken aback. Unlike poison, curses originated from the southern regions and were rare in the central plains, thus shrouded in mystery. What curse? Do you possess a remedy? Regardless of the circumstances. She only wished for her daughter to survive. I cannot, but there is one who can, Lin Yao replied. The individual she referred to was Bai Zhe. Although his presence was not visible, Lin Yao was aware he was nearby. To outsiders, he appeared cold and eccentric, a solitary figure. Yet his nature was akin to that of a child. In her past life, he had been deceived and used as a tool for harm. This time, Lin Yao had taken the initiative to keep him close. What curse? You speak nonsense. At that moment, a voice interrupted Liang Cixi. Hearing Lin Yao claim she could heal the princess, she had come to witness the spectacle. Yet, Lin Yao knew about curses? Liang Cixi felt a twinge of panic. If Lin Yao truly managed to save the young princess, would the princess not then align herself with Lin Yao? Would she not turn to Prince Yu? Such an occurrence was intolerable. Liang Cixi rushed into the room. Your Highness, do not believe her. The divine physician is already contemplating a cure. What if her meddling delays the treatment? The princess hesitated, for the divine physician had indeed saved the life of Chang Lu, and naturally, she felt inclined to trust him. Conversely, Lin Yao, a mere concubine of lowly birth, what merit did she have to be believed? Seeing the princess waver, Lin Yao sought a way to persuade her when Madame Zhao interjected. Your Highness, why not allow concubine Lin to give it a try? The divine physician is at a loss for now, and concubine Lin is another option. However, the life of the princess is invaluable. We cannot afford to take reckless chances. Concubine Lin, what if you fail to heal the princess? Madame Zhao seemed convinced that Lin Yao would be unable to cure her. Hoping to use this opportunity to eliminate her, I am willing to stake my life on it, Lin Yao declared. Madame Zhao was exceedingly pleased with this declaration. Your Highness, it appears that concubine Lin is quite certain, which suggests she possesses a solution. The princess hesitated momentarily before nodding. Lady Zhao subtly curled her lips into a smile. Mirrored by Lin Yao, Lady Zhao has indeed lent her a hand. Base, Lin Yao called out. No sooner had her voice faded than a knock echoed from outside the door. The princess, somewhat taken aback, exchanged a glance with her servant. The servant hurried to open the door, revealing Base clad in white, standing at the threshold. His androgynous appearance rendered him captivating, indistinguishable in beauty regardless of the attire. Is this the person you mentioned? Who is she? The princess inquired, scrutinizing her as well. However, regardless of status, Base offered no acknowledgement to anyone but Lin Yao. The princess has been cursed. Base, can you assist in breaking the curse? Lin Yao implored. Base approached the young princess, extending a hand towards her face. Do not touch her. The princess exclaimed urgently. Your Highness, how can I dispel the curse without touching the princess? Lin Yao countered. The princess paused. Her gaze fixed anxiously on Base's movements. Lady Zhao and Liang Cixi exchanged concerned looks. Mother, could she truly have a solution? Impossible. The curse was procured at great expense. No ordinary person could unravel it. The seller claimed that only the one who cast the curse or the legendary master of curses could remedy it. Base's fingers pressed gently on the young princess, and in an instant, he pinched a translucent white insect between his fingertips. Lin Yao's heart leapt with joy. Is this the creature that rendered the young princess unconscious? Astonishment flickered across Lady Zhao's face. Impossible. How could the person Lin Yao summoned achieve such a feat? The young princess, lying on the bed, fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at the princess, her lips parting slightly. Changle. The princess rushed to her side, grasping her small hand and weeping. Lady Zhao and Liang Cixi stood frozen, utterly astonished. How could this be? Lin Yao's associate truly awakened the young princess. They had intended to harm Lin Yao, hoping to incite conflict between the princess and Prince Yu. To their utter disbelief, Lin Yao possessed such capabilities, garnering the princess's favor, which would inevitably strengthen her ties with Prince Yu. They had inadvertently suffered a double loss. Your Highness, this matter is quite suspicious. Why is Lin Yao's companion so adept with curses? Could she have inflicted the curse on the princess herself, only to feign a rescue to gain your Highness's trust? Liang Cixi hastily suggested. Lin Yao cast a cold glance at Liang Cixi, her logic strikingly clear. It seemed she had experience in such matters. The princess, immersed in the joy of her daughter's awakening, had initially felt immense gratitude towards Lin Yao. However, upon hearing these words, her brow furrowed slightly. This is not without merit. If Lin Yao were to sacrifice her daughter's well-being to gain my favor, I shall not let her escape unscathed. The princess's gaze turned steely. At that moment, Princess Changle extended her small hand, tugging at the hand of Princess Chang, then pointed towards Lin Yao, shaking her head. The implication was to protect Lin Yao. The gentle Princess Chang tenderly caressed the face of her daughter, saying, "Changle, you must rest well. I shall take care of the rest." Her daughter, still too young and easily deceived, would be shielded from any potential harm, as she would personally eradicate any factors that might endanger her child. Upon exiting, Princess Chang, Lin Yao, Lady Zhao, and Liang Cixi all followed suit. "Your Highness," Liang Cixi exclaimed, "what Miss Liang has said is nothing but slander. I harbor no intentions of scheming against the young princess. I hold great affection for her and could never bear to harm her. You have deliberately approached the young princess to win the favor of His Highness, intending to bewitch her, only to subsequently dispel the hex, which seems a rather convenient shortcut. Otherwise, how could you be so certain that you could cure the young princess? And how is it that your people managed to heal her so swiftly? Everything appears exceedingly fortuitous." Liang Cixi was sharp-tongued, intent on mercilessly trampling Lin Yao. Chapter 74. Proving innocence. Lin Yao smiled gently. "In truth, there is no need for such complications." Liang Cixi furrowed her brow. "What do you mean?" The Grand Princess also turned her gaze towards Lin Yao. "Whoever places the poison will draw near to them. The poison feeds on blood. It drinks the blood of its master," Lin Yao explained. Liang Cixi was momentarily taken aback. "Is that how it works?" However, Lin Yao spoke with such conviction. "Your Highness, I am willing to use this to prove my innocence," she declared, extending her hand towards the Grand Princess's attendant. "Give me a dagger." The attendant looked to the Grand Princess, who nodded in affirmation. Soon, the attendant presented a dagger to Lin Yao. She did not immediately draw it across her skin. "Miss Liang has accused me of intentionally placing the poison on Princess Chang Lu to gain the Grand Princess's trust. Might I then consider that Miss Liang could also possess such intentions?" Liang Cixi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You speak nonsense." Lin Yao narrowed her eyes. "Miss Liang, your agitation suggests perhaps a sense of guilt? Do you think everyone is as malicious as you?" Liang Cixi retorted. "Miss Liang, if it were not for you, proving my innocence would be quite simple." Lin Yao continued, "I am innocent. Why should I need to prove it? Your evident fear only casts further suspicion upon you." The Grand Princess observed the exchange, her heart now wavering. "Cixi, it is merely a drop of blood. What are you so afraid of?" Liang Cixi's complexion turned pale. "Your Highness, I am not afraid." Lin Yao then cut her own hand, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the dish. She then passed the dagger to Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi glanced at the dagger, then at Madame Zhao, revealing a look of desperation. Madame Zhao pursed her lips, momentarily at a loss due to Lin Yao's insistence. "Miss Liang dares not?" Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. With gritted teeth, Liang Cixi accepted the dagger and made a cut, letting another drop of blood fall into the dish. "Baizhe, release the poison," Lin Yao instructed, winking at Baizhe. Baizhe placed the translucent poison into the bowl. Liang Cixi, gritting her teeth, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Please do not come near." This poison had been procured by her mother. It should not be considered hers, she pleaded internally. Yet, the poison slithered towards Liang Cixi's drop of blood. The Grand Princess's sharp gaze fixed upon Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi's face turned ashen. "Your Highness, it is not like this. She is fabricating lies and deliberately framing me." The outcome had become inconsequential. Previously, with Princess Chang Lu's life in the balance, the Grand Princess had lost her composure. Since Princess Chang Li's awakening, she had regained her clarity, observing everyone with a calm demeanor. It was evident to her that the one with issues was Liang Cixi. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. At that moment, a servant rushed in. "Your Highness, Madam, Mississippi. It is a servant from the Liang residence." Madame Zhao sighed in relief. "What is it?" "Prince Duan is seeking Miss Cixi." Madame Zhao turned to the Grand Princess, her voice cautious. "Your Highness, Prince Duan is looking for Cixi. It seems urgent. This matter regarding the poison feeding on its master's blood is merely absurd." The two exchanged glances for a moment. The princess nodded. "Changle has awakened. I shall not pursue other matters. You may go about your business." Madame Zhao departed with Liang Cixi. Upon exiting the courtyard, Liang Cixi furrowed her brow and inquired, "What business does cousin Duan Wang have with me?" She held no fondness for her cousin and wished to avoid solitude with him. "Cousin Wang has not summoned you. It was I who arranged it. Otherwise, how could you have escaped?" Madame Zhao explained. Liang Cixi sighed with relief. "Mother, since the princess no longer inquires, does that mean this matter is settled?" After all, that wretched girl has suffered no real consequences. You underestimate her, as well as Chang'e's significance in her eyes. She fears that, should Duan Wang ascend the throne, she might secure a future for herself and Chang'e, hence her restraint, Madame Zhao responded. Liang Cixi felt a sense of pride, believing the princess dared not act against her. However, if you were cast towards Wang Yu, once he rises to power, he will not spare you, Madame Zhao continued. Mother, what shall I do? Liang Cixi asked anxiously. Madame Zhao chuckled. Do not worry, such an event is improbable. It is a pity, however, that the princess, who was arduously won over, is now lost. A great loss indeed. In the princess's courtyard, Lin Yao was retained. The young girl emerged from the princess's embrace, nervously tugging at Lin Yao's sleeve with a semblance of ingratiation. She was evidently aware of her misdeeds that had caused Lin Yao to endure punishment. She feared that Lin Yao would treat her with the same distance as those who used to play with her, respecting her yet regarding her as a formidable beast. Lin Yao gently patted her little head. As long as the princess is well, I shall continue to play with her. Chang'e immediately beamed with joy. Though Chang'e had just awakened, she appeared particularly spirited. After a game of chess with Lin Yao, she felt fatigued and was taken to rest by the matron. Yet, even as the matron held her, she gazed longingly. Lin Yao promised to return the next day, which satisfied Chang'e greatly. The princess holds you in high esteem, remarked the princess. Her expression was cold, yet her demeanor was considerably serene. I, too, admire Princess Chang'e, Lin Yao replied. The princess smiled faintly. The one who recently unbound Chang'e from her predicament? That person arrived and departed silently, clearly not an ordinary individual. She is adept in the art of Gu and is my distant cousin. This art can both aid and harm. Having such a cousin is a blessing but could also invite calamity. Lin Yao grasped her meaning. The notion of holding precious treasures could lead to envy and danger. However, my current situation is precarious. I fear not the addition of further troubles, Lin Yao asserted. The princess was somewhat taken aback. You possess a keen insight. Your Highness bestows too much praise, Lin Yao humbly replied. I had previously misjudged you. Both wives and concubines are women. Why should women make things difficult for one another? My bias against concubines stemmed from my late, ill-fated husband, who not only sought a concubine, but whose actions nearly harmed my Chang'e. Was the princess elucidating her prior prejudices towards her? Your Highness, I hold no grudges, Lin Yao assured. The princess remarked, I owe you a favor. Lin Yao responded without hesitation. I shall certainly remember that. The princess smiled. Do visit me often at Chang'e. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yao took her leave and returned to her own quarters. As she walked, she passed by a secluded hall and noticed a shadowy figure stealthily making his way inside. It was none other than Madame Zhao's husband, Liang Zhaoxing. What mischief was Liang Zhaoxing up to? Could it be that Madame Zhao was plotting yet another scheme? Chapter 75. Secrets of the Liang family at this moment. Lin Yao was faced with two choices, to follow and uncover the truth or to leave and allow another to investigate. The former posed a danger, while the latter risked missing crucial information. With a determined resolve, Lin Yao chose to take a gamble and stealthily followed. Upon reaching the temple entrance, she peered inside. This hall was a shrine, adorned with numerous tablets commemorating the deceased. What was Liang Zhaoxing here to honor? Was he conspiring with someone? Lin Yao observed Liang Zhaoxing's silhouette as he approached a tablet in the corner, delicately wiping it with a handkerchief. Although his face remained obscured, his careful gestures revealed that the individual commemorated was of great significance to him. As Liang Zhaoxing tilted his head, Lin Yao glimpsed his expression, which was rife with sorrow and nostalgia. After completing the ritual, he offered incense, lingering there as he embraced the tablet and sat down. Xiaonyang, I have come to see you. Liang Zhaoxing's voice was imbued with tenderness. Xiaonyang? A woman. Had Liang Zhaoxing betrayed Madame Zhao with another? In Lin Yao's mind, Liang Zhaoxing was but a faithless hypocrite. His wife toiled tirelessly to support his scholarly pursuits, only for him to ascend the ranks and abandon her for a more advantageous match. To marry Madame Zhao, he had forced his first wife into an untimely demise. Yet he emerged with a pristine reputation, relishing the comforts of wealth and nobility. Perhaps he had committed too many sins, passing away early from illness without ever enjoying the splendor following the ascension of the crown prince. Such a villain deserved his fate. Now, it appeared that even after climbing the social ladder, he remained unrepentant. Lin Yao wished fervently for Madame Zhao to witness his true nature, so these two could tear one another apart. While lost in thought, she suddenly heard footsteps and quickly concealed herself. Turning around, she was astonished to see Liang Xinyue approaching. The ever-innocent expression on Liang Xinyue's face was now replaced with clarity as she scanned the area. Not spotting anyone, she entered the shrine. In that fleeting moment, a thought struck Lin Yao like a bolt of lightning. Could the person on the tablet be Father? A faint voice echoed within the hall. Xinhua, you've come. Quickly, offer incense for your mother. Liang Zhaoxing's tone was soft yet filled with warmth, a stark contrast to how he had previously treated Liang Xinhua. Lin Yao was utterly taken aback. The individual commemorated on the tablet was none other than Liang Zhaoxing's first wife, Liang Xinhua's mother. Had she misjudged everything? Liang Zhaoxing had not caused his first wife's death, nor did he harbor disdain for Liang Xinhua. In truth, the sister whom Liang Xinhua spoke of as always protecting her was, in fact, Liang Zhaoxing himself. Why did he treat Liang Xinhua kindly, yet display such aversion in front of outsiders? Why did Liang Xinhua feign madness? There could be but one answer: to deceive Madame Zhao, to survive beneath her watchful gaze. If that were the case, then it was not Liang Zhaoxing who had harmed Liang Xinhua's mother, but rather Madame Zhao herself. Inside the shrine, Liang Xinhua had completed her offering. Xinhua, you have suffered. It is all your father's fault. Liang Zhaoxing's voice resonated with profound helplessness and remorse. Father, this is not your fault. I understand that the Wang family wields immense power and influence. Liang Xinhua spoke softly, her tone laced with intense animosity. When you rejected her, she took my mother's life. Human lives are mere trifles in her hands. Xinhua, do not worry. I shall avenge your mother. The man, who typically bowed and acquiesced before Madame Zhao, now stood tall, his gaze resolute. Father, the Duke of Duan is formidable, and Madame Zhao is in high spirits. Will there truly come a day for retribution? Liang Xinhua's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. There will be. Trust in your father. Yes, father, please be cautious. Very well. Once vengeance is exacted, I shall take you away from the capital, back to Liangjia village. Together with mother. Yes, together. Having lost his beloved wife to treachery, the man harbored a profound thirst for vengeance, marrying the enemy and biding his time in the shadows for years, all for retribution. Lin Yao let out a silent sigh. So, that was the truth. Yet, in the previous life, Liang Zhaoxing had failed to achieve revenge. In that life, Liang Xinhua perished and Liang Zhaoxing succumbed to illness. But was it truly illness? Perhaps Liang Zhaoxing's schemes were uncovered by Madame Zhao, leading to his untimely death. Ultimately, they had not succeeded in avenging their loved ones. Nor had they returned to the cherished Liangjia village. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and voices broke the silence. Lin Yao turned to see the Jinyui hastily approaching. The Jinyui were tasked with guarding the imperial city, monitoring officials, and ensuring the emperor's safety. What brought them to Linkong Temple? In the blink of an eye, they were nearly upon her, their destination the temple behind Lin Yao. Inside, a father and daughter were secretly paying homage to their deceased kin. The Jinyui excelled in tracking. With the slightest clue, they could unearth great secrets. As agents of the Duke of Duan, should they inform him of the clandestine meeting and follow the trail to discover Liang Zhaoxing's true intentions, this father and daughter would find themselves with no escape. Their fate would mirror that of their previous lives. As the Jinyui ascended the steps, Lin Yao stepped forward. It is you? The speaker was Su Huan, a captain of the Jinyui, who regarded Lin Yao with a furrowed brow. Oh, it is Captain Su. What brings you here? Lin Yao feigned surprise. Su Huan pressed his lips together, unwilling to explain, and attempted to sidestep her. Lin Yao, undeterred, moved left to block his path once more. Is Captain Su searching for someone? A prisoner escaped and fled into Linkong Temple. I am conducting a search. Su Huan replied impatiently. Lin Yao pretended to be afraid. Is there indeed a fugitive hiding within? What a remarkable coincidence. Liang Zhaoxing and Liang Xinhua are truly unfortunate, aren't they? She pondered if her delay had afforded them sufficient time to hide the memorial tablets and flee. Su Huan, utterly exasperated, seemed on the verge of drawing his blade should she obstruct him any longer. Reluctantly, Lin Yao stepped aside, watching as they entered the temple. Lin Yao, feeling uneasy, decided to follow. Upon her arrival, she was immediately taken aback, for a squad of Jinyui had just entered through the back door, conducting a search. With the two teams converging, Liang Zhaoxing and Liang Xinhua had no opportunity to escape the Grand Hall. Consequently, the father and daughter remained within its confines. Captain. They searched over there and found no one. Continue the search. With Su Huan's command, the Jinyui began their thorough investigation within the hall. Chapter 76. The secret discovered by Wang in this sacred domain of Buddhism. The Jinyui did not act with reckless abandon as they would when searching the residences of others, refraining from rummaging through belongings indiscriminately. However, with their meticulous search, it was only a matter of time before they unearthed the Liang father and daughter. Suddenly, Su Huan's gaze fell upon a cabinet, as if he sensed something amiss, and approached it. Lin Yao's heart raced. Su Huan opened the cabinet with one hand while deftly drawing his embroidered spring knife with the other. In that instant, a figure concealed within the cabinet was revealed, and Su Huan moved with lightning speed, brandishing the knife towards the shadowy form. Lin Yao felt her heart leap to her throat, accompanied by a startled cry. The knife halted mere inches from the neck of Liang Xinyue, whose dazed face turned pale with fear. "Please, don't kill me." Xinyue was wrong. She trembled, the floor beneath her stained with water. The other Jinyue members recoiled with expressions of disdain. Su Huan furrowed his brow and sheathed his knife. The moment the blade was retracted, Liang Xinyue's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Xinyue was wrong. "Please don't kill Xinyue," she repeated in a voice filled with terror. An odd scent began to permeate the hall. The Jinyue covered their noses and took a step back. "Continue the search," Su Huan ordered, passing over Liang Xinyue as he moved to investigate other areas. Lin Yao cast a glance at Liang Xinyue and then at the cabinet where she had just hidden, quickly averting her gaze. Soon, the Jinyue had thoroughly searched the Buddhist hall. Before leaving, Su Huan turned to Lin Yao. "Lady Lin, I advise you to temper your curiosity, otherwise, you may not know how you might meet your end." His words were a clear threat. Lin Yao did not retort, but instead offered a shy smile. "Thank you for your concern, Su Qianhu. I did not expect you to care for me so." Su Huan's expression soured, as if he had just tasted something foul. He shot her a cold glance and turned to leave. The Jinyue behind him exchanged looks, wondering if their commander had just been teased. Truly, this side consort of Prince Yu possessed a daring spirit. As Lin Yao watched the Jinyue depart, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Those men were Su Huan's subordinates, and he was keen to dissociate himself from her, ensuring that none of his words or actions would circulate outside. Thus, Lin Yao felt emboldened to speak freely, unburdened by concerns for her reputation. Moreover, her reputation was already tarnished. Even if rumors spread, it would matter little. Lin Yao glanced back at Liang Xinyue, who remained feigning innocence. Deep within the recesses of the cabinet she had just occupied, another person must be concealed. Liang Xinyue had sacrificed her dignity to protect that person, resorting to madness and folly. Lin Yao had no intention of exposing her, and chose to depart instead. Upon leaving the grand hall, Lin Yao returned to her residence, where Lin Sivan awaited her at the entrance. Upon seeing her safely return, Lin Sivan finally exhaled in relief. "How did your distant cousin know how to dispel the poison?" Lin Sivan inquired. As sisters, she was well aware of Lin Yao's background. On the side of Lin's father, there are no such relatives, and as for Lin Yao's mother, the Zhao family, the Zhao clan has been displaced. Even if there were relatives, all connections have been severed. Thus, there is simply no distant cousin. From the very beginning, the identity of that so-called cousin has been highly suspect. "I encountered him by chance and discovered his abilities," Lin Yao remarked. Lin Sivan still found it peculiar. If their meeting was indeed coincidental, why did he always seem to fulfill Lin Yao's every request? However, it was clear that Lin Yao was reluctant to divulge more, and Lin Sivan was not one to pry. Thus, they let the matter slide. As for the Grand Princess, that situation was managed. Lin Sivan said she was nearly frightened to death. "Not only was it handled, but the Grand Princess also bestowed upon me a promise," Lin Yao added. After this perilous escapade, she had seemingly gained the favor of the Grand Princess. Yet, this support was not entirely secure. While the Emperor remains, the Grand Princess's position is stable. Should Prince Duan ascend the throne in the future, the Grand Princess would have to live in accordance with his wishes. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to remove the curse from Prince Yu, allowing him to become the crown prince and, eventually, the emperor. After changing her medication, Lin Yao set out to find Prince Yu. On her way, she encountered a stroke of misfortune and ran into Prince Duan. Clad in a white robe, he exuded elegance. Accompanied by a companion, this man had an ordinary appearance, marred by a scar on his right cheek, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of lewdness. He glanced at Lin Yao before quickly averting his eyes, subtly expressing disdain. Although Lin Yao harbored no fondness for Prince Duan, she still adhered to the courtesies required. "Prince Duan," she acknowledged, as his gaze roamed over her figure. After completing her greeting, she hurriedly departed, eager to distance herself from this hypocrite. Unbeknownst to her, even after her departure, Prince Duan's eyes lingered on her, as if attempting to strip away her garments with his gaze, yearning to see what lay beneath. "Is she truly an exceptional beauty?" Prince Duan inquired of his companion. The man replied in a dispassionate tone, "Boring." Prince Duan found this quite puzzling. Speaking solely of Lin Yao, Her delicate face possessed both allure and brilliance. Her eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls, and her figure was enchanting. With skin as white as snow, a texture that invited tactile admiration, his companion, well-versed in matters of romance, deemed such an extraordinary woman boring? What could warrant such a judgment? Prince Duan was intrigued. My interest does not lie with maidens, the man stated. Prince Duan understood his friend's tastes. He relished in the pleasures of the flesh, showing little interest in young maidens, but rather in the wives of others. However, she was originally my sixth brother's concubine, causing him to break his vows and turn into a false monk. How could she possibly be a maiden? Prince Duan observed him. You must be mistaken. The man replied, I have encountered countless women. I cannot possibly be wrong. Conversely, Prince, regarding the matter of this woman and your sixth brother, did you witness it with your own eyes? Prince Duan was at a loss for words. It is not as if I could hide under their bed to see. Moreover, I have no such inclination. Then there you have it. Seeing is believing. Unless witnessed firsthand, how can you assert its authenticity? Prince Duan pondered this for a moment. Xiao Duan, are you certain you are not mistaken? The crown prince inquired once more. Indeed, Xiao Duan replied with unwavering confidence. The crown prince stroked his chin thoughtfully. If Xiao Tingyu truly did not consummate his union with this woman, then they must have conspired together to deceiving the empress, deceiving the emperor, deceiving everyone. How remarkable it is that he has stumbled upon such a significant revelation. If this is indeed true, then his sixth brother will be irrevocably excluded from the position of heir, and this woman shall descend into an abyss from which there is no return. This situation has become quite intriguing, the crown prince mused with a faint smile. At this moment, Lin Yao remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity as she made her way to Prince Yu's residence. Ever since discovering that she had been afflicted with a curse, she refrained from intentionally enticing him. Yet, a mere glance would suffice. Who does not appreciate the sight of a handsome man? Especially after witnessing the disheveled appearance of the crown prince, she felt compelled to behold Prince Yu and refresh her eyes. Chapter 77, Targeted by the Empress Dowager. Crown Prince Yu copies scriptures. Lin Yao observed from the side, captivated by his every gesture, which exuded nobility and grace. The scene of him transcribing scriptures was a feast for the eyes. If only there were fewer conflicts, Lin Yao mused. This alone made her feel far happier than in her past life. Once he finished copying, he turned his gaze towards her. How is your shoulder? He inquired. A sweetness blossomed in Lin Yao's heart at the thought that he was concerned for her injury. Much better, she replied. Have you encountered Su Huan? Crown Prince Yu asked. Lin Yao was somewhat taken aback. How did he know? In truth, after she followed the eldest princess. The crown prince had ordered Chang Feng to follow her closely for her protection. Despite the misfortunes befalling Princess Chang Lu, he was determined to safeguard Lin Yao's life. Fortunately, Lin Yao had managed to resolve the crisis herself. On her way back, she had indeed met Su Huan, who was also seen by Chang Feng. Thus, he had reported back to the crown prince. Lin Yao nodded in acknowledgement. You seem to be getting quite close to him, the crown prince remarked. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet Lin Yao sensed a hint of jealousy. A flicker of joy stirred within her. Su Huan had once been the crown prince's trusted aide, and it was a pity that misunderstandings had led to their current estrangement. After explaining, she tentatively asked, Have you considered clarifying things with him? The crown prince remained silent for a moment before responding. Misunderstandings can be beneficial. Lin Yao instantly grasped his meaning. Su Huan had no future with him, but could find hope by aligning with Prince Duan. Therefore, misunderstandings could indeed be advantageous. With a light demeanor, he spoke. Yet Lin Yao felt a sense of frustration and helplessness. If only the curse on you could be lifted, she said. The crown prince pressed his lips together in silence. If it could be lifted, it would have been resolved long ago. We would not have arrived at this point. Lin Yao stayed with him for a while before taking her leave. His gaze unconsciously followed her until her figure vanished from sight, leaving his eyes fixed on the emptiness before him. As Lin Yao exited the crown prince's residence, she encountered Prince Duan. He swiftly pulled her into a corner, his hand gripping her waist, sending a shiver down her spine. Your Highness, this is a sacred place. What are your intentions? Lin Yao inquired. Prince Duan did not release her, his gaze lingering with ambiguous intent. Lin Yao felt a chill at her back. You must let me go. The crown prince awaits my service. Did you not just come from Sixth Brother's side? It's stifling inside. I thought I would take a stroll, he replied cheerfully. His eyes fixed intently on Lin Yao. A jolt of alarm surged through her. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, concealing any signs of vulnerability on her face. What nonsense was he speaking? In a holy place, one must adhere to the rules and precepts. Lin Yao retorted, implying that such reckless behavior would invite retribution. Having said that, she hurried back. Upon her return, Lin Yao's expression shifted dramatically. What did Prince Duan's earlier words mean? Was it mere coincidence? Or had he discovered something and was testing her? If it were revealed that she had not received the crown prince's favor, it would spell her doom. Lin Yao spent the next 2 days in a state of anxious apprehension. Until the Buddha's gathering concluded and she departed from Linkong Temple, Lin Yao finally sighed in relief. Upon returning to the Wangfu of Prince Yu, no matter how long the hand of Duke Duan might be, it could not reach her. Once back at the Wangfu, Lin Yao felt a sense of ease and indulged in a peaceful slumber. However, news soon arrived from the palace. The Empress Dowager had summoned Prince Yu, the princess consort, and the secondary consort to the palace for a short stay to accompany her. Naturally, there was no resisting the Empress Dowager's decree. "What troubles you, my dear Yao?" Lin Sivon inquired. She could not possibly confess her anxiety about the possibility of their lack of consummation being discovered. In the days following their time at Linkong Temple, Duke Duan had not sought her out again. Perhaps that incident was merely a coincidence, and he had not perceived anything amiss. Lin Yao reassured herself. "It is my first time entering the palace, and I feel somewhat anxious," Lin Yao admitted. Lin Sivon chuckled, finding her sister's fear endearing. "I thought something serious was amiss. You startled me. I too felt trepidation on my first palace visit, but fret not, for I shall be by your side." Lin Yao nodded appreciatively. "Then I shall rely on you, dear sister." After a day of rest at the Wangfu, they hastily made their way to the palace once more. The Empress Dowager resided in Shokong Palace. Outside the palace gates, Lin Yao and Lin Sivon descended from their sedan chair. At that moment, Lin Yao suddenly heard a fit of coughing. Turning to look, she noticed another sedan chair had arrived behind them. A gentle and graceful woman emerged from it. Her complexion somewhat pale, suggesting a frail constitution. "This is the Duchess of Duan," Lin Sivon whispered to Lin Yao. Lin Yao, being a secondary consort of lower rank, performed a courtesy. The Duchess smiled and nodded. In Lin Yao's recollection, the Duchess was an ordinary person, somewhat ill-fitted to the eccentric Duke Duan. In her previous life, when the Duke ascended the throne, the Duchess became the Empress, while Liang Cixi was elevated to the rank of imperial noble consort. Both the Duke and Liang Cixi were anything but ordinary, and sandwiched between them, the Duchess, despite her title, had not lived an easy life. As the Empress, she had to tread carefully and had discreetly assisted Lin Yao on several occasions. The three entered Shokong Palace together. Upon reaching the entrance to the Empress Dowager's quarters, the Empress Dowager summoned the Duchess alone, leaving Lin Yao and Lin Sivon outside. It was June, and the sun blazed overhead, making the wait quite unbearable. Yet, there was little to be done. The Empress Dowager favored the Duke Duan while maintaining a frosty demeanor towards Prince Yu. Consequently, as relatives of Prince Yu, they often found themselves overlooked. Before long, Lin Yao began to sweat profusely from the heat, and Lin Sivon was no better off. Inside, a dignified and stately woman with silver hair was engaged in conversation with the Duchess. "Your Majesty, it is quite warm today, and I fear for the health of the princess consort, who appears rather frail. Standing here too long may cause her to faint," the Duchess advised. The Empress Dowager let out a disdainful huff. "The Lin family women are all bewitching. I have no desire to see them. Were it not for that Lin family bastard daughter, would Prince Yu have broken his vows? Why must he hesitate so long to establish an heir?" The Empress Dowager seemed intent on tormenting them. "The fainting of the princess consort is minor, but considering it is your birthday, a day of great celebration, let us not dampen the joy," the Duchess pleaded. The Empress Dowager's attitude softened somewhat as she instructed the palace attendants, "Let the family of Prince Yu enter." Outside, Lin Yao and Lin Sivon received the message, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the perspiration from their faces and necks with handkerchiefs, they proceeded into the inner chamber. Upon entering, a refreshing breeze enveloped them. The room, cooled by blocks of ice, was remarkably pleasant despite the summer heat. Such comfortable days were certainly absent at the Prince Yu's residence. Only within the palace and in the favor of the esteemed Prince Duan could one find such indulgence. The Empress Dowager's cold gaze swept over Lin Sivon and Lin Yao, pausing for a moment on Lin Yao, as if to suggest that this charming temptress had captivated Zhao Tingyu. She let out a dismissive snort. "Please, take a seat, Princess Yu," she said, yet did not invite Lin Yao to sit. Chapter 78. She would not weep like this. Lin Sivon settled onto her chair, a sense of helplessness washing over her. Without the Empress Dowager's permission, she dared not ask Lin Yao to sit. Thus, Lin Yao stood like a palace maid, occasionally receiving the dowager's cold, piercing glances. Her emotions were rather intricate. In her previous life, she had been Gu Yulan's wife, never entangled in the succession struggle between Prince Yu and Prince Duan. Hence, the dowager held no prejudices against her, treating her with a neutral demeanor, neither favoring nor targeting her. At some point, however, the dowager's attitude toward her grew unexpectedly intimate, even recognizing her as a god-granddaughter. During the time the dowager protected her, those were indeed Lin Yao's most carefree days. She did not have to curry favor with Liang Cixi or endure Lin Cixi's mistreatment. Had it not been for the dowager's passing, Gu Yulan would not have dared to treat her in such a manner. Thus, in Lin Yao's memory, the dowager had always been a kind old lady who would beckon her over to share lychees and would gently dab her forehead to wipe away the cold sweat. Before her death, the dowager had longed to see her one last time. Regrettably, Lin Yao returned too late. This was one of her greatest regrets from her previous life. Standing there, Lin Yao stole glances at the dowager. When the dowager wore a stern expression, she appeared quite formidable. Lin Yao's heart was a tumult of emotions, tinged with a hint of joy. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Supreme Purity, several princes had been summoned and were seated within. The sovereign presided over them. The emperor had 4 sons and 3 daughters. The second son, born of a palace maid, was titled a duke. The third son, Prince Duan, and the 6th son, Prince Yu, were both princes. The youngest son, still in his tender years, was timid like his mother and sat huddled. From their titles, one could discern whom the emperor favored. His gaze swept across his 4 sons, lingering longer on Prince Duan and Prince Yu. The third son bore a smile, exuding grace and gentility, while the 6th son radiated an air of aloofness and dignity. On the surface, the third son appeared more suitable for the throne. However, the emperor knew his son well. The gentleness was merely a facade, concealing a ruthless heart and insatiable ambition. To be an emperor, one must not be soft-hearted. Yet, the third son had strayed too far and belonged to a powerful lineage. Historically, a strong maternal family often invited calamity. Should he hand over the empire to him, risking the downfall of centuries of heritage? How could he justify such an act to his ancestors? In truth, the emperor favored the 6th son. The 6th son was extraordinarily graceful and spirited, reminiscent of the emperor's own youth. Although he said nothing, the emperor had already resolved that after the Battle of Yunyao Mountain, he would establish Prince Yu as the crown prince. However, he never anticipated that during the battle, such events would unfold, leading the boy to suddenly seek refuge in monastic life. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not disappointed. He had once urged the boy to reconsider, yet the child remained obstinate. The emperor had been waiting, hoping for a change of heart. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he had finally been rewarded for his patience. The boy broke his vows. The Buddhist path could not contain him, and he was destined to return to the secular world. The emperor waited for him to strive forth, but for so long, there had been no response. The emperor felt a growing sense of urgency in his heart. Taking advantage of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, he summoned him to the palace to assess his condition. Upon observation, he noted the presence of hair and the long robe, yet the cold aura surrounding him resembled that of a monk. Where was his spirited son? The emperor felt a pang of disappointment internally, though he did not allow it to show on his face. The 5 of them shared a lunch, with the crown prince doing most of the talking, while the 2nd prince acquiesced timidly. The 6th prince remained silent, and the 7th prince seemed to shrink into himself. The emperor's expression grew increasingly grim as they dined. In contrast, the crown prince's mood improved. If his 6th brother had indeed not broken his vows, that would render the situation even more intriguing. He decided to probe further. After lunch, they each departed. The crown prince, however, pursued the Prince of Yu. 6th brother, I have prepared a grand gift for you, one that you will surely appreciate, he said enigmatically. The Prince of Yu cast a cold glance in his direction, sidestepped him, and continued on his way. Once back in his quarters, he entered the inner chamber and noticed the bed was disheveled, an alluring fragrance lingering in the air. The Prince of Yu frowned, fully aware of what this implied. Just as he contemplated summoning someone to remove the occupant from his room, a head emerged from beneath the covers. With tousled hair and a flushed face, she gazed up at him. Your Highness, please don't leave. If you cast me out, I shall have no way to survive. Her voice was laced with desperation. The Prince of Yu hesitated, not out of compassion, but because her features bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yao, resembling her by 7 parts. Was this the grand gift spoken of by Zhao Tingduan? Your Highness, I beseech you, the girl continued to plead. The Prince of Yu's expression quickly hardened. Although she bore a resemblance, her demeanor was inconsistent. She was not the same person. Come in, he commanded, and Changfeng appeared in the room. Surprised, he exclaimed, Your Highness? Upon seeing the girl's face, his astonishment deepened, and he quickly averted his gaze. Take her away. Additionally, change the bedding, he instructed coldly. After delivering his orders, the Prince of Yu retreated to another chamber. Your Highness. The girl called out, still gazing at his retreating figure. Get dressed and leave, Changfeng instructed. The girl clutched the blanket tightly. Changfeng, unyielding, added, If not, I shall simply throw you out. I will leave on my own, she replied hastily, putting on her clothes and exiting. As she stepped into the courtyard and caught sight of the people outside, her face turned ashen. See, Crown Prince? The Crown Prince glanced at her, his eyes narrowing. Did my sixth brother lay a hand on you? Without hesitation, she knelt. The Prince of Yu, he did not touch me. It is my own inadequacy. I implore your Highness for mercy, she pleaded. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, observing her face with contemplation. She bore such a resemblance to Lin Yao, enhanced by the allure of an aphrodisiac fragrance. How could Zhao Tingyu refrain from touching her? This maid was one of his own, incapable of deceiving him. The truth of whether Zhao Tingyu had been involved was evident. Yet, he had chosen not to engage. The Crown Prince felt that the likelihood of Zhao Tingyu maintaining his vows had increased significantly. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. He regarded the maid, tears streaming down her face, and frowned. Stop crying. You need not weep so. The palace maid swiftly stifled her sobs, anxiously wiping away her tears. The prince, captivated by her visage strikingly resembling Lin Yao, felt an inexplicable warmth surging within him, his throat tightening. Without hesitation, he reached out and lifted the maid into his arms. Momentarily taken aback, she soon regained her composure and wrapped her arms around his neck. Upon reaching the nearest chamber, the prince forcefully kicked open the door, carrying her inside and laying her upon the bed. In the midst of this turmoil, despite her resemblance, he sensed a certain lack of fulfillment. Had he truly possessed the original, the experience would undoubtedly have been far more exhilarating. Chapter 79. Crisis in the Palace in the Shokong Palace. Princess Yu and Princess Duan accompanied the Empress Dowager for lunch. The Empress Dowager deliberately summoned Lin Yao to serve her, assigning her tasks akin to those of a palace maid. Lin Yao complied obediently, arranging dishes for the Empress Dowager. Initially, the Empress Dowager sought to find fault with her, intending to reprimand her thoroughly. However, she discovered that Lin Yao performed her duties to her satisfaction, leaving no room for criticism. Princess Duan presented a bowl of lotus seed soup to the Empress Dowager, who frowned at it. As her elderly maid was about to intervene, Lin Yao swiftly took over and removed the bitter core from the lotus seeds. The Empress Dowager had a particular aversion to bitterness. Lin Yao placed the prepared lotus seed soup before her, prompting the Empress Dowager to snort derisively, remarking that Lin Yao had indeed mastered the art of serving. This comment was a veiled taunt, insinuating that Lin Yao was using her charms to curry favor. Yet, Lin Yao appeared oblivious to the insinuation, graciously thanking the Empress Dowager for her praise. The Empress Dowager, taken aback, thought to herself how audacious Lin Yao was, as she had not actually received any compliments. After the meal concluded, Princess Yu sought an excuse to depart, feeling uncomfortable as the Empress Dowager had spent the entire hour nitpicking at Lin Yao. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager relented and nodded, allowing them to leave. She cast a cold glance at Lin Yao, particularly disliking her presence, which was irksome to her. As Lin Yao was about to exit, she turned back and remarked, Empress Dowager, you are prone to coldness. Perhaps it would be wise to use fewer ice blocks. With that, she turned and left. The Empress Dowager was momentarily stunned, regaining her composure only to adopt a stern expression. Is that vixen cursing me? She muttered irritably. The old maid, who understood the Empress Dowager well, noted that while she initially disapproved of Princess Yu, she was nonetheless satisfied with her service. The Empress Dowager harbored conflicting feelings of disdain and fondness for her, perhaps even confusing herself in the process. She is merely concerned for your well-being, the old maid suggested. The Empress Dowager scoffed, who asked for her concern. Lin Sivon, Lin Yao, and Princess Duan left Shokong Palace together. With time still on their hands, Princess Duan proposed, Shall we find a place to sit and chat? Given that Princess Duan had previously assisted them, It would be impolite to decline her invitation. Lin Sivon nodded in agreement. Princess Duan, I will follow your lead. Princess Duan led them to a waterside pavilion where she arranged tables and chairs, brewing tea to entertain her guests. Aware that Lin Yao had not eaten lunch, she thoughtfully prepared some food for her. The three of them sat together, engaging in conversation. This is freshly picked tea. Do try it, Princess Duan said as she personally poured tea for Lin Yao and Lin Sivon. Upon tasting it, Lin Yao found the fragrance of the tea delightful, confirming it was indeed of excellent quality. I personally cultivated a tea garden and even roasted the leaves myself, Princess Duan shared, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm at the mention of tea. You possess a refined taste, Lin Sivon remarked, acknowledging her passion. I have no responsibilities in the royal household, so I relish this leisurely time, Princess Duan replied. Lin Sivon, having some knowledge of the affairs of the Duan household, was aware that Princess Duan's health was frail, prompting the favored concubine to send an elderly attendant to assist her. Hence, Princess Duan had little to occupy her time. Certainly, the actions of the noble consort remain ambiguous. One wonders whether her intentions are rooted in genuine concern for the delicate health of the Princess of Duan, or perhaps stem from her discontent regarding the princess's lack of offspring. Lin Sivon, wary of misstepping and inciting ill fortune, deftly shifted the conversation to the subject of embroidery. Her needlework was exquisite, and as she produced a handkerchief from her possession, it elicited admiration from the Princess of Duan. It was only natural that her sister's craftsmanship was remarkable. The little yellow duck she had previously gifted to the Princess of Chonglu had been embroidered by her sister. Perhaps influenced by an excess of tea, Lin Yao felt an urgent need to relieve herself. The Princess of Duan promptly summoned a maidservant to escort Lin Yao. Following the maid through a lengthy corridor and around a bend, Lin Yao soon found herself in a courtyard where the restroom awaited. As she walked, an overwhelming fatigue began to envelop her. Initially attributing her weariness to the scorching sun and subsequent hours spent in a cool room, she soon realized that something was amiss. With her eyes narrowed, she regarded the maidservant. Your Highness, the restroom is just there, the maid informed her, seemingly oblivious to any underlying issues. With nature's call pressing, Lin Yao attended to her needs, taking care to splash some water on her face in an attempt to invigorate herself. However, a wave of dizziness struck her, and she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. The seemingly innocuous maidservant looked down at Lin Yao, a smirk betraying her true nature. Old madam, you are a seasoned presence in the palace. Surely you can discern whether this one is a maiden. Let's remove her garments for inspection. Whose favor is she in service to? Such a figure, surely a blessing for her benefactor. In a daze, Lin Yao became aware of hands exploring her body, others attempting to unfasten her clothing. The notion of inspection, was she truly a maiden? A jolt of realization surged through her as she bit her tongue, striving to regain her clarity. What on earth was happening? Her mind began to piece together the events. Having consumed tea from the Princess of Duan, she felt the urge to relieve herself, and now, the encroaching fog of confusion. Could it be that the Princess of Duan had orchestrated this? In her memory, the princess had always appeared kind and gentle, her heart seemingly good. Yet, as the consort of the Prince of Duan, she would undoubtedly align herself with him in critical moments. Moreover, one must understand that knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. Who could truly fathom the princess's inner motives? Reflecting on her encounter at Ling Kong Temple, Lin Yao recalled how the Prince of Duan had expressed doubts regarding her consummation with the Prince of Yu. Was this arrangement solely to ascertain whether she had indeed remained virtuous? Should it be revealed that she was still untouched, it would mean she had deceived everyone. The Empress, the Emperor, and in a grander scope, she would be guilty of treason. The ramifications of such an accusation were dire. The Empress would undoubtedly be enraged, seeking her life. Additionally, the perilous situation surrounding the Prince of Yu loomed. The Emperor might swiftly grow disillusioned, or, succumbing to the pressures of court officials, elevate the Prince of Duan as the heir apparent. It was imperative that she prevent any examination of her body. Lin Yao tightly clutched her belt, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a cold light as she glared at the individuals in the room. What are you planning to do? There were 3 people in the room, one being the palace maid from earlier, while the other 2 were older women, likely seasoned matrons of the palace. She has awakened? The palace maid exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the 2 elder matrons. Quick, seize her and strip her of her garments. One matron held Lin Yao back, while the other reached for her trousers, leaving Lin Yao feeling as vulnerable as meat upon a chopping board. with no means of escape. Meanwhile, Lin Sivon found it peculiar that Yaoer had yet to arrive. The Duchess of Duan wore a look of concern. Perhaps she is feeling unwell due to the fluctuations in temperature. I shall instruct the servants to prepare some medicine. When she returns, she must take it to avoid becoming weak from an upset stomach. The Duchess's arrangements were exceedingly thoughtful and considerate. Lin Sivon expressed her gratitude, saying, I am truly thankful to the Duchess of Duan. Chapter 80. Serving the prince as Lin Yao's dress seemed on the verge of being torn away. She seized a fleeting opportunity, swiftly withdrawing the hairpin from her head. Gripping the young palace maid, she pressed the pin against the maid's neck. The situation was dire. Yet Lin Yao had deliberated carefully. The two elderly matrons were seasoned figures in the palace, possessing great strength, while this young maid appeared considerably weaker. Despite Lin Yao's modest skills, she knew that confronting the two matrons would not guarantee her victory. Hence, she targeted the most vulnerable maid. Fortunately, she managed to seize her effortlessly. Come any closer, and I shall slay her, Lin Yao declared coldly. The two matrons stood frozen, and the maid's face drained of color. You dare to kill me? Do you know whose servant I am? The maid retorted, her bravado faltering. With a firm grip, Lin Yao pressed harder, drawing a thin line of blood on the maid's neck. If I apply more force, you will meet your demise, Lin Yao threatened icily. The maid, overwhelmed by terror, could no longer maintain her composure, her face awash with the fear of death. Meanwhile, time slipped away, and Lin Sivon increasingly sensed something amiss. Even with a bout of diarrhea, it should not take this long. Could something have happened to Yao? Lin Sivon abruptly rose. Duchess, I must check on my younger sister. She might have lost her way. That girl has always been so scatterbrained. Even if the Duchess attempted to restrain her, she was determined to seek out her sister. The Duchess calculated the time. Surely, those she had dispatched would have succeeded by now. It was the perfect moment for her to ascertain the outcome. Rising as well, the Duchess feigned anxiety. I feel something is indeed wrong. I shall accompany you to search. The two made their way toward the latrine. Just as they were about to step into a courtyard, a figure lunged into Lin Sivon's embrace. She quickly wrapped her arms around the disheveled Lin Yao, her heart leaping in alarm. Yaoer, what has happened? Seeing Lin Sivon brought Lin Yao a sense of relief. Sister, I encountered some ruffians. Lin Sivon looked up and saw three figures pursuing them, two elderly matrons and a maid, the latter's neck still dripping with blood. Upon seeing them, the three appeared to realize their scheme had unraveled, their faces paling instantly. The Duchess fixed her gaze upon the trio, her usually serene visage now radiating hostility. Observing the terror etched on the maid's face, she understood that the plot had failed, and fury ignited within her. What utter incompetence! Such a simple task. And yet it was botched. However, she did not allow her anger to show. With a blend of surprise and fear, the Duchess cried, Quickly, someone apprehend these ruffians. Before long, a court attendant approached and seized the three culprits. Take them away and punish them severely, she commanded, then turned with concern to Lin Yao. Lady Lin, are you unharmed? Observing her theatrics, Lin Yao felt a surge of amusement. These three were clearly sent by her. Nonetheless, it was not the time to confront her. After all, she remained in a precarious situation. Shaking her head, Lin Yao replied, Perhaps I have offended someone, and they sought to humiliate me. Fortunately, I managed to escape. She tugged at Lin Sivon's sleeve. Sister, please take me back. Lin Sivon exchanged a few polite words with the princess of the Duke and then departed with Lin Yao. As they walked away, the expression on the Duke's princess's face turned cold. Suddenly, the Duke slapped the princess across the face, his tone rife with impatience. What a useless person you are, unable to handle even this trivial matter. He had made numerous attempts to ascertain that Lin Yao had not yet consummated her marriage with Prince Yu. If it could be proven that Lin Yao remained chaste, then the matter would be irrevocably settled, and Prince Yu would be utterly ruined. The Duke's princess found herself on the ground, gazing up at the Duke. His eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of fury, resembling a raging beast, in stark contrast to the genteel demeanor he displayed to outsiders. The Duke's princess felt somewhat dazed. Hailing from a prestigious family with ample choices for marriage, it was she who had chosen the Duke. It was merely because he had picked up her fallen hairpin on the street that the image of his graceful and handsome figure had etched itself in her mind, leading her to fall deeply in love. When she expressed her desire to marry the Duke, her elder brother had vehemently opposed her. He had earnestly warned her, the Duke is not a worthy match. Marrying him would be akin to stepping into a pit of fire. Yet, she was resolute and believed her brother harbored bias against the Duke. I trust the Duke's character. Even if it is a pit of fire, I would gladly embrace it. Her brother, exasperated, ceased to intervene. She married the Duke and became the Duchess. For a time, they harmonized beautifully, and she felt he was indeed a suitable match, proving her brother wrong. However, one fateful day, she witnessed the Duke mercilessly punishing a servant for a minor transgression. It was then that she comprehended the true meaning of her brother's warning about the pit of fire. Alas, it was far too late. She could only endure, mustering all her strength to assist the Duke. Only when he ascended to the throne and she became empress, possessing that unparalleled status, could she validate her choice. The Duchess forced a smile. My lord, today was not entirely fruitless. From the demeanor of concubine Lin, it seems she has not yet won your favor, hence her furtive behavior. The Duke sat there, frowning. She is aware of our intentions. What if she consummates her marriage with my sixth brother upon returning? The Duchess replied, My lord, if it were possible, it would have happened by now. The lack of consummation must be due to some insurmountable reason. The Duke retorted sarcastically, Isn't the reason quite simple? My sixth brother is devoted to Buddhism and refuses to break his vows. Hence, this matter would eventually be exposed. The Duchess asserted. The Duke's expression softened slightly. A vivid image of a lovely face appeared in his mind, and the thought of her flustered and helpless demeanor amused him. Lin Yao followed Lin Sivon back to their residence. Lin Sivon hurriedly closed the door and thoroughly inspected Lin Yao, relieved to find no issues. Her expression remained serious. Yaoer, tell me, what exactly happened? At this juncture, Lin Yao no longer wished to conceal the truth. Sister, in truth, the Duke and I have not consummated our marriage. Lin Sivon was taken aback, instantly grasping the implications, her complexion gradually paling. How could this happen? Lin Sivon murmured. Everything seemed well until suddenly. Prince Duan grew suspicious, probing from various angles. Today, the Princess of Duan must have received the prince's orders. First drugging me, and then having the old matron in the palace examine me. Thankfully, I managed to escape. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Yao said. Lin Sivon still felt a lingering fear. However, one can evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Prince Duan will undoubtedly take further action. Yaoer, what do you intend to do? Lin Yao bit her lip. There is no choice but to seek out Prince Yu. As the night deepened, a figure gently knocked on Prince Yu's door. Dressed in elegant attire, she delineated her graceful silhouette. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, filled with profound affection, gazing at him with a mesmerizing allure. Her voice was soft and tender. My lord, I have come to attend to your rest. Chapter 81. The Empress Dowager enters the game. The Prince of Yu, clad in a long robe, bore a strikingly handsome yet cold expression. His gaze swept over her, gradually igniting a spark of warmth. He descended from his lofty perch, stepping into the mire of the earthly realm. Lin Yao entered the room, closed the door behind her, and approached the prince, wrapping her arms around his waist. He was tall and imposing, almost engulfing her within his embrace. The prince's eyes darkened, his heart aflame, and he instinctively swallowed hard. His hand slowly ascended, resting upon her slender waist, fueling the fire within him. He felt torn in two. One half remained composed while the other succumbed to madness, and that madness was steadily consuming the calm. His grip on her waist tightened further. Lin Yao sensed the intensity of his embrace and gently attempted to free herself. Your Highness, the spies of the Duke of Duan are watching us from outside, she whispered. She was aware that the prince's situation was not one of life and death, but rather a performance to thwart the Duke's sinister schemes. Yet, his arm remained firmly wrapped around her, and she called out again, Your Highness, is this merely a charade? The prince snapped back to reality, momentarily caught in a sense of loss. I understand, he replied, his voice gravelly. Outside, indeed, a pair of eyes were fixed on the scene within, not those of the Duke's spies, but the Duke himself. He sat concealed on a hidden second floor, able to observe the window below while remaining unseen. He watched the two figures illuminated by candlelight, locked in a passionate embrace, sharing tender kisses. As the candlelight flickered out, darkness enveloped the room, yet some suggestive sounds still permeated the air. The Duke's expression hardened, his grip on the cup tightening, revealing a glimmer of hostility in his gaze. Zhao Tingyu has truly broken his vows. The following morning, Lin Yao finally departed from the prince's residence. To outsiders, their intimacy appeared profound. In truth, it was a solitary performance on her part. However, she had taken precautions, unafraid of the maid's scrutiny, thus alleviating a lingering concern. Upon returning to her quarters, she intended to rest, but a summons from the Empress Dowager soon arrived. instructing her and her sister to proceed to Shokong Palace. Upon their arrival at Shokong Palace, the duke's wife was engaged in breakfast with the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager regarded them with indifference, while the duke's wife beckoned them over. Her previous disdain seemed forgotten as if nothing had transpired. Lin Yao discerned the true nature of the duke's wife and resolved to remember this enmity, choosing to ignore her while leaving the art of politeness to her elder sister. Lin Sivon took Lin Yao's hand and approached, greeting the Empress Dowager and acknowledging the duke's wife. The Empress Dowager cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yao, her expression revealing discontent. "You appear rather lackadaisical. Could it be that you were up to no good last night?" Lin Yao smiled in response. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. The palace is heavily guarded, and with your keen insight, how could I possibly harbor such audacity?" Though the Empress Dowager's disdain was palpable, Lin Yao's retort felt like a jest between them. The Empress Dowager, feeling as though her words had fallen on deaf ears, chose to disregard her further. After the Princess of Duan finished breakfast with the Empress, she approached Lin Yao with a concerned demeanor. "Why does Concubine Lin appear so unwell? Is something amiss?" "Thank you for your concern, Princess of Duan. I merely exhausted myself attending to His Highness last night," Lin Yao replied, her eyes sparkling with a hint of spring's allure. The flicker of malice in the princess's gaze vanished, leaving her uncertain. Had Prince Yu truly favored Lin Yao? This was not what she had anticipated. A smile soon adorned the princess's face. "Then, Concubine Lin, you must take some time to rest." Lin Yao sensed the princess's discontent, and for some reason, it brought her a sense of joy. The Empress continued to harbor an aversion towards Lin Yao, extending her disdain towards Lin Sivon as well. During breakfast, she neglected to invite the two, relegating them to mere spectators. Coincidentally, as foreign tributes were presented, the Emperor sent an abundance of gifts. The Empress bestowed several rare items upon the Princess of Duan. "This jade is beneficial for a woman's health. You are frail. Wear it and exert yourself so that you may gift me a great-grandchild," the Empress said, affectionately patting the princess's hand. Lin Yao and Lin Sivon observed from the side. Lin Sivon felt a twinge of awkwardness, while Lin Yao maintained her composure. "This bracelet would suit Concubine Lin," the princess remarked, seemingly defending Lin Yao, yet subtly conveying a message to the Empress. The Empress's expression turned frosty. She is but a concubine. How could she possibly deserve such a fine gift? The palace attendants, adept at gauging the Empress's sentiments, kept their distance, leaving no chairs for the two women, who stood uncomfortably by. Only when the Empress grew weary and dismissed them did Lin Yao and Lin Sivon find their reprieve. As they stepped outside the gates of Shokong Palace, Lin Sivon exhaled deeply. "Why does the Empress act this way?" she inquired helplessly. "Naturally, it is because the Princess of Duan is her favorite grandson, while Prince Yu does not please her, hence her disdain extends to us," Lin Yao explained. "After all, Prince Yu is a prince. The Empress could not arbitrarily torment him." So she redirected her ire towards them. Why such favoritism among grandchildren? Lin Sivon pondered. Human hearts tend to lean towards bias. It is inexplicable, Lin Yao replied. Perhaps there are reasons unknown to us. Moreover, there exists much unwarranted favoritism in this world. The Empress's birthday is but a few days away. We shall remain in the palace for another 10 days or so, Lin Sivon lamented, dreading the prolonged stay. In Shokong Palace, the Empress's most trusted matron was attending to her, massaging her head. Have they all departed? The Empress asked. Yes, they have, the matron responded. And what of that Lin family's illegitimate daughter? The Empress scoffed coldly. After numerous humiliations, she appears blissfully ignorant and even dares to jest with me. She may seem dull, yet she is cunning. If only she were weak and pitiful after my scorn, it would be entertaining. Instead, it feels as though I am striking cotton, utterly uninteresting. The Empress harbored a deep-seated frustration, which vexed her greatly. Your Majesty, she is merely a junior. There is no need to let her provoke you, the matron advised. Were it not for her beguiling ways, enticing people to abandon their principles, Tingduan would have long been the crown prince, the Empress Dowager remarked. Your Majesty, that matter is for His Majesty to ponder freely. Why must you involve yourself? The matron replied. The Empress Dowager's temperament was fiery and impulsive, devoid of cunning. She genuinely feared that the Empress Dowager's involvement in the struggle for the heir apparent would entangle her in the fray, particularly since the current sovereign was not her biological son. In the past, during the Zhao family's predicament, both Tingduan and the Wang family had interceded. The Empress Dowager stated, although the Zhao family ultimately met with such a fate, I shall remember the assistance provided by Tingduan and the Wang family. The Empress Dowager held the Zhao family in high regard, and once the matron discerned this connection, she understood that there was no further counsel to be offered. This murky water was one the Empress Dowager was certain to wade through. Chapter 82. The Prince's Deception. This nurse has been by the Empress Dowager's side since her days as a young lady in the palace. Although the Dowager hails from a distinguished lineage, her parents passed away early, and she endured mistreatment from her relatives, leading a rather unfortunate life until her aunt took her in. Her aunt, who had married into the Zhao family, belonged to one of the three illustrious families of the dynasty, alongside the Xie and Wang families. The Zhao family boasted both civil and military officials, earning the emperor's trust and holding a prominent position among the aristocracy in the capital. Upon her arrival at the Zhao household, her aunt treated her as a beloved daughter, and the daughter born to her aunt became as close as a sister. Several cousins also treated her with great kindness. Within the Zhao family, she experienced a blissful and carefree adolescence. In a bid to ascend the social ladder, her family submitted her name to the palace, where she caught the eye of the then empress and was selected to enter the imperial court. Despite the Zhao family's backing, the dowager did not receive much favor and was bestowed only a minor title. Fortunately, the dowager possessed a contented disposition, avoiding strife and conflict, and managed to navigate several perilous palace intrigues unscathed. Later, moved by compassion for a small prince who had lost his mother, she chose to raise him by her side. In the eyes of others, the prince and his mother posed no threat, and their presence was largely disregarded. With the protection of the Zhao family, they lived relatively well. However, no one anticipated that the throne would eventually fall to that small prince. The unassuming concubine, with her negligible presence, unexpectedly became the Empress Dowager. It was only then that the nurse realized that the true lack of ambition lay not with the dowager, but rather with the astute little prince. In essence, her young lady's rise was a testament to the age-old adage of maternal influence in securing power. Yet, despite the bond of nurturing, the dowager was not the prince's biological mother, which diminished her significance in the emperor's heart, as evidenced by the events surrounding the Zhao family. The downfall of the Zhao family was indeed lamentable. Once a powerful entity, they became embroiled in a treasonous plot, leading to their swift and dramatic downfall, with the entire family imprisoned. In light of the involvement of the emperor's own mother in the matter, he was consumed with rage, and in his fury, blood spilled freely, leaving no one daring to plead on behalf of the Zhao family. Not only was there no one to intercede, but many sought to distance themselves entirely. Even the Zhao family's legitimate daughter, who was on the verge of childbirth, was abandoned by her husband and sent back home. At that moment, the dowager was beside herself with worry. The Zhao family was her kin, Madame Zhao was akin to her mother, and the Zhao daughter was her sister, alongside her numerous brothers. How could she bear to watch them perish? Thus, risking the emperor's wrath, she implored him for mercy. This act nearly shattered the bond between mother and son. In her moment of despair, only the Wang family and Prince Duan dared to advocate on her behalf. Although the Zhao family's fate seemed sealed, the dowager held their kindness close to her heart. The Zhao family was no more. Yet the child born to the sister who had cherished her like blood remained a glimmer of hope, perhaps still alive. If only she could find that child. With a gentle sigh, the dowager closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though she had returned to that familiar courtyard, where she was still the carefree maiden, chasing butterflies while her cousin laughed at her and her older sister cautioned her to be careful. When Lin Yao and Lin Sivan returned, they encountered Prince Duan. By his side was a scarred man, seemingly ordinary, yet his gaze was unsettling. Although Lin Yao wished to disregard Prince Duan, she understood the necessity of propriety. Following Lin Sivan, she performed a respectful salute. "Greetings to Prince Duan," she said. The prince's gaze bypassed Lin Sivan, landing squarely on Lin Yao. "Lady Lin, what a coincidence. Just a few days ago, I saw you at Linkong Temple, and now we meet again in the palace. Truly, we are fated," Prince Duan remarked with a smile. Lin Yao had no desire to engage with him. As a concubine of Prince Yu, she wished to avoid entanglements with other princes. "Your Highness jest, such encounters are inevitable and hardly fate. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," she replied, hastily pulling Lin Sivan away. After walking a short distance, Lin Yao finally halted, releasing a breath of relief. "Dear sister, who was that man accompanying Prince Duan? Do you know him?" she inquired. Lin Sivan pondered for a moment. "I have not seen him before, but I recall that the eldest son of the general of the state bears a scar. He is likely connected to Prince Duan." she recalled. Lin Yao furrowed her brow. The man appeared ominous, lacking any sense of righteousness, yet he hailed from a family of military nobility. Setting that aside, she was momentarily free from the prince's scrutiny regarding her status. Meanwhile, Prince Duan and Chao Duan paused, their eyes fixed on the retreating figures of the two sisters, lingering even after they vanished from sight. Lady Lin seems different now, Prince Duan observed. Chao Duan, who had a preference for married women, remarked that he had discerned Lin Yao's lack of favor previously, showing no interest in her. Indeed, she is quite changed, Chao Duan agreed. A shadow fell over Prince Duan's heart. It appeared that Lin Yao had already consummated her relationship with Zhao Tingyu. He had initially thought he had leverage against her. Yet it slipped through his fingers. Such a pity. All of this was due to the incompetence of the princess. She could not even manage this simple affair. Anger surged within Prince Duan, a desire to lash out and inflict harm. However, Chao Duan suddenly spoke. It is still not enough. Prince Duan paused, bewildered. What do you mean by that? She may have lost her virtue, but she has not yet consummated the marriage, Chao Duan clarified. Prince Duan was utterly taken aback. Was it possible that she had not yet achieved that? He had heard everything that night. Are you certain? Do not speak frivolously, he pressed. I'm certain, Your Highness. I have known many women. It is easy for me to discern such matters, Chao Duan asserted confidently. Prince Duan was left in shock. After everything, Zhao Tingyu had managed to restrain himself. Was he not a man? Was it a matter of unwavering resolve, or something else entirely? The thought struck Prince Duan. If Zhao Tingyu was indeed suppressing himself, what might happen if he were to break that restraint? If his suspicions were correct, then Prince Duan would ensure that he did. Since he is unable to take this step, I shall lend him a hand. The Duke of Duan revealed a sinister smile. Chao Duan, you have traversed the pleasures of the world. You must possess some irresistible concoctions, do you not? Chao Duan chuckled, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Your Highness has indeed found the right person. Upon returning to his residence, the Duke summoned a trusted confidant and handed him a vial of potion. Find a way to incorporate this into Prince Yu's meals. Chapter 83. The unseen threat. Lin Yao accompanied Lin Sivan for lunch. After the meal, news arrived from Shokong Palace that Princess Xuanyu had come to pay her respects, this time bypassing Lin Yao entirely. According to the Empress Dowager, merely looking at Lin Yao was a source of irritation. Lin Yao's emotions were rather tumultuous. When would the kind-hearted matriarch, who had once showered her with warmth and affection in her past life, return? In her previous life, Lin Yao had not had the chance to bid farewell to the elder before her passing. Now, upon their reunion, she longed to spend more time with her. Alas, their first encounter had been met with disdain. In her former life, the Empress Dowager's inexplicable favoritism towards her had left no trace, and in this life, Lin Yao found herself unable to replicate those past circumstances to win the Dowager's favor. With no recourse, she found herself idly bored and succumbed to an afternoon nap, awakening only in the evening. Upon waking, she felt an unsettling twitch in her right eyelid, as if forewarning her of impending misfortune. Hastily, she summoned a servant. Has my sister returned? The princess has been back for some time, the servant replied. Lin Yao's heart remained heavy with concern. What of the others? What of the prince? Thinking of Prince Yu, Lin Yao hurriedly rose from her bed, hastily tidied herself, and made her way to his residence. The prince resided in the palace he had occupied before establishing his own household, while the female entourage stayed in the palace adjacent to Shokong Palace for the Empress Dowager's convenience. The journey was not short, and after a quarter of an hour, Lin Yao arrived at Prince Yu's palace. The prince was known for his cold demeanor, and his abode reflected this chill, guarded only by 2 sentinels at the entrance. Upon entering, the vast palace revealed no signs of life. As Lin Yao ventured deeper, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure sneaking into a room, specifically, the chamber where Prince Yu typically rested. Alarmed, she hastened forward and discovered a eunuch furtively pouring something into an incense burner. The clandestine manner suggested it was no innocuous substance. Help! Lin Yao cried out. Startled, the eunuch attempted to flee, but was swiftly apprehended by the arriving guards. I am merely delivering incense to the prince, he stammered, trembling in fear. Lin Yao scoffed. I doubt it is anything pleasant. She ordered a guard to investigate, and soon, the guard returned. It is an aphrodisiac incense, its fragrance resembling sandalwood. Once added to the burner, it becomes nearly undetectable. Fortunately, Your Highness noticed early. We deduced it from the powder that fell to the ground. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yao's back. Had she not discovered it in time, If Prince Yu had returned to his chamber and succumbed to this incense, his desires would have spiraled out of control, leading to disastrous consequences. Take him to see the prince, Lin Yao commanded. At that moment, Prince Yu was in his study, engrossed in scripture, separated from them by a courtyard. Lin Yao soon arrived at the entrance to his quarters, accompanied by the guard, with the eunuch in custody. Changfeng, stationed outside, looked at Lin Yao in surprise. "What has transpired?" he inquired. "This man harbors ill intentions and sought to drug the prince. I must see him," Lin Yao asserted. "I shall first report to the prince." After speaking, Changfeng turned and entered the room, deliberately closing the door behind him. Lin Yao found this peculiar. Ordinarily, she would have simply gone in. Before the Prince Yu, she had never adhered to such formalities. Shortly thereafter, Changfeng emerged, stating that the prince had entrusted the matter to the consort. Lin Yao regarded the eunuch, her mind racing with thoughts. It was evident, without needing proof, that the instigator behind this was undoubtedly Duke Duan. Should investigations proceed, it might be revealed that Duke Duan had administered poison to Prince Yu. Although the substance was not lethal, it would not bode well for Duke Duan either. If it were discovered that Prince Yu had been afflicted with a curse, the repercussions would be dire. Lin Yao promptly resolved. This individual harbored ill intentions. He must be dealt with severely. The eunuch appeared to anticipate his grim fate, remaining silent as he was dragged away. Lin Yao did not depart. Instead, she gazed at the firmly shut door and took a step forward. Suddenly, Changfeng extended his hand to stop her. "The prince is meditating and wishes to see no one," he said sternly. Oddly enough, he spoke to her in such a tone. Lin Yao simply sat down on the steps. "Then I shall wait here." Changfeng frowned at her, feeling unable to forcibly remove her. After a short while, a voice from within called out, "Let her in." Lin Yu quickly rose from the steps, and Changfeng stepped aside. Upon entering the room, she was enveloped by the scent of sandalwood. This aroma frequently wafted through the Buddhist hall. However, given the recent events, Lin Yao found the fragrance somewhat unsettling. She swiftly lifted the beaded curtain and stepped further inside, immediately spotting the figure seated upon the bed. A jolt of alarm surged through her. The man sat cross-legged, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, each droplet trickling down to disappear into his dark attire. His eyes were tightly shut, his face flushed, and his lips pressed together, as if striving to suppress something. Lin Yao stared at him for a while, not in admiration of his striking features, but rather in a state of blankness, cold sweat prickling at her back. After some time, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. "Your Highness." Prince Yu slowly opened his eyes, and within those profound depths surged. At that moment, Lin Yao was entirely convinced. Prince Yu had indeed been drugged. Duke Duan was exceedingly cautious. Aside from what Lin Yao had uncovered, he had orchestrated numerous contingencies to ensure Prince Yu fell victim to this poison. It seemed Duke Duan had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Prince Yu's prolonged abstinence. The palace was filled with Duke Duan's confidants. While one could guard against a single threat, it was impossible to thwart a multitude. Once Duke Duan suspected foul play, it was only a matter of time before Prince Yu succumbed to the drug. Yet, all of this had become irrelevant. What mattered now was how to navigate the immediate crisis. If Prince Yu were to completely lose control, the curse within him would also spiral out of control, leading to certain death. "Bring me a rope," Prince Yu commanded once more, his voice hoarse. Lin Yao quickly searched the surroundings, rummaging through a drawer until she unearthed a length of rope. "Bind my hands," Prince Yu instructed further. It appeared he had lost his ability to self-regulate and required the rope to restrain himself. With a determined resolve, Lin Yao swiftly approached from behind, binding his hands with rope and securing his feet to the bed. Once completed, she positioned herself at the farthest distance from King Yu, observing the increasing chaos and loss of control in his gaze, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Time slipped away, second by second. "Yaoer," the man suddenly spoke, his eyes filled with tenderness and longing as they turned to her. "Yaoer, come here," he beckoned. His voice was laced with an intoxicating allure, his gaze gentle, drawing one into a state of enchantment. He called her once more. Enticed, Lin Yao stood and walked towards him. As she approached the bedside, her eyes fell upon his strikingly handsome visage, causing her to lower her head, yearning to press her lips against his parched ones. Chapter 84. The outbreak of poison. In the fleeting moment before contact, Lin Yao suddenly awakened, involuntarily retreating 2 steps. She struck Prince Yu with a swift slap, rousing him from his stupor, his expression regaining its icy composure. Clearly, the potion administered by Prince Duan was no ordinary concoction. It could ensnare one's very mind. "My lord, you must endure," Lin Yao implored. Yet, how long could he sustain this torment? Each passing moment was an agonizing trial. Prince Yu remained silent, his demeanor as frigid as ice, concealing a tumultuous turmoil within, akin to molten lava. Should that lava break through the icy facade, everything would collapse in a cataclysm, leaving no hope for redemption. Lin Yao could only wish for the ice to quell the seething magma within him. Suddenly, Prince Yu clutched his abdomen, his face contorting in pain, before he expelled a mouthful of blood. Lin Yao's countenance shifted dramatically. Disregarding everything else, she rushed to his side. She caught the faltering man in her arms, exclaiming, "My lord." Prince Yu's complexion turned ashen. That spurt of blood seemed to siphon away his vitality, rendering him exceedingly weak. Was it the control of the parasite slipping away? Panic gripped Lin Yao's heart as she hastily untied the ropes binding his limbs. "My lord, please lie down. I will fetch the imperial physician." As she spoke, she turned to leave, her mind consumed by a singular thought: Prince Yu must not perish. It was not merely the loss of her protector she feared, but the profound ache of losing him altogether. At that moment, her hand was suddenly grasped. "Yaoer, come back." Lin Yao halted, gazing at the frail figure of Prince Yu. He leaned against the pillow, barely managing to sit up. His movements were labored as he produced a jade pendant, extending it towards her. "Take this pendant, leave the palace. Escape the capital with your mother and sister." Lin Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as she beheld the weakened man. Was he making arrangements for the inevitable? Even on the brink of death, he was preoccupied with her affairs. In this life and the last, no one had ever cared for her in such a manner, save for her mother. "My lord, there must be another way," Lin Yao sniffled. Prince Yu shook his head. "I am well aware of my condition. After enduring for so long, I am weary." No, how could he be weary? How could he abandon himself to this wretched world? "Do not grieve, foolish girl. All must die eventually," Prince Yu continued. "Everyone must die." But could it not be decades hence? After finally securing a reliable ally and a life of ease, how could he leave? Moreover, she had long coveted him, yet had not yet succeeded. He simply could not die. There had to be a solution. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Yao as she suddenly recalled someone. "Bai Zhe," she called out. Yet, no one appeared. Her heart sank into despair. Bai Zhe was her last glimmer of hope. Could it be that Prince Yu's parasite truly had no remedy? "Bai Zhe," she cried again. Just then, a figure leaped down from the railing, landing before her. Upon seeing the white-clad figure, Lin Yao felt tears welling up. "Bai Zhe, please save him." Lin Yao spoke, her voice laced with desperation. The gaze of King Yu inadvertently fell upon Lin Yao's hand as she tugged at Bai Zhe's sleeve, a frown adorning his brow. "The curse has taken hold, and I am powerless," Bai Zhe stated. "You may be powerless, but others might possess the means, as you previously mentioned," Lin Yao replied urgently. "He's already dead," Bai Zhe remarked. "Are you certain of his demise? Furthermore, does he not have an heir? Perhaps his successor possesses a solution," Lin Yao contended. She yearned for King Yu's survival, clinging to even the faintest glimmer of hope. Bai Zhe wished to shake his head, but upon witnessing the plea and anticipation in Lin Yao's eyes, he relented. "There may be a chance." Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. "However, he cannot survive beyond today. The journey from here to the southern wilderness will take 3 months, Bai Zhe cautioned. Lin Yao's heart sank once more. "Yet, I possess a method to prolong his life," Bai Zhe added, igniting a flicker of hope within Lin Yao. "I implore you, Bai Zhe," she pleaded. Bai Zhe retrieved a white porcelain jar from his robes, extracting a goo worm egg and presenting it to King Yu. King Yu accepted the goo worm egg and swallowed it. After ingesting it, he remained weak and on the brink of death. Clearly, this goo worm could only sustain his life, not restore his strength. The ensuing challenge lay in how to escape the palace under the watchful eyes of Duke Duan. Should Duke Duan discover King Yu's dire condition and seize the opportunity to strike, it would be utterly disastrous. Nevertheless, they had to depart. Otherwise, how could they reach the southern wilderness? Lin Yao quickly resolved to have Chang Feng prepare a carriage and, under the cover of night, exit the palace. Moments later, Lin Yao and King Yu boarded the carriage from the rear courtyard, clattering toward the palace gates. Throughout the journey, Lin Yao remained exceedingly anxious. Just as they approached the palace gates, a figure accompanied by others obstructed their path. "Who is aboard this carriage?" the individual inquired, revealing himself to be Duke Duan. Clearly, after having drugged King Yu, Duke Duan had dispatched spies to monitor his residence. He had waited patiently, his impatience growing, when at last there was movement from King Yu. Previously, he had recalled that many years ago, someone had given him two goo worms, one that could render a person delirious, and another that was a freshly cultivated worm, said to feed on human emotions. Duke Duan had dismissed the notion as nonsense, having once believed that Zhao Tingyu truly had a connection to the divine, wishing to renounce worldly ties. Yet, he had noticed Zhao Tingyu's unwillingness to break his vows. This made him think of the goo worms. He had administered the drug to Zhao Tingyu, who now, in a state of panic, sought to flee the palace. Could it be that he had broken his vows, and the goo worm was taking effect? Certainly, he could wait for Zhao Tingyu to perish. However, his impatience had reached a boiling point. Why not reveal your identity? Are you not a mere scoundrel? Duke Duan feigned astonishment. The voice from within the carriage finally spoke. It is I, the consort of King Yu. Duke Duan's expression shifted to one of feigned enlightenment. Ah, it is Consort Lin. You have come to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Yet the festivities have yet to commence. Why the haste to leave the palace? Duke Duan inquired intentionally, awaiting a response from those within the carriage. For a considerable time, silence prevailed inside. The Prince of Duan nearly laughed aloud. Lin Yao, the most eloquent among them, was now utterly speechless, clearly in a state of genuine panic. Why was the consort silent? Could it be that she had been abducted by ill-intentioned scoundrels? As the prince mused over this, he reached for the curtain of the carriage. No, I am unwell and urgently need to leave the palace. This excuse was far too flimsy. The prince countered, if you are indeed unwell, the imperial physicians are far more skilled than the doctors of the royal mansion. His hand had already brushed against the curtain, and it seemed he was on the verge of lifting it. I fear I may have contracted a contagious illness. I beseech you, my lord, to keep your distance and not disturb your own health. Lin Yao's words came forth in a frantic rush, as if she dreaded the prince uncovering the curtain. A contagious illness? The pretext was becoming increasingly absurd. The prince displayed a determined smile and boldly lifted the curtain. Chapter 85. Parting the Prince of Duan's gaze immediately fell upon Lin Yao. Adorned with a hat featuring a bib, the fabric cascaded down, revealing her pallid visage, which bore an expression of fright as she curled herself in a corner, her flustered demeanor exuding an unexpected charm. Under ordinary circumstances, the prince would have taken great pleasure in savoring the sight before him. Yet, at this moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. His eyes roamed the vicinity, searching for the individual he sought, but upon failing to locate him, he unceremoniously climbed into the carriage. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with decorum. The boundaries between men and women must be observed, Lin Yao exclaimed in haste. However, the prince paid her no heed and began his search within the carriage. Initially, he had been confident in his pursuit, but as he scoured the interior, his expression turned grim. Abruptly, he turned to Lin Yao with a hint of impatience. Where is Zhao Tingyu? A cold laugh echoed within Lin Yao's heart. He had directly uttered the name of the Prince of Yu, revealing his unbridled determination and disregard for pretense. Her face, however, wore a mask of confusion. Your Highness, I am unaware of His Highness Prince Yu's whereabouts. The prince smirked darkly. How can you not know? Zhao Tingyu must be here in this carriage. He leaned in closer. I know you are an astute person. Hand him over, and I shall grant you the title of Princess of Duan. Lin Yao nearly burst into laughter. The title of Princess of Duan held little allure for her. Shaking her head in bewilderment, she replied, I truly do not know. Your Highness, I am afflicted with a contagion. I beseech you to maintain your distance. Unconvinced, the prince brushed aside Lin Yao's bib, revealing her delicate and enchanting face. Yet, his expression quickly froze upon noticing the ugly red spots marring her once flawless skin. They bore a striking resemblance to the symptoms of a contagion described in texts. Such afflictions could be fatal. The prince instinctively recoiled, nearly tumbling from the carriage. Steadying himself with great effort, he hurriedly descended. Regaining his composure, he turned to his trusted aide. Have you searched outside the carriage? Is there anyone hidden beneath? The aide shook his head. There is no one outside, nor within the carriage. The prince's face reflected disbelief. How could this be? Your Highness, I fear I may have transmitted the contagion to the people of the palace. I implore you to let me pass. A soft voice emerged from within the carriage. The thought of Lin Yao's red spots filled the prince with revulsion, prompting him to clear a path as the carriage swayed and departed from the palace. A frown creased his brow. Had his predictions been erroneous? Was Zhao Tingyu truly unscathed? Your Highness. At that moment, the aide's voice broke through, laced with trepidation. The prince furrowed his brow. What is it? Your Highness, you have developed red spots on your face. A chill ran down the prince's spine as he touched his face, confirming the presence of small welts. Could it be that Lin Yao was indeed contagious? Had she inadvertently transmitted it to him? Such diseases could prove fatal. The prince was engulfed in panic, quickly summoned the royal physician. Upon exiting the palace, Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. The red spots adorning her face were not a contagion, but rather the result of a venomous insect. As the prince entered the carriage, she had surreptitiously placed the insect upon him without his notice. At this moment, the prince must be terrified. She understood that he had been fixated on Prince Yu and was not so foolish as to attempt to take him away in the carriage. She employed a strategy of misdirection, luring the duke over first. Meanwhile, the prince had already been quietly escorted away by Changfeng through another palace door. Lin Yao hastily returned to the royal residence in her carriage, her heart racing with anticipation as she entered the Buddhist hall, where the prince had yet to arrive. She anxiously awaited his return, fervently hoping that nothing would go awry. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Lin Yao's heart leapt with joy. However, upon seeing the newcomer, her joy diminished slightly. The visitor was Master Mingkong, clad in a robe and bearing a compassionate countenance. As soon as Lin Yao had exited the palace, she had sent a letter bearing the prince's seal to Master Mingkong, requesting his presence. She had not anticipated the master's swift arrival. Regaining her composure, Lin Yao greeted Master Mingkong respectfully. "Greetings, Master." He raised a hand, signaling her to refrain from formality. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Has something happened to him?" Lin Yao nodded, and the master's expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. It was only a matter of time. "What do you plan to do?" he asked, seemingly testing her resolve. "I wish for the prince to journey to the southern frontier in search of a remedy for the curse. But we must ensure that the duke remains unaware. Thus, we require a pretext. This pretext shall be that the prince, devoted to the Buddha, received a letter from you and hastily departed the palace to travel with you, Master," Lin Yao explained, hoping to enlist his assistance. Master Mingkong, held in high regard among the royal family, would lend credibility to their ruse. If he agreed, suspicions would be quelled, even if the duke had doubts, without evidence. He would have to acquiesce. Lin Yao looked at Master Mingkong with hopeful eyes. After a moment, he nodded. "I am indeed planning a journey." Lin Yao's heart soared. Master Mingkong had acquiesced. Before long, Changfeng returned with the prince in tow. Lin Yao hurried to assist Changfeng in helping the prince into the Buddhist hall. As they unveiled his cloak, a pale visage was revealed. The prince sat there, disoriented and weak, barely clinging to consciousness. He exchanged a glance with Changfeng, who then exited, leaving Lin Yao and the prince alone. "My lord, as you embark on your journey to the southern frontier, please take care of yourself. I shall await your return," Lin Yao said, her heart heavy with the knowledge that the prince's venture was fraught with peril. The one who could lift the curse, Baizhe, was no longer among the living. The likelihood of a successor possessing the necessary skills to break the curse was almost negligible. Yet, she could not resign herself to seeing him die without a fight. Even the slightest chance warranted an attempt. The prince gazed at Lin Yao, reaching out to caress her face with tenderness. His expression was stoic, yet his eyes seemed to harbor deep affection and reluctance, as if wishing to etch her visage into his memory. "My lord, time is of the essence. You must depart," Lin Yao urged, her teeth clenched in determination. Suddenly, the prince leaned in and pressed a kiss to Lin Yao's cheek, slipping something into her embrace before summoning the strength to rise and leave the Buddhist hall. Outside, Baizhe awaited him. Lin Yao turned to Baizhe, saying, "I entrust him to you." Baizhe nodded in acknowledgement. "You must bring me back." Lin Yao's eyes were filled with entreaty. It all depended on his fate, Baizhe replied in a calm tone. Changfeng assisted King Yu into the carriage, which swiftly vanished into the shadows of the night. For a long time, Lin Yao remained, not making her departure. She retrieved from her possession the item King Yu had bestowed upon her before his departure, a white jade flute, roughly the thickness of a finger. Why had he given her this flute? What purpose did it serve, or was it merely a gift? Lin Yao found herself somewhat amused. At such a moment, why engage in riddles? The following day, news spread throughout the capital that King Yu had left the palace under the cover of night to accompany Master Mingkong on his travels. It was said that King Yu favored his consort, yet his heart remained devoted to Buddhism. It seemed the consort status in King Yu's heart was rather insignificant after all. Such discussions circulated widely among the populace. This also signified that Lin Yao's days ahead would not be easy. Chapter 86. Testing the Empress in the Imperial Palace. Within the Shokan Palace, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. In just a few days, it will be my birthday. Yet the Prince of Yu has left the palace without a word, embarking on a journey. What does this signify? Is he so impatient that he cannot wait? The Empress Dowager, displeased, left others hesitant to provoke her ire. Lin Si spoke up, Your Majesty, the prince received a letter from Master Mingkong, who is to set off tonight. The prince, fearing to disturb your rest, did not come to take his leave. Rest assured, he will certainly come to apologize upon his return. Lin Yao and Lin Si exchanged glances, with Lin Si sensing the gravity of the situation, though unaware of the details, understanding that this was exceedingly unfavorable for them. Regardless, they could only brace themselves and endure. The Empress Dowager snorted coldly. Isn't your sister quite adept at charming others? How is it that she cannot even retain a single person? This remark was clearly directed at Lin Yao. Lin Yao pondered her response carefully. As a wife, one ought to be considerate and not impede her husband's endeavors. I understand this principle. Was this truly her being obedient and considerate? The Empress Dowager scoffed. I am indifferent to such matters. My concern lies with your mother's potential displeasure. The sudden departure of the Prince of Yu on a journey suggested that his heart still resided within the Buddhist realm. Those in the court were once again advocating for the establishment of Prince Duan as the crown prince, which aligned perfectly with the Empress Dowager's intentions. Lin Si lowered her gaze, refraining from further comment. The current plight of the Prince of Yu's residence was dire, compelling her to tread carefully. Finding the atmosphere dull, the Empress Dowager dismissed the assembly. She gazed vacantly at the blooming osmanthus in the courtyard, her expression reminiscent of nostalgia. Her elder sister from the Zhao family, elegant and poised, was thought to adore the opulent peony. However, her true affection lay with the osmanthus. Following the Zhao family's rebellion, the emperor was particularly wary of this matter. Thus, she dared not retain any remnant of the Zhao family. She only allowed osmanthus to be planted in the courtyard as a means of remembrance. Before long, a trusted maid approached the Empress Dowager. Is there any news regarding the child? She inquired, referring to the orphaned heir of the Zhao family, the only potentially surviving descendant. The maid shook her head. According to my inquiries, the child was indeed born, but has since vanished without a trace. I have also uncovered connections to individuals involved. A flicker of delight shone in the Empress Dowager's eyes. Continue the search. As long as the child lives, bring them to me. Meanwhile, in the residence of Prince Duan, the sudden departure of the Prince of Yu had incited great elation among his faction, who were now eager to act. Several ministers sought an audience with Prince Duan. Yet oddly, he chose to evade them entirely. Even the Princess of Duan was unavailable, with only 2 imperial physicians having entered, yet they had yet to emerge. The Princess of Duan furrowed her brow, questioning, is Prince Duan unwell? Why must he hide away in his illness? Inside the palace, Prince Duan lay in bed, his face covered in red spots, weak yet exceedingly agitated. What is wrong with me? He coldly inquired. The 2 physicians, trembling, exchanged glances, unable to articulate their findings. I am asking you. One finally spoke. I have never encountered such a pulse. I cannot discern the issue at present. Incompetent fools. What a farce this situation is. With the chief imperial physician unable to discern the truth, the Duke of Duan, filled with ire and recalling Lin Yao's words, inquired, is it a plague afflicting me? The plague not only spreads contagion, but also portends ill fortune. At this critical juncture in his quest for the position of crown prince, should word of this leak, it would prove detrimental to him. Yet, he was gripped by a fear of death, apprehensive that these 2 inept physicians would fail to recognize the severity of his condition, thereby delaying his treatment. Upon the Duke's utterance, the expressions of the 2 physicians darkened considerably. The younger one instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from the Duke's formidable presence. The Duke's gaze, sharp as a sword, bore down upon the younger physician, who, terrified, fell to his knees. Your servant has indeed encountered the plague before, and the symptoms your highness exhibits are strikingly similar. Upon hearing this, the Duke's legs weakened, and he sank into his chair. Could it truly be the plague? It was over. Had he known, he would never have forced himself into Lin Yao's carriage. Would he meet his end? Panic surged within him as he turned to the younger physician. Since you have seen the plague, you surely know how to treat it, do you not? The Duke demanded sternly. Your servant possesses some knowledge of treatment, though it may require your highness to endure some hardship, the physician replied. Treat me. I fear no pain. Life is far more precious than suffering. The Duke, stricken with illness, isolated himself, even refusing to see his own mother. The noble consort, worried, thought this an opportune moment to incite the emperor to declare her son as the crown prince. Why had her son suddenly chosen to hide away? Meanwhile, Lin Yao had remained at home for 2 days when she received a summons from the empress, clearly indicating that the empress could no longer contain her impatience. It seemed she intended to wield Lin Yao as a pawn in her game. After preparing herself, Lin Yao entered the palace. Upon arriving at the entrance of Kuan-Ning Palace, she fortuitously encountered Lin Sivan, who appeared to have been waiting for her. Upon seeing her sister, Lin Sivan expressed concern. "Yaoer, I shall accompany you inside. Even if the empress strikes, I will be by your side." Lin Yao, however, remained composed. "Sister, do not worry. The empress will not punish me." Observing Lin Yao's confidence and the empress's explicit request to see only her, Lin Sivan refrained from insisting further and watched as Lin Yao entered the hall. Inside the hall, fragrant tea smoke curled in the air. Behind the mist, the empress's regal countenance could not conceal her anxiety and agitation. "I pay my respects to the empress," Lin Yao greeted, bowing. The empress furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lin Yao in silence, exuding an air of authority. Initially, she had regarded Lin Yao as capable, only to find her slipping away. Disappointment, anger, and unease swirled within her. "I have something of great importance to report to the empress," Lin Yao stated. The empress sipped her tea before dismissing those nearby. Lin Yao glanced around. "Empress, the matter I wish to convey is exceedingly significant. Are you certain there are no ears lurking beyond these walls?" The empress rose. "Follow me." Lin Yao trailed the empress into a secluded chamber where the empress shed her pretense, her expression now imbued with a lethal intensity. "If you cannot provide me with a reason for Ting Yu's departure from the capital, I shall no longer tolerate your presence. Your Majesty, the prince has been afflicted by a curse. This curse feeds on the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and if it spirals out of control, it will lead to death." On that fateful night, the duke had administered a potion to the prince, causing him to lose control. The empress's complexion turned ashen. The prince hastily departed the palace, not for leisure, but in pursuit of a remedy for the curse. Before his departure, he left behind an object for me. Lin Yao produced the jade flute. The empress fixed her gaze upon the flute, her expression a tapestry of emotions, and she began to believe Lin Yao's assertions. So it was. No wonder her son had returned with a sudden transformation, fervently desiring to enter the monastic life. And here she was, incessantly sending women his way, not aiding him, but rather endangering him. Why had he not confided in her? The curse is not easily broken. What purpose would it serve to inform Her Majesty? Furthermore, should the duke become aware, the empress would find herself in a precarious situation. The prince bore the burden alone. The empress sat in her chair, her countenance darkened. Could the curse be lifted? She inquired. Lin Yao felt a glimmer of hope within, yet her face betrayed none of it. It is certainly possible. If the truth were revealed to the empress, she would inevitably succumb to sorrow, alerting the duke's faction to the developing situation. Upon hearing this, the empress sighed in relief. "That is reassuring, indeed. My lady, could you enlighten me about this object?" Lin Yao asked regarding the jade flute. When the prince departed, he had bequeathed this flute to Lin Yao without divulging its significance. Lin Yao was perplexed, having brought it forth with the intent to subtly probe the empress. The empress, however, appeared to be fully aware. Chapter 87. The token of affection. Many years ago, I accompanied Prince Yu on a journey to the south, and we inadvertently stumbled upon a village that resembled a paradise. In this village, jade was produced, and the young people crafted jade flutes as tokens of affection. In his youth, Ting Yu also fashioned a flute. I presumed he merely regarded it as a playful endeavor and had long since discarded it, only to discover later that he had kept it all along. The empress cast a gaze at Lin Yao that was laden with complexity and significance. The jade flute felt icy to the touch, yet Lin Yao perceived it as somewhat heated. It turned out that this was indeed a token of affection. Prince Yu had gifted it to her, yet he feared he might not return, and thus he refrained from revealing its true meaning. Lin Yao gazed out of the window, where Prince Yu had already departed the capital and was likely on the road. Upon witnessing her son bestowing this item upon Lin Yao, the empress recognized the depth of his feelings and ceased to trouble her further. Lin Yao exited the palace and made her way to the Wang residence. Along the journey, she observed a troop of the imperial guard hastily departing towards the outskirts of the city, seemingly in urgent pursuit of something. The imperial guard, resembling a formidable force, certainly indicated that trouble was afoot. At that moment, Lin Yao thought to herself that she had not anticipated how this affair would intertwine with her own fate. In the evening, Lin Yao encountered Lin Sivan as she left the palace. Under normal circumstances, Lin Sivon would remain in the palace awaiting the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. It was evident that something was amiss, especially given her pallid complexion. This was a grave matter indeed. "Yaoer, something terrible has happened," Lin Sivon exclaimed. "What is it?" Lin Yao hurriedly inquired. "Yesterday, in the mountainous outskirts beyond the capital, bandits attacked travelers, resulting in numerous casualties, among whom was a group that included a monk, seemingly Master Mingkong." As Lin Sivon finished speaking, Lin Yao felt as though a thunderclap reverberated through her mind, rendering her unsteady and nearly causing her to fall. To obscure the truth, Prince Yu had set off alongside Master Mingkong, intending to part ways upon reaching the south. If Master Mingkong had encountered misfortune, it implied that Prince Yu was in jeopardy as well. How could bandits operate so audaciously near the capital, under the Emperor's watchful eye? Such a coincidence was alarming. The worst-case scenario was that they were not mere bandits at all. The Duke of Duan was in a state of disarray. Yet there remained the concubine Wang and Madame Zhao. If Madame Zhao had orchestrated this, her intent would be to eliminate Prince Yu. If something had indeed befallen him, "Yaoer, what shall we do?" Lin Sivon was in a state of frantic confusion. "I refuse to believe that the prince is in peril," Lin Yao asserted. "In such a significant matter, what has been the court's response?" "His Majesty has dispatched the Imperial Guard," came the reply. "The Imperial Guard is aligned with the Duke of Duan. If the bandits were sent by Madame Zhao, would it not be akin to a thief calling out to catch a thief?" "Sister, let us not rush to conclusions. We must wait," Lin Yao advised. She instructed someone to keep a watchful eye on any news from the Imperial Guard. That night, no further news arrived, and Lin Yao and Lin Sivon spent a sleepless night. It was not until the following day that they finally received word of the Imperial Guard's return to the capital. However, not a single detail regarding the bandits' casualties was disclosed. Unable to approach the Imperial Guard directly, Lin Yao and Lin Sivon sent an invitation to Su Yi and proceeded to visit the Su residence. At the Su residence, Su Yi's complexion had returned to a vibrant hue, exuding warmth and grace as she personally poured tea for Lin Yao and Lin Sivon. Lin Sivon inquired about Su Huan's situation. "In recent days, my brother has been preoccupied, and I have not had the chance to see his face," Su Yi remarked. Glancing at Lin Sivon, "Alwan, do you have something to discuss with my brother?" Lin Sivon nodded. "Indeed, I have a matter to inquire about. It seems my brother has entered the palace. Once he returns, I shall promptly summon him." Su Yi even took the time to instruct the servants accordingly. However, the two sisters waited for the better part of the day without sight of him. Lin Yao, feeling somewhat restless, stood up and said, "Sister, please keep Su Yi company. I shall take a stroll outside." As Lin Yao stepped out of the room, she ambled as if leisurely, yet her destination was a secluded spot. She made her way towards Su Huan's residence. In the courtyard, Su Huan had shed his robe, revealing much of his upper body, his sun-kissed skin taut and muscular, marred by numerous scars, and at that moment, he bore fresh injuries. Suddenly, Su Huan's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpened with cold ferocity, and his voice dripped with lethal intent. "Come out." Lin Yao emerged from the shadows, confronting the murderous glare on Su Huan's face. His expression darkened as he donned his clothing and approached Lin Yao, brandishing his sword and pressing it against her throat. "Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you? If you were to slay me, the Prince of Yu would surely not let you go unpunished," Lin Yao retorted, feigning confidence. Su Huan scoffed derisively, his disdain palpable. Lin Yao's heart sank slightly. Her previous statement had been a deliberate test of the prince's safety. What did his scornful laughter imply? Could it be that the prince was indeed in peril? Or was his life merely at the mercy of the duke? Steeling herself, Lin Yao engaged Su Huan in conversation. "The scars on your body, they are from whips, are they not?" At the mention of the whip marks, Su Huan's expression darkened, as if he were about to devour her whole. These wounds were not ordinary. They bore the marks of cruel amusement. "You have come from the palace, have you not? The duke is presently occupied with healing, leaving no time for inflicting punishment upon you. It must be." Before she could finish, Su Huan's grip tightened around her neck, his aura radiating a chilling intent to kill. Lin Yao's face flushed, her breath faltering as she felt the grip of death closing in. Yet, summoning her last reserves of strength, she managed to utter, "Su, sir, are you willing to accept your fate?" Just as Lin Yao felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, the hand constricting her throat suddenly released. Su Huan gazed at her coldly. What of accepting fate? What of resisting it? I have no options left. To seek vengeance, he could only align himself with the duke, sacrificing his dignity and enduring humiliation. Otherwise, How could he maintain his position as a commander of the Jinyue so effortlessly? Your brother, Chao Feng, was not harmed by the prince of you, Lin Yao asserted. Su Huan remained silent, his expression stony. At that time, the prince was afflicted by poison, his mind lost. Others conspired against your brother, framing the prince for the crime. Lin Yao continued. Su Huan scoffed again, utterly disbelieving her words, as if they were nothing but fanciful absurdities. Those who perpetrate harm live freely while the victims suffer. Could your brother truly find peace in such a fate? Lin Yao pressed on. I witnessed everything with my own eyes. Seeing is not always believing, Su Huan. Do not remain obstinate. You need not trust me, but at the very least, you must harbor doubt and investigate. We cannot allow your brother to die unjustly. Su Huan fixed his icy gaze upon Lin Yao. Yet, Lin Yao sensed a notable softening in his demeanor. Gathering her courage, she inquired, what has become of Master Mingkong? Su Huan maintained his focus on her, and after a brief pause, he replied, severely injured and unconscious. And what of his companions? Lin Yao pressed on, her efforts to conceal her anxiety proving futile. A mocking expression resurfaced on Su Huan's face, causing Lin Yao to feel a surge of panic. His companions. He deliberately elongated the phrase, yet refrained from providing an answer. The cold and aloof captain of the Jinyue revealed an unexpectedly malevolent side, leaving one feeling vexed. Chapter 88. Missing as Lin Yao's heart was gnawed by anxiety, unable to endure the wait any longer, Su Huan finally spoke. Uncertain of life and death. What does it mean to be uncertain of life and death? I have searched the vicinity for miles, yet his figure remains elusive, Su Huan continued. And what of Chang Feng? Lin Yao pressed on. Also missing. Lin Yao was uncertain whether this news was good or bad. The possibilities were overwhelming. However, it was preferable to the stark finality of death, which would signify utter hopelessness. With a slight sigh of relief, Lin Yao realized that further inquiries would yield no more answers. Thus, she ceased her turmoil and made her way outside. Departing from Su Huan's courtyard, Lin Yao headed towards Su Yi's abode. Upon reaching the entrance, she was met with a throng of individuals, dozens of burly servants, clad in garb that was all too familiar, members of the Liang family. Why were they here? Her sister was still inside. Were these Liang family members here for the Su sisters, or were they targeting her as well? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yao recognized that evasion was no longer an option. She approached the gate, at which point the Liang servants willingly parted to clear her path, two of them trailing behind her, seemingly wary of her escape. Upon entering the parlor, Lin Yao encountered several individuals seated within, Madame Zhao, her sister, and Su Yi. However, both her sister and Su Yi bore grim expressions. Madame Zhao, upon spotting Lin Yao, appeared quite surprised and beckoned her over with enthusiasm. Is this not the side consort of Prince Yu? What a coincidence. Please come and sit. Lin Yao took a seat beside Lin Sivan. I just learned that the consort of Prince Yu and Miss Su are close friends. What a delightful coincidence. It seems that Su Qianhu, who usually remains silent, is indeed connected to the prince's household. How small the world is. Previously, Lin Yao had dealings with Su Huan, secure in the knowledge that his subordinates were loyal to him and that the news would not reach the Earl. However, she had not anticipated that Madame Zhao had been keeping a close watch on Su Huan, and now she had seized a significant opportunity. The Earl might harbor doubts about Su Huan. This was not a favorable development for her. Lin Yao's suspicions were indeed correct. Madame Zhao had long harbored a disdain for Su Huan. Many accomplishments that rightfully belonged to her had been usurped by him. Moreover, he had even taken several of her associates. All of this resentment festered within her. Yet, as both the Earl and the favored consort held great sway, she had struggled to find a suitable pretext for retaliation. Now that she had grasped such a substantial leverage, she was determined to utilize it to her advantage. Lin Sivan forced a smile and remarked, I share a close bond with Ai, but I am not well acquainted with Su Qianhu. Madame Zhao fixed her gaze upon Su Yi. Miss Su is of a similar age to the consort of Prince Yu. Now that the consort has married into a good family and enjoys a happy life, it is time for Miss Su to seek a suitable match as well. By the way, my elder brother's eldest son is slightly older than Miss Su and has recently lost his new wife. He would be a fitting match. As for this elder brother's eldest son, Su Yi was unaware of his character, but Lin Yao was all too familiar. This man was of short stature, possessed a violent temperament, and was licentious. Any maidservant who caught his eye would inevitably find herself entangled with him. His late wife could no longer endure his numerous transgressions and had taken her own life by jumping into a well. If Su Yi were truly to marry such a person, it It would signify her complete downfall. Lady Zhao's proposal of this match is clearly a deliberate affront to the Shu siblings. Lin Si, aware of the questionable character of Lady Zhao's nephew, spoke up. Lady Zhao? I fear this may not be appropriate. Lady Zhao's expression hardened. Princess Yu, are you suggesting that my nephew is unworthy of Miss Su? Lady Zhao. That is not my intention. I merely believe this union should not be taken lightly. My nephew possesses commendable character and pleasing looks, and I find Miss Su to be quite satisfactory. How can this be viewed as a trivial matter? As a princess happily wed, would you not wish the same for your close friend? Lady Zhao's aggressive demeanor left Lin Si speechless. Tomorrow, I shall have my sister-in-law propose, and rest assured, the betrothal gifts for Miss Su will be ample, Lady Zhao declared with finality. Su Yi, observing Lin Si's reaction, clearly recognized the perilous situation, her face paling. She had just recovered from her illness, having hoped for a peaceful life, only to find herself in this predicament. Just as her anxiety mounted, Su Huan entered. Lady Zhao, there is no need for you to concern yourself with my sister's marriage, Su Huan stated directly. Lady Zhao fixed her gaze upon Su Huan. The imperial concubine often praises this nephew for his intelligence, yet it seems that Su Qianhu holds him in such disdain. Is it truly my nephew she disapproves of, or does she harbor discontent towards the imperial concubine? With a single remark, Lady Zhao cast a shadow of disrespect towards the imperial concubine upon Su Huan. Lady Zhao, my brother does not mean it that way. Sui interjected hastily. Lady Zhao instantly shifted to a smile. It appears Miss Su is satisfied with this match. Then it is settled. With that, Lady Zhao rose and departed, leaving no room for refusal. Once she had left, Su Yi turned anxiously to Su Huan. Brother, is Lady Zhao's nephew truly so undesirable? Su Huan's expression was grave. After a moment, he replied, do not worry, I will not allow you to marry him. He then addressed Lin Si and Lin Yao. The Duke of U.S. residence is beyond our reach. I kindly ask that you refrain from visiting us in the future. Brother. Sui felt a surge of urgency. Today's calamity was inextricably linked to them. In the future, the Duke of Yu's residence will become a place everyone avoids. Seeking their company will only bring us disaster. Su Huan spoke plainly. With the departure of the Duke of Yu, their situation indeed grew dire. Su Yi glanced at Lin Si with a hint of guilt. Lin Si shook her head, signaling that it was of no consequence. I shall visit you again when the time is right. Lin Si and Lin Yao left the Su household and returned to the Duke of Yu's residence. Yao, have you uncovered any news? Lin Si inquired softly. Master Imingkong is gravely injured and unconscious, and the whereabouts of the prince remain unknown, Lin Yao replied succinctly. Unknown whereabouts? Lin Si gasped. Fortune favors the virtuous. The prince will come to no harm, Lin Yao asserted confidently, bringing Lin Si some relief. Upon returning to the residence, it was not long before Lin Si ventured into the palace again. With the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration approaching as a princess, she was obliged to assist the Empress in preparations. Lin Yao remained alone in the Duke's residence, her heart awash with unease, which compelled her to seek solace in the temple within the estate. In the distance, she seemed to hear the faint sound of a wooden fish being struck. A surge of inexplicable joy filled her heart as she hastened toward the Buddhist hall. Your Highness, she called out. How she longed to find someone kneeling there, devoutly striking the wooden fish, with a face that was cold and unyielding. However, upon pushing open the door, the hall lay empty, devoid of the man she had envisioned. Enveloped in a chilling solitude, Lin Yao knelt before the mat where the prince often sat. She gazed at the benevolent and all-embracing Buddha statue. Though she had never been particularly devout, in this moment, she earnestly wished for the divine to exist. Slowly, she knelt before the statue, her posture radiating utmost reverence. May the deities bless and protect the prince. Chapter 89, The Conspiracy of Lady Zhao. The following day, Lin Yao, with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to visit her pawnshop. Currently, the establishment was managed by Su Xinlian and the old steward, generating an income of nearly 100 gold pieces monthly, which provided Lin Yao with a substantial profit. Opposite to her shop was Lin Shu's dowry, which had been transformed from a pawnshop into a cosmetic store. Upon her arrival, Lin Yao unexpectedly encountered Lin Shu, who was inspecting the cosmetic shop with Chun Huan Tou. The shop was bustling with customers, and Lin Shu appeared quite pleased with the turnout. However, those patrons were merely hired actors, having received payment to feign interest. Su Xinlian leaned closer to Lin Yao and whispered, prompting Lin Yao to quickly grasp the underlying scheme. Initially, Lin Shu had rescued Chunhua and entrusted her with significant responsibilities. Yet Chunhua was akin to a venomous serpent. Lin Yao had suffered from her betrayal in her previous life after saving her. Ironically, Lin Shu cherished her. When the pawnshop's business had faltered, Lin Shu surely harbored grievances against Chunhua. Now, with the transformation into a cosmetics store, Chunhua had deliberately spent money to hire numerous people to create the illusion of prosperity for Lin Shu. Lin Yao remarked, surely. The number of customers was not this high when Lin Shu first visited. Su Xinlian nodded in agreement, stating, Lin Shu treats Chunhua exceptionally well, entrusting her with all the shops on this street. Lin Yao found herself nearly in stitches from laughter. How foolish Lin Shu was, having lived a second life yet still remaining so naive, entrusting her entire enterprise to a treacherous snake. By the time she realized the truth, her fortune would likely be depleted. Lin Shu, noticing Lin Yao, approached with an air of arrogance. Oh, who is this? I find her quite familiar. It turns out to be my sister, Lin Shu remarked. Not long ago, Lin Yao had basked in glory, having won the favor of Prince Yu and been honored as a concubine, much to Lin Shu's chagrin. Everything had unfolded differently than in her previous life. Was it possible that the shift in their respective fates stemmed from the change in their marriage arrangements? Lin Shu had felt a profound resentment, praying for Lin Yao's misfortune each time she visited the temple. Perhaps heaven had heeded her pleas, as Lin Yao's fortunes had indeed taken a turn for the worse. Prince Yu had abandoned her to roam the world. Without Prince Yu as her support, what was Lin Yao worth? With the spring examination approaching in a few months and Yu Tang no longer present, should her husband triumph and achieve the highest honor, she would become the wife of the top scholar. Lin Shu felt vindicated in her decision, gazing at Lin Yao as one would at an ant. The sun is quite fierce. Sister, do take care of your delicate beauty. After all, you possess only one face to rely upon. When Prince Yu renounces the world, you might still leverage that beauty to attract a guard, ensuring you do not live in solitude, Lin Shu taunted. The prince is merely weary of the capital and seeks to explore the world. I remain devoted to him and would never engage in actions unbecoming of a woman. Yet, dear sister, with so many thoughts swirling in your mind, might it be that you cannot bear the silence? Lin Yao retorted deliberately. Lin Shu's expression soured at the rebuttal. Firstly, in her previous life, such matters had led to her tragic demise, a past she preferred not to revisit. Secondly, it had been quite some time since Gu Lang had shown her much affection. While she felt a pang of loneliness, she rationalized that he was focused on his studies and aspirations for fame, and she must support him diligently, ensuring his path remained unimpeded. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Lang treats me exceedingly well. Lin Shu hurriedly said, Lin Yao, do not revel in your triumph. There will come a day when I shall surpass you. With these cutting words, Lin Shu turned and departed, while the nearby Chun Cha hastily followed, appearing submissive. Yet only Lin Yao was aware of the ambition concealed beneath that facade. Keeping such a person close would ultimately leave Lin Shu with nothing but bones. After lingering in the shop for a while, Lin Yao heard another piece of news. The Wang family had approached the Su family to propose marriage. The Wang family was connected to Lady Zhao and the Wang imperial concubine, with the Wang minister holding considerable power as the minister of war. The Wang minister was a cunning old fox, yet he had a feckless son whom his wife doted upon excessively. Shortly after the death of his previous wife, she began seeking a new spouse for him. However, the entire capital was aware of her son's disposition, fearing he would be undesirable. Fortunately, Mrs. Wang had lofty standards and foolishly aspired to the princess, only to be coldly rebuffed by the grand princess. Which Su family, one might wonder? Which unfortunate Su family was implicated? The renowned Su family of integrity? Others began to express sympathy for them. It was the Su family that had branched off. The sister of Su Huan from the Jinyui. The Jinyui were the enforcers of Prince Duan, having committed numerous misdeeds, making them rather unpopular. Upon hearing this, sympathy swiftly dissipated, as it seemed a case of dogs biting dogs. How could Mrs. Wang, with her elevated standards, possibly favor a young lady from the Su family? It was said that Lady Zhao had strongly recommended her, and the Wang minister had acquiesced, leaving Mrs. Wang with no choice but to propose. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao realized it was an outright attempt to create turmoil for Su Yi and target Su Huan. Mrs. Wang had no fondness for Su Yi. Should Su Yi truly enter the Wang household, she would face domestic abuse and disdain from her mother-in-law, a delicate flower crushed into oblivion. Lady Zhao's actions were not merely a consequence of her recent visit to the Su family, but perhaps stemmed from an existing aversion to Su Huan. Su Huan cherished Su Yi dearly, and would naturally prevent her from marrying into the Wang family. With Lady Zhao being so aggressive, one could only wonder how Su Huan would respond. In a private room, several debauched young men surrounded a stout, short youth, lavishing praise upon him. Brother Wang is about to wed. Soon, with a wife to manage him, he shall no longer revel as we do. Indeed. I hear the Su young lady is exceedingly beautiful. Brother Wang is truly fortunate. The words, intended as flattery, unexpectedly darkened Wang Zixin's countenance. He had seen the portrait his mother provided, and the depicted lady was far too slender, while he preferred a more voluptuous figure, entirely misaligned with his tastes. Unfortunately, his aunt had approved, and his father had been enchanted, insisting on the match, which vexed him immensely. A man of ambition seeks to traverse the world. How could he be constrained by a mere woman? Wang Zixin scoffed. Once married, she shall remain at home. I shall not even lay a finger on her. If you deem it a blessing, feel free to claim it for yourselves. Wang Zixin revealed a lecherous grin, prompting the others to join in laughter. They quickly echoed, Brother Wang speaks true. Especially for someone as exceptional as he, his absence diminishes the blessings for the young ladies. Indeed. The young ladies of the Cui Lu Pavilion were inquiring when Brother Wang would pay them a visit. Wang Zixin, intoxicated by flattery, indulged excessively in drink, becoming inebriated to the point of needing assistance from a servant to depart. Upon descending the stairs, he was suddenly beset by an urgent need to relieve himself, and he brusquely pushed away the servant, making his way to the privy. After a considerable time, he emerged, only to find that the servant had vanished, his countenance darkening in an instant. Where had he gone? Wang Zixin cursed under his breath as he strode onto the street. As he walked, he abruptly spotted a figure in the distance, her silhouette graceful, and her delicate visage extraordinarily lovely, surpassing even the most exquisite courtesan of the Cui Lu Pavilion. Wang Zixin's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart raced, and in a daze, he hurried towards the enchanting woman. Chapter 90. The death of the profligate Lin Yao was startled and quickly took a couple of steps back to evade the corpulent figure. Beautiful lady, don't run away. The drunken man lunged towards her. Lin Yu swiftly turned to flee, and upon exiting the alley, her carriage awaited her. Yet, the man pursued relentlessly. I am the son of Minister Wang. Stay with me, and I guarantee you a prosperous life. Lin Yao's footsteps faltered momentarily. The son of Minister Wang? Was he the man that Madame Zhao intended to betroth to her? In an instant, the man was upon her, just as she prepared to kick him away. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, brandishing a dagger. A flash of silver glinted, and in the next moment, a foul, crimson liquid splattered across Lin Yao's face. Everything transpired so swiftly that Lin Yu was momentarily frozen in place. In a heartbeat, the man collapsed at her feet, his eyes rolling back, lifeless in an instant. The shadowy figure made to leave. A chill ran down Lin Yao's spine. If this person departed, would the blame for the man's death not fall upon her? He was the cherished son of Minister Wang, with one aunt being Madame Zhao and another being Concubine Wang. The murderer would surely face a gruesome fate. Su Huan, if you leave, I will report you to the Wang family. Lin Yao exclaimed urgently. Her words came out in a rush, halting the figure that was about to depart. Indeed, Lin Yao's intuition had proven correct. Su Huan had the strongest motive, and the figure bore a striking resemblance to him in stature, making it easy for Lin Yao to deduce his identity despite the mask. This scoundrel, willing to kill for his sister, now sought to shift the blame onto her. Such fortune was too good to be true. Su Huan regarded Lin Yao with a mocking glint in his eyes, as if deriding her. Do not think that you can absolve yourself by merely walking away. The knife you thrust into the man indicates that the assailant was taller than he, whereas I am of similar height to him, making it impossible for me to have committed the act. The Wang family would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, and the truth would inevitably surface. Lin Yu spoke hastily. Su Huan, your sarcasm fades, and your gaze now turns cold. Clearly, my reasoning holds merit. You cannot allow me to take the fall. At best, we would both perish. Hence, the most prudent course would be to destroy the evidence. With that, Su Huan reacted swiftly, seizing the corpse and vanishing into the night. Lin Yao released a breath of relief. If she had hesitated a moment longer, and Su Huan had escaped, she would have found herself without recourse. If the true perpetrator were to die, she would not survive either. She quickly wiped the blood from her face and hurriedly departed the alley, climbing into the carriage bound for the residence of Prince Yu. Return to the Wang residence, she instructed. In the dead of night, a sudden knock echoed against the gates of the Prince Yu's residence. Soon, a servant appeared to report, rousing Lin Yao from her slumber. She had just experienced a nightmare in which Prince Yu lay in a pool of blood, cloaked in a monk's robe. Awakened, Her back was drenched, and her forehead glistened with cold sweat. After a moment of heavy breathing to dispel the lingering dread, she turned to the servant. "What is the matter?" "It is a representative from the Liang residence, requesting an audience with the esteemed consort," the servant reported. "The Liang residence. Lady Zhao. The Wang family." Lin Yu felt a sudden shock. If this truly pertains to the Wang family's son, how could they have traced it back to her so swiftly? Lin Yao rose, groomed herself, and made her way to the parlor. The visitor was the steward of the Liang residence, accompanied by a formidable contingent of imperial guards. "Esteemed consort, my lady has summoned you," announced the steward. Lin Yu scoffed. At this late hour, what business could Lady Zhao possibly have that cannot wait until morning? "Naturally, it is a matter that cannot be postponed," the steward replied coldly. "I implore you to cooperate, esteemed consort." "And if I choose not to attend?" Lin Yao inquired. "Then we shall have no choice but to insist," the steward stated. As his words fell, the imperial guards all drew their swords, and the Wang family's guards stood resolute as well. However, the imperial guards, being numerous and well-trained, clearly held the advantage in any ensuing conflict. "With Prince Yu's departure, Lady Zhao has truly grown audacious," the steward remarked, implying a threat. "My lady says that the esteemed consort is a person of discernment who would not resort to violence," he added. Lin Yao smiled. "Since Lady Zhao has extended such a sincere invitation, I shall make an appearance." She cast a glance at the guards and proceeded forward. With a wave of the steward's hand, the imperial guards closed in around her. In the dark of night, Lin Yao found herself seated in a carriage. She alternated her thoughts between the recent dream and the matter concerning the Wang family's foolish son, surprised at how rapidly circumstances had shifted in just a few days. Upon arriving at the Liang residence, she was uncertain of what awaited her. The carriage came to a halt. "Esteemed consort, we have arrived," the steward's indifferent voice announced. Lin Yao alighted from the carriage, following the steward into the depths of the Liang residence. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness. Save for the illuminated parlor, a solitary flicker of red amidst the shadows, reminiscent of hell itself. Upon entering, Lin Yao beheld Lady Zhao seated at the head of the table, with Liang Zhaoxing beside her. Lady Zhao's countenance was grim. Her nephew had vanished without a trace, coinciding ominously with the recent proposal to the Shu family. Her sister-in-law, already displeased with the engagement, now blamed her for the misfortune, claiming that Lady Zhao's ill omens had brought harm to her son, resulting in an uproar. If Lady Zhao did not hasten to reveal her nephew's whereabouts, she would surely escalate the commotion. Thus, Lady Zhao was desperate to uncover the truth behind her nephew's disappearance. Anyone who had encountered him was seized and interrogated. Among them was Lin Yao, prompting Lady Zhao to take matters into her own hands. "Lin Yao, how could you be so ruthless as to cause my nephew's demise?" Lady Zhao's voice was icy. Lin Yu was taken aback. "What do you mean, Lady Zhao? Do not feign ignorance. While my nephew may have had his vices and harbored desires towards you, you should not have resorted to murder. You are truly a venomous woman." Lady Zhao spat vehemently. Lin Yao's heart raced in shock, yet her expression was one of incredulity and grievance. "Lady Zhao, I have done nothing of the sort. Nor do I even know your nephew. How could I possibly be implicated in a murder? One may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak recklessly. To have such an unfounded accusation thrust upon me is an utter injustice." Madame Zhao fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Yao, declaring, "Do not attempt to feign innocence. My nephew's servant witnessed the entire incident." Lin Yao, unperturbed, retorted, "I assure you, I did nothing of the sort. You may summon the servant. I shall confront him personally." Madame Zhao scrutinized Lin Yao for a prolonged moment before speaking again, her tone softening slightly. "However, the servant indeed saw you in the alley. Did you happen to see my nephew?" As she spoke, she handed Lin Yao a portrait. Lin Yao accepted the portrait, maintaining a calm demeanor while feeling a sense of relief within. Thankfully, she had suspected that Madame Zhao was attempting to deceive her, and thus her performance was unrelated to this matter. Clearly, she had convincingly evaded Madame Zhao's scrutiny. Lin Yao opened the portrait, gazing thoughtfully at the depicted figure for a moment before shaking her head. "I have never encountered him." Chapter 91. In the dungeon, Lin Yao felt that her expression bore no trace of flaw. Given the circumstances, Madame Zhao should have released her by now. "Madame Zhao, with the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, I must return to the palace early tomorrow. It is getting late, and I fear I shall not rise in time." Madame Zhao chuckled lightly. "No matter. There are numerous noble women surrounding the Empress Dowager. She may not even recall your presence. And should she inquire, I shall respond on your behalf." The Empress Dowager, favoring the faction of Prince Duan, would undoubtedly disregard Lin Yao. Lin Yao swallowed her indignation in silence. Just then, a figure hurriedly approached, whispering something into Madame Zhao's ear. A subtle shift crossed Madame Zhao's countenance. Too slight for Lin Yao to discern whether it was joy or anger. Once the individual had reported, Madame Zhao turned to Lin Yao. Indeed, it is growing late. Please, side consort, return now. Lin Yao exhaled in relief and rose to leave. Her steps quickened, and upon exiting the Liang residence, she found a carriage awaiting her, none other than the carriage of the Prince of Yu. Without hesitation, she boarded. Let us return. As the carriage set off, it creaked along the cobblestone street, the sound jarring in the stillness of the night. A sudden sense of unease washed over Lin Yao, prompting her to lift the curtain. Outside, the darkness loomed, yet she discerned that the direction they were heading did not lead to the Prince of Yu's residence. Alarmed, she addressed the coachman. We are approaching the Lin residence. Halt the carriage. I wish to return home. Her voice remained calm, yet the coachman offered no reply. Continuing onward without a hint of stopping, anxiety weighed heavily upon Lin Yao as she peered at the coachman's silhouette. It bore a striking resemblance to the one who had brought her here, but it was undoubtedly a different individual now. The guards were nowhere to be seen. Who could be plotting against her? Observing the carriage veering further off course, she resolved that she could not allow this to continue. With determination, Lin Yao bit her lip and leaped from the carriage. The coachman, startled by her sudden movement, promptly brought the carriage to a halt. Pain shot through her ankle, but she could not dwell on it. Gritting her teeth, she turned and fled. Having covered some distance, Lin Yao had barely caught her breath when a sharp pain surged through her head. In the next moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness. A splash of icy cold water jolted Lin Yao awake. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her senses returning, first to the acrid scent of blood and dampness. As her vision cleared, she found herself in a dimly lit space, the flickering light casting murky shadows upon the walls. Before her stood several figures, one of whom was Madame Zhao. Lin Yao was stunned. Had Madame Zhao captured her? After releasing her, why now this abduction? Madame Zhao, did you not claim that my disappearance had no connection to you? What is the meaning of this? Her voice trembled with rage. Lin Yao, cease your pretense. My nephew's death lies at your hands, does it not? My people have uncovered the truth. You conspired with others to murder my nephew. Lin Yao turned her gaze to the individuals flanking Madame Zhao, realizing why one seemed familiar. He was the very person who had reported to Madame Zhao not long ago. After the report, Madame Zhao allowed her to leave. Lin Yao felt a sense of relief, but it soon became evident that Madame Zhao had orchestrated this. She made it appear as though everyone had departed from the Liang residence, thus distancing herself from any repercussions should something happen to Lin Yao. Madame Zhao severed all ties, leaving Lin Yao's sister clueless about where to seek assistance. This left Lin Yao in an exceedingly perilous predicament. Why did you kill my son? Where is my son's corpse? Another woman demanded fiercely, her eyes filled with malice. This woman was likely the wife of Minister Wang, the mother of Wang Zixi. I did not. This matter has nothing to do with me, Lin Yao retorted through gritted teeth. As a fragile woman, how could I possibly harm a robust man? Someone saw you grappling with my son in the alley, and then he vanished, leaving blood on the ground. Lady Wang lashed out, striking Lin Yao with a whip, tearing her clothing and skin, sending sharp pain coursing through her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily. You surely seduced my son with your alluring face, lulling him into complacency before you killed him. Now, tell me, where is my son? Lin Yao clenched her teeth. I truly do not know, Lady Wang. I am innocent. Shameless wretch, you still dare to argue? Lady Wang exclaimed. It is of no use, even if you beat me to death. You have caused the death of an innocent, and my sister will not let this go. When the prince returns, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you, Lin Yao declared fiercely. Madame Zhao laughed coldly. Lin Yao, do you genuinely believe Zhao Yu will return? Lin Yao was taken aback, suddenly glancing at Madame Zhao, realizing that perhaps Prince Yu had not merely gone missing, but had been taken by Madame Zhao. The prince is merely wandering the world. Of course he will return, Lin Yao asserted, testing the waters. I assure you, Zhao Yu will never return. The crown prince can only be Duke Duan. Lin Yao, if you are wise, you will quickly reveal your accomplices and help us find him. Madame Zhao replied icily. I do not know. Lin Yao gritted her teeth. Lady Wang relentlessly lashed the whip at Lin Yao, leaving her skin torn and bloodied, pushing her to the brink of despair. This inhumane torment persisted until Lady Wang grew weary, discarding the whip and turning to leave. Madame Zhao looked down at Lin Yao, who lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, sneering in disdain. Such a wretch dared to challenge her daughter. Once her sister had vented her anger, this person would serve as a plaything for her daughter, a means to release her frustration. Madame Zhao also departed. Lin Yao lay on the ground, her body racked with pain, appearing as if she were on the verge of death, yet her mind raced with thoughts. She would not sit idly by. Who could save her? With Prince Yu's fate uncertain, her sister's power lacking, and the Empress harboring great disdain for her, only the Grand Princess remained. The Grand Princess owed her a favor and would surely come to her aid once she learned of her plight. The question was, how could she appeal to the Grand Princess for help? News of Lin Yao's disappearance soon reached Lin Siyuan in the palace. She hurried back to the Wang residence, deeply unsettled by the sudden and inexplicable absence of her dear friend. Yao has always acted with utmost caution and would never disappear without reason. Something must have transpired. The side consort was taken away by individuals from the Liang residence and subsequently vanished. Lin Sivan hurriedly made her way to the Liang estate. Madame Zhao's demeanor towards Lin Sivan was surprisingly amiable. On that occasion, I had indeed invited the side consort for a brief inquiry, and after our discussion, she returned home. Madame Zhao earnestly explained that the doormen in the nearby residence should be aware of the matter. Naturally, Lin Sivan was skeptical and made it a point to inquire with the locals. However, those who were still awake in the dead of night indeed witnessed the royal carriage of Prince Yu departing. Yao is not at the Liang residence? Where could she possibly be? The Yu royal household is already in disarray. If Yao encounters further misfortune, how will she possibly cope? Little butterfly, don't run away. Wait for me. A foolish voice rang out. Lin Sivan turned to see the simple-minded Liang Xinyue barreling towards her. Lin Sivan narrowly avoided being knocked over and quickly straightened herself. Liang Xinyue was startled, seemingly afraid of being reprimanded, and in the blink of an eye, she dashed away. As Lin Sivan reached a corner and opened her hand, she discovered a note within. This note was from Liang Xinyue. Northwest corner, dungeon. This was a location. And Lin Sivan's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Yao is being held there? Chapter 92. Su Huan comes to the rescue. Lin Sivan took the note and swallowed it whole. Liang Xinyue assisted her, and thus she could not leave any evidence that might endanger Liang Xinyue. In the depths of the dungeon, Yao was undoubtedly suffering. What should she do? Should she storm into the Liang residence with the guards of the Wangfu? Not only was it difficult to break in, but given the commotion, Madame Zhao would surely relocate Yao, making it even harder to find her later. How could she infiltrate stealthily with such rigorous guards at the Liang residence? Lin Sivan's mind was in disarray. Turning around, she stepped onto the carriage. Where to, Your Highness? The thought crossed Lin Sivan's mind, to the palace. Upon entering the palace, she did not head to the Dowager Empress's Shokong Palace, but instead went to the Changle Hall, where the Grand Princess resided. Before long, the Grand Princess arrived. Princess Yu, she addressed. At present, everyone in the court believed that Prince Yu was on the verge of losing power, completely unwilling to associate with the Yu household. The title of Princess Yu had transformed from one of glory and authority into that of a pariah. Only the Grand Princess treated her as she always had. Good afternoon. Grand Princess, Lin Sivan replied. Please, have a seat, the Grand Princess gestured. After Lin Sivan sat down, the Grand Princess inquired, What brings you to seek me, Princess Yu? Lin Sivan implored, I beg the Grand Princess to save Yao. The Grand Princess's expression shifted slightly. What has happened to Lin Yao? Yao has been captured by Madame Zhao and is currently imprisoned in the dungeon of the Liang residence. Lin Sivan explained. The Grand Princess's face paled slightly. Why did Madame Zhao capture Lin Yao? It seems to be related to the incident involving the death of the Minister Wang's son. The Grand Princess's demeanor grew particularly grave. Minister Wang dotes on his son greatly, and so does Concubine Wang. Yao must be innocent. However, Madame Zhao clearly does not share this belief. Lin Sivan's heart sank further. She hoped for the Grand Princess's assistance, as she was her last lifeline. If this failed, who else could she turn to? The Empress? Given the current situation, she should not wade into these murky waters. The Grand Princess continued, Indeed. Anyone should prioritize their own safety. I cannot harbor resentment but only despair. Lin Sivan tightened her grip on the handkerchief, about to rise. The Grand Princess halted her, saying, However, Lin Yao has rendered me a favor. Though I ought not to, I shall still wade into this matter. The Grand Princess's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. Lin Sivan's expression transformed into one of surprise. I am deeply grateful, Your Highness. But how shall we proceed with this rescue? The Grand Princess fell into deep contemplation. Even if she wished to intervene, extricating Lin Yao from the dungeon would still be fraught with difficulty. A foolproof strategy must be devised. Otherwise, not only would they fail to rescue Lin Yao, but they might also jeopardize themselves. What could possibly be a foolproof strategy? Can Yao hold on much longer? In the dungeon, the bloodstains on Lin Yao's body had yet to scab over after enduring another beating from Madame Wang. You wretched woman. You caused my son's downfall. I will kill you. I will kill you, you vile creature. Madame Wang raged furiously. Lin Yao had become numb from the pain. In both her past and present lives, she had never endured such suffering. Her fate lay in the hands of another, subject to endless torment. Thus, power must rest in one's own hands. No matter the cost, she would fight fiercely, determined not to allow the crown prince to ascend to the throne. Just as Lin Yao felt herself on the brink of unconsciousness, an individual rushed in and whispered something into the ear of the Wang matron. What? They found Exioner? The Wang matron, in a flurry, discarded her whip and hurried away. Su Huan had taken the body. Had the corpse been discovered? Had Su Huan been found out? Or was it a deliberate ploy on his part? Lin Yu had considered revealing Su Huan's involvement to alleviate her own suffering. Their connection was tenuous, and there was no need for her to bear the burden of his guilt. Her endurance was not born of affection. Rather, she believed it served her best interest. In the hands of the Wang matron, she was a perilous pawn for Su Huan. He would either rescue her or ruin her. He had to choose one. Whatever action he took could potentially offer Lin Yao a glimmer of hope. As Lin Yao drifted in and out of consciousness, a figure suddenly appeared before her. The stranger handed her a black pill. Lin Yao gazed at him, confronted by an entirely unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" she inquired. "Lord Su has done me a kindness. This pill can prolong your life. Once you recover, I shall take you away." Lin Yao scoffed. "Is this not a means to silence me? If that were the case, there would be no need for such intricacies," he replied. Lin Yao found his reasoning compelling. Su Huan's cold, unyielding visage flashed through her mind. At this moment, she had no choice but to gamble. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed the pill. As her consciousness faded, her last thought was that if Su Huan had betrayed her, she would ensure he bore the consequences alongside her. In the darkness of the night, a figure stealthily moved, seemingly burdened by something on his back. Lin Yao groggily awakened, feeling the jarring motion beneath her. She had not perished? As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the absence of dampness. She was no longer in the dungeon. Su Huan had spared her life? At that moment, the person carrying her suddenly tensed, muscles rigid as if instinctively reacting to an imminent threat. Lin Yao was startled, and with a swift motion, she leapt into action. An arrow. Her heart raced as the projectile narrowly grazed her arm. More arrows followed, and Lin Yao felt her very soul tremble in fear. "We must find shelter," she rasped, her throat burning, unsure if he could comprehend her words. "Do not worry," came the response. Though the figure was masked, the voice was unmistakable. It was Su Huan. This man had some semblance of compassion, not treating her as mere fodder. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another arrow struck her arm, distorting her delicate features in agony. "He is unconcerned, of course, for I serve as his shield." Lin Yao could almost foresee herself transforming into a hedgehog, just as she felt the weight of 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. Su Huan finally carried her into a room. Lin Yao was callously thrown to the ground. Where is this? The Liang residence. So, they have not yet escaped from the Liang residence? The pursuers behind them are indeed people from the Liang family? Surrounded on both sides, what should they do? Lin Yao realized, with a fleeting glance, that there were indeed people ahead, which is why Su Huan had sought refuge. Had it only been those pursuing from behind, he would have cared little for her fate. Now, they found themselves encircled by adversaries on all fronts. Were they truly to be captured without resistance? In an instant, through the crack of the door, Lin Yao saw Lady Wang and Lady Zhao approaching with a throng of individuals, all exuding an intimidating aura, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 93. Salvation. Su Huan remained silent, and Lin Yao exchanged glances with him. Observing his expression, Lin Yao felt a twinge of doubt. "You don't regret saving me, do you?" Su Huan's continued silence, however, conveyed the unspoken truth. He indeed harbored regrets. Lin Yao declared, "If I die, I will certainly implicate you." She had withheld Su Huan's identity, hoping he would come to her rescue. If he were to kill her to silence her, she would not be a martyr. Before her demise, she would undoubtedly leave behind clues for Su Huan to follow her into the grave. It was this thought that assuaged Su Huan's remorse. What do we do now? Wait for death? Lin Yao fretted. The prospect of dying without retribution was unbearable. She still owed Lady Wang a reckoning for the lashes she had endured. Su Huan stepped toward the exit. Lin Yao hastily grasped his arm. "Are you abandoning me?" Su Huan, feeling the intensity of her grip, frowned. "I'll draw them away. You seized the chance to escape." Lin Yao released him immediately. "Go ahead." Su Huan paused, turning back to her, an inexplicable sense of anticipation flickering in his gaze. "If you die, I will take care of Su Yi," Lin Yao asserted. Su Huan was momentarily taken aback. In the blink of an eye, two factions led by Madame Zhao merged, advancing towards their chamber. Su Huan sprang into action. engaging in combat with the approaching figures. Lin Yao peered through the crack in the door. In the shadows of night, Su Huan's silhouette resembled a specter, battling the guards of the Liang residence, with bodies falling around him. Yet, the overwhelming number of guards continued to swarm towards him. Lin Yao observed the scene, realizing there was no opportunity for her to flee. Meanwhile, although several guards lay incapacitated, a fresh wave of combatants joined the fray, clad in resplendent uniforms. Wielding gleaming spring knives, the Imperial Guards. Their prowess far surpassed that of the Liang residence's protectors. Lin Yao feared that Su Huan could not withstand the onslaught for much longer. Outside, Su Huan moved with the agility of a phantom. However, among his adversaries were several skilled fighters who matched his abilities. While he could hold his own in a one-on-one clash, the sheer number of opponents overwhelmed him, and a blade grazed his arm. With each strike, his injuries multiplied. Just as a blade lunged towards his chest, a fleeting glance exchanged between them caused the attacker to hesitate. Though Su Huan was masked, the moment their gazes met, the adversary grasped the gravity of the situation. Seizing that moment of distraction, Su Huan evaded the fatal blow and resumed battling against the Imperial Guards. Lin Yao, witnessing his bloodied form, felt a rising tide of panic. If this continued, both she and Su Huan would meet their demise. Resolutely, she peered outside, gritted her teeth, and dashed in a determined direction. That wretched girl is over there. Pursue her. A sharp voice rang out. Soon, several individuals began to chase Lin Yao, blades aimed at her. With determination, Lin Yao evaded their strikes, but ultimately stumbled to the ground. Just as the silver blade was about to descend upon her, another knife flew through the air, cleaving the assailant's weapon in two. Lin Yao narrowly escaped death, gasping for breath in terror. She abruptly turned her head and discovered that she was now quite close to the main entrance, where the door had been flung open. Standing at the threshold were the Grand Princess and her elder sister. Beside the Grand Princess stood a tall and formidable guard, from whose hands the knife had evidently been flung. Lin Sivon gazed at Lin Yao, nearly moved to tears. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. Had they been even a moment later, she could scarcely fathom the horrors that might have transpired. Half an hour prior, the Grand Princess had declared the need for a foolproof plan. The two women had exchanged glances for a considerable time, yet no such strategy emerged. Your Highness, if this continues, I fear Yao may not wait any longer, Lin Sivon remarked. The Grand Princess, her expression hardening, slammed her hand upon the table. Enough deliberation. We shall charge forward. At worst, I shall earn a reputation for arrogance. I refuse to believe that Madame Zhao would dare take action against me. The two women promptly gathered their forces, steeling themselves as they forcefully burst through the doors of the Liang residence. To their astonishment, they had arrived precisely on time. Lin Yao had escaped from the dungeon, narrowly avoiding death at the hands of the genie Wei. The timing was nothing short of impeccable. The Grand Princess's entourage swiftly moved forward, forming a protective barrier around Lin Yao. Madame Zhao, Madame Wang, why have you unlawfully imprisoned the side consort of Prince Yu and treated her in such a manner? The Grand Princess demanded fiercely. That wretched woman killed my son. I demand her life. Madame Wang retorted coldly, her eyes aflame with rage, eager to confront the Grand Princess's followers head-on. Madame Zhao quickly restrained Madame Wang, urging, Sister-in-law, please remain calm and clarify matters with the Grand Princess. Turning to the Grand Princess, Madame Zhao continued, Your Highness, our actions were compelled by circumstance. Witnesses have claimed that the side consort of Prince Yu conspired against my nephew, which is why we summoned her for questioning. If there are accusations of murder, let the Dali Temple adjudicate. Why resort to unlawful punishment? Moreover, Lin Yao is of noble birth. Does this not imply that should you ever suspect me of murder, I too could be imprisoned? The Grand Princess's voice was icy. Madame Zhao hastily defended, Your Highness, it is not as it seems. The Grand Princess interrupted. No more explanations. I believe this matter should be presented before His Majesty. She cast a glance at Lin Yao and commanded her subordinates to take the side consort of Prince Yu into custody. As the Grand Princess's guards approached to assist Lin Yao, Su Huan retreated to stand beside her. A flicker of malice crossed Madame Zhao's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, adopting a demeanor of submission. Meanwhile, Madame Wang's face was a mask of fury and resentment. This wretched woman cannot be allowed to leave. Madame Zhao urgently implored, Sister-in-law, His Majesty will grant Zixing justice. The two women could do nothing but watch helplessly as Lin Yao was taken away. Madame Zhao slowly smirked, a blend of ferocity and cunning in her expression. While the Grand Princess might flaunt her authority now, once Prince Wang ascended the throne, she would ensure that the Grand Princess was reduced to mere dust beneath her feet. Upon exiting the Liang residence, Lin Yao was ushered into a carriage. Lin Sivon tightly embraced Lin Yao, gazing at the multitude of scars adorning her body, nearly devoid of unblemished flesh. Her face bore several wounds as well, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Does it hurt terribly? Lin Sivon felt an overwhelming sorrow, blaming herself for her own inadequacy, lamenting her weakness. After learning of her sister's plight, she found herself powerless to rescue her. Big sister, it doesn't hurt, Lin Yao replied, having ingested the medication provided by Su Huan. The pain was indeed bearable. However, after enduring significant peril and emotional turmoil, she felt particularly frail at that moment. The tension in her mind had dissipated, leaving her exceedingly fatigued and on the verge of slumber. Big sister, I feel a bit tired. I wish to take a nap. All right, sleep quickly. I will hold you, Lin Sivon assured her. Nestled in her sister's soft embrace, Lin Yao gradually closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she envisioned Prince Yu, whose previously aloof visage was now suffused with gentleness as he smiled at her, his smile enchanting and beguiling. Upon awakening, Lin Yao felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Her heart weighed down by an unnameable melancholy. She endeavored to persevere in life, hoping fervently that he too would strive to live. They must not allow Madame Zhao and her ilk to revel in triumph. Chapter 94. Su Huan's escape. Lin Yao was brought back to the palace by the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess summoned the imperial physician to tend to her injuries and employed the finest medicines. Among them was a treasured rejuvenating balm, which, once applied, would leave no scars on her face or body. Lin Sivon remarked. Lin Yu sighed in relief. Life was paramount, and since she had survived, her vanity still lingered, as she wished to avoid any unsightly scars. In her previous life, she had absorbed snake venom for Liang Cixi, resulting in a grotesque, winding scar that marred her appearance. Though she had feigned nonchalance, it had always weighed heavily on her heart. The Grand Princess entered and, noticing Lin Yao's relieved expression, could not help but chide her playfully. You little one, still concerned with beauty. Who doesn't cherish beauty? Lin Yao retorted boldly, her expression turning serious as she gazed at the Grand Princess. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace today. I shall surely repay it in the future. It was you who saved Chang Lu. Thus, this is merely a return of favor, the Grand Princess replied. What of the Wang family? Lin Yao inquired, recognizing that Wang Zixin was the pride of the Wang clan, indicating that matters were far from simple. The noble consort has reported to His Majesty, and the Empress also sought justice on your behalf. Consequently, His Majesty has entrusted this case to the Court of Judicial Review, the Grand Princess explained. Lin Sivon frowned. And the matter of Lady Zhao's brutal treatment of Yao is to be settled just like that? What else can be done? The Grand Princess replied. The Wang family wields too much power. Lin Sivon gritted her teeth in frustration. Lin Yao felt anger swell within her as she realized that despite her severe beating, Lady Zhao and Lady Wang remained unscathed. However, she understood that patience was essential at this moment. With the Prince of Yu in peril, his fate uncertain, and the faction of the Prince of Duan in a position of strength, the Emperor would not sacrifice the Wang family for the sake of a concubine. After all, members of the Wang family were stationed at the borders, and a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Nevertheless, Lin Yao would not let this matter rest. She would harbor her resentment deep within, biding her time in silence. Regardless, Yao is under my protection. They will not dare to act against you. Focus on your recovery, the Grand Princess assured her before turning to leave. Suddenly, Lin Yao recalled something. Sister, please deliver a letter to Su Huan for me. The Wang family is determined to unearth the perpetrator behind the attack on their scion. Therefore, Su Huan must not remain in the capital. He must flee with Su Yi to have any hope of survival. Lin Yao penned a letter and entrusted it to Lin Sivon. Sister, be cautious when you meet him. Ensure no one discovers it. Understood, Lin Sivon replied, taking the letter and exiting the palace. She did not go directly to the Su residence but entrusted the message to a trusted individual. At the Su residence, Su Huan tended to the wounds on his shoulder. His once stern visage was now pallid and devoid of color, the coldness dissipating to reveal a certain fragility. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Su Huan asked coldly. Brother, it's me, came Su Yi's voice. Su Huan's gaze softened slightly as he hurriedly donned his clothing and opened the door. Su Yi entered, closing the door behind her. Her expression filled with concern as she looked at Su Huan. Brother. Su Yi pressed her lips together, pausing for a moment before speaking. Was it you who killed the young master of the Wang family? Her voice was barely above a whisper, betraying the unease in her heart. The recent death of the Wang family's young master had stirred quite a commotion, inciting Wang's wrath as he vowed to uncover the perpetrator. Su Yi initially felt a sense of relief, grateful to escape an engagement with a deranged libertine. Yet, soon after, she noticed her brother's peculiar demeanor, and her heart sank once more. "Brother, you did this for me." Sui gazed at Su Huan's wan visage. "You shouldn't have." Marrying into the Wang family might have brought her unbearable suffering, but her brother's future was now marred, plunging him into peril. Rather than both siblings facing uncertainty, she thought it better for her to bear the burden alone. "Ai, what are you saying?" "You are my sister," Su Huan replied coldly, though his eyes shimmered with tenderness. He had heard the debauched Wang young master make jest of his sister, even inviting others to degrade her. She was the precious sister he cherished dearly. In that moment, a murderous intent ignited within him, no longer able to endure. Lady Zhao regarded him as nothing more than an insect, toying with him until he was bereft of the most vital aspects of his life. In truth, there was no resolution to this matter other than the demise of the Wang libertine. Thus, he felt no remorse. His only fear was that his sister would suffer alongside him. "What are your plans, brother?" Sui inquired. Su Huan pressed his lips together in silence, suddenly alerting to a sound at the window. A moment later, a knock echoed from the pane. He approached the window, only to find the figure had fled, leaving behind a note on the windowsill. Su Huan picked up the note, unfolding it to reveal a few hastily scrawled words. "Leave the capital. We shall meet again, and vengeance shall be ours." The handwriting was evidently that of a left-handed individual, indicating that the writer wished to obscure their identity should the note fall into the wrong hands. This person was remarkably cautious. A face flickered in Su Huan's mind, prompting him to clutch the note tightly. In truth, this aligned with his own thoughts. To leave the capital. We shall meet again. How cunning of her. To wish to establish her own power for her future use. As for vengeance, he found himself somewhat bewildered, uncertain of who his enemies truly were. If it were indeed Prince Yu, his fate remained unclear, with death seeming the more probable outcome. Thus, his revenge was nearly fulfilled. If it were someone else, he would need the courage and endurance to conquer formidable challenges. After a moment's contemplation, Su Huan resolved, whispering to the note, "We shall meet again." Su Huan promptly gathered a few essentials, taking Sui with him as they prepared to depart the capital. Disguising himself expertly, he utilized the Jin Yi Wei's skills in concealment, rendering himself unrecognizable to those familiar with him. The siblings arrived at the southern gate of the capital. He intended to head south, seeking a secluded mountainous area to recuperate and strategize. Upon reaching the city gate, the guards conducted their inspection and were about to grant them passage. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, drawing the attention of the townsfolk, who gazed in astonishment as a magnificent black steed thundered towards them. The Jin Yi Wei had arrived. Were they departing the city? Sui grasped Su Huan's sleeve tightly, her anxiety palpable. Su Huan's expression remained inscrutable, his demeanor profound. In the blink of an eye, the imperial guards arrived at the city gate, led by the very man who had clashed with Su Huan the previous night. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd. "We seek your cooperation in apprehending the notorious bandit," he declared coldly. The citizens exhaled in relief, glad that the trouble was not aimed at them. Yet, how could they assist in capturing a bandit? "Yesterday, I engaged the bandit and left a scar on his shoulder. All males are to remove their shirts for inspection," the man continued. The so-called bandit was merely a ruse. Their true aim was to capture those who aided Lin Yao. Under the protection of the princess, Lady Zhao and Lady Wang were powerless. Thus, they turned their attention to Lin Yao's accomplices. Sui instinctively glanced at Su Huan's shoulder. A flicker of coldness passed through Su Huan's downcast eyes. The imperial guards commanded compliance, leaving the citizens with no choice. The women stepped aside, turning their backs, while the men removed their shirts. One by one, the imperial guards began their inspection, soon arriving at Su Huan. "Why do you not undress?" They reprimanded him, their gazes fixated on Su Huan. He reached for his clothing with one hand, while the other discreetly grasped the short dagger at his waist. Chapter 95, The Threat of Minister Wang. "I am here to investigate." At this moment, the leader spoke, and the others immediately stepped aside. He approached, locked eyes with Su Huan for a fleeting moment, then abruptly reached out and tore away his clothing. After a brief glance, he quickly covered it back. "Not the person we seek," the man declared. The others also diverted their attention from Su Huan. After the inspection, the Jin Yi Wei continued their search among the next group, while Su Huan and Su Yi were allowed to leave. Upon exiting the city, Chen Shu, Sui recognized him as her brother's subordinate, who had previously visited their home. In her recollection, he was taciturn and appeared rather indifferent. "Do not mention him." Su Huan cast a sidelong glance at Sui. Understanding his implication, Sui nodded repeatedly, for they were now fugitives. and any association with them would bring nothing but misfortune. A few days later, within the palace, the medicine provided by the Grand Princess was remarkably effective. In just a few days, the scars on Lin Yao's face had completely faded, and aside from her arrow wound, the rest of her injuries had nearly healed. Thanks to the application of high-quality pain relief, her suffering had been minimal. At that moment, a small head peeked out, revealing a tender and adorable face that gazed upon her. Lin Yao, enchanted by the roundness of the little princess's face, beckoned, "Princess, come here." The young Princess Changlu, with her short legs, timidly approached but dared not come too close, sitting a foot away. Having learned of Lin Yao's presence in the residence, she had longed to visit. But her mother forbade her from disturbing Lin Yao due to her injuries, so she had restrained herself. Day after day, she counted the days. And once she felt enough time had passed, she stealthily came to see Lin Yao. Observing the little princess sitting there awkwardly, stealing glances like a timid rabbit, Lin Yao found her irresistibly charming. Lin Yao moved closer, and the little princess's lips curled into a smile as her soft, pudgy form leaned against her. Soon after, the little princess produced a soft clay that could be molded into various shapes. Lin Yao took it and skillfully shaped it into a small rabbit. The little princess's face lit up with delight as she carefully accepted it, unable to part from her new treasure. The two played together, engaging in the crafting of flower strings. One large and one small, they shared an unspoken joy, reveling in their playful camaraderie. In Shokong Palace, the atmosphere grew busier as the Empress's birthday approached in just 2 days. Upon seeing the Empress, Madame Wang immediately lodged a complaint. "Even if Lin Yao is not the mastermind behind my son's death, she is an accomplice, yet the Grand Princess defends her. Is this not a violation of the law? As a Grand Princess, she should not behave in such a manner." Madame Wang paid no heed to the many eyes upon her, unabashedly berating Lin Yao in the presence of the assembled crowd. This concubine of Prince Yu is nothing but a venomous woman. Perhaps she was caught committing some vile act by my son, leading to his demise at her hand. Madame Wang wept loudly. "Oh, my poor son." Lin Sivon's expression darkened, and she could not restrain herself from speaking. "Madame Wang, the connection between the death of Prince Wang and Yaoer is not yet established. All will be determined by the Dali Temple. Is it not slanderous to accuse her so vehemently? Your Majesty, observe how that treacherous woman, Lin Yao, has committed murder yet remains unrepentant. How can such tyranny be tolerated?" Lady Wang lamented, beating her thigh in despair. The Empress Dowager's countenance darkened. The uproar surrounding the death of Wang Zizi was undeniable. While she held no affection for the concubine of Prince Yu, could she truly be capable of murder? If true, such malice deserves the harshest of punishments. "Your Highness, the eldest princess enjoys the Emperor's favor," a matron beside the Empress Dowager cautioned. Setting aside the affairs of the Prince Yu's estate, the Dowager ought to intervene. Lady Wang's remarks about the eldest princess could provoke the Emperor's ire. Regardless, the prince's wife spoke wisely. "All matters shall be adjudicated by the Court of Judicial Review," the Empress Dowager declared. Seeing this, Lady Zhao attempted to console Lady Wang. "Sister-in-law, I understand your maternal anguish. Please bear with it for now. Once the truth emerges, the culprit shall surely face justice," Lady Zhao said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Sivon listened intently, realizing that the fate of the matter lay firmly in the hands of the court. Should the court declare Lin Yao innocent, she would be safe, and the Wang family would dare not act against her. Conversely, if the court found her culpable, even the eldest princess could not shield her. Yet, Lin Sivon remained steadfast in her belief that Lin Yao was blameless. The court was presided over by the astute Lord Tang, whose keen insight would undoubtedly unveil the truth and vindicate Lin Yao. At the court, Minister Cheng Shudong's face was etched with anxiety. "Old Tang, what have you uncovered?" Cheng inquired of the man before him. "Minister Wang has inquired, and the imperial concubine has sought answers as well. If we fail to identify who conspired against Wang Zixin, I may well lose my esteemed position." Tang Rui, also a minister, appeared weary yet composed. "We have unearthed some leads," he replied. "The coroner has determined the fatal wound was inflicted from behind, penetrating directly to the heart. The injury's position suggests that the assailant was considerably taller than the victim, approximately 9 feet in height, indicating a male with great strength." Cheng diligently noted his words to provide clarity when questioned later. "I have dispatched individuals to inquire among the local populace if they witnessed a man of such stature around the time of the incident," Cheng confirmed. Reports from the Wang family indicated that someone had seen the concubine of Prince Yu at the time. However, she was confined within the palace, rendering questioning impossible. The concubine of Prince Yu? The former fourth miss of the Lin family, Cheng reflected. The Wang family, in their irrationality, had seized her and subjected her to violence. Had they presented her to the court sooner, perhaps clues would have surfaced earlier, preventing this predicament. Sheng sighed softly. The image of a whimsical young woman surfaced in Tang Rui's mind. He had encountered the prince's concubine before, and she struck him as remarkably intelligent. Fear not. I have nearly completed my investigation. Grant me 2 more days, and I shall reveal the identity of the murderer, Tang Rui assured. Possessing a wealth of information, he confidently declared that within a day, he would unveil the perpetrator's identity, Su Huan, a captain of the Imperial Guard. Prior to this, Su Huan's sister was to be given to the deceased, which left Su Huan dissatisfied, thus providing him with a motive. At this moment, Su Huan had vanished without a trace, clearly evading justice and fear of the consequences. Tang Rui promptly reported this matter to Minister Wang. Is Su Huan the murderer? Is there an accomplice? Minister Wang inquired. There is no doubt. Su Huan committed the murder and disposed of the body. The evidence is irrefutable, Tang Rui replied. Consider it again. Are you certain there is no accomplice? Minister Wang slowly began, his words laden with implication. Tang Rui furrowed his brow, puzzled by Minister Wang's insinuation. As for the accomplice, without evidence, it cannot be established, Tang Rui pondered. Minister Wang's expression turned icy. I believe that Lin Mi resembles an accomplice. What do you think? Tang Rui? Minister Wang spoke with an air of threat, casting a commanding gaze towards Tang Rui, compelling him to acquiesce. Chapter 96. The murderer is Lin Yao, Tang Rui remarked. Minister Wang, Lin Yao lacks a motive for murder. Although she was present at the crime scene, there is no evidence linking her to this case, thus she cannot be convicted. If Tang Rui were truly preoccupied with self-preservation and attuned to the prevailing circumstances, he would not have remained in the position of deputy minister of the Dali Temple for a decade. Furthermore, had it not been for his remarkable ability to resolve cases and alleviate numerous troubles for the minister of the Dali Temple, he would likely have lost his esteemed position long ago. It is precisely due to his stubbornness and competence that he has managed to hold this post for so long. Minister Wang's countenance suddenly darkened, his gaze fixated on Tang Rui with a chilling intensity. Under his frosty stare, Tang Rui maintained his composure, standing tall and unyielding. With a sneer, Minister Wang turned and departed. Tang Rui summarized the case, deciding to report it to His Majesty the following morning.